The Blighting of Sharkey by Arthur Conan Doyle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Blighting of Sharkey by Arthur Conan Doyle. Sharkey, the abominable Sharkey, was out again. After 2 years of the Coromandel coast, his black bark of death, the Happy Delivery, was prowling off the Spanish Main, while trader and fisher flew for dear life at the menace of that patched foretopsail rising slowly over the violet rim of the tropical sea. As the birds cower when the shadow of the hawk falls athwart the field, or as the jungle folk crouch and shiver when the coughing cry of the tiger is heard in the night time, so all the busy world of ships, from the whalers of Nantucket to the tobacco ships of Charleston, and from the Spanish supply ships of Cadiz to the sugar merchants of the Main, there spread the rumor of the black curse of the ocean. Some hugged the shore, ready to make for the nearest port, while others struck far out beyond the known lines of commerce, but none were so stout-hearted that they did not breathe more freely when their passengers and cargoes were safe under the guns of some mothering fort. Through all the islands there ran tales of charred derelicts at sea, of sudden glares seen afar in the night time, and of withered bodies stretched upon the sand of waterless Bahama Keys. All the old signs were there to show that Sharkey was at his bloody game once more. These fair waters and yellow-rimmed, palm-nodding islands are the traditional home of the sea rover. First it was the gentleman adventurer, the man of family and honor, who fought as a patriot, though he was ready to take his payment in Spanish plunder. Then, within a century, his debonair figure had passed to make room for the buccaneers, robbers pure and simple, yet with some organized code of their own, commanded by notable chieftains, and taking in hand great concerted enterprises. They, too, passed with their fleets and their sacking of cities, to make room for the worst of all, the lonely outcast pirate, the bloody Ishmael of the seas, at war with the whole human race. This was the vile brood which the early 18th century had spawned forth, and of them all there was none who could compare in audacity, wickedness, and evil repute with the unutterable Sharkey. It was early in May in the year 1720 that the Happy Delivery lay with her foreyard aback some 5 leagues west of the Windward Passage, waiting to see what rich, helpless craft the trade wind might bring down to her. 3 days she had lain there, a sinister black speck, in the center of the great sapphire circle of the ocean. Far to the southeast the low blue hills of Hispaniola showed up on the skyline. Hour by hour, as he waited without avail, Sharkey's savage temper had risen, for his arrogant spirit chafed against any contradiction, even from fate itself. To his quartermaster, Ned Galloway, he had said that night, with his odious neighing laugh, that the crew of the next captured vessel should answer to him for having kept him waiting so long. The cabin of the pirate bark was a good-sized room, hung with much tarnished finery, and presenting a strange medley of luxury and disorder. The paneling of carved and polished sandalwood was blotched with foul smudges and chipped with bullet marks fired in some drunken revelry. Rich velvets and laces were heaped upon the brocaded settees, while metalwork and pictures of great price filled every niche and corner, for anything which caught the pirate's fancy in the sack of 100 vessels was thrown haphazard into his chamber. A rich, soft carpet covered the floor, but it was mottled with wine stains and charred with burned tobacco. Above, a great brass hanging lamp threw a brilliant yellow light upon this singular apartment, and upon the 2 men, who sat in their shirt sleeves with the wine between them and the cards in their hands, deep in a game of piquet. Both were smoking long pipes, and the thin blue reek filled the cabin and floated through the skylight above them, which, half opened, disclosed a slip of deep violet sky spangled with great silver stars. Ned Galloway, the quartermaster, was a huge New England wastrel, the one rotten branch upon a goodly Puritan family tree. His robust limbs and giant frame were the heritage of a long line of God-fearing ancestors, while his black, savage heart was all his own. Bearded to the temples, with fierce blue eyes, a tangled lion's mane of coarse dark hair, and huge gold rings in his ears, he was the idol of the women in every waterside hell from the Tortugas to Maracaibo on the Main. A red cap, a blue silken shirt, brown velvet breeches with gaudy knee ribbons, and high sea boots made up the costume of the Rover Hercules. A very different figure was Captain John Sharkey. His thin, drawn, clean-shaven face was corpse-like in its pallor, and all the suns of the Indies could but turn it to a more deathly parchment tint. He was part bald, with a few lank locks of tow-like hair, and a steep, narrow forehead. His thin nose jutted sharply forth, and near set on either side of it were those filmy blue eyes, red-rimmed like those of a white bull terrier, from which strong men winced away in fear and loathing. His bony hands, with long, thin fingers which quivered ceaselessly like the antennae of an insect, were toying constantly with the cards and the heap of gold moidores which lay before him. His dress was of some sombre, drab material, but, indeed, the men who looked upon that fearsome face had little thought for the costume of its owner. The game was brought to a sudden interruption, for the cabin door was swung rudely open, and two rough fellows, Israel Martin, the boatswain, and Red Foley, the gunner, rushed into the cabin. In an instant Sharkey was on his feet, with a pistol in either hand, and murder in his eyes. "Sink for your villains!" he cried. "I see well that if I do not shoot one of you, from time to time you will forget the man I am. What mean you by entering my cabin as though it were a Wapping alehouse?" "Nay, Captain Sharkey," said Martin, with a sullen frown upon his brick-red face, "it is even such talk as this which has set us by the ears. We have had enough of it." "And more than enough," said Red Foley, the gunner. "There be no mates aboard a pirate craft, and so the boatswain, the gunner, and the quartermaster are the officers." "Did I gainsay it?" asked Sharkey with an oath. "You have miscalled us and mishandled us before the men, and we scarce know at the moment why we should risk our lives in fighting for the cabin and against the forecastle." Sharkey saw that something serious was in the wind. He laid down his pistols and leaned back in his chair with a flash of his yellow fangs. "Nay, that is sad talk," said he, "that two stout fellows, who have emptied many a bottle and cut many a throat with me, should now fall out over nothing. I know you to be roaring boys who would go with me against the devil himself if I bid you. Let the steward bring cups and drown all unkindness between us." "It is no time for drinking, Captain Sharkey," said Martin. "The men are holding council round the mainmast, and may be aft at any minute. They mean mischief, Captain Sharkey, and we have come to warn you." Sharkey sprang for the brass-handled sword which hung from the wall. "Sink them for rascals!" he cried. "When I have gutted one or two of them they may hear reason." But the others barred his frantic way to the door. "There are 40 of them under the lead of Sweetlocks, the master," said Martin, "and on the open deck they would surely cut you to pieces. Here within the cabin it may be that we can hold them off at the points of our pistols." He had hardly spoken when there came the tread of many heavy feet upon the deck. Then there was a pause with no sound but the gentle lipping of the water against the sides of the pirate vessel. Finally a crashing blow as from a pistol butt fell upon the door, and an instant afterwards Sweetlocks himself, a tall dark man with a deep red birthmark blazing upon his cheek, strode into the cabin. His swaggering air sank somewhat as he looked into those pale and filmy eyes. "Captain Sharkey," said he, "I come as a spokesman of the crew." "So I have heard, Sweetlocks," said the captain softly. "I may live to rip you the length of your vest for this night's work." "That is as it may be, Captain Sharkey," the master answered. "But if you will look up you will see that I have those at my back who will not see me mishandled." "Cursed if we do," growled a deep voice from above, and glancing upwards the officers in the cabin were aware of a line of fierce, bearded, sun-blackened faces looking down at them through the open skylight. "Well, what would you have?" asked Sharkey. "Put it in words, man, and let us have an end of it." "The men think," said Sweetlocks, "that you are the devil himself, and that there will be no luck for them whilst they sail the sea in such company." "Time was when we did our 2 or 3 craft a day, and every man had women and dollars to his liking. But now for a long week we have not raised a sail, and save for 3 beggarly sloops have taken never a vessel since we passed the Bahama Bank. Also they know that you killed Jack Bartholomew, the carpenter, by beating his head in with a bucket, so that each of us goes in fear of his life. Also the rum has given out, and we are hard put to it for liquor. Also you sit in your cabin whilst it is in the articles that you should drink and roar with the crew. For all these reasons it has been this day in general meeting decreed—" Sharkey had stealthily cocked a pistol under the table, so it may have been as well for the mutinous master that he never reached the end of his discourse, for even as he came to it there was a swift patter of feet upon the deck, and a ship lad, wild with his tidings, rushed into the room. "A craft!" he yelled. "A great craft, and close aboard us!" In a flash the quarrel was forgotten, and the pirates were rushing to quarters. Sure enough, surging slowly down before the gentle trade wind, a great full-rigged ship, with all sail set, was close beside them. It was clear that she had come from afar and knew nothing of the ways of the Caribbean Sea, for she made no effort to avoid the low, dark craft which lay so close upon her bow, but blundered on as if her mere size would avail her. So daring was she, that for an instant the rovers, as they flew to loose the tackles of their guns, and hoisted their battle lanterns, believed that a man of war had caught them napping. But at the sight of her bulging portless sides and merchant rig a shout of exultation broke from amongst them, and in an instant they had swung round their foreyard, and darting alongside they had grappled with her and flung a spray of shrieking, cursing ruffians upon her deck. Half a dozen seamen of the night watch were cut down where they stood. The mate was felled by Sharkey and tossed overboard by Ned Galloway, and before the sleepers had time to sit up in their berths the vessel was in the hands of the pirates. The prize proved to be the full-rigged ship Portobello, Captain Hardy, master, bound from London to Kingston in Jamaica with a cargo of cotton goods and hoop iron. Having secured their prisoners, all huddled together in a dazed, distracted group, the pirates spread over the vessel in search of plunder, handing all that was found to the giant quartermaster, who, in turn, passed it over the side of the Happy Delivery and laid it under guard at the foot of her mainmast. The cargo was useless, but there were 1,000 guineas in the ship's strong box, and there were some 8 or 10 passengers, 3 of them wealthy Jamaica merchants, all bringing home well-filled boxes from their London visit. When all the plunder was gathered, the passengers and crew were dragged to the waist, and under the cold smile of Sharkey, each in turn was thrown over the side, Sweetlocks standing by the rail and hamstringing them with his cutlass as they passed over, lest some strong swimmer should rise in judgment against them. A portly, gray-haired woman, the wife of one of the planters, was among the captives, but she also was thrust, screaming and clutching, over the side. "Mercy, you hussy!" neighed Sharkey. "You are surely a good 20 years too old for that." The captain of the Portobello, a hale, blue-eyed greybeard, was the last upon the deck. He stood, a thick-set, resolute figure, in the glare of the lanterns, while Sharkey bowed and smirked before him. "One skipper should show courtesy to another," said he, "and sink me if Captain Sharkey would be behind in good manners. I have held you to the last, as you see, where a brave man should be, so now, my bully, you have seen the end of them, and may step over with an easy mind." "So I shall, Captain Sharkey," said the old seaman, "for I have done my duty so far as my power lay. But before I go over, I would say a word in your ear." "If it be to soften me, you may save your breath. You have kept us waiting here for 3 days, and curse me if one of you shall live." "Nay, it is to tell you what you should know. You have not yet found what is the true treasure of this ship." "Not found it? Sink me, but I will slice your liver, Captain Hardy, if you do not make good your words. Where is this treasure you speak of?" "It is not a treasure of gold, but it is a fair maid, which may be no less welcome." "Where is she, then? And why is she not with the others?" "I will tell you why she is not with the others. She is the only daughter of the Count and Countess Ramirez, who are amongst those whom you have murdered. Her name is Inez Ramirez, and she is of the best blood of Spain, her father being governor of Chagre, to which he was now bound. It chanced that she was found to have formed an attachment, as maids will, to one far beneath her rank aboard the ship, so her parents, being people of great power, whose word is not to be gainsaid, constrained me to confine her close in a special cabin aft of my own. Here she was held straitly, all food being carried to her, and she allowed to see no one. This I tell you as a last gift, though why I should make it to you I do not know, for indeed you are a most bloody rascal, and it comforts me in dying to think that you will surely be gallows meat in this world, and hell's meat in the next." At the words he ran to the rail, and vaulted over into the darkness, praying as he sank into the depths of the sea that the betrayal of this maid might not be counted too heavily against his soul. The body of Captain Hardy had not yet settled upon the sand 40 fathoms deep before the pirates had rushed along the cabin gangway. There, sure enough, at the further end was a barred door overlooked in their previous search. There was no key, but they beat it in with their gunstocks, whilst shriek after shriek came from within. In the light of their outstretched lanterns they saw a young woman, in the very prime and fullness of her youth, crouching in a corner, her unkempt hair hanging to the ground, her dark eyes glaring with fear, her lovely form straining away in horror from this inrush of savage blood-stained men. Rough hands seized her. She was jerked to her feet, and dragged with scream on scream to where John Sharkey awaited her. He held the light long and fondly to her face. Then, laughing loudly, he bent forward and left his red handprint upon her cheek. "'Tis the rover's brand, lass, that he marks his ewes. Take her to the cabin and use her well. Now, hearties, get her under water, and out to our luck once more." Within an hour the good ship Portobello had settled down to her doom, till she lay beside her murdered passengers upon the Caribbean sand, while the pirate bark, her deck littered with plunder, was heading northward in search of another victim. There was a carouse that night in the cabin of the Happy Delivery, at which 3 men drank deep. They were the captain, the quartermaster, and Baldy Stable, the surgeon, a man who had held the first practice in Charleston until, misusing a patient, he fled from justice, and took his skill over to the pirates. A bloated fat man he was, with a creased neck and a great shining scalp, which gave him his name. Sharkey had put for the moment all thought of the mutiny out of his head, knowing that no animal is fierce when it is overfed, and that whilst the plunder of the great ship was new to them, he need fear no trouble from his crew. He gave himself up, therefore, to the wine and the riot, shouting and roaring with his boon companions. All three were flushed and mad, ripe for any devilment, when the thought of the woman crossed the pirate's evil mind. He yelled to the negro steward that he should bring her on the instant. Inez Ramirez had now realized it all, the death of her father and mother, and her own position in the hands of their murderers. Yet calmness had come with the knowledge, and there was no sign of terror in her proud dark face as she was led into the cabin, but rather a strange firm set of the mouth and an exultant gleam of the eyes, like one who sees great hopes in the future. She smiled at the pirate captain as he rose and seized her by the waist. "'Fore God, this is the lass of spirit!" cried Sharkey, passing his arm round her. "She was born to be a rover's bride. Come, my bird, and drink to our better friendship." "Article 6," hiccoughed the doctor. "All bona robus in common." "Ay, we hold you to that, Captain Sharkey," said Galloway. "It is so writ in Article 6. "I will cut the man into ounces who comes betwixt us," cried Sharkey, as he turned his fish-like eyes from one to the other. "Nay, lass, the man is not born that will take you from John Sharkey. Sit here upon my knee, and place your arm round me so. Sink me, if she has not learned to love me at sight. Tell me, my pretty, why you are so mishandled, and laid in the bilboes aboard yonder craft." The woman shook her head and smiled. "No Inglés, no Inglés," she lisped. She had drunk off the bumper of wine which Sharkey held to her, and her dark eyes gleamed more brightly than before. Sitting on Sharkey's knee, her arm encircled his neck, and her hand toyed with his hair, his ear, his cheek. Even the strange quartermaster and the hardened surgeon felt a horror as they watched her, but Sharkey laughed in his joy. "Curse me if she is not a lass of metal!" he cried, as he pressed her to him and kissed her unresisting lips. But a strange intent look of interest had come into the surgeon's eyes as he watched her, and his face set rigidly, as if a fearsome thought had entered his mind. There stole a grey pallor over his bull face, mottling all the red of the tropics and the flush of the wine. "Look at her hand, Captain Sharkey!" he cried. "For the Lord's sake, look at her hand!" Sharkey stared down at the hand which had fondled him. It was of a strange dead pallor, with a yellow shiny web betwixt the fingers. All over it was a white fluffy dust, like the flour of a new baked loaf. It lay thick on Sharkey's neck and cheek. With a cry of disgust he flung the woman from his lap. But in an instant, with a wild cat bound, and a scream of triumphant malice, she had sprung at the surgeon, who vanished yelling under the table. One of her clawing hands grasped Galloway by the beard, but he tore himself away, and snatching a pike, held her off from him as she gibbered and mewed with the blazing eyes of a maniac. The black steward had run in on the sudden turmoil, and among them they forced the mad creature back into a cabin and turned the key upon her. Then the three sank panting into their chairs, and looked with eyes of horror upon each other. The same word was in the mind of each, but Galloway was the first to speak it. "A leper!" he cried. "She has us all! Curse her!" "Not me," said the surgeon. "She never laid her finger on me." "For that matter," cried Galloway, "it was but my beard that she touched. I will have every hair of it off before morning." "Dolts that we were!" the surgeon shouted, beating his head with his hand. "Tainted or no, we shall never know a moment's peace till the year is up and the time of danger past. 'Fore God, that merchant skipper has left his mark on us, and pretty fools we were to think that such a maid would be quarantined for the cause he gave." It is easy to see now that her corruption broke forth in the journey, and that save throwing her over, they had no choice but to board her up until they should come to some port with a lazarette. Sharkey had sat leaning back in his chair with a ghastly face while he listened to the surgeon's words. He mopped himself with his red handkerchief, and wiped away the fatal dust with which he was smeared. "What of me?" he croaked. "What say you, Baldy Stable? Is there a chance for me? Curse you for a villain! Speak out, or I will drub you within an inch of your life, and that inch also. Is there a chance for me, I say?" But the surgeon shook his head. "Captain Sharkey," said he, "it would be an ill deed to speak you false. The taint is on you. No man on whom the leper scales have rested is ever clean again." Sharkey's head fell forward on his chest, and he sat motionless, stricken by this great and sudden horror, looking with his smouldering eyes into his fearsome future. Softly the mate and the surgeon rose from their places, and, stealing out from the poisoned air of the cabin, came forth into the freshness of the early dawn, with the soft, scent-laden breeze in their faces, and the first red feathers of cloud catching the earliest gleam of the rising sun as it shot its golden rays over the palm-clad ridges of distant Hispaniola. That morning a second council of the Rovers was held at the base of the mainmast, and a deputation chosen to see the captain. They were approaching the after cabins when Sharkey came forth, the old devil in his eyes, and his bandolier with a pair of pistols over his shoulder. "Sink you all for villains!" he cried. "Would you dare to cross my hawse? Stand out, Sweetlocks, and I will lay you open. Here, Galloway, Martin, Foley, stand by me and lash the dogs to their kennel." But his officers had deserted him, and there was none to come to his aid. There was a rush of the pirates. One was shot through the body, but an instant afterwards Sharkey had been seized and was triced to his own mainmast. His filmy eyes looked round from face to face, and there was none who felt the happier for having met them. "Captain Sharkey," said Sweetlocks, "you have mishandled many of us, and you have now pistoled John Masters, besides killing Bartholomew, the carpenter, by braining him with a bucket. All this might have been forgiven you, in that you have been our leader for years, and that we have signed articles to serve under you while the voyage lasts. But now we have heard of this bona roba on board, and we know that you are poisoned to the marrow, and that while you rot there will be no safety for any of us, but that we shall all be turned into filth and corruption. Therefore, John Sharkey, we Rovers of the Happy Delivery, in council assembled, have decreed that while there be yet time, before the plague spreads, you shall be set adrift in a boat, to find such a fate as fortune may be pleased to send you." John Sharkey said nothing, but slowly circling his head, he cursed them all with his baleful gaze. The ship's dinghy had been lowered, and he, with his hands still tied, was dropped into it on the bight of a rope. "Cast her off!" cried Sweetlocks. "Nay, hold hard a moment, Master Sweetlocks," shouted one of the crew. "What of the wench? Is she to bide aboard and poison us all?" "Send her off with her mate!" cried another, and the Rovers roared their approval. Driven forth at the end of pikes, the girl was pushed towards the boat. With all the spirit of Spain in her rotting body, she flashed triumphant glances on her captors. "Perros! Perros ingleses! Lepro! Lepro!" she cried in exultation, as they thrust her over into the boat. "Good luck, Captain! God speed you on your honeymoon!" cried a chorus of mocking voices as the painter was unloosed, and the Happy Delivery, running full before the trade wind, left the little boat astern, a tiny dot upon the vast expanse of the lonely sea. Extract from the log of H.M. 50-gun ship Hecate in her cruise off the American Main. January 26, 1721. This day, the junk having become unfit for food, and 5 of the crew down with scurvy, I ordered that we send 2 boats ashore of the nor'western point of Hispaniola to seek for fresh fruit and perchance shoot some of the wild oxen with which the island abounds. 7 p.m. The boats have returned with good store of green stuff and 2 bullocks. Mr. Woodruff, the master, reports that near the landing place, at the edge of the forest, was found the skeleton of a woman, clad in European dress, of such sort as to show that she may have been a person of quality. Her head had been crushed by a great stone which lay beside her. Hard by was a grass hut, and signs that a man had dwelt therein for some time, as was shown by charred wood, bones, and other traces. There is a rumor upon the coast that Sharkey, the bloody pirate, was marooned in these parts last year, but whether he has made his way into the interior or whether he has been picked up by some craft there is no means of knowing. If he be once again afloat, then I pray that God send him under our guns. End of The Blighting of Sharkey by Arthur Conan Doyle.
The Blue and the Gray by Stephen Leacock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Blue and the Gray, a pre-war war story. The title is selected for its originality. A set of 75 maps will be supplied to any reader free for 75 cents. This offer is only open till it is closed. Chapter 1. The scene was a striking one. It was night. Never had the Mississippi presented a more remarkable appearance. Broad bayous, swollen beyond our powers of description, swirled to and fro in the darkness under trees garlanded with Spanish moss. All moss other than Spanish had been swept away by the angry flood of the river. Eggleston Lee Carey Randolph, a young Virginian, captain of the th Company of the th Regiment of th Brigade, even this is more than we ought to say, and is hard to pronounce, attached to the Army of the Tennessee, struggled in vain with the swollen waters. At times he sank, at other times he went up. In the intervals he wondered whether it would ever be possible for him to rejoin the particular platoon of the particular regiment to which he belonged, and of which his whereabouts, not having the volume of the army record at hand, he was in ignorance. In the intervals also he reflected on his past life to a sufficient extent to give the reader a more or less workable idea as to who and to what he was. His father, the old grey-haired Virginian aristocrat, he could see him still. "Take this sword, Eggleston," he had said. "Use it for the state, never for anything else. Don't cut string with it or open tin cans. Never sheath it until the soil of Virginia is free. Keep it bright, my boy. Oil it every now and then, and you'll find it an A1 sword." Did Eggleston think, too, in his dire peril of another, younger than his father and fairer? Necessarily he did. "Go, Eggleston," she had exclaimed, as they said farewell under the portico of his father's house, where she was visiting. "It is your duty, but mine lies elsewhere. I cannot forget that I am a northern girl. I must return at once to my people in Pennsylvania. Oh, Egg, when will this cruel war end?" So had the lovers parted. Meanwhile, while Eggleston is going up and down for the 3rd time, which is, of course, the last, suppose we leave him, and turn to consider the general position of the Confederacy. All right, suppose we do. Chapter 2. At this date, the Confederate Army of the Tennessee was extended in a line with its right resting on the Tennessee and its left resting on the Mississippi. Its rear rested on the rugged stone hills of the Chickasaba Range, while its front rested on the marshes and bayous of the Yazoo. Having thus, as far as we understand military matters, both its flanks covered and its rear protected, its position was one which we ourselves consider very comfortable. It was thus in an admirable situation for holding a review, or for discussing the Constitution of the United States in reference to the right of secession. The following generals rode up and down in front of the army, namely, Mr. A.P. Hill, Mr. Longstreet, and Mr. Joseph Johnson. All these 3 celebrated men are thus presented to our readers at one and the same time, without extra charge. But who is this tall, commanding figure who rides beside them, his head bent as if listening to what they are saying? he really isn't, while his eye alternately flashes with animation or softens to its natural melancholy. In fact, we can only compare it to an electric light bulb with the power gone wrong. Who is it? It is Jefferson C. Davis, President, as our readers will be gratified to learn, of the Confederate States. It being a fine day and altogether suitable for the purpose, General Longstreet reined in his prancing black charger. During this distressed period, all the horses in both armies were charged. There was no other way to pay for them. And in a few terse words, about 3 pages, gave his views on the Constitution of the United States. Jefferson Davis, standing up in his stirrups, delivered a stirring harangue, about 6 columns, on the powers of the Supreme Court, admirably calculated to rouse the soldiers to frenzy, after which General A.P. Hill offered a short address, soldier-like and to the point, on the fundamental principles of international law, which inflamed the army to the highest pitch. At this moment an officer approached the President, saluted, and stood rigidly at attention. Davis, with that nice punctilio which marked the Southern army, returned the salute. "Do you speak first?" he said, "or did I?" "Let me," said the officer. "Your Excellency," he continued, "a young Virginian officer has just been fished out of the Mississippi." Davis's eye flashed. "Good," he said. "Look and see if there are any more." And then he added with a touch of melancholy, "The South needs them. Fish them all out. Bring this one here." Eggleston Lee Carey Randolph, still dripping from the waters of the bayou, was led by the faithful negroes who had rescued him before the generals. Davis, who kept every thread of the vast panorama of the war in his intricate brain, eyed him keenly and directed a few searching questions to him, such as, "Who are you? Where are you? What day of the week is it? How much is 9 times 12?" and so forth. Satisfied with Eggleston's answers, Davis sat in thought a moment, and then continued, "I am anxious to send someone through the entire line of the Confederate armies in such a way that he will be present at all the great battles and end up at the Battle of Gettysburg. Can you do it?" Randolph looked at his chief with a flush of pride. "I can." "Good," resumed Davis. "To accomplish this task you must carry dispatches. What they will be about I have not yet decided, but it is customary in such cases to write them so that they are calculated, if lost, to endanger the entire Confederate cause. The main thing is, can you carry them?" "Sir," said Eggleston, raising his hand in a military salute, "I am a Randolph." Davis, with soldierly dignity, removed his hat. "I am proud to hear it, Captain Randolph," he said. "And a Carey," continued our hero. Davis, with a graciousness all his own, took off his gloves. "I trust you, Major Randolph," he said. "And I am a Lee," added Eggleston quickly. Davis, with a courtly bow, unbuttoned his jacket. "It is enough," he said. "I trust you. You shall carry the dispatches. You are to carry them on your person, and, as of course you understand, you are to keep on losing them. You are to drop them into rivers, hide them in old trees, bury them under moss, talk about them in your sleep. In fact, sir," said Davis, with a slight gesture of impatience, it was his one fault, "you must act towards them as any bearer of Confederate dispatches is expected to act. The point is, can you do it, or can't you?" "Sir," said Randolph, saluting again with simple dignity, "I come from Virginia." "Pardon me," said the President, saluting with both hands. "I had forgotten it." Chapter 3. Randolph set out that night, mounted upon the fastest horse, in fact the fleetest, that the Confederate army could supply. He was attended only by a dozen faithful negroes, all devoted to his person. Riding over the Tennessee mountains by paths known absolutely to no one and never advertised, he crossed the Tombigbee, the Tahoochie, and the Tallahassee, all frightfully swollen, and arrived at the headquarters of General Braxton Bragg. At this moment Bragg was extended over some 7 miles of bush and dense swamp. His front rested on the marshes of the Tahoochie River, while his rear was doubled sharply back and rested on a dense growth of cactus plants. Our readers can thus form a fairly accurate idea of Bragg's position. Over against him, not more than 50 miles to the north, his indomitable opponent, Grant, lay in a frog swamp. The space between them was filled with Union and Confederate pickets, fraternizing, joking, roasting corn, and firing an occasional shot at one another. One glance at Randolph's dispatches was enough. "Take them at once to General Hood," said Bragg. "Where is he?" asked Eggleston with military precision. Bragg waved his sword towards the east. It was characteristic of the man that even on active service he carried a short sword, while a pistol, probably loaded, protruded from his belt. But such was Bragg. Anyway, he waved his sword. "Over there, beyond the Tahoochicaba Range," he said. "Do you know it?" "No," said Randolph, "but I can find it." "Do," said Bragg, and added, "one thing more. On your present mission, let nothing stop you. Go forward at all costs. If you come to a river, swim it. If you come to a tree, cut it down. If you strike a fence, climb over it. But don't stop. If you are killed, never mind. Do you understand?" "Almost," said Eggleston. 2 days later, Eggleston reached the headquarters of General Hood, and flung himself, rather than dismounted, from his jaded horse. "Take me to the general," he gasped. They pointed to the log cabin in which General Hood was quartered. Eggleston flung himself rather than stepped through the door. Hood looked up from the table. "Who was that flung himself in?" he asked. Randolph reached out his hand. "Dispatches," he gasped. "Food, whiskey." "Poor lad," said the general. "You are exhausted. When did you last have food?" "Yesterday morning," gasped Eggleston. "You're lucky," said Hood bitterly. "And when did you last have a drink?" "2 weeks ago," answered Randolph. "Great heaven!" said Hood, starting up. "Is it possible? Here, quick, drink it." He reached out a bottle of whiskey. Randolph drained it to the last drop. "Now, General," he said, "I am at your service." Meanwhile, Hood had cast his eye over the dispatches. "Major Randolph," he said, "you have seen General Bragg?" "I have." "And Generals Johnson and Smith?" "Yes." "You have been through Mississippi and Tennessee and seen all the battles there?" "I have," said Randolph. "Then," said Hood, "there is nothing left except to send you at once to the army in Virginia under General Lee. Remount your horse at once and ride to Gettysburg. Lose no time." Chapter 4. It was at Gettysburg in Pennsylvania that Randolph found General Lee. The famous field is too well known to need description. The armies of the North and the South lay in and around the peaceful village of Gettysburg. About it the yellow cornfields basked in the summer sun. The voices of the teachers and the laughter of merry children rose in the harvest fields. But already the shadow of war was falling over the landscape. As soon as the armies arrived, the shrewder of the farmers suspected that there would be trouble. General Lee was seated gravely on his horse, looking gravely over the ground before him. "Major Randolph," said the Confederate chieftain gravely, "you are just in time. We are about to go into action. I need your advice." Randolph bowed. "Ask me anything you like," he said. "Do you like the way I have the army placed?" asked Lee. Our hero directed a searching look over the field. "Frankly, I don't," he said. "What's the matter with it?" questioned Lee eagerly. "I felt there was something wrong with it myself. What is it?" "Your left," said Randolph, "is too far advanced. It sticks out." "By heaven," said Lee, turning to General Longstreet, "the boy is right. Is there anything else?" "Yes," said Randolph, "your right is crooked. It is all sideways." It is," said Lee, striking his forehead. "I never noticed it. I'll have it straightened at once. Major Randolph, if the Confederate cause is saved, you, and you alone, have saved it." "One thing more," said Randolph. "Is your artillery loaded?" "Major Randolph," said Lee, speaking very gravely, "you have saved us again. I never thought of it." At this moment a bullet sang past Eggleston's ear. He smiled. "The battle has begun," he murmured. Another bullet buzzed past his other ear. He laughed softly to himself. A shell burst close to his feet. He broke into uncontrollable laughter. This kind of thing always amused him. Then, turning grave in a moment, "Put General Lee under cover," he said to those about him. "Spread something over him." In a few moments the battle was raging in all directions. The Confederate army was nominally controlled by General Lee, but in reality by our hero. Eggleston was everywhere. Horses were shot under him. Mules were shot around him and behind him. Shells exploded all over him, but with undaunted courage he continued to wave his sword in all directions, riding wherever the fight was hottest. The battle raged for 3 days. On the 3rd day of the conflict, Randolph, his coat shot to rags, his hat pierced, his trousers practically useless, still stood at Lee's side, urging and encouraging him. Mounted on his charger, he flew to and fro in all parts of the field, moving the artillery, leading the cavalry, animating and directing the infantry. In fact, he was the whole battle. But his efforts were in vain. He turned sadly to General Lee. "It is bootless," he said. "What is?" asked Lee. "The army," said Randolph. "We must withdraw it." "Major Randolph," said the Confederate chief, "I yield to your superior knowledge. We must retreat." A few hours later the Confederate forces, checked but not beaten, were retiring southward towards Virginia. Eggleston, his head sunk in thought, rode in the rear. As he thus slowly neared a farmhouse, a woman, a girl, flew from it towards him with outstretched arms. "Eggleston!" she cried. Randolph flung himself from his horse. "Leonora!" he gasped. "You here, in all this danger? How comes it? What brings you here?" "We live here," she said. "This is Pa's house. This is our farm. Gettysburg is our home. Oh, Egg, it has been dreadful, the noise of the battle. We couldn't sleep for it. Pa's all upset about it. But come in, do come in. Dinner's nearly ready." Eggleston gazed a moment at the retreating army. Duty and affection struggled in his heart. "I will," he said. Chapter 5. Conclusion. The strife is done. The conflict has ceased. The wounds are healed. North and South are one. East and West are even less. The Civil War is over. Lee is dead. Grant is buried in New York. The Union Pacific runs from Omaha to San Francisco. There is total prohibition in the United States. The output of dressed beef last year broke all records. And Eggleston Lee Carey Randolph survives, hale and hearty, bright and cheery, free and easy, and so forth. There is gray hair upon his temples, some, not much, and his step has lost something of its elasticity, not a great deal, and his form is somewhat bowed, though not really crooked. But he still lives there in the farmstead at Gettysburg, and Leonora, now, like himself, an old woman, is still at his side. You may see him any day. In fact, he is the old man who shows you over the battlefield for 50 cents and explains how he himself fought and won the great battle. End of The Blue and the Grey. Read by Sean Michael Hogan, St. John's, Newfoundland, Canada.
Daisy by W. Somerset Maugham. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Bologna Times. Daisy by W. Somerset Maugham. It was Sunday morning, a damp, warm November morning, with the sky overhead gray and low. Miss Reed stopped a little to take breath before climbing the hill, at the top of which, in the middle of the churchyard, was Blackstable Church. Miss Reed panted, and the sultriness made her loosen her jacket. She stood at the junction of the two roads which led to the church, one from the harbor end of the town and the other from the station. Behind her lay the houses of Blackstable, the wind-beaten houses with slate roofs of the old fishing village and the red brick villas of the seaside resort which Blackstable was fast becoming. In the harbor were the masts of the ships, colliers that brought coal from the north, and beyond the gray sea, very motionless, mingling in the distance with the sky. The peal of the church bells ceased, and was replaced by a single bell, ringing a little hurriedly, querulously, which denoted that there were only 10 minutes before the beginning of the service. Miss Reed walked on. She looked curiously at the people who passed her, wondering. "Good morning, Mr. Golding," she said to a fisherman who pounded by her, ungainly in his Sunday clothes. "Good morning, Miss Reed," he replied. "Warm this morning." She wondered whether he knew anything of the subject that made her heart beat with excitement whenever she thought of it, and for thinking of it she hadn't slept a wink all night. "Have you seen Mr. Griffith this morning?" she asked, watching his face. "No. I saw Mrs. Griffith and George as I was walking up." "Oh, they are coming to church, then?" Miss Reed cried with the utmost surprise. Mr. Golding looked at her stupidly, not understanding her agitation. But they had reached the church. Miss Reed stopped in the porch to wipe her boots and pass an arranging hand over her hair. Then, gathering herself together, she walked down the aisle to her pew. She arranged the hassock and knelt down, clasping her hands and closing her eyes. She said the Lord's Prayer, and, being a religious woman, she did not immediately rise, but remained a certain time in the same position of worship to cultivate a proper frame of mind. Her long sallow face upraised, her mouth firmly closed, and her eyelids quivering a little from the devotional force with which she kept her eyes shut. Her thin bust, very erect, was encased in a black jacket as in a coat of steel. But when Miss Reed considered that a due period had elapsed, she opened her eyes, and, as she rose from her knees, bent over to a lady sitting just in front of her. "Have you heard about the Griffiths, Mrs. Howlett?" "No. What is it?" answered Mrs. Howlett, half turning round, intensely curious. Miss Reed waited a moment to heighten the effect of her statement. "Daisy Griffith has eloped with an officer from the depot at Tercanbury." Mrs. Howlett gave a little gasp. "You don't say so!" "It's all they could expect," whispered Miss Reed. "They ought to have known something was the matter when she went to Tercanbury 3 or 4 times a week." Blackstable is 6 miles from Tercanbury, which is a cathedral city and has a cavalry depot. "I've seen her hanging about the barracks with my own eyes," said Mrs. Howlett, "but I never suspected anything." "Shocking, isn't it?" said Miss Reed, with suppressed delight. "But how did you find out?" asked Mrs. Howlett. "Sh!" whispered Miss Reed. The widow, in her excitement, had raised her voice a little, and Miss Reed could never suffer the least irreverence in church. "She never came back last night, and George Browning saw them get into the London train at Tercanbury." "Well, I never!" exclaimed Mrs. Howlett. "Do you think the Griffiths will have the face to come to church?" "I shouldn't if I was them," said Miss Reed. But at that moment the vestry door was opened, and the organ began to play the hymn. "I'll see you afterwards," Miss Reed whispered hurriedly, and rising from their seats, both ladies began to sing. "O Jesu, thou art standing outside the fast closed door, in lowly patience waiting to pass the threshold door. We bear the name of Christians." Miss Reed held the book rather close to her face, being short-sighted, but without even lifting her eyes. She had become aware of the entrance of Mrs. Griffith and George. She glanced significantly at Mrs. Howlett. Mr. Griffith hadn't come, although he was churchwarden, and Mrs. Howlett gave an answering look, which meant that it was then evidently quite true. But they both gathered themselves together for the last verse, taking breath. "O Jesus, thou art pleading in accents meek and low. Amen." The congregation fell to its knees, and the curate, rolling his eyes to see who was in church, began gabbling the morning prayers. "Dearly beloved brethren." II. At the Sunday dinner, the vacant place of Daisy Griffith stared at them. Her father sat at the head of the table, looking down at his plate, in silence. Every now and then, without raising his head, he glanced up at the empty space, filled with a madness of grief. He had gone into Tercanbury in the morning, inquiring at the houses of all Daisy's friends, imagining that she had spent the night with one of them. He could not believe that George Browning's story was true. He could so easily have been mistaken in the semi-darkness of the station. And even he had gone to the barracks (his cheeks still burned with the humiliation), asking if they knew a Daisy Griffith. He pushed his plate away with a groan. He wished passionately that it were Monday, so that he could work, and the post would surely bring a letter, explaining. "The vicar asked where you were," said Mrs. Griffith. Robert, the father, looked at her with his pained eyes, but her eyes were hard and shining. Her lips almost disappeared in the tight closing of the mouth. She was willing to believe the worst. He looked at his son. He was frowning. He looked as coldly angry as the mother. He, too, was willing to believe everything, and they neither seemed very sorry. Perhaps they were even glad. "I was the only one who loved her," he muttered to himself, and pushing back his chair he got up and left the room. He almost tottered. He had aged 20 years in the night. "Aren't you going to have any pudding?" asked his wife. He made no answer. He walked out into the courtyard quite aimlessly. but the force of habit took him to the workshop, where, every Sunday afternoon, he was used to going after dinner to see that everything was in order, and today also he opened the window, put away a tool which the men had left about, examined the Saturday's work. Mrs. Griffith and George, stiff and ill at ease in his clumsy Sunday clothes, went on with their dinner. "Do you think the vicar knew?" he asked as soon as the father had closed the door. "I don't think he'd have asked if he had. Mrs. Gray might, but he's too simple. Unless she put him up to it." "I thought I should never get round with the plate," said George. Mr. Griffith, being a carpenter, which is respectable and well-to-do, which is honourable, had been made churchwarden, and part of his duty was to take round the offertory plate. This duty George performed in his father's occasional absences, as when a coffin was very urgently required. "I wasn't going to let them get anything out of me," said Mrs. Griffith defiantly. All through the service a number of eyes had been fixed on them, eager to catch some sign of emotion, full of horrible curiosity to know what the Griffiths felt and thought, but Mrs. Griffith had been inscrutable. III. Next day the Griffiths lay in wait for the postman. George sat by the parlour window, peeping through the muslin curtains. "Fanning's just coming up the street," he said at last. Until the post had come, old Griffith could not work. In the courtyard at the back was heard the sound of hammering. There was a rat-tat at the door, the sound of a letter falling on the mat, and Fanning the postman passed on. George leaned back quickly so that he might not see him. Mr. Griffith fetched the letter, opened it with trembling hands. He gave a little gasp of relief. "She's got a situation in London." "Is that all she says?" asked Mrs. Griffith. "Give me the letter," and she almost tore it from her husband's hand. She read it through, and uttered a little ejaculation of contempt, almost of triumph. "You don't mean to say you believe that?" she cried. "Let's look, mother," said George. He read the letter, and he too gave a snort of contempt. "She says she's got a situation," repeated Mrs. Griffith, with a sneer at her husband, "and we're not to be angry or anxious, and she's quite happy, and we can write to Charing Cross Post Office. I know what sort of situation she's got." Mr. Griffith looked from his wife to his son. "Don't you think it's true?" he asked helplessly. At the first moment he had put the fullest faith in Daisy's letter. He had been so anxious to believe it. But the scorn of the others. "There's Miss Reed coming down the street," said George. "She's looking this way, and she's crossing over. I believe she's coming in." "What does she want?" asked Mrs. Griffith angrily. There was another knock at the door, and through the curtains they saw Miss Reed's eyes looking towards them, trying to pierce the muslin. Mrs. Griffith motioned the two men out of the room, and hurriedly put antimacassars on the chairs. The knock was repeated, and Mrs. Griffith, catching hold of a duster, went to the door. "Oh, Miss Reed, who'd have thought of seeing you?" she cried with surprise. "I hope I'm not disturbing," answered Miss Reed, with an acid smile. "Oh dear, no," said Mrs. Griffith. "I was just doing the dusting in the parlour. Come in, won't you? The place is all upside down, but you won't mind that, will you?" Miss Reed sat on the edge of a chair. "I thought I'd just pop in to ask about dear Daisy. I met Fanning as I was coming along, and he told me you'd had a letter." "Oh, Daisy?" Mrs. Griffith had understood at once why Miss Reed came, but she was rather at a loss for an answer. "Yes, we have had a letter from her. She's up in London." "Yes, I knew that," said Miss Reed. "George Browning saw them get into the London train, you know." Mrs. Griffith saw it was no good fencing, but an idea occurred to her. "Yes, of course her father and I are very distressed about her eloping like that." "I can quite understand that," said Miss Reed. "But it was on account of his family. He didn't want anyone to know about it till he was married." "Oh," said Miss Reed, raising her eyebrows very high. "Yes," said Mrs Griffith, "that's what she said in her letter. They were married on Saturday at a registry office." "But, Mrs Griffith, I'm afraid she's been deceiving you. It's Captain Hogan, and he's a married man." She could have laughed outright at the look of dismay on Mrs Griffith's face. The blow was sudden, and notwithstanding all her power of self-control, Mrs Griffith could not help herself. But at once she recovered. An angry flush appeared on her cheekbones. "You don't mean it!" she cried. "I'm afraid it's quite true," said Miss Reed humbly. "In fact, I know it is." "Then she's a lying, deceitful hussy, and she's made a fool of all of us. I give you my word of honour that she told us she was married. I'll fetch you the letter." Mrs Griffith rose from her chair, but Miss Reed put out a hand to stop her. "Oh, don't trouble, Mrs Griffith. Of course I believe you," she said, and Mrs Griffith immediately sat down again. But she burst into a storm of abuse of Daisy for her deceitfulness and wickedness. She vowed she would never forgive her. She assured Miss Reed again and again that she had known nothing about it. Finally she burst into a perfect torrent of tears. Miss Reed was mildly sympathetic, but now she was anxious to get away to impart her news to the rest of Blackstable. Mrs Griffith sobbed her visitor out of the front door, but, when she had closed it, dried her tears. She went into the parlour and flung open the door that led to the back room. Griffith was sitting with his face hidden in his hands, and every now and then a sob shook his great frame. George was very pale, biting his nails. "You heard what she said," cried Mrs Griffith. "He's married." She looked at her husband contemptuously. "It's all very well for you to carry on like that now. It was you who did it. It was all your fault. If she'd been brought up as I wanted her to be, this wouldn't ever have happened." Again there was a knock, and George, going out, ushered in Mrs Gray, the vicar's wife. She rushed in when she heard the sound of voices. "Oh, Mrs Griffith, it's dreadful, simply dreadful. Miss Reed has just told me all about it. What is to be done? And what'll the dissenters make of it? Oh dear, it's simply dreadful." "You've just come in time, Mrs Gray," said Mrs Griffith angrily. "It's not my fault, I can tell you that. It's her father who brought it about. He would have her go into Tercanbury to be educated, and he would have her take singing lessons and dancing lessons. The church school was good enough for George. It's been Daisy this and Daisy that all through. Me and George have always put by for Daisy. I didn't want her brought up above her station, I can assure you. It's him who would have her brought up as a lady. And see what's come of it. And he let her spend any money she liked on her dress. It wasn't me that let her go into Tercanbury every day of the week if she wanted to. I knew she was up to no good. There you see what you brought to her. It's you who's disgraced us all." She hissed out the words with intense malignity, nearly screaming in the bitterness she felt towards the beautiful daughter of better education than herself, almost of different station. It was all but a triumph for her that this had happened. It brought her daughter down. She turned the tables, and now, from the superiority of her virtue, she looked down upon her with utter contempt. IV. On the following Sunday the people of Blackstable enjoyed an emotion, as Miss Reed said. "It was worth going to church this morning, even for a dissenter." The vicar was preaching, and the congregation paid a very languid attention, but suddenly a curious little sound went through the church, one of those scarcely perceptible noises which no comparison can explain. It was a quick attraction of all eyes, an arousing of somnolent intelligences, a slight, quick drawing in of the breath. The listeners had heeded very indifferently Mr. Gray's admonitions to brotherly love and charity as matters which did not concern them other than abstractedly, but quite suddenly they had realized that he was bringing his discourse round to the subject of Daisy Griffith, and they pricked up both ears. They saw it coming directly along the highways of vanity and luxuriousness, and everyone became intensely wide awake. "And we have in all our minds," he said at last, "the terrible fall which has almost broken the hearts of sorrowing parents and brought bitter grief and shame to all of us." He went on hinting at the scandal in the manner of the personal columns in newspapers, and drawing a number of obvious morals. The Griffith family were sitting in their pew well in view of the congregation, and losing even the shadow of decency, the people turned round and stared at them, ghoul-like. Robert Griffith sat in the corner with his head bent down, huddled up, his rough face speaking in all its lines the terrible humiliation. His hair was all dishevelled. He was not more than 50, and he looked an old man. But Mrs. Griffith sat next him, very erect, not leaning against the back, with her head well up, her mouth firmly closed, and she looked straight in front of her, her little eyes sparkling, as if she had not an idea that 100 people were staring at her. In the other corner was George, very white, looking up at the roof in simulation of indifference. Suddenly a sob came from the Griffiths' pew, and people saw that the father had broken down. He seemed to forget where he was, and he cried as if indeed his heart were broken. The great tears ran down his cheeks in the sight of all, the painful tears of men. He had not even the courage to hide his face in his hands. Still Mrs. Griffith made no motion. She never gave a sign that she heard her husband's agony, but 2 little red spots appeared angrily on her cheekbones, and perhaps she compressed her lips a little more tightly. V. 6 months passed. One evening, when Mr. Griffith was standing at the door after work, smoking his pipe, the postman handed him a letter. He changed colour, and his hand shook when he recognized the handwriting. He turned quickly into the house. "A letter from Daisy," he said. They had not replied to her first letter, and since then had heard nothing. "Give it to me," said his wife. He drew it quickly towards him, with an instinctive gesture of retention. "It's addressed to me." "Well, then, you'd better open it." He looked up at his wife. He wanted to take the letter away and read it alone, but her eyes were upon him, compelling him there and then to open it. "She wants to come back," he said in a broken voice. Mrs. Griffith snatched the letter from him. "That means he's left her," she said. The letter was all incoherent, nearly incomprehensible, covered with blots, every other word scratched out. One could see that the girl was quite distraught, and Mrs. Griffith's keen eyes saw the trace of tears on the paper. It was a long, bitter cry of repentance. She begged them to take her back, repeating again and again the cry of penitence, piteously beseeching them to forgive her. "I'll go and write to her," said Mr. Griffith. "Write what?" "Why, that it's all right, and she isn't to worry, and we want her back, and that I'll go up and fetch her." Mrs. Griffith placed herself between him and the door. "What do you mean?" she cried. "She's not coming back into my house." Mr. Griffith started back. "You don't want to leave her where she is. She says she'll kill herself." "Yes, I believe that," she replied scornfully, and then, gathering up her anger, "Do you mean to say you expect me to have her in the house after what she's done? I tell you I won't. She's never coming in this house again as long as I live. I'm an honest woman, and she isn't. She's a—" Mrs. Griffith called her daughter the foulest name that can be applied to her sex. Mr. Griffith stood indecisively before his wife. "But think what a state she's in, mother. She was crying when she wrote the letter." "Let her cry. She'll have to cry a lot more before she's done. And it serves her right. She'll have to go through a good deal more than that, just before God forgives her, I can tell you." "Perhaps she's starving." "Let her starve, for all I care. She's dead to us. I've told everyone in Blackstable that I haven't got a daughter now, and if she came on her bended knees before me, I'd spit on her." George had come in and listened to the conversation. "Think what people would say, father," he said now. As it is, it's jolly awkward, I can tell you. No one would speak to us if she was back again. It's not as if people didn't know. Everyone in Blackstable knows what she's been up to." "And what about George?" put in Mrs. Griffith. "Do you think the Pollets would stand it?" George was engaged to Edith Pollet. "She'd be quite capable of breaking it if Daisy came back," said George. "She said as much." "Quite right, too," cried his mother. "And I'm not going to be like Mrs. J with Lottie. Everyone knows about Lottie's goings on, and you can see how people treat them, her and her mother. When Mrs. Gray passes them in the street, she always goes on the other side. No, I've always held my head high, and I'm always going to. I've never done anything to be ashamed of, as far as I know, and I'm not going to begin now. Everyone knows it was no fault of mine what Daisy did, and all through I've behaved so that no one should think the worse of me." Mr. Griffith sank helplessly into a chair. The old habit of submission asserted itself, and his weakness gave way as usual before his wife's strong will. He had not the courage to oppose her. "What shall I answer, then?" he asked. "Answer? Nothing. I must write something. She'll be waiting for the letter, and waiting and waiting. Let her wait." VI. A few days later another letter came from Daisy, asking pitifully why they didn't write, begging them again to forgive her and take her back. The letter was addressed to Mr. Griffith. The girl knew that it was only from him she might expect mercy, but he was out when it arrived. Mrs. Griffith opened it and passed it on to her son. They looked at one another guiltily. The same thought had occurred to both, and each knew it was in the other's mind. "I don't think we'd better let father see it," Mrs. Griffith said, a little uncertainly. "It'll do no good, and it'll only distress him." "And it's no good making a fuss because we can't have her back." "She'll never enter this door as long as I'm in the world. I think I'll lock it up." "I'd burn it, if I was you, mother. It's safer." Then every day Mrs. Griffith made a point of going to the door herself for the letters. 2 more came from Daisy. "I know it's not you. It's mother and George. They've always hated me. Oh, don't be so cruel, father. You don't know what I've gone through. I've cried and cried till I thought I should die. For God's sake, write to me. They might let you write just once. I'm alone all day, day after day, and I think I shall go mad. You might take me back. I'm sure I've suffered enough. And you wouldn't know me now. I'm so changed. Tell mother that if she'll only forgive me I'll be quite different. I'll do the housework and anything she tells me. I'll be a servant to you, and you can send the girl away. If you knew how I repent. Do forgive me and have me back. Oh, I know that no one would speak to me, but I don't care about that, if only I can be with you." "She doesn't think about us," said George. "What we should do if she were back. No one would speak to us, either." But the next letter said that she couldn't bear the terrible silence. If her father didn't write her, she'd come down to Blackstable. Mrs. Griffith was furious. "I'd shut the door in her face. I wonder how she can dare to come." "It's jolly awkward," said George. "Supposing father found out we'd kept back the letters." "It was for his own good," said Mrs. Griffith, angrily. "I'm not ashamed of what I've done, and I'll tell him so to his face if he says anything to me." "Well, it is awkward. You know what father is. If he saw her—" Mrs. Griffith paused a moment. "You must go up and see her, George." "Me?" he cried in astonishment, a little in terror. "You must go as if you came from your father, to say we won't have anything more to do with her, and she's not to write." VII. Next day George Griffith, on getting out of the station at Victoria, jumped on a Fulham bus, taking his seat with the self-assertiveness of the countryman who intends to show the Londoners that he's as good as they are. He was in some trepidation and his best clothes. He didn't know what to say to Daisy, and his hands sweated uncomfortably. When he knocked at the door he wished she might be out, but that would be only postponing the ordeal. "Does Mrs. Hogan live here?" "Yes. Who shall I say? Say a gentleman wants to see her." He followed quickly on the landlady's heels and passed through the door the woman opened while she was giving the message. Daisy sprang to her feet with a cry. "George!" She was very pale, her blue eyes dim and lifeless, with the lids heavy and red. She was in a dressing gown, her beautiful hair disheveled, wound loosely into a knot at the back of her head. She had not half the beauty of her old self. George, to affirm the superiority of virtue over vice, kept his hat on. She looked at him with frightened eyes, then her lips quivered, and turning away her head, she fell on a chair and burst into tears. George looked at her sternly. His indignation was greater than ever now that he saw her. His old jealousy made him exult at the change in her. "She's got nothing much to boast about now," he said to himself, noting how ill she looked. "Oh, George!" she began, sobbing, but he interrupted her. "I've come from father," he said, "and we don't want to have anything more to do with you, and you're not to write." "Oh!" She looked at him now with her eyes suddenly quite dry. They seemed to burn her in their sockets. "Did he send you here to tell me that?" "Yes, and you're not to come down." She put her hand to her forehead, looking vacantly before her. "But what am I to do? I haven't got any money. I've pawned everything." George looked at her silently, but he was horribly curious. "Why did he leave you?" he said. She made no answer. She looked before her as if she were going out of her mind. "Has he left you any money?" asked George. Then she started up, her cheeks flaming red. "I wouldn't touch a halfpenny of his. I'd rather starve," she screamed. George shrugged his shoulders. "Well, you understand?" he said. "Oh, how can you? It's all you and mother. You've always hated me. But I'll pay you out. By God, I'll pay you out. I know what you are, all of you. You and mother, and all the Blackstable people. You're a set of damned hypocrites." "Look here, Daisy, I'm not going to stand here and hear you talk like that of me and mother," he replied with dignity. "And as for the Blackstable people, you're not fit to associate with them. And I can see where you learnt your language." Daisy burst into hysterical laughter. George became more angry, virtuously indignant. "Oh, you can laugh as much as you like. I know your repentance is a lot of damned humbug. You've always been a conceited little beast, and you've been stuck up and cocky because you thought yourself nice looking, and because you were educated in Tercanbury, and no one was good enough for you in Blackstable. And I'm jolly glad that all this has happened to you. It serves you jolly well right. And if you dare to show yourself at Blackstable, we'll send for the police." Daisy stepped up to him. "I'm a damned bad lot," she said, "but I swear I'm not half as bad as you are. You know what you're driving me to." "You don't think I care what you do," he answered, as he flung himself out the door. He slammed it behind him, and he also slammed the front door to show that he was a man of high principles. And even George Washington, when he said, "I cannot tell a lie, I did it with my little hatchet," did not feel so righteous as George Griffith at that moment. Daisy went to the window to see him go, and then, throwing up her arms, she fell on her knees, weeping, weeping, and she cried, "My God, have pity on me." VIII. "I wouldn't go through it again for £100," said George, when he recounted his experience to his mother, "and she wasn't a bit humble, as you'd expect." "Oh, that's Daisy all over. Whatever happens to her, she'll be as bold as brass." "And she didn't choose her language," he said, with mingled grief and horror. They heard nothing more of Daisy for over a year. When George went up to London for the choir treat, he did not come back till 3 o'clock in the morning, but he went at once to his mother's room. He woke her very carefully, so as not to disturb his father. She started up, about to speak, but he prevented her with his hand. "Come outside. I've got something to tell you." Mrs Griffith was about to tell him rather crossly to wait till the morrow, but he interrupted her. "I've seen Daisy." She quickly got out of bed, and they went together into the parlor. "I couldn't keep it till the morning," he said. "What do you think she's doing now? Well, after we came out of the Empire, I went down Piccadilly and, well, I saw Daisy standing there. It did give me a turn, I can tell you. I thought some of the chaps would see her. I simply went cold all over, but they were on ahead and hadn't noticed her." "Thank God for that," said Mrs Griffith, piously. "Well, what do you think I did? I went straight up to her and looked her full in the face. But do you think she moved a muscle? She simply looked at me as if she'd never set eyes on me before. Well, I was taken aback, I can tell you. I thought she'd faint. Not a bit of it." "No, I know Daisy," said Mrs Griffith. "You think she's this and that because she looks at you with those blue eyes of hers, as if she couldn't say boo to a goose. But she's got the very devil inside her. Well, I shall tell her father that, just so as to let him see what she has come to." The existence of the Griffith household went on calmly. Husband and wife and son led their life in the dull little fishing town. The seasons passed insensibly into one another. One year slid gradually into the next, and the 5 years that went by seemed like one long, long day. Mrs Griffith did not alter an atom. She performed her housework, went to church regularly, and behaved like a Christian woman in that state of life in which a merciful Providence had been pleased to put her. George got married, and on Sunday afternoons could be seen wheeling an infant in a perambulator along the street. He was a good husband and an excellent father. He never drank too much. He worked well. He was careful of his earnings, and he also went to church regularly. His ambition was to become churchwarden after his father. And even in Mr. Griffith there was not so very much change. He was more bowed, his hair and beard were greyer. His face was set in an expression of passive misery, and he was extremely silent. But as Mrs. Griffith said, "Of course he's getting old. One can't expect to remain young for ever." She was a woman who frequently said profound things. "And I've known all along he wasn't the sort of man to make old bones. He's never had the go in him that I have. Why, I'd make two of him." The Griffiths were not so well to do as before. As Blackstable became a more important health resort, a regular undertaker opened a shop there, and his window, with two little model coffins and an arrangement of black Prince of Wales feathers surrounded by a white wreath, took the fancy of the natives, so that Mr. Griffith almost completely lost the most remunerative part of his business. Other carpenters sprang into existence and took away much of the trade. "I've no patience with him," said Mrs. Griffith of her husband. "He lets these newcomers come along and just take the bread out of his hands. Oh, if I was a man, I'd make things different, I can tell you. He doesn't seem to care." At last, one day George came to his mother in a state of tremendous excitement. "I say, mother, you know the pantomime they've got at Tercanbury this week?" "Yes." "Well, the principal boy's Daisy." Mrs. Griffith sank into a chair, gasping. "Harry Feme's been, and he recognized her at once. It's all over the town." Mrs. Griffith, for the first time in her life, was completely at a loss for words. "Tomorrow's the last night," added her son, after a little while, "and all the Blackstable people are going." "To think that this should happen to me!" said Mrs. Griffith, distractedly. "What have I done to deserve it? Why couldn't it happen to Mrs. Garman or Mrs. J? If the Lord had seen fit to bring it upon them, well, I shouldn't have wondered." "Edith wants us to go," said George. Edith was his wife. "You don't mean to say you're going, with all the Blackstable people there?" "Well, Edith says we ought to go, just to show them we don't care." "Well, I shall come too," cried Mrs. Griffith. IX. Next evening Half Blackstable took the special train to Tercanbury, which had been put on for the pantomime, and there was such a crowd at the doors that the impresario half thought of extending his stay. The Rev. Charles Gray and Mrs. Gray were there, also James, their nephew. Mr. Gray had some scruples about going to a theatre, but his wife said a pantomime was quite different. Besides, curiosity may gently enter even a clerical bosom. Miss Reed was there in black satin, with her friend Mrs. Howlett. Mrs. Griffith sat in the middle of the stalls, flanked by her dutiful son and her daughter-in-law, and George searched for female beauty with his opera glass, which is quite the proper thing to do on such occasions. The curtain went up, and the villagers of Dick Whittington's native place sang a chorus. "Now she's coming," whispered George. All those Blackstable hearts stood still, and Daisy, as Dick Whittington, bounded on the stage, in flesh-colored tights, with particularly scanty trunks, and her bodice rather low. The vicar's nephew sniggered, and Mrs. Gray gave him a reproachful glance. All the other Blackstable people looked pained. Miss Reed blushed. But as Daisy waved her hand and gave a kick, the audience broke out into prolonged applause. Tercanbury people have no moral sense, although Tercanbury is a cathedral city. Daisy began to sing. "I'm a jolly sort of boy, lolly lolly, and I don't care a damn who knows it, as I'm fond of every joy. Oi, oi, as you might very well suppose it, tolly olly olly ot." Then the audience of a cathedral city, as Mr. Gray said, took up the refrain. Tolly olly 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 ot. However, the piece went on to the bitter end, and Dick Whittington appeared in many different costumes, and sang many songs, and kicked many kicks, till he was finally made Lord Mayor in tights. Ah, it was an evening of bitter humiliation for Blackstable people. Some of them, as Miss Reed said, behaved scandalously. They really appeared to enjoy it. And even George laughed at some of the jokes the cat made, though his wife and his mother sternly reproved him. "I'm ashamed of you, George, laughing at such a time," they said. Afterward the Grays and Miss Reed got into the same railway carriage with the Griffiths. "Well, Mrs. Griffith," said the vicar's wife, "what do you think of your daughter now?" "Mrs. Gray," said Mrs. Griffith solemnly, "I haven't got a daughter." "That's a very proper spirit in which to look at it," answered the lady. She was simply covered with diamonds. "They must be worth a fortune," said Miss Reed. "Oh, I dare say they're not real," said Mrs. Gray. "At that distance, and with the limelight, you know, it's very difficult to tell." "I'm sorry to say," said Mrs. Griffith, with some asperity, feeling the doubt almost an affront to her, "I'm sorry to say that I know they're real." The ladies coughed discreetly, scenting a little scandalous mystery which they must get out of Mrs. Griffith at another opportunity. "My nephew James says she earns at least £30 or £40 a week." Miss Reed sighed at the thought of such depravity. "It's very sad," she remarked, "to think of such things happening to a fellow creature." "But what I can't understand," said Mrs. Gray next morning at the breakfast table, "is how she got into such a position. We all know that at one time she was to be seen in a very questionable place, at an hour which left no doubt about her means of livelihood. I must say I thought she was quite lost." "Oh, well, I can tell you that easily enough," replied her nephew. "She's being kept by Sir Somebody Something, and he's running the show for her." "James, I wish you would be more careful about your language. It's not necessary to call a spade, and you can surely find a less objectionable expression to explain the relationship between the persons. Don't you remember his name?" "No, I heard it, but I've really forgotten." "I see in this week's Tercanbury Times that there's a Sir Herbert Ously Farrowham staying at the George just now." "That's it, Sir Herbert Ously Farrowham. How sad. I'll look him out in Burke." She took down the reference book which was kept beside the clergy list. Dear me, he's only 29. And he's got a house in Cavendish Square, and a house in the country. He must be very well to do. And he belongs to the Junior Carlton and 2 other clubs. And he's got a sister who's married to Lord Edward Lake." Mrs. Gray closed the book and held it with a finger to mark the place, like a Bible. "It's very sad to think of the dissipation of so many members of the aristocracy. It sets such a bad example to the lower classes." Part 10. They showed old Griffith a portrait of Daisy in her theatrical costume. "Has she come to that?" he said. He looked at it a moment, then savagely tore it in pieces and flung it in the fire. "Oh, my God!" he groaned. He could not get out of his head the picture, the shamelessness of the costume, the smile, the evident prosperity and content. He felt now that he had lost his daughter indeed. All these years he had kept his heart open to her, and his heart had bled when he thought of her starving, ragged, perhaps dead. He had thought of her begging her bread and working her beautiful hands to the bone in some factory. He had always hoped that some day she could return to him, purified by the fire of suffering. But she was prosperous and happy and rich. She was applauded, worshipped. The papers were full of her praise. Old Griffith was filled with a feeling of horror, of immense repulsion. She was flourishing in her sin, and he loathed her. He had been so ready to forgive her when he thought her despairing and unhappy, but now he was implacable. 3 months later Mrs. Griffith came to her husband, trembling with excitement, and handing him a cutting from a paper. "We hear that Miss Daisy Griffith, who earned golden opinions in the provinces last winter with her Dick Whittington, is about to be married to Sir Herbert Ouseley Farrowham. Her friends, and their name is legion, will join us in the heartiest congratulations." He returned the paper without answering. "Well?" asked his wife. "It is nothing to me. I don't know either of the parties mentioned." At that moment there was a knock at the door, and Mrs. Gray and Miss Reed entered, having met on the doorstep. Mrs. Griffith at once regained her self-possession. "Have you heard the news, Mrs. Griffith?" said Miss Reed. "Do you mean about the marriage of Sir Herbert Ouseley Farrowham?" She mouthed the long name. "Yes," replied the 2 ladies together. "It is nothing to me. I have no daughter, Mrs. Gray." "I'm sorry to hear you say that, Mrs. Griffith," said Mrs. Gray very stiffly. "I think you show a most unforgiving spirit." "Yes," said Miss Reed, "I can't help thinking that if you treated poor Daisy in in a more Christian way, you might have saved her from a great deal." "Yes," added Mrs. Gray, "I must say that all through I don't think you've shown a nice spirit at all. I remember poor, dear Daisy quite well, and she had a very sweet character, and I'm sure that if she'd been treated a little more gently, nothing of all this would have happened." Mrs. Gray and Miss Reed looked at Mrs. Griffith sternly and reproachfully. They felt themselves like God Almighty judging a miserable sinner. Mrs. Griffith was extremely angry. She felt that she was being blamed most unjustly, and moreover, she was not used to being blamed. "I'm sure you're very kind, Mrs. Gray and Miss Reed, but I must take the liberty of saying that I know best what my daughter was." "Mrs. Griffith, all I say is this. You are not a good mother." "Excuse me, madam," said Mrs. Griffith, having grown red with anger. But Mrs. Gray interrupted. "I am truly sorry to have to say it to one of my parishioners, but you are not a good Christian. And we all know that your husband's business isn't going at all well, and I think it's a judgment of Providence." "Very well, ma'am," said Mrs. Griffith, getting up. "You're at liberty to think what you please, but I shall not come to church again. Mr. Friend, the Baptist minister, has asked me to go to his chapel, and I'm sure he won't treat me like that." "I'm sure we don't want you to come to church in that spirit, Mrs. Griffith. That's not the spirit with which you can please God, Mrs. Griffith. I can quite imagine now why dear Daisy ran away. You're no Christian." "I'm sure I don't care what you think, Mrs. Gray, but I'm as good as you are." "Will you open the door for me, Mrs. Griffith?" said Mrs. Gray, with outraged dignity. "Oh, you can open it yourself, Mrs. Gray," replied Mrs. Griffith. Part 11. Mrs. Griffith went to see her daughter-in-law. "I've never been spoken to in that way before," she said. "Fancy me not being a Christian. I'm a better Christian than Mrs. Gray any day. I like Mrs. Gray, with the airs that she gives herself. As if she'd got anything to boast about. No, Edith, I've said it, and I'm not the woman to go back on what I've said. I'll not go to church again. From this day I go to chapel." But George came in to see his mother a few days later. "Look here, mother. Edith says you'd better forgive Daisy now." "George!" cried his mother. "I've only done my duty all through, and if you think it's my duty to forgive my daughter now she's going to enter the bonds of holy matrimony, I will do so. No one can say that I'm not a Christian, and I haven't said the Lord's Prayer night and morning ever since I remember for nothing." Mrs. Griffith sat down to write, looking up to her son for inspiration. "Dearest Daisy," he said. "No, George," she replied. "I'm not going to cringe to my daughter, although she is going to be a lady. I shall simply say Daisy." The letter was very dignified, gently reproachful, for Daisy had undoubtedly committed certain peccadilloes, although she was going to be a baronet's wife. But still it was completely forgiving, and Mrs. Griffith signed herself, "Your loving and forgiving mother, whose heart you nearly broke." But the letter was not answered, and a couple of weeks later the same Sunday paper contained an announcement of the date of the marriage and the name of the church. Mrs. Griffith wrote a second time. "My darling daughter, I am much surprised at receiving no answer to my long letter. All is forgiven. I should so much like to see you again before I die, and to have you married from your father's house. All is forgiven. Your loving mother, Mary Ann Griffith." This time the letter was returned, unopened. "George," cried Mrs. Griffith, "she's got her back up." "And the wedding's tomorrow," he replied. "It's most awkward, George. I've told all the Blackstable people that I've forgiven her, and that Sir Herbert has written to say he wants to make my acquaintance. And I've got a new dress on purpose to go to the wedding. Oh, she's a cruel and exasperating thing, George. I never liked her. You were always my favourite." "Well, I do think she's not acting as she should," replied George, "and I'm sure I don't know what's to be done." But Mrs. Griffith was a woman who made up her mind quickly. "I shall go up to town and see her myself, George, and you must come too." "I'd come up with you or other, but you'd better go to her alone, because I expect she's not forgotten the last time I saw her." They caught a train immediately, and having arrived at Daisy's house, Mrs. Griffith went up the steps while George waited in a neighbouring public house. The door was opened by a smart maid, much smarter than the vicarage maid at Blackstable, as Mrs. Griffith remarked with satisfaction. On finding that Daisy was at home, she sent up a message to ask if a lady could see her. The maid returned. "Would you give your name, madam? Miss Griffith cannot see you without." Mrs. Griffith had foreseen the eventuality, and, unwilling to give her card, had written another little letter, using Edith as amanuensis, so that Daisy should at least open it. She sent it up. In a few minutes the maid came down again. "There's no answer," and she opened the door for Mrs. Griffith to go out. That lady turned very red. Her first impulse was to make a scene, and call the housemaid to witness how Daisy treated her own mother. But immediately she thought how undignified she would appear in the maid's eyes. So she went out like a lamb. She told George all about it as they sat in the private bar of the public house, drinking a little Scotch whisky. "All I can say," she remarked, "is that I hope she'll never live to repent it. Fancy treating her own mother like that. But I shall go to the wedding. I don't care. I will see my own daughter married." That had been her great ambition, and she would have crawled before Daisy to be asked to the ceremony. But George dissuaded her from going uninvited. There were sure to be one or two Blackstable people present, and they would see that she was there as a stranger. The humiliation would be too great. "I think she's an ungrateful girl," said Mrs. Griffith, as she gave way and allowed George to take her back to Blackstable. Part 12. But the prestige of the Griffiths diminished. Every one in Blackstable came to the conclusion that the new Lady Ously Farrowham had been very badly treated by her relatives, and many young ladies said they would have done just the same in her place. Also, Mrs. Gray induced her husband to ask Griffith to resign his churchwardenship. "You know, Mr. Griffith," said the vicar, deprecatingly, "now that your wife goes to chapel, I don't think we can have you as churchwarden any longer. And besides, I don't think you've behaved to your daughter in a Christian way." It was in the carpenter's shop. The business had dwindled till Griffith only kept one man and a boy. He put aside the saw he was using. "What I've done to my daughter, I'm willing to take the responsibility for. I ask no one's advice, and I want no one's opinion. And if you think I'm not fit to be churchwarden, you can find someone else better." "Why don't you make it up with your daughter, Griffith?" "Mind your own business." The carpenter had brooded and brooded over his sorrow till now his daughter's name roused him to fury. He had even asserted a little authority over his wife, and she dared not mention her daughter before him. Daisy's marriage had seemed like the consummation of her shame. It was vice riding triumphant in a golden chariot. But the name of Lady Ously Farrowham was hardly ever out of her mother's lips, and she spent a good deal more money in her dress to keep up her dignity. "Why, that's another new dress you've got on," said a neighbour. "Yes," said Mrs. Griffith, complacently. "You see, we're in quite a different position now. I have to think of my daughter, Lady Ously Farrowham. I don't want her to be ashamed of her mother. I had such a nice long letter from her the other day. She's so happy with Sir Herbert, and Sir Herbert's so good to her." "Oh, I didn't know you were—" "Oh, yes. Of course she was a little wild when she was a girl, but I've forgiven that. It's her father who won't forgive her. He always was a hard man, and he never loved her as I did. She wants to come and stay with me, but he won't let her. Isn't it cruel of him? I should so like to have Lady Ously Farrowham down here." Part 13. But at last the crash came. To pay for the new things which Mrs. Griffith felt needful to preserve her dignity, she had drawn on her husband's savings in the bank, and he had been drawing on them himself for the last 4 years without his wife's knowledge. For, as his business declined, he had been afraid to give her less money than usual, and every week had made up the sum by taking something out of the bank. George only earned £1 a week. He had been made clerk to a coal merchant by his mother, who thought that more genteel than carpeting. And after his marriage he had constantly borrowed from his parents. At last Mrs. Griffith learnt to her dismay that their savings had come to an end completely. She had a talk with her husband, and found out that he was earning almost nothing. He talked of sending his only remaining workmen away and moving into a smaller place. If he kept his 1 or 2 old customers, they might just manage to make both ends meet. Mrs. Griffith was burning with anger. She looked at her husband, sitting in front of her with his helpless look. "You fool!" she said. She thought of herself coming down in the world, living in a poky little house away from the High Street, unable to buy new dresses, unnoticed by the chief people of Blackstable. She, who had always held up her head with the best of them! George and Edith came in, and she told them, hurling contemptuous sarcasm at her husband. He sat looking at them with his pained, unhappy eyes, while they stared back at him as if he were some despicable, noxious beast. "But why didn't you say how things were going before, father?" George asked him. He shrugged his shoulders. "I didn't like to," he said hoarsely. Those cold, angry eyes crushed him. He felt the stupid, useless fool he saw they thought him. "I don't know what's to be done," said George. His wife looked at old Griffith with her hard grey eyes. The sharpness of her features, the firm, clear complexion, with all softness blown out of it by the east winds, expressed the coldest resolution. "Father must get Daisy to help. She's got lots of money. She may do it for him." Old Griffith broke suddenly out of his apathy. "I'd sooner go to a workhouse. I'll never touch a penny of hers." "Now then, father," said Mrs. Griffith, quickly understanding, "you drop that. You'll have to." George at the same time got pen and paper and put them before the old man. They stood round him angrily. He stared at the paper. A look of horror came over his face. "Go on, don't be a fool," said his wife. She dipped the pen in the ink and handed it to him. Edith's steel gray eyes were fixed on him, coldly compelling. "Dear Daisy," she began. "Father always used to call her Daisy Darling," said George. "He'd better put that so as to bring back old times." They talked of him strangely, as if he were absent or had not ears to hear. "Very well," replied Edith, and she began again. The old man wrote bewilderingly, as if he were asleep. "Daisy darling, forgive me. I have been hard and cruel towards you. On my knees I beg your forgiveness. The business has gone wrong, and I am ruined. If you don't help me, we shall have the brokers in, and have to go to the workhouse. For God's sake, have mercy on me. You can't let me starve. I know I have sinned towards you. Your broken-hearted father." She read through the letter. "I think that'll do. Now, the envelope," and she dictated the address. When it was finished, Griffith looked at them with loathing, absolute loathing, but they paid no more attention to him. They arranged to send a telegram first, in case she should not open the letter. "Letter coming. For God's sake open. In great distress. Father." George went out immediately to send the wire and post the letter. XIV. The letter was sent on a Tuesday, and on Thursday morning a telegram came from Daisy to say she was coming down. Mrs. Griffith was highly agitated. I'll go and put on my silk dress," she said. "No, mother, that is a silly thing. Be as shabby as you can." "How'll father be?" asked George. "You'd better speak to him, Edith." He was called, the stranger in his own house. "Look here, father, Daisy's coming this morning. Now, you'll be civil, won't you?" "I'm afraid he'll go and spoil everything," said Mrs. Griffith, anxiously. At that moment there was a knock at the door. "It's her." Griffith was pushed into the back room. Mrs. Griffith hurriedly put on a ragged apron and went to the door. "Daisy!" she cried, opening her arms. She embraced her daughter and pressed her to her voluminous bosom. "Oh, Daisy!" Daisy accepted passively the tokens of affection, with a sad little smile. She tried not to be unsympathetic. Mrs. Griffith led her daughter into the sitting room where George and Edith were sitting. George was very white. "You don't mean to say you have walked here?" said Mrs. Griffith, as she shut the front door. "Fancy that, when you could have all the carriages in Blackstable to drive you about." "Welcome to your home again," said George, with somewhat the air of a dissenting minister. "Oh, George," she said, with the same sad, half-ironical smile, allowing herself to be kissed. "Don't you remember me?" said Edith, coming forward. "I'm George's wife. I used to be Edith Pollitt." "Oh, yes." Daisy put out her hand. They all three looked at her, and the women noticed the elegance of her simple dress. She was no longer the merry girl they had known, but a tall, dignified woman, and her great blue eyes were very grave. They were rather afraid of her, but Mrs. Griffith made an effort to be cordial and at the same time familiar. "Fancy you being a real lady," she said. Daisy smiled again. "Where's father?" she asked. "In the next room." They moved towards the door and entered. Old Griffith rose as he saw his daughter, but he did not come towards her. She looked at him a moment, then turned to the others. "Please leave me alone with father for a few minutes." They did not want to, knowing that their presence would restrain him, But Daisy looked at them so firmly that they were obliged to obey. She closed the door behind them. "Father," she said, turning towards him. "They made me write the letter," he said hoarsely. "I thought so," she said. "Won't you kiss me?" He stepped back as if in repulsion. She looked at him with her beautiful eyes full of tears. "I'm so sorry I've made you unhappy. But I've been unhappy too. Oh, you don't know what I've gone through. Won't you forgive me?" "I didn't write the letter," he repeated hoarsely. "They stood over me and made me." Her lips trembled, but with an effort she commanded herself. They looked at one another steadily, it seemed for a very long time. In his eyes was the look of a hunted beast. At last she turned away without saying anything more, and left him. In the next room the three were anxiously waiting. She contemplated them a moment, and then, sitting down, asked about the affairs. They explained how things were. "I talked to my husband about it," she said. "He's proposed to make you an allowance, so that you can retire from business." "Oh, that's Sir Herbert all over," said Mrs Griffith, greasily. She knew nothing about him but his name. "How much do you think you could live on?" asked Daisy. Mrs Griffith looked at George and then at Edith. What should they ask? Edith and George exchanged a glance. They were in agonies lest Mrs Griffith should demand too little. "Well," said that lady at last, with a little cough of uncertainty, "in our best years we used to make £4 a week out of the business. Didn't we, George?" "Quite that," answered he and his wife in a breath. "Then shall I tell my husband that if he allows you £5 a week you will be able to live comfortably?" "Oh, that's very handsome," said Mrs Griffith. "Very well," said Daisy, getting up. "You're not going?" cried her mother. "Yes." "Well, that is hard, after not seeing you all these years. But you know best, of course." "There's no train up to London for 2 hours yet," said George. "No, I want to take a walk through Blackstable." "Oh, you better drive, in your position." "I prefer to walk." "Shall George come with you?" "I prefer to walk alone." Then Mrs Griffith again enveloped her daughter in her arms, and told her she had always loved her, and that she was her only daughter. After which Daisy allowed herself to be embraced by her brother and his wife. Finally they shut the door on her, and watched her from the window walk slowly down the High Street. "If you'd asked it, I believe she'd have gone up to 6 quid a week," said George. XV. Daisy walked down the High Street slowly, looking at the houses she remembered, and her lips quivered a little. At every step smells blew across to her full of memories. The smell of a tannery, the blood smell of a butcher's shop, the sea odour from a shop of fishermen's clothes. At last she came on to the beach, and in the darkening November day she looked at the booths she knew so well, the boats drawn up for the winter, whose names she knew, whose owners she had known from her childhood. She noticed the new villas built in her absence, and she looked at the grey sea. A sob burst from her, but she was very strong, and at once she recovered herself. She turned back and slowly walked up the High Street again to the station. The lamps were lighted now, and the street looked as it had looked in her memory through the years. Between the Green Dragon and the Duke of Kent were the same groups of men, farmers, townsfolk, fishermen, talking in the glare of the rival inns, and they stared at her curiously as she passed, a tall figure, closely veiled. She looked at the well-remembered shops, the stationery shop with its old-fashioned, fly-blown knick-knacks, the milliners with cheap, gaudy hats, the little tailors with his antiquated fashion plates. At last she came to the station, and sat in the waiting room, her heart full of infinite sadness, the terrible sadness of the past. And she could not shake it off in the train. She could only just keep back the tears. At Victoria, she took a cab and finally reached home. The servants said her husband was in his study. "Hulloa," he said. "I didn't expect you tonight." "I couldn't stay. It was awful." Then she went up to him and looked into his eyes. "You do love me, Herbert, don't you?" she said, her voice suddenly breaking. "I want your love so badly." "I love you with all my heart," he said, putting his arms around her. But she could restrain herself no longer. The strong arms seemed to take away the rest of her strength, and she burst into tears. "I will try and be a good wife to you, Herbert," she said, as he kissed them away. End of Daisy by W. Somerset Maugham.
The Drover's Wife by Henry Lawson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The two-roomed house is built of round timber, slabs and stringy bark, and floored with sprit slabs. A big bark kitchen standing at one end is larger than the house itself, veranda included. Bush all around, bush with no horizon, for the country is flat. No ranges in the distance. The bush consists of stunted, rotten native apple trees. No undergrowth, nothing to relieve the eye save the darker green of a few she-oaks which are sighing above the narrow, almost waterless creek. 19 miles to the nearest sign of civilization, a shanty on the main road. The drover, an ex-squatter, is away with sheep. His wife and children are left here alone. 4 ragged, dried-up-looking children are playing about the house. Suddenly one of them yells, "Snake! Mother, here's a snake!" The gaunt, sun-browned bushwoman dashes from the kitchen, snatches her baby from the ground, holds it on her left hip, and reaches for a stick. "Where is it?" "Here, gone to the wood heap," yells the eldest boy, a sharp-faced urchin of 11. "Stop there, mother! I'll have him! Stand back! I'll have the beggar!" "Tommy, come here, you wee bit! Come here at once when I tell you, you little wretch!" The youngster comes reluctantly, carrying a stick bigger than himself. Then he yells triumphantly, "There it goes, under the house!" and darts away with club uplifted. At the same time the big, black, yellow-eyed dog of all breeds, who has shown the wildest interest in the proceeding, breaks his chain and rushes after that snake. He is a moment late, however, and his nose reaches the crack in the slabs just as the end of its tail disappears. Almost at the same moment the boy's club comes down and skins the aforesaid nose. Alligator takes small notice of this, and proceeds to undermine the building, but he is subdued after a struggle and chained up. They cannot afford to lose him. The drover's wife makes the children stand together near the doghouse while she watches for the snake. She gets 2 small dishes of milk and sets them down near the wall to tempt it to come out, but an hour goes by and it does not show itself. It is near sunset and a thunderstorm is coming. The children must be brought inside. She will not take them into the house, for she knows the snake is there, and may at any moment come up through a crack in the rough slab floor. So she carries several armfuls of firewood into the kitchen and then takes the children there. The kitchen has no floor, or rather an earthen one, called a ground floor in this part of the bush. There is a large, roughly made table in the centre of the place. She brings the children in and makes them get on to the table. There are 2 boys and 2 girls, mere babies. She gives them some supper, and then, before it gets dark, she goes into the house and snatches up some pillows and bedclothes, expecting to see or lay her hand on the snake any minute. She makes a bed on the kitchen table for the children, and sits down beside it to watch all night. She has an eye on the corner, and a green sapling club laid in readiness on the dresser by her side, also a sewing basket and a copy of the young lady's journal. She has brought the dog into the room. Tommy turns in under protest, but says he'll lie awake all night and smash that blinded snake. His mother asks him how many times she has told him not to swear. He has his club with him under the bedclothes, and Jackie protests, "Mummy, Tommy's skinning me alive with his club. Make him take it out." Tommy says, "Shut up, you little. Do you want to be bit with a snake?" Jackie shuts up. "If you're bit," says Tommy after a pause, "you'll swell up and smell and turn red and green and blue all over till you burst. Won't he, Mother?" "Now then, don't frighten the child. Go to sleep," she says. The two younger children go to sleep, and now and then Jackie complains of being skeezed. More room is made for him. Presently Tommy says, "Mother, listen to them adjective little possums. I'd like to screw their blanky necks." And Jackie protests stoutly, "But they don't hurt us, the little blanks." Mother, there, I told you you'd teach Jackie to swear. But the remark makes her smile. Jackie goes to sleep. Presently Tommy asks, "Mother, do you think they'll ever extricate the adjective kangaroo?" "Lord, how am I to know, child? Go to sleep." "Will you wake me if the snake comes out?" "Yes, go to sleep." Near midnight the children are all asleep, and she sits there still, sewing and reading by turns. From time to time she glances round the floor and wall plate, and whenever she hears a noise she reaches for the stick. The thunderstorm comes on, and the wind, rushing through the cracks in the slab wall, threatens to blow out her candle. She places it on a sheltered part of the dresser and fixes up a newspaper to protect it. At every flash of lightning the cracks between the slabs gleam like polished silver. The thunder rolls and the rain comes down in torrents. Alligator lies at full length on the floor with his eyes turned towards the partition. She knows by this that the snake is there. There are large cracks in that wall opening under the floor of the dwelling house. She is not a coward, but recent events have shaken her nerves. A little son of her brother-in-law was lately built by a snake and died. Besides, she has not heard from her husband for 6 months and is anxious about him. He was a drover and started squatting here when they were married. The drought of 1800 ruined him. He had to sacrifice the remnant of his flock and go droving again. He intends to move his family into the nearest town when he comes back, and in the meantime his brother, who keeps a shanty on the main road, comes over about once a month with provisions. The wife still has a couple of cows, 1 horse, and a few sheep. The brother-in-law kills one of the latter occasionally, gives her what she needs of it, and takes the rest in return for other provisions. She is used to being left alone. She once lived like this for 18 months. As a girl she built the usual castles in the air, but all her girlish hopes and aspirations have long been dead. She finds all the excitement and recreation she needs in the Young Ladies' Journal, and, heaven help her, takes a pleasure in the fashion plates. Her husband is an Australian, and so is she. He is careless, but a good enough husband. If he had the means, he would take her to the city and keep her there like a princess. They are used to being apart, or at least she is. No use fretting, she says. He may forget sometimes that he is married, but if he has a good cheque when he comes back, he will give most of it to her. When he had money, he took her to the city several times, hired a railway sleeping compartment, and put up at the best hotel. He also bought her a buggy, but they had to sacrifice that along with the rest. The last 2 children were born in the bush. One while her husband was bringing a drunken doctor by force to attend her. She was alone on this occasion and very weak. She had been ill with a fever. She prayed to God to send her assistance. God sent Black Mary, the whitest gin in all the land. Or at least God sent King Jimmy first, and he sent Black Mary. He put his black face round the doorpost, took in the situation at a glance, and said cheerfully, "All right, missus. I bring my old woman. She down along creek." One of the children died while she was here alone. She rode 19 miles for assistance, carrying the dead child. It must be near 1 or 2 o'clock. The fire is burning low. Alligator lies with his head resting on his paws and watches the wall. He is not a very beautiful dog, and the light shows numerous old wounds where the hair will not grow. He is afraid of nothing on the face of the earth or under it. He will tackle a bullock as readily as he will tackle a flea. He hates all other dogs, except kangaroo dogs, and has a marked dislike to friends or relations of the family. They seldom call, however. He sometimes makes friends with strangers. He hates snakes and has killed many, but he will be bitten some day and die. Most snake dogs end that way. Now and then the bushwoman lays down her work and sits there and watches and thinks. She thinks of things in her own life, for there is little else to think about. The rain will make the grass grow, and this reminds her how she fought a bushfire once while her husband was away. The grass was long and very dry, and the fire threatened to burn her out. She put on an old pair of her husband's trousers and beat out the flames with a green bough, till great drops of sooty perspiration stood out on her forehead and ran in streaks down her blackened arms. The sight of his mother in trousers greatly amused Tommy, who worked like a little hero by her side, but the terrified baby howled lustily for his mummy. The fire would have mastered her but for 4 excited bushmen who arrived in the nick of time. It was a mixed-up affair all round. When she went up to take the baby, he screamed and struggled convulsively, thinking it was a blackman, and Alligator, trusting more to the child's sense than his own instinct, charged furiously, and, being old and slightly deaf, did not, in his excitement, at first recognize his mistress's voice, but continued to hang on to the moleskins until choked off by Tommy with a saddle strap. The dog's sorrow for his blunder, and his anxiety to let it be known that it was all a mistake, was as evident as his ragged tail and 12-inch grin could make it. It was a glorious time for the boys, a day to look back to and talk about and laugh over for many years. She thinks how she fought a flood during her husband's absence. She stood for hours in the drenching downpour and dug an overflow gutter to save the dam across the creek, but she could not save it. There are things a bushwoman cannot do. Next morning the dam was broken, and her heart was nearly broken too, for she thought how her husband would feel when he came home and saw the result of years of labour swept away. She cried then. She also fought the pneumonia, dosed and bled the few remaining cattle, and wept again where her 2 best cows died. Again she fought a mad bullock that besieged the house for a day. She made bullets and fired at him through cracks in the slabs with an old shotgun. He was dead in the morning. She skinned him and got 17 6 for the hide. She also fights the crows and eagles that have designs on her chickens. Her plan of campaign is very original. The children cry, "Crows, mother!" and she rushes out and aims a broomstick at the birds as though it was a gun and says, "Bang!" The crows leave in a hurry. They are cunning, but a woman's cunning is greater. Occasionally a bushman in the horrors or a villainous-looking sundowner comes and nearly scares the life out of her. She generally tells the suspicious-looking stranger that her husband and 2 sons are at work below the dam or over at the yard, for he always cunningly inquires for the boss. Only last week a gallows-faced swagman, having satisfied himself that there were no men in the place, threw his swag down on the veranda and demanded tucker. She gave him something to eat, then he expressed his intention of staying for the night. It was sundown then. She got a batten from the sofa, loosened the dog, and confronted the stranger, holding the batten in one hand and the dog's collar in the other. "Now you go," she said. He looked at her and at the dog and said, "All right, Mum," in a cringing tone, and left. She was a determined-looking woman, and Alligator's yellow eyes glared unpleasantly. Besides, the dog's chawing-up apparatus greatly resembled that of the reptile he was named after. She has few pleasures to think of as she sits here alone by the fire on guard against the snake. All days are much the same to her. But on Sunday afternoon she dresses herself, tidies the children, smartens up baby, and goes for a lonely walk along the bush track, pushing an old perambulator in front of her. She does this every Sunday. She takes as much care to make herself and the children look smart as she would if she were going to do with a block in the city. There is nothing to see, however, and not a soul to meet. You might walk for 20 miles along this track without being able to fix a point in your mind, unless you're a bushman. This is because of the everlasting, maddening sameness of the stunted trees, that monotony which makes a man long to break away and travel as far as trains can go, and sail as far as ships can sail, and farther. But this bushwoman is used to the loneliness of it. As a girl wife she hated it, but now she would feel strange away from it. She is glad when her husband returns, but she does not gush or make a fuss about him. She gets him something good to eat and tidies up the children. She seems contented with her lot. She loves her children, but has no time to show it. She seems harsh to them. Her surroundings are not favourable to the development of the womanly or sentimental side of nature. It must be near morning now, but the clock is in the dwelling house. Her candle is nearly done. She forgot she was out of candles. Some more wood must be got to keep the fire up, and so she shuts the dog inside and hurries round to the wood heap. The rain has cleared off. She seizes a stick, pulls it out, and crash, the whole pile collapses. Yesterday she bargained with a stray blackfellow to bring her some wood, and while he was at work she went in search of a missing cow. She was absent an hour or so, and the native made good use of his time. On her return she was so astonished to see a good heap of wood by the chimney that she gave him an extra fig of tobacco, and praised him for not being lazy. He thanked her and left with head erect and chest well out. He was the last of his tribe and a king, but he had built that wood heap hollow. She is hurt now, and tears spring to her eyes as she sits down by the table. She takes up a handkerchief to wipe the tears away, but pokes her eyes with her bare fingers instead. The handkerchief is full of holes, and she finds she has put her thumb through one and her forefinger through another. This makes her laugh, to the surprise of the dog. She has a keen, very keen sense of the ridiculous, and some time or other she will amuse bushmen with the story. She has been amused before like that. One day she sat down to have a good cry, as she said, and the old cat rubbed against her dress and cried too. Then she had to laugh. It must be near daylight now. The room is very close and hot because of the fire. Alligator still watches the wall from time to time. Suddenly he becomes greatly interested. He draws himself a few inches near the partition, and a thrill runs through his body. The hair on the back of his neck begins to bristle, and the battle light is in his yellow eyes. She knows what this means, and lays her hand on the stick. The lower end of one of the partitions has a large crack on both sides. An evil pair of small, bright, bead-like eyes glisten at one of these holes. The snake, a black one, comes slowly out, about a foot, and moves its head up and down. The dog lies still, and the woman sits as one fascinated. The snake comes out a foot farther. She lifts her stick, and the reptile, as though suddenly aware of danger, sticks his head in through a crack on the other side of the slab and hurries to get his tail round after him. Alligator springs, and his jaws come together with a snap. He misses, for his nose is large, and the snake's body close down in the angle formed by the slabs in the floor. He snaps again as the tail comes round. He has the snake now, and tugs it out 18 inches. Thud, thud comes the woman's club on the ground. Alligator pulls again. Thud, thud. Alligator gives another pull, and he has the snake out, a black brute 5 feet long. The head rises to dart about, but the dog has the enemy close to the neck. He is a big, heavy dog, but as quick as a terrier. He shakes the snake as though he felt the original curse in common with mankind. The eldest boy wakes up, seizes his stick, and tries to get out of bed, but his mother forces him back with a grip of iron. Thud, thud. The snake's back is broken in several places. Thud, thud. Its head is crushed. An alligator's nose skinned again. She lifts the mangled reptile on the point of her stick, carries it to the fire and throws it in, then piles on the wood and watches the snake burn. The boy and dog watch too. She lays her hand on the dog's head, and all the fierce, angry light dies out of his yellow eyes. The younger children are quieted and presently go to sleep. The dirty-legged boy stands for a moment in his shirt watching the fire. Presently he looks up, sees the tears in her eyes, and throwing his arms around her neck, exclaims, "Mother, I won't never go droving. Blast me if I do." And she hugs him to her worn-out breast and kisses him, and they sit thus together while the sickly daylight breaks over the bush. End of The Drover's Wife.
The Five Boons of Life by Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Greg Marguerite. The Five Boons of Life by Mark Twain. Chapter 1. In the morning of life came a good fairy with her basket, and said, "Here are the gifts. Take one, leave the others. And be wary, choose wisely, oh, choose wisely, for only one of them is valuable." The gifts were 5: fame, love, riches, pleasure, death. The youth said eagerly, "There is no need to consider," and he chose pleasure. He went out into the world and sought out the pleasures that youth delights in. But each in its turn was short-lived and disappointing, vain and empty, and each departing mocked him. In the end he said, "These years I have wasted. If I could but choose again, I would choose wisely." Chapter 2. The fairy appeared and said, "4 of the gifts remain. Choose once more. And oh, remember, time is flying, and only one of them is precious." The man considered long, then chose love, and did not mark the tears that rose in the fairy's eyes. After many, many years the man sat by a coffin in an empty house, and he communed with himself, saying, "One by one they have gone away and left me, and now she lies here, the dearest and the last. Desolation after desolation has swept over me. For each hour of happiness the treacherous traitor Love has sold me I have paid 1,000 hours of grief. Out of my heart of hearts I curse him." Chapter 3. Choose again. It was the fairy speaking. "The years have taught you wisdom. Surely it must be so. 3 gifts remain. Only one of them has any worth. Remember it and choose warily." The man reflected long, then chose fame, and the fairy, sighing, went her way. Years went by, and she came again, and stood behind the man where he sat solitary in the fading day, thinking, and she knew his thought. "My name filled the world, and its praises were on every tongue, and it seemed well with me for a little while. How little a while it was! Then came envy, then detraction, then calumny, then hate, then persecution, then derision, which is the beginning of the end, and last of all came pity, which is the funeral of fame. Ah, the bitterness and misery of renown, target for mud in its prime, for contempt and compassion in its decay." Chapter 4. Choose yet again. It was the fairy's voice. 2 gifts remain, and do not despair. In the beginning there was but one that was precious, and it is still here. "Wealth, which is power. How blind I was," said the man. "Now at last life will be worth living. I will spend, squander, dazzle. These mockers and despisers will crawl in the dirt before me, and I will feed my hungry heart with their envy. I will have all luxuries, all joys, all enchantments of the spirit, all contentments of the body that man holds dear. I will buy deference, respect, esteem, worship, every pinchbeck grace of life the market of a trivial world can furnish forth. I have lost much time, and chosen badly heretofore, but let that pass. I was ignorant then, and could but take for best what seemed so. 3 short years went by, and a day came when the man sat shivering in a mean garret. And he was gaunt and wan and hollow-eyed, and clothed in rags, and he was gnawing a dry crust and mumbling. Curse all the world's gifts for mockeries and gilded lies, and miscalled, every one. They are not gifts, but merely lendings. Pleasure, love, fame, riches. They are but temporary disguises for lasting realities. Pain, grief, shame, poverty. The fairy said true. In all her store there was but one gift which was precious, only one that was not valueless. How poor and cheap and mean I know those others now to be, compared with that inestimable one, that dear and sweet and kindly one that steeps in the dreamless and enduring sleep the pains that persecute the body, and the shames and griefs that eat the mind and heart. Bring it. I am weary. I would rest. Chapter 5. The fairy came, bringing again 4 of the gifts, but Death was wanting. She said, I gave it to a mother's pet, a little child. It was ignorant, but trusted me, asking me to choose for it. You did not ask me to choose. Oh, miserable me! What is left for me? What not even you have deserved, the wanton insult of old age. End of The 5 Boons of Life by Mark Twain.
John and I, or How I Nearly Lost My Husband, by Stephen Leacock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It was after we had been married about 2 years that I began to feel that I needed more air. Every time I looked at John across the breakfast table, I felt as if I must have more air, more space. I seemed to feel as if I had no room to expand. I had begun to ask myself whether I had been wise in marrying John, whether John was really sufficient for my development. I felt cramped and shut in. In spite of myself, the question would arise in my mind whether John really understood my nature. He had a way of reading the newspaper propped up against the sugar bowl at breakfast that somehow made me feel as if things had gone all wrong. It was bitter to realize that the time had come when John could prefer the newspaper to his wife's society. But perhaps I had better go back and tell the whole miserable story from the beginning. I shall never forget, I suppose no woman ever does, the evening when John first spoke out his love for me. I had felt for some time past that it was there. Again and again he seemed about to speak, but somehow his words seemed to fail him. Twice I took him into the very heart of the little wood beside Mother's house, but it was only a small wood, and somehow he slipped out on the other side. "Oh, John," I had said, "how lonely and still it seems in the wood with no one here but ourselves." "Do you think," I said, "that birds have souls?" "I don't know," John answered. "Let's get out of this." I was sure that his emotion was too strong for him. "I never feel a bit lonesome where you are, John," I said, as we made our way among the underbrush. "I think we can get out down that little gully," he answered. Then one evening in June, after tea, I led John down a path beside the house to a little corner behind the garden, where there was a stone wall on one side and a high fence right in front of us, and thorn bushes on the other side. There was a little bench in the angle of the wall and the fence, and we sat down on it. "Minnie," John said, "there's something I meant to say." "Oh, John!" I cried, and I flung my arms round his neck. It all came with such a flood of surprise. "All I meant, Min," John went on, but I checked him. "Oh, don't, John, don't say anything more," I said. "It's just too perfect." Then I rose and seized him by the wrist. "Come," I said, "come to Mother," and I rushed him along the path. As soon as Mother saw us come in hand in this way, she guessed everything. She threw both her arms round John's neck and fairly pinned him against the wall. John tried to speak, but Mother wouldn't let him. "I saw it all along, John," she said. "Don't speak, don't say a word. I guessed your love for Min from the very start. I don't know what I should do without her, John, but she's yours now, take her. Then Mother began to cry, and I couldn't help crying too. "Take him to Father," Mother said, and we each took one of John's wrists and took him to Father on the back veranda. As soon as John saw Father, he tried to speak again. "I think I ought to say," he began, but Mother stopped him. "Father," she said, "he wants to take our little girl away. He loves her very dearly, Alfred," she said, "and I think it our duty to let her go, no matter how hard it is. And oh, please Heaven, Alfred, he'll treat her well and not misuse her or beat her." And she began to sob again. Father got up and took John by the hand and shook it warmly. "Take her, boy," he said. "She's all yours now. Take her." So John and I were engaged, and in due time our wedding day came and we were married. I remember that for days and days before the wedding day, John seemed very nervous and depressed. I think he was worrying, poor boy, as to whether he could really make me happy and whether he could fill my life as it should be filled. But I told him that he was not to worry, because I meant to be happy and was determined just to make the best of everything. Father stayed with John a good deal before the wedding day, and on the wedding morning he went and fetched him to the church in a closed carriage and had him there all ready when we came. It was a beautiful day in September, and the church looked just lovely. I had a beautiful gown of white organdy with tulle at the throat, and I carried a great bunch of white roses, and Father led John up the aisle after me. I remember that Mother cried a good deal at the wedding, and told John that he had stolen her darling, and that he must never misuse me or beat me. And I remember that the clergyman spoke very severely to John and told him he hoped he realized the responsibility he was taking and that it was his duty to make me happy. A lot of our old friends were there, and they all spoke quite sharply to John, and all the women kissed me and said they hoped I would never regret what I had done, and I just kept up my spirits by sheer determination and told them that I had made up my mind to be happy and that I was going to be so. So presently it was all over, and we were driven to the station and got the afternoon train for New York. And when we sat down in the compartment among all our bandboxes and flowers, John said, "Well, thank God that's over." And I said, "Oh, John, an oath! On our wedding day, an oath!" John said, "I'm sorry, Min. I didn't mean," but I said, "Don't, John. Don't make it worse. Swear at me if you must, but don't make it harder to bear." We spent our honeymoon in New York. At first I had thought of going somewhere to the great lonely woods where I could have walked under the great trees and felt the silence of nature, and where John should have been my Viking and captured me with his spear, and where I should be his and his alone, and no other man should share me. And John had said all right. Or else I had planned to go away somewhere to the seashore, where I could have watched the great waves dashing themselves against the rocks. I had told John that he should be my caveman, and should seize me in his arms and carry me whither he would. I felt somehow that for my development I wanted to get as close to nature as ever I could, that my mind seemed to be reaching out for a great emptiness. But I looked over all the hotel and steamship folders I could find, and it seemed impossible to get good accommodation. So we came to New York. I had a great deal of shopping to do for our new house, so I could not be much with John. But I felt it was not right to neglect him, so I drove him somewhere in a taxi each morning and called for him again in the evening. One day I took him to the Metropolitan Museum, and another day I left him at the zoo, and another day at the aquarium. John seemed very happy and quiet among the fishes. So presently we came back home, and I spent many busy days in fixing and arranging our new house. I had the drawing room done in blue, and the dining room all in dark paneled wood, and a boudoir upstairs done in pink and white enamel to match my bedroom and dressing room. There was a very nice little room in the basement next to the coal cellar that I turned into a den for John, so that when he wanted to smoke he could go down there and do it. John seemed to appreciate his den at once, and often would stay down there so long that I had to call to him to come up. When I look back on those days, they seem very bright and happy, but it was not very long before a change came. I began to realize that John was neglecting me. I noticed it at first in small things. I don't know just how long it was after our marriage that John began to read the newspaper at breakfast. At first he would only pick it up and read it in little bits, and only on the front page. I tried not to be hurt at it, and would go on talking just as brightly as I could without seeming to notice anything. But presently he went on to reading the inside part of the paper. And then one day he opened up the financial page and folded the paper right back and leaned it against the sugar bowl. I could not but wonder whether John's love for me was what it had been. Was it cooling, I asked myself? And what was cooling it? It hardly seemed possible, when I looked back to the wild passion with which he had proposed to me on the garden bench, that John's love was waning. But I kept noticing different little things. One day in the springtime I saw John getting out a lot of fishing tackle from a box and fitting it together. I asked him what he was going to do, and he said that he was going to fish. I went to my room and had a good cry. It seemed dreadful that he could neglect his wife for a few worthless fish. So I decided to put John to the test. It had been my habit every morning after he put his coat on to go to the office to let John have one kiss. Just one weeny kiss to keep him happy all day. So this day when he was getting ready, I bent my head over a big bowl of flowers and pretended not to notice. I think John must have been hurt as I heard him steal out on tiptoe. Well, I realized that things had come to a dreadful state, and so I sent over to Mother, and Mother came, and we had a good cry together. I made up my mind to force myself to face things, and just to be as bright as ever I could. Mother and I both thought that things would be better if I tried all I could to make something out of John. I have always felt that every woman should make all that she can out of her husband. So I did my best first of all to straighten up John's appearance. I shifted the style of collar he was wearing to a tighter kind that I liked better, and I brushed his hair straight backward instead of forward, which gave him a much more alert look. Mother said that John needed waking up, and so we did all we could to wake him up. Mother came over to stay with me a good deal, and in the evenings we generally had a little music or a game of cards. About this time another difficulty began to come into my married life, which I suppose I ought to have foreseen. I mean the attentions of other gentlemen. I have always called forth a great deal of admiration in gentlemen, but I have always done my best to act like a lady and to discourage it in every possible way. I had been innocent enough to suppose that this would end with married life, and it gave me a dreadful shock to realize that such was not the case. The first one I noticed was a young man who came to the house at an hour when John was out, for the purpose, so he said at least, of reading the gas meter. He looked at me in just the boldest way and asked me to show him the way to the cellar. I don't know whether it was a pretext or not, but I just summoned all the courage I had and showed him to the head of the cellar stairs. I had determined that if he tried to carry me down with him, I would scream for the servants, but I suppose something in my manner made him desist, and he went alone. When he came up, he professed to have read the meter, and he left the house quite quietly, but I thought it wiser to say nothing to John of what had happened. There were others, too. There was a young man with large brown eyes who came and said he had been sent to tune the piano. He came on 3 separate days, and he bent his ear over the keys in such a mournful way that I knew he must have fallen in love with me. On the last day he offered to tune my harp for $1 extra, but I refused, and when I asked him instead to tune Mother's mandolin, he said he didn't know how. Of course I told John nothing of all this. Then there was Mr. McQueen, who came to the house several times to play cribbage with John. He had been desperately in love with me years before. At least I remember his taking me home from a hockey match once, and what a struggle it was for him not to come into the parlor and see Mother for a few minutes when I asked him. And though he was married now and with 3 children, I felt sure, when he came to play cribbage with John, that it meant something. He was very discreet and honorable, and never betrayed himself for a moment, and I acted my part as if there was nothing at all behind. But one night when he came over to play and John had had to go out, he refused to stay even for an instant. He had got his overshoes off before I told him that John was out, and asked him if he wouldn't come into the parlor and hear Mother play the mandolin. But he just made one dive for his overshoes and was gone. I knew that he didn't dare to trust himself. Then presently a new trouble came. I began to suspect that John was drinking. I don't mean for a moment that he was drunk, or that he was openly cruel to me, but at times he seemed to act so queerly, and I noticed that one night, when by accident I left a bottle of raspberry vinegar on the sideboard overnight, it was all gone in the morning. 2 or 3 times when McQueen and John were to play cribbage, John would fetch home 2 or 3 bottles of bevo with him, and they would sit sipping all evening. I think he was drinking bevo by himself, too, though I could never be sure of it. At any rate, he often seemed queer and restless in the evenings, and instead of staying in his den, he would wander all over the house. Once we heard him, I mean Mother and I and 2 lady friends who were with us that evening, quite late, after 10 o'clock, apparently moving about in the pantry. "John," I called, "is that you?" "Yes, Min," he answered, quietly enough, I admit. "What are you doing there?" I asked. "Looking for something to eat," he said. "John," I said, "you are forgetting what is due to me as your wife. You were fed at 6. Go back." He went, but yet I felt more and more that his love must be dwindling to make him act as he did. I thought it all over wearily enough, and asked myself whether I had done everything I should to hold my husband's love. I had kept him in at nights. I had cut down his smoking. I had stopped his playing cards. What more was there that I could do? So at last the conviction came to me that I must go away. I felt that I must get away somewhere to think things out. At first I thought of Palm Beach, but the season had not opened and I felt somehow that I couldn't wait. I wanted to get away somewhere by myself and just face things as they were. So one morning I said to John, "John, I think I'd like to go off somewhere for a little time, just to be by myself, dear, and I don't want you to ask to come with me or follow me, but just let me go." John said, "All right, Min. When are you going to start?" The cold brutality of it cut me to the heart, and I went upstairs and had a good cry, and looked over steamship and railroad folders. I thought of Havana for a while, because the pictures of the harbor and the castle and the queer Spanish streets looked so attractive, but then I was afraid that at Havana a woman alone by herself might be simply persecuted by attentions from gentlemen. They say the Spanish temperament is something fearful. So I decided on Bermuda instead. I felt that in a beautiful, quiet place like Bermuda, I could think everything all over and face things. And it said on the folder that there were always at least 2 English regiments in garrison there, and the English officers, whatever their faults, always treat a woman with the deepest respect. So I said nothing more to John, but in the next few days I got all my arrangements made and my things packed. And when the last afternoon came, I sat down and wrote John a long letter, to leave on my boudoir table, telling him that I had gone to Bermuda. I told him that I wanted to be alone. I said that I couldn't tell when I would be back, that it might be months, or it might be years, and I hoped that he would try to be as happy as he could and forget me entirely, and to send me money on the 1st of every month. Well, it was just at that moment that one of those strange coincidences happened, little things in themselves, but which seem to alter the whole course of a person's life. I had nearly finished the letter to John that I was to leave on the writing desk, when just then the maid came up to my room with a telegram. It was for John, but I thought it my duty to open it and read it for him before I left. And I nearly fainted when I saw that it was from a lawyer in Bermuda, of all places, and it said that a legacy of $200,000 had been left to John by an uncle of his who had died there, and asking for instructions about the disposition of it. A great wave seemed to sweep over me, and all the wicked thoughts that had been in my mind, for I saw now that they were wicked, were driven clean away. I thought how completely lost poor old John would feel if all his money came to him, and he didn't have to work any more, and had no one at his side to help and guide him in using it. I tore up the wicked letter I had written, and I hurried as fast as I could to pack up a valise with John's things. My own were packed already, as I said. Then presently John came in, and I broke the news to him as gently and as tenderly as I could about his uncle having left him the money and having died. I told him that I had found out all about the trains and the Bermuda steamer, and had everything all packed and ready for us to leave at once. John seemed a little dazed about it all, and kept saying that his uncle had taught him to play tennis when he was a little boy, and he was very grateful and thankful to me for having everything arranged, and thought it wonderful. I had time to telephone to a few of my women friends, and they just managed to rush round for a few minutes to say good-bye. I couldn't help crying a little when I told them about John's uncle dying so far away with none of us near him, and I told them about the legacy, and they cried a little to hear of it all. And when I told them that John and I might not come back direct from Bermuda, but might take a run over to Europe first, they all cried some more. We left for New York that evening, and after we had been to Bermuda and arranged about a suitable monument for John's uncle, and collected the money, we sailed for Europe. All through the happy time that has followed, I like to think that through all our trials and difficulties, affliction brought us safely together at last. End of John and I, or How I Nearly Lost My Husband by Stephen Leacock. Read by Patty Cunningham.
Love, Faith, and Hope by Leonid Andreev. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Greg Marguerite. Love, Faith, and Hope by Leonid Andreev. He loved. According to his passport, he was called Max Z, but as it was stated in the same passport that he had no special peculiarities about his features, I prefer to call him Mr. N+1. He represented a long line of young men who possess wavy, disheveled locks, straight, bold, and open looks, well-formed and strong bodies, and very large and powerful hearts. All these youths having loved and perpetuated their love, some of them have succeeded in engraving it on the tablets of history, like Henry IV. Others, like Petrarch, have made literary preserves of it. Some have availed themselves for that purpose of the newspapers, wherein the happenings of the day are recorded, and where they figured among those who had strangled themselves, shot themselves, or who had been shot by others. Still others, the happiest and most modest of all, perpetuated their love by entering it in the birth records, by creating posterity. The love of N+1 was as strong as death, as a certain writer put it, as strong as life, he thought. Max was firmly convinced that he was the first to have discovered the method of loving so intensely, so unrestrainedly, so passionately, and he regarded with contempt all who had loved before him. Still more, he was convinced that even after him no one would love as he did, and he felt sorry that with his death the secret of true love would be lost to mankind. But, being a modest young man, he attributed part of his achievement to her, to his beloved. Not that she was perfection itself, but she came very close to it, as close as an ideal can come to reality. There were prettier women than she, there were wiser women, but was there ever a better woman? Did there ever exist a woman on whose face was so clearly and distinctly written that she alone was worthy of love, of infinite, pure, and devoted love? Max knew that there never were, and that there never would be such a woman. In this respect he had no special peculiarities, just as Adam did not have them, just as you, my reader, do not have them. Beginning with Grandmother Eve and ending with the woman upon whom your eyes were directed, before you read these lines, the same inscription is to be clearly and distinctly read on the face of every woman at a certain time. The difference is only in the quality of the ink. A very nasty day set in. It was Monday or Tuesday when Max noticed with a feeling of great terror that the inscription upon the dear face was fading. Max rubbed his eyes, looked first from a distance, then from all sides, but the fact was undeniable. The inscription was fading. Soon the last letter also disappeared. The face was white, like the recently whitewashed wall of a new house. But he was convinced that the inscription had disappeared not of itself, but that someone had wiped it off. Who? Max went to his friend John N. He knew and he felt sure that such a true, disinterested, and honest friend there never was and never would be. And in this respect, too, as you see, Max had no special peculiarities. He went to his friend for the purpose of taking his advice concerning the mysterious disappearance of the inscription, and found John N. exactly at the moment when he was wiping away that inscription by his kisses. It was then that the records of the local occurrences were enriched by another unfortunate incident entitled An Attempt at Suicide. It is said that death always comes in due time. Evidently that time had not yet arrived for Max, for he remained alive. That is, he ate, drank, walked, borrowed money and did not return it, and altogether he showed by a series of psychophysiological acts that he was a living being, possessing a stomach, a will, and a mind. But his soul was dead, or to be more exact, it was absorbed in lethargic sleep. The sound of human speech reached his ears, his eyes saw tears and laughter, but all that did not stir a single echo, a single emotion in his soul. I do not know what space of time had elapsed. It may have been 1 year, it may have been 10 years, for the length of such intermissions in life depends on how quickly the actor succeeds in changing his costume. One beautiful day, it was Wednesday or Thursday, Max awakened completely. A careful and guarded liquidation of his spiritual property made it clear that a fair piece of Max's soul, the part which contained his love for woman and for his friends, was dead, like a paralysis-stricken hand or foot. But what remained was nevertheless enough for life. That was love for and faith in mankind. Then Max, having renounced personal happiness, started to work for the happiness of others. That was a new phase, he believed. All the evil that is tormenting the world seemed to him to be concentrated in a red flower, in one red flower. It was but necessary to tear it down, and the incessant heart-rending cries and moans which rise to the indifferent sky from all points of the earth, like its natural breathing, would be silenced. The evil of the world, he believed, lay in the evil will and in the madness of the people. They themselves were to blame for being unhappy, and they could be happy if they wished. This seemed so clear and simple that Max was dumbfounded in his amazement at human stupidity. Humanity reminded him of a crowd huddled together in a spacious temple and panic-stricken at the cry of fire. Instead of passing calmly through the wide doors and saving themselves, the maddening people, with the cruelty of frenzied beasts, cry and roar, crush one another, and perish, not from the fire, for it is only imaginary, but from their own madness. It is enough sometimes when one sensible, firm word is uttered to this crowd. The crowd calms down, and the imminent death is thus averted. Let then 100 calm, rational voices be raised to mankind, showing them where to escape and where the danger lies, and heaven will be established on earth, if not immediately, then at least within a very brief time. Max began to utter his word of wisdom. How he uttered it you will learn later. The name of Max was mentioned in the newspapers, shouted in the marketplaces, blessed and cursed. Whole books were written on what Max N+1 had done, what he was doing, and what he intended to do. He appeared here and there and everywhere. He was seen standing at the head of the crowd, commanding it. He was seen in chains under the knife of the guillotine. In this respect, Max did not have any special peculiarities either. A preacher of humility and peace, a stern bearer of fire and sword, he was the same Max, Max the believer. But while he was doing all this, time kept passing on. His nerves were shattered, his wavy locks became thin, and his head began to look like that of Elijah the prophet. Here and there he felt a piercing pain. The earth continued to turn light-mindedly around the sun, now coming nearer to it, now retreating coquettishly, and giving the impression that it fixed all its attention upon its household friend, the moon. The days were replaced by other days, and the dark nights by other dark nights, with such pedantic German punctuality and correctness that all the artistic natures were compelled to move over to the far north by degrees, where the devil himself would break his head endeavoring to distinguish between day and night, when suddenly something happened to Max. Somehow it happened that Max became misunderstood. He had calmed the crowd by his words of wisdom many a time before, and had saved them from mutual destruction, but now he was not understood. They thought that it was he who had shouted fire. With all the eloquence of which he was capable, he assured them that he was exerting all his efforts for their sake alone, that he himself needed absolutely nothing, for he was alone, childless, that he was ready to forget the sad misunderstanding and serve them again with faith and truth. But all in vain. They would not trust him, and in this respect Max did not have any special peculiarities either. The sad incident ended for Max in a new intermission. Max was alive, as was positively established by medical experts who had made a series of simple tests. Thus, when they pricked a needle into his foot, he shook his foot and tried to remove the needle. When they put food before him, he ate it. But he did not walk and did not ask for any loans, which clearly testified to the complete decline of his energy. His soul was dead, as much as the soul can be dead while the body is alive. To Max, all that he had loved and believed in was dead. Impenetrable gloom wrapped his soul. There were neither feelings in it, nor desires, nor thoughts, and there was not a more unhappy man in the world than Max, if he was a man at all. But he was a man. According to the calendar, it was Friday or Saturday when Max awakened as from a prolonged sleep, with the pleasant sensation of an owner to whom his property has been restored which had wrongly been taken from him. Max realized that he was once more in possession of all five of his senses. His sight reported to him that he was all alone, in a place which might in justice be called either a room or a chimney. Each wall of the room was about 1.5 meters wide and about 10 meters high. The walls were straight, white, smooth, with no openings except one through which food was brought to Max. An electric lamp was burning brightly on the ceiling. It was burning all the time, so that Max did not know now what darkness was. There was no furniture in the room, and Max had to lie on the stone floor. He lay curled together, as the narrowness of the room did not permit him to stretch himself. His sense of hearing reported to him that until the day of his death he would not leave this room. Having reported this, his hearing sank into inactivity, for not the slightest sound came from without, except the sounds which Max himself produced, tossing about, or shouting until he was hoarse, until he lost his voice. Max looked into himself. In contrast to the outward light which never went out, he saw within himself impenetrable, heavy, and motionless darkness. In that darkness his love and faith were buried. Max did not know whether time was moving or whether it stood motionless. The same even white light poured down on him, the same silence and quiet. Only by the beating of his heart Max could judge that Kronos had not left his chariot. His body was aching ever more from the unnatural position in which it lay, and the constant light and silence were growing ever more tormenting. How happy are those for whom night exists, near whom people are shouting, making noise, beating drums, who may sit on a chair with their feet hanging down, or lie with their feet outstretched, placing the head in a corner and covering it with the hands in order to create the illusion of darkness. Max made an effort to recall and to picture himself what there is in life: human faces, voices, the stars. He knew that his eyes would never in life see that again. He knew it, and yet he lived. He could have destroyed himself, for there is no position in which a man cannot do that. But instead, Max worried about his health, trying to eat, although he had no appetite, solving mathematical problems to occupy his mind so as not to lose his reason. He struggled against death as if it were not his deliverer but his enemy, and as if life were to him not the worst of infernal tortures, but love, faith, and happiness. Gloom in the past, the grave in the future, and infernal tortures in the present, and yet he lived. Tell me, John N., where did he get the strength for that? He hoped. End of Love, Faith, and Hope by Leonid Andreev. Magepa the Buck by H. Rider Haggard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Greg Marguerite. Magepa the Buck by H. Rider Haggard. In a preface to a story of the early life of the late Allan Quatermain, known in Africa as Macumazahn, which has been published under the name of Marie, Mr. Curtis, the brother of Sir Henry Curtis, tells of how he found a number of manuscripts that were left by Mr. Quatermain in his house in Yorkshire. Of these, Marie was one, but in addition to it and sundry other completed records, I, the editor to whom it was directed that these manuscripts should be handed for publication, have found a quantity of unclassified notes and papers. Some of these deal with matters that have to do with sport and game, or with historical events, and some are memoranda of incidents connected with the career of the writer, or with remarkable occurrences that he had witnessed, of which he does not speak elsewhere. One of these notes, it is contained in a book much soiled and worn that evidently its owner had carried about with him for years, Reminds me of a conversation I had with Mr. Quatermain long ago when I was his guest in Yorkshire. The note itself is short. I think that he must have jotted it down within an hour or two of the event to which it refers. It runs thus: I wonder whether in the land beyond any recognition is granted for acts of great courage and unselfish devotion, a kind of spiritual Victoria Cross. If so, I think it ought to be accorded to that poor old savage Magepa, as it would be if I had any voice in the matter. Upon my word, he has made me feel proud of humanity. And yet he was nothing but a nigger, as so many call the Kaffirs. For a while I, the editor, wondered to what this entry could allude. Then of a sudden it all came back to me. I saw myself as a young man, seated in the hall of Quatermain's house one evening after dinner. With me were Sir Henry Curtis and Captain Good. We were smoking, and the conversation had turned upon deeds of heroism. Each of us detailed such acts as he could remember which had made the most impression on him. When we had finished, old Allan said, "With your leave, I'll tell you a story of what I think was one of the bravest things I ever saw. It happened at the beginning of the Zulu War, when the troops were marching into Zululand. Now, at that time, as you know, I was turning an honest penny transport riding for the government, or rather for the military authorities. I hired them 3 wagons with the necessary voorloopers and drivers, 16 good salted oxen to each wagon, and myself in charge of the lot. They paid me well, never mind how much. I am rather ashamed to mention the amount. The truth is that the imperial officers bought in a dear market during that Zulu War. Moreover, things were not always straight. I could tell you stories of folk, not all of them colonials, who got rich quicker than they ought. Commissions and that kind of thing. But perhaps these are better forgotten. As for me, I asked a good price for my wagons, or rather for the hire of them, of a very well satisfied young gentleman in uniform who had been exactly 3 weeks in the country, and to my surprise got it. But when I went to those in command and warned them what would happen if they persisted in their way of advance, then, in their pride, they would not listen to the old hunter and transport rider, but politely bowed me out. If they had, there would have been no Isandhlwana disaster. He brooded a while, for, as I knew, this was a sore subject with him, one on which he would rarely talk. Although he escaped himself, Quatermain had lost friends on that fatal field. He went on. To return to old Magepa, I had known him for many years. The first time we met was in the battle of Tugela. I was fighting for the king's son, Umbilazi the Handsome, in the ranks of the Tulwana regiment. I mean to write all that story, for it should not be lost. Well, as I have told you before, the Tulwana were wiped out. Of the 3,000 or so of them, I think only about 50 remained alive after they had annihilated the 3 of Cetewayo's regiments that set upon them. But, as it chanced, Magepa was one who survived. I met him afterwards at old King Panda's kraal, and recognized him as having fought by my side. Whilst I was talking to him, the Prince Cetewayo came by. To me he was civil enough, for he knew how I chanced to be in the battle. But he glared at Magepa and said, "Why, Macumazahn, is not this man one of the dogs with which you tried to bite me by the Tugela not long ago? He must be a cunning dog also, one who can run fast, for how comes it that he lives to snarl when so many will never bark again? Ow! If I had my way, I would find a strip of hide to fit his neck." "Not so," I answered. "He has the king's peace, and he is a brave man. Braver than I am, anyway, Prince, seeing that I ran from the ranks of the Tulwana while he stood where he was." "You mean that your horse ran, Macumazahn? Well, since you like this dog, I will not hurt him." And with a shrug he went his way. "Yet soon or late he will hurt me," said Magepa, when the prince had gone. "Cetewayo has a memory long as the shadow thrown by a tree at sunset. Moreover, as he knows well, it is true that I ran, Macumazahn, though not till all was finished and I could do no more by standing still. You remember how we had eaten up the first of Cetewayo's regiments. The second charged us, and we ate that up also. Well, in that fight I got a tap on the head from a curry. It struck me on my man's ring, which I had just put on, for I think I was the youngest soldier in that regiment of veterans. The ring saved me. Still, for a while I lost my mind and lay like one dead. When I found it again, the fight was over, and Cetewayo's people were searching for our wounded that they might kill them. Presently they found me, and saw that there was no hurt on me. "Here is one who shams dead like a stink cat," said a big fellow, lifting his spear. Then it was that I sprang up and ran, who was but just married and desired to live. He struck at me, but I jumped over the spear, and the others that they threw missed me. Then they began to hunt me. But, Macumazahn, I, who am named the Buck, because I am swifter on foot than any man in Zululand, outpaced them all, and got away safe. "Well done, Magepa," I said. "Still, remember the saying of your people, 'At last the strong swimmer goes with the stream, and the swift runner is run down.'" "I know it, Macumazahn," he answered with a nod, "and perhaps in a day to come I shall know it better." I took little heed of his words at the time, but more than 30 years afterwards I remembered them. Such was my first acquaintance with Magepa. Now, friends, I will tell you how it was renewed at the time of the Zulu War. As you know, I was attached to the center column that advanced into Zululand by Rorke's Drift on the Buffalo River. Before war was declared, or at any rate before the advance began, while it might have been, and many thought it would be, averted, I was employed transport riding goods to the little Rorke's Drift station, that which became so famous afterwards, and incidentally in collecting what information I could of Cetewayo's intentions. Hearing that there was a kraal a mile or so the other side of the river, of which the people were said to be very friendly to the English, I determined to visit it. You may think this was rash, but I was so well known in Zululand, where for many years, by special leave of the king, I was allowed to go whither I would, quite unmolested, and indeed under the royal protection, that I felt no fear for myself so long as I went alone. Accordingly, one evening I crossed the drift and headed for a kloof in which I was told the kraal stood. 10 minutes' ride brought me in sight of it. It was not a large kraal. There may have been 6 or 8 huts, and a cattle enclosure surrounded by the usual fence. The situation, however, was very pretty, a knoll of rising ground backed by the wooded slopes of the kloof. As I approached, I saw women and children running to the kraal to hide, and when I reached the gateway for some time no one would come out to meet me. At length a small boy appeared, who informed me that the kraal was empty as a gourd. "Quite so," I answered. "Still, go and tell the headman that Macumazahn wishes to speak with him." The boy departed, and presently I saw a face that seemed familiar to me peeping round the edge of the gateway. After a careful inspection its owner emerged. He was a tall, thin man of indefinite age, perhaps between 60 and 70, with a finely cut face, a little gray beard, kind eyes, and very well-shaped hands and feet, the fingers, which twitched incessantly, being remarkably long. "Greeting, Macumazahn," he said. "I see you do not remember me. Well, think of the battle of the Tugela, and of the last stand of the Tulwana, and of a certain talk at the kraal of our father who is dead, that is King Panda, and of how he who sits in his place," he meant Cetewayo, "told you that if he had his way he would find a hide rope to fit the neck of a certain one." "Ah," I said, "I know you now. You are Magepa the Buck. So the runner has not yet been run down." "No, Macumazahn, not yet, but there is still time. I think that many swift feet will be at work ere long." "How have you prospered?" I asked him. "Well enough, Macumazahn, in all ways except one. I have 3 wives, but my children have been few and are dead, except one daughter who is married and lives with me, for her husband too is dead. He was killed by a buffalo, and she has not yet married again. But enter and see." So I went in and saw Magepa's wives, old women all of them. Also at his bidding his daughter, whose name was Gita, brought me some mas, or curdled milk, to drink. She was a well-formed woman, very like her father, but sad-faced, perhaps with a prescience of evil to come. Clinging to her finger was a beautiful boy of something under 2 years of age, who, when he saw Magepa, ran to him and threw his little arms about his legs. The old man lifted the child and kissed him tenderly, saying, It is well that this toddler and I should love one another, Macumazahn, seeing that he is the last of my race. All the other children here are those of the people who have come to live in my shadow." "Where are their fathers?" I asked, patting the little boy, who his mother told me was named Sinala, upon the cheek, an attention that he resented. "They have been called away on duty," answered Magepa shortly, and I changed the subject. Then we began to talk about old times, and I asked him if he had any oxen to sell, saying that this was my reason for visiting the kraal. "Nay, Macumazahn," he answered in a meaning voice, "this year all the cattle are the king's." I nodded, and replied that, as it was so, I had better be going, whereon, as I half expected, Magepa announced that he would see me safe to the drift. So I bade farewell to the wives and the widowed daughter, and we started. As soon as we were clear of the kraal, Magepa began to open his heart to me. "Macumazahn," he said, looking up at me earnestly, for I was mounted, and he walked beside my horse, "there is to be war. Cetewayo will not consent to the demands of the great white chief from the Cape. He meant Sir Bartle Frere. He will fight with the English, only he will let them begin the fighting. He will draw them on into Zululand, and then overwhelm them with his impis, and stamp them flat, and eat them up. And I, who love the English, am very sorry. Yes, it makes my heart bleed. If it were the Boers, now, I should be glad, for we Zulus hate the Boers. But the English we do not hate. Even Cetewayo likes them. Still, he will eat them up if they attack him." "Indeed," I answered. And then, as in duty bound, I proceeded to get what I could out of him, and that was not a little. Of course, however, I did not swallow it all, since that I suspected that Magepa was feeding me with news that he had been ordered to disseminate. Presently we came to the mouth of the kloof in which the kraal stood, and here, for greater convenience of conversation, we halted, for I thought it was well that we should not be seen in close talk on the open plain beyond. The path here, I should add, ran past a clump of green bushes. I remember they bore a white flower that smelt sweet, and were backed by some tall grasses, elephant grass I think it was, among which grew mimosa trees. "Magepa," I said, "if in truth there is to be fighting, why don't you move over the river one night with your people and cattle, and get into Natal?" "I would if I could, Macumazahn, who have no stomach for this war against the English. But there I should not be safe, since presently the king will come into Natal too, or send 30,000 assegais as his messengers. Then what will happen to those who have left him?" "Oh, if you think that," I answered, laughing, "you had better stay where you are." "Also, Macumazahn, the husbands of those women at my kraal have been called up to their regiments, and if their wives fled to the English they would be killed. Again, the king has sent for nearly all our cattle, to keep them safe. He fears lest we border Zulus might join our people in Natal, and that is why he is keeping our cattle safe." "Life is more than cattle, Magepa. At least you might come." "What! And leave my people to be killed? Macumazahn, you did not use to talk so. Still, hearken. Macumazahn, will you do me a service? I will pay you well for it. I would get my daughter Gita and my little grandson Sinala into safety. If I and my wives are wiped out, it does not matter, for we are old. But her I would save, and the boy I would save, so that one may live who will remember my name. Now, if I were to send them across the drift, say at the dawn, not tomorrow, and not the next day, but the day after, would you receive them into your wagon and deliver them safe to some place in Natal? I have money hidden, 50 pieces of gold, and you may take half of these, and also half of the cattle, if ever I live to get them back out of the keeping of the king." "Never mind about the money, and we will speak of the cattle afterwards," I said. "I understand that you wish to send your daughter and your little grandson out of danger, and I think you wise, very wise. When once the advance begins, if there is an advance, who knows what may happen? War is a rough game, Magepa. It is not the custom of you black people to spare women and children, and there will be Zulus fighting on our side as well as on yours. Do you understand?" "Oh, I understand, Macumazahn. I have known the face of war, and seen many a little one like my grandson Sinala, assegai upon his mother's back." "Very good. But if I do this for you, you must do something for me. Say, Magepa, does Cetewayo really mean to fight? And if so, how?" "Oh, yes, I know all you have been telling me, but I want not words, but truth from the heart." "You ask secrets," said the old fellow, peering about him into the gathering gloom. "Still, a spear for a spear, and a shield for a shield, as our saying runs. I have spoken no lie. The king does mean to fight. Not because he wants to, but because the regiments swear that they will wash their assegais, they who have never seen blood since that battle of the Tugela in which we two played a part, and if he will not suffer it, well, there are more of his race. Also he means to fight thus, and he gave me some very useful information. That is, information which would have been useful if those in authority had deigned to pay any attention to it when I passed it on." Just as he had finished speaking, I thought that I heard a sound in the dense green bush behind us. It reminded me of the noise a man makes when he tries to stifle a cough, and frightened me. For if we had been overheard by a spy, Magepa was as good as dead, and the sooner I was across the river the better. "What's that?" I asked. "A bush buck, Macumazahn. There are lots of them about here." Not being satisfied, though it is true that buck do cough like this, I turned my horse to the bush, seeking an opening. Thereon something crashed away and vanished into the long grass. In those shadows, of course, I could not see what it was, but such light as remained glinted on what might have been the polished tip of the horn of an antelope, or an assegai. "I told you it was a buck, Macumazahn," said Magepa. "Still, if you smell danger, let us come away from the bush, though the orders are that no white man is to be touched as yet." Then, while we walked on towards the ford, he set out with great details, as Kaffirs do, the exact arrangements that he proposed to make for the handing over of his daughter and her child into my care. I remember that I asked him why he would not send her on the following morning, instead of 2 mornings later. He answered because he expected an outpost of scouts from one of the regiments at his kraal that night, who would probably remain there over the morrow, and perhaps longer. While they were in the place, it would be difficult, if not impossible, for him to send away Geeta and her son without exciting suspicion. Near the drift we parted, and I returned to our provisional camp and wrote a beautiful report of all that I had learned, of which report, I may add, no one took the slightest notice. I think it was the morning before that, whereon I had arranged to meet Geeta and the little boy at the drift, that just about dawn I went down to the river for a wash. Having taken my dip, I climbed onto a flat rock to dress myself, and looked at the billows of beautiful pearly mist which hid the face of the water, and considered, I almost said listened to, the great silence, for as yet no live thing was stirring. Ah, if I had known of the hideous sights and sounds that were destined to be heard ere long in this same haunt of perfect peace! Indeed, at that moment there came a kind of hint or premonition of them, since suddenly through the utter quiet broke the blood-curdling wail of a woman. It was followed by other wails and shouts, distant and yet distinct. Then the silence fell again. Now, I thought to myself, that noise might have very well come from old Magepa's kraal. Luckily, however, sounds are deceptive in mist. Well, the end of it was that I waited there till the sun rose. The first thing on which its bright beams struck was a mighty column of smoke rising to heaven from where Magepa's kraal had stood. I went back to my wagons very sad, so sad that I could scarcely eat my breakfast. While I walked, I wondered hard whether the light had glinted upon the tip of a buck's horn in that patch of green bush with the sweet-smelling white flowers a night or two ago. Or had it perchance fallen upon the point of the assegai of some spy who was watching my movements? In that event, yonder column of smoke and the horrible cries that preceded it were easy to explain. For had not Magepa and I talked secrets together, and in Zulu? On the following morning at dawn I attended at the drift in the faint hope that Geeta and her boy might arrive there as arranged. But nobody came, which was not wonderful, seeing that Geeta lay dead, stabbed through and through, as I saw afterwards (she made a good fight for the child), and that her spirit had gone to wherever go the souls of the brave-hearted, be they white or black. Only on the farther bank of the river I saw some Zulu scouts who seemed to know my errand, for they called to me, asking mockingly where was the pretty woman I had come to meet. After that I tried to put the matter out of my head, which indeed was full enough of other things, since now definite orders had arrived as to the advance, and with these many troops and officers. It was just then that the Zulus began to fire across the river at such of our people as they saw upon the bank. At these they took aim, and as a result hit nobody. A raw Kaffir with a rifle, in my experience, is only dangerous when he aims at nothing, for then the bullet looks after itself and may catch you. To put a stop to this nuisance, a regiment of the friendly natives, there may have been several hundred of them, was directed to cross the river and clear the kloofs and rocks of the Zulu skirmishers who were hidden among them. I watched them go off in fine style, and in the course of the afternoon heard a good deal of shouting and banging of guns on the farther side of the river. Towards evening some one told me that our impi, as he called it grandiloquently, was returning victorious. Having at the moment nothing else to do, I walked down to the river at a point where the water was deep and the banks were high. Here I climbed to the top of a pile of boulders, whence with my field glasses I could sweep a great extent of plain which stretched away on the Zululand side, till at length it merged into hills and bush. Presently I saw some of our natives marching homewards in a scattered and disorganized fashion, but evidently very proud of themselves, for they were waving their assegais and singing scraps of war songs. A few minutes later, a mile or more away, I caught the sight of a man running. Watching him through the glasses, I noted three things. First, that he was tall. Secondly, that he ran with extraordinary swiftness. And thirdly, that he had something tied upon his back. It was evident, further, that he had good reason to run, since he was being hunted by a number of our Kaffirs, of whom more and more continually joined the chase. From every side they poured down upon him, trying to cut him off and kill him, for as they got nearer I could see the assegais which they threw at him flash in the sunlight. Very soon I understood that the man was running with a definite object, and to a definite point. He was trying to reach the river. I thought the sight very pitiful, this one poor creature being hunted to death by so many. Also I wondered why he did not free himself from the bundle on his back, and came to the conclusion that he must be a witch doctor, and that the bundle contained his precious charms or medicines. This was while he was yet a long way off, but when he came nearer, within 300 or 400 yards, of a sudden I caught the outline of his face against a good background, and knew it for that of Magepa. My God, I said to myself, it is old Magepa the buck, and the bundle in the mat will be his grandson Sinala. Yes, even then I felt certain that he was carrying the child upon his back. What was I to do? It was impossible for me to cross the river at that place, and long before I could get round by the ford all would be finished. I stood up on my rock and shouted to those brutes of Kaffirs to let the man alone. They were so excited that they did not hear my words; at least they swore afterwards that they thought I was encouraging them to hunt him down. But Magepa heard me. At the moment he seemed to be failing, but the sight of me appeared to give him fresh strength. He gathered himself together and leapt forward at a really surprising speed. Now the river was not more than 300 yards away from him, and for the first 200 of these he quite outdistanced his pursuers, although they were most of them young men and comparatively fresh. Then once more his strength began to fail. Watching through the glasses I could see that his mouth was wide open, and that there was red foam upon his lips. The burden on his back was dragging him down. Once he lifted his hands as though to loose it, then with a wild gesture let them fall again. Two of the pursuers who had outpaced the others crept up to him, lank, lean men of not more than 30 years' age. They had stabbing spears in their hands, such as are used at close quarters, and these, of course, they did not throw. One of them gained a little on the other. Now Magepa was not more than 50 yards from the bank, with the first hunter about 10 paces behind him and coming up rapidly. Magepa glanced over his shoulder and saw, then put out his last strength. For 40 yards he went like an arrow, running straight away from his pursuers until he was within a few feet of the bank, when he stumbled and fell. "He's done," I said, and upon my word, if I had had a rifle in my hand I think I would have stopped one or both of those bloodhounds and taken the consequences. But no. Just as the man lifted his broad spear to stab him through the back on which the bundle lay, Magepa leapt up and wheeled round to take the thrust in the chest. Evidently he did not wish to be speared in the back, for a certain reason. He took it sure enough, for the assegai was wrenched out of the hand of the striker. Still, as he was reeling backwards, it did not go through Magepa, or perhaps it hit a bone. He drew out the spear and threw it at the man, wounding him. Then he staggered on, back and back, to the edge of the little cliff. It was reached at last. With a cry of "Help me, Macumazahn!" Magepa turned, and before the other man could spear him, leapt straight into the deep water. He rose. Yes, the brave old fellow rose and struck out for the other bank, leaving a little line of red behind him. I rushed, or rather sprang, and rolled down to the edge of the stream to where a point of shingle ran out into the water. Along this I clambered, and beyond it up to my middle. Now Magepa was being swept past me. I caught his outstretched hand and pulled him ashore. "The boy!" he gasped. "The boy! Is he dead?" I severed the lashings of the mat that had cut right into the old fellow's shoulders. Inside of it was little Sinala, sputtering out water, but very evidently alive and unhurt. For presently he set up a yell. "No," I said. "He lives, and will live." "Then all is well, Macumazahn." A pause. "It was a spy in the bush, not a buck. He overheard our talk. The king's slayers came. Gita held the door of the hut while I took the child, cut a hole through the straw with my assegai, and crept out at the back. She was full of spears before she died, but I got away with the boy. Till your Kaffirs found me, I lay hid in the bush, hoping to escape to Natal. Then I ran for the river and saw you on the farther bank. I might have got away, but that child is heavy." A pause. "Give him food, Macumazahn. He must be hungry." A pause. "Farewell. That was a good saying of yours. The swift runner is outrun at last. Ah, yet I did not run in vain." Another pause. The last. Then he lifted himself upon one arm, and with the other saluted first the boy Sinala, and next me, muttering, "Remember your promise, Macumazahn." That is how Magepa the Buck died. I never saw anyone carrying weight who could run quite so well as he. And Quatermain turned his head away, as though the memory of this incident affected him somewhat. "What became of the child, Sinala?" I asked presently. "Oh, I sent him to an institution in Natal, and afterwards was able to get some of his property back for him. I believe that he's being trained as an interpreter." End of Magepa the Buck by H. Rider Haggard. Moonface by Jack London. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Greg Marguerite. Moonface by Jack London. John Claverhouse was a moon-faced man. You know the kind. Cheekbones wide apart, chin and forehead melting into the cheeks to complete the perfect round, and the nose, broad and pudgy, equidistant from the circumference, flattened against the very center of the face like a dough ball upon the ceiling. Perhaps that's why I hated him, for truly he had become an offense to my eyes, and I believed the earth to be cumbered with his presence. Perhaps my mother may have been superstitious of the moon, and looked upon it over the wrong shoulder at the wrong time. Be that as it may, I hated John Claverhouse. Not that he had done me what society would consider a wrong or an ill turn. Far from it. The evil was of a deeper, subtler sort, so elusive, so intangible, as to defy clear, definite analysis in words. We all experience such things at some period in our lives. For the first time we see a certain individual, one who is the very instant before we did not dream existed, and yet at the first moment of meeting we say, "I do not like that man." Why do we not like him? Ah, we do not know why. We know only that we do not. We have taken a dislike, that is all. And so I, with John Claverhouse. What right had such a man to be happy? Yet he was an optimist. He was always gleeful and laughing. All things were always all right, curse him. Ah, how it grated on my soul that he should be so happy. Other men could laugh, and it did not bother me. I even used to laugh myself, before I met John Claverhouse. But his laugh! It irritated me, maddened me, as nothing else under the sun could irritate or madden me. It haunted me, gripping hold of me, and would not let me go. It was a huge, gargantuan laugh. Waking or sleeping, it was always with me, whirring and jarring across my heartstrings like an enormous rasp. At break of day it came whooping across the fields to spoil my pleasant morning reverie. Under the aching noonday glare, when the green things drooped and the birds withdrew to the depths of the forest and all nature drowsed, his great ha ha and ho ho rose up to the sky and challenged the sun. And at black midnight, from the lonely crossroads where he turned from town into his own place, came his plaguy cachinnations to rouse me from my sleep and make me writhe and clench my nails into my palms. I went forth privily in the night time and turned his cattle into the fields, and in the morning heard his whooping laugh as he drove them out again. "It is nothing," he said. "The poor dumb beasties are not to be blamed for straying into fatter pastures." He had a dog he called Mars, a big, splendid brute, part deerhound and part bloodhound, and resembling both. Mars was a great delight to him, and they were always together. But I bided my time, and one day, when opportunity was ripe, lured the animal away and settled for him with strychnine and beefsteak. It made positively no impression on John Claverhouse. His laugh was as hearty and frequent as ever, and his face as much like the full moon as it had always been. Then I set fire to his haystacks and his barn. But the next morning, being Sunday, he went forth blithe and cheerful. "Where are you going?" I asked him as he went by the crossroads. "Trout," he said, and his face beamed like a full moon. "I just dote on trout." Was there ever such an impossible man? His whole harvest had gone up in his haystacks and barn. It was uninsured, I knew, and yet in the face of famine and the rigorous winter he went out gaily in the quest of a mess of trout, forsooth, because he doted on them. Had gloom but rested no matter how lightly on his brow, or had his bovine countenance grown long and serious and less like the moon, or had he removed that smile but once from his face, I am sure I could have forgiven him for existing. But no, he grew only more cheerful under misfortune. I insulted him. He looked at me in slow and smiling surprise. "I fight you? Why?" he asked slowly, and then he laughed. "You are so funny. You'll be the death of me." What would you do? It was past endurance. By the blood of Judas, how I hated him! Then there was that name, Claverhouse. What a name! Wasn't it absurd? Claverhouse! Merciful heaven, why Claverhouse? Again and again I asked myself that question. I should not have minded Smith or Brown or Jones, but Claverhouse? I leave it to you. Repeat it to yourself. Claverhouse. Just listen to the ridiculous sound of it. Claverhouse. Should a man live with such a name, I ask you? No, you say, and no, said I. But I bethought me of his mortgage. What of his crops and barn destroyed? I knew he would be unable to meet it, so I got a shrewd, close-mouthed, tight-fisted money-lender to get the mortgage transferred to him. I did not appear, but through this agent I forced the foreclosure, and but few days, no more, believe me, than the law allowed, were given John Claverhouse to remove his goods and chattels from the premises. Then I strolled down to see how he took it, for he had lived there upward of 20 years. But he met me with his saucer eyes twinkling, and the light glowing and spreading in his face till it was as a full moon risen. He laughed. The funniest tyke, that youngster of mine. Did you ever hear of the like? Let me tell you, he was down playing by the edge of the river when a piece of the bank caved in and splashed him. "Oh, papa!" he cried. A great big puddle flewed up and hit me. He stopped and waited for me to join him in his infernal glee. "I don't see any laugh in it," I said shortly, and I know my face went sour. He regarded me with wonderment, and then came the damnable light, glowing and spreading as I have described it, till his face shone soft and warm like the summer moon, and then the laugh. "That's funny. You don't see it, eh?" He doesn't see it. "Why, look here, you know, a puddle." But I turned on my heel and left him. That was the last. I could stand it no longer. The thing must end right there, I thought. Curse him! The earth should be quit of him. And as I went over the hill I could hear his monstrous laugh reverberating against the sky. Now, I pride myself on doing things neatly, and when I resolved to kill John Claverhouse I had it in mind to do so in such fashion that I should not look back upon it and feel ashamed. I hate bungling, and I hate brutality. To me there is something repugnant in merely striking a man with one's naked fist. Faugh! It is sickening. So to shoot or stab or club John Claverhouse, oh, that name, did not appeal to me. And not only was I impelled to do it neatly and artistically, but also in such manner that not the slightest possible suspicion could be directed against me. To this end I bent my intellect, and after a week of profound incubation I hatched a scheme. Then I set to work. I bought a water spaniel bitch, 5 months old, and devoted my whole attention to her training. Had anyone spied upon me they would have remarked that this training consisted entirely of one thing: retrieving. I taught the dog, which I called Bellana, to fetch sticks I threw into the water, and not only to fetch, but to fetch at once, without mouthing or playing with them. The point was that she was to stop for nothing, but to deliver the stick in all haste. I made a practice of running away and leaving her to chase me with the stick in her mouth till she caught me. She was a bright animal, and took to the game with such eagerness that I was soon content. After that, at the first casual opportunity, I presented Bellana to John Claverhouse. I knew what I was about, for I was aware of a little weakness of his, and of a little private sinning of which he was regularly and inveterately guilty. "No," he said, when I placed the end of the rope in his hand. "No, you don't mean it." And his mouth opened wide, and he grinned all over his damnable moon face. I kind of thought somehow you didn't like me," he explained. "Wasn't it funny for me to make such a mistake?" And at the thought he held his sides with laughter. "What is her name?" he managed to ask between paroxysms. "Bellana," I said. He tittered. "What a funny name!" I gritted my teeth, for his mirth put them on edge, and snapped out between them, "She was the wife of Mars, you know." Then the light of the full moon began to suffuse his face, until he exploded with, "That was my other dog! Well, I guess she's a widow now." He whooped after me, and I turned and fled swiftly over the hill. The week passed by, and on Saturday evening I said to him, "You go away Monday, don't you?" He nodded his head and grinned. "Then you won't have another chance to get a mess of those trout you just dote on." But he did not notice the sneer. "Oh, I don't know," he chuckled. "I'm going up tomorrow to try pretty hard." Thus was assurance made doubly sure, and I went back to my house hugging myself with rapture. Early next morning I saw him go by, with a dip net and gunny sack, and Bellana trotting at his heels. I knew where he was bound, and cut out by the back pasture and climbed through the underbrush to the top of the mountain. Keeping carefully out of sight, I followed the crest along for a couple of miles to a natural amphitheater in the hills, where the little river raced down out of a gorge and stopped for a breath in a large and placid rock-bound pool. That was the spot. I sat down on the croup of the mountain, where I could see all that occurred, and lighted my pipe. Ere many minutes had passed, John Claverhouse came plodding up the bed of the stream. Bellana was ambling about him, and they were in high feather, her short, snappy barks mingling with his deeper chest notes. Arrived at the pool, he threw down the dip net and sack, and drew from his hip pocket what looked like a large fat candle, but I knew it to be a stick of giant, for such was his method of catching trout. He dynamited them. He attached the fuse by wrapping the giant tightly in a piece of cotton. Then he ignited the fuse and tossed the explosive into the pool. Like a flash, Bellana was into the pool after it. I could have shrieked aloud for joy. Claverhouse yelled at her, but without avail. He pelted her with clods and rocks, but she swam steadily on till she got the stick of giant in her mouth, when she whirled about and headed for shore. Then, for the first time, he realized his danger and started to run. As foreseen and planned by me, she made the bank and took out after him. Oh, I tell you, it was great! As I have said, the pool lay in a sort of amphitheater. Above and below, the stream could be crossed on stepping stones, and around, up and down and across the stones, raced Claverhouse and Bellana. I could never have believed that such an ungainly man could run so fast, but run he did, Bellana hot-footed after him and gaining, and then, just as she caught up, he in full stride, and she leaping with nose at his knee, there was a sudden flash, a burst of smoke, a terrific detonation, and where man and dog had been the instant before there was naught to be seen but a big hole in the ground. Death from accident while engaged in illegal fishing. That was the verdict of the coroner's jury, and that is why I pride myself on the neat and artistic way in which I finished off John Claverhouse. There was no bungling, no brutality, nothing of which to be ashamed in the whole transaction, as I'm sure you will agree. No more does his infernal laugh go echoing among the hills, and no more does his fat moon face rise up to vex me. My days are peaceful now, and my nights sleep deep. End of Moonface by Jack London.
The Other Man by Rudyard Kipling. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. When the earth was sick and the skies were grey and the woods were rotted with rain, the dead man rode through the autumn day to visit his love again. Old Ballad. Far back in the 70s, before they had built any public offices at Simla, and the broad road round Jacko lived in a pigeonhole in the PWD hovels, her parents made Miss Gowrie marry Colonel Schreiderling. He could not have been much more than 35 years her senior, and as he lived on 200 rupees a month and had money of his own, he was well off. He belonged to good people and suffered in the cold weather from lung complaints. In the hot weather he dangled on the brink of heat apoplexy, but it never quite killed him. Understand, I do not blame Schreiderling. He was a good husband according to his lights, and his temper only failed him when he was being nursed, which was some 17 days in each month. He was almost generous to his wife about money matters, and that for him was a concession. Still Mrs. Schreiderling was not happy. They married her when she was this side of 20, and had given all her poor little heart to another man. I have forgotten his name, but we will call him the Other Man. He had no money and no prospects. He was not even good-looking, and I think he was in the commissariat or transport. But in spite of all these things, she loved him very madly, and there was some sort of an engagement between the two when Schreiderling appeared and told Mrs. Gowrie that he wished to marry her daughter. Then the other engagement was broken off, washed away by Mrs. Gowrie's tears, for that lady governed her house by weeping over disobedience to her authority and the lack of reverence she received in her old age. The daughter did not take after her mother. She never cried, not even at the wedding. The Other Man bore his loss quietly, and was transferred to as bad a station as he could ever find. Perhaps the climate consoled him. He suffered from intermittent fever, and that may have distracted him from his other trouble. He was weak about the heart also, both ways. One of the valves was affected, and the fever made it worse. This showed itself later on. Then many months passed, and Mrs. Schreiderling took to being ill. She did not pine away like people in storybooks, but she seemed to pick up every form of illness that went about a station, from simple fever upwards. She was never more than ordinarily pretty at the best of times, and the illness made her ugly. Schreiderling said so. He prided himself on speaking his mind. When she ceased being pretty, he left her to her own devices, and went back to the lairs of his bachelordom. She used to trot up and down Simla Mall in a forlorn sort of way, with a grey Terai hat well on the back of her head, and a shocking bad saddle under her. Schreiderling's generosity stopped at the horse. He said that any saddle would do for a woman as nervous as Mrs. Schreiderling. She never was asked to dance, because she did not dance very well, and she was so dull and uninteresting that her box very seldom had any cards in it. Schreiderling said that if he had known that she was going to be such a scarecrow after her marriage, he would never have married her. He always prided himself on speaking his mind, did Schreiderling. He left her at Simla one August and went down to his regiment. Then she revived a little, but she never recovered her looks. I found out at the club that the Other Man is coming up sick, very sick, on an off chance of recovery. The fever in the heart valves had nearly killed him. She knew that too, and she knew, what I had no interest in knowing, when he was coming up. I suppose he wrote to tell her. They had not seen each other since a month before the wedding, and here comes the unpleasant part of the story. A late call kept me down at the Dovedale Hotel till dusk one evening. Mrs. Schreiderling had been flitting up and down the Mall all the afternoon in the rain. Coming up along the cart road, a tonga passed me, and my pony, tired with standing so long, set off at a canter. Just by the road down to the Tonga office, Mrs. Schreiderling, dripping from head to foot, was waiting for the Tonga. I turned uphill, as the Tonga was no affair of mine, and just then she began to shriek. I went back at once and saw under the Tonga office lamps Mrs. Schreiderling kneeling in the wet road by the back seat of the newly arrived Tonga, screaming hideously. Then she fell face down in the dirt as I came up. Sitting in the back seat, very square and firm, with one hand on the awning stanchion and the wet pouring off his hat and moustache, was the other man, dead. The 60-mile uphill jolt had been too much for his valve, I suppose. The Tonga driver said, "The Sahib died 2 stages out of Solon. Therefore I tied him with a rope lest he should fall out by the way, and so came to Simla. Will the Sahib give me bakshish?" It, pointing to the other man, should have given 1 rupee. The other man sat with a grin on his face as if he enjoyed the joke of his arrival, and Mrs. Schreiderling in the mud began to groan. There was no one except us 4 in the office, and it was raining heavily. The first thing was to take Mrs. Schreiderling home, and the second was to prevent her name from being mixed up with the affair. The Tonga driver received 5 rupees to find a bazaar rickshaw for Mrs. Schreiderling. He was to tell the Tonga babu afterwards of the other man, and the babu was to make such arrangements as seemed best. Mrs. Schreiderling was carried into the shed out of the rain, and for 3/4 of an hour we too waited for the rickshaw. The other man was left exactly as he had arrived. Mrs. Schreiderling would do everything but cry, which might have helped her. She tried to scream as soon as her senses came back, and then she began praying for the other man's soul. Had she not been as honest as the day, she would have prayed for her own soul too. I waited to hear her do this, but she did not. Then I tried to get some of the mud off her habit. Lastly, the rickshaw came, and I got her away, partly by force. It was a terrible business from beginning to end, but most of all when the rickshaw had to squeeze between the wall and the Tonga, and she saw by the lamplight that thin yellow hand grasping the awning stanchion. She was taken home just as everyone was going to a dance at Viceregal Lodge, Peterhof it was then, and the doctor found that she had fallen from her horse, that I had picked her up at the back of Jacko, and really deserved great credit for the prompt manner in which I had secured medical aid. She did not die. Men of Schreiderling's stamp marry women who don't die easily. They live and grow ugly. She never told of her one meeting since her marriage with the other man, and when the chill and cough following the exposure of that evening allowed her abroad, she never by word or sign alluded to having met me by the Tonga office. Perhaps she never knew. She used to trot up and down the Mall on that shocking bad saddle, looking as if she expected to meet someone round the corner every minute. 2 years afterward she went home and died, at Bournemouth, I think. Schreiderling, when he grew maudlin at mess, used to talk about "my poor dear wife." He always set great store on speaking his mind, did Schreiderling. End of The Other Man by Rudyard Kipling. Read by Sean Michael Hogan, St. John's, Newfoundland, Canada.
Tennessee's Partner by Bret Harte. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Nick Number. I do not think that we ever knew his real name. Our ignorance of it certainly never gave us any social inconvenience, for at Sandy Bar in 1854 most men were christened anew. Sometimes these appellatives were derived from some distinctiveness of dress, as in the case of Dungaree Jack, or from some peculiarity of habit, as shown in Saleratus Bill, so called from an undue proportion of that chemical in his daily bread, or from some unlucky slip, as exhibited in The Iron Pirate, a mild, inoffensive man who earned that baleful title by his unfortunate mispronunciation of the term iron pyrites. Perhaps this may have been the beginning of a rude heraldry, but I am constrained to think that it was because a man's real name in that day rested solely upon his own unsupported statement. "Call yourself Clifford, do you?" said Boston, addressing a timid newcomer with infinite scorn. "Hell is full of such Cliffords." He then introduced the unfortunate man, whose name happened to be really Clifford, as Jaybird Charlie, an unhallowed inspiration of the moment that clung to him ever after. But to return to Tennessee's Partner, whom we never knew by any other than this relative title, that he had ever existed as a separate and distinct individuality we only learned later. It seems that in 1853 he left Poker Flat to go to San Francisco, ostensibly to procure a wife. He never got any farther than Stockton. At that place he was attracted by a young person who waited upon the table at the hotel where he took his meals. One morning he said something to her which caused her to smile, not unkindly, to somewhat coquettishly break a plate of toast over his upturned, serious, simple face, and to retreat to the kitchen. He followed her, and emerged a few moments later, covered with more toast and victory. That day week they were married by a justice of the peace and returned to Poker Flat. I am aware that something more might be made of this episode, but I prefer to tell it as it was current at Sandy Bar, in the gulches and bar rooms, where all sentiment was modified by a strong sense of humor. Of their married felicity but little is known, perhaps for the reason that Tennessee, then living with his partner, one day took occasion to say something to the bride on his own account, at which, it is said, she smiled not unkindly, and chastely retreated, this time as far as Marysville, where Tennessee followed her, and where they went to housekeeping without the aid of a justice of the peace. Tennessee's partner took the loss of his wife simply and seriously, as was his fashion, but to everybody's surprise, when Tennessee one day returned from Marysville without his partner's wife, she having smiled and retreated with somebody else, Tennessee's partner was the first man to shake his hand and greet him with affection. The boys who had gathered in the canyon to see the shooting were naturally indignant. Their indignation might have found vent in sarcasm but for a certain look in Tennessee's partner's eye that indicated a lack of humorous appreciation. In fact, he was a grave man, with a steady application to practical detail which was unpleasant in a difficulty. Meanwhile, a popular feeling against Tennessee had grown up on the bar. He was known to be a gambler, he was suspected to be a thief. In these suspicions, Tennessee's partner was equally compromised. His continued intimacy with Tennessee after the affair above quoted could only be accounted for on the hypothesis of a co-partnership of crime. At last Tennessee's guilt became flagrant. One day he overtook a stranger on his way to Red Dog. The stranger afterward related that Tennessee beguiled the time with interesting anecdote and reminiscence, but illogically concluded the interview in the following words. "And now, young man, I'll trouble you for your knife, your pistols, and your money. You see, your weapons might get you into trouble at Red Dog, and your money's a temptation to the evilly disposed. I think you said your address was San Francisco. I shall endeavor to call." It may be stated here that Tennessee had a fine flow of humor, which no business preoccupation could wholly subdue. This exploit was his last. Red Dog and Sandy Bar made common cause against the highwayman. Tennessee was hunted in very much the same fashion as his prototype, the grizzly. As the toils closed around him, he made a desperate dash through the bar, emptying his revolver at the crowd before the arcade saloon, and so on up Grizzly Canyon, but at its farther extremity he was stopped by a small man on a gray horse. The men looked at each other a moment in silence. Both were fearless, both self-possessed and independent, and both types of a civilization that in the 17th century would have been called heroic, but in the 19th simply reckless. "What have you got there? I call," said Tennessee quietly. "2 Bowers and an ace," said the stranger, as quietly, showing 2 revolvers and a bowie knife. "That takes me," returned Tennessee, and, with this gambler's epigram, he threw away his useless pistol and rode back with his captor. It was a warm night. The cool breeze which usually sprang up with the going down of the sun behind the chaparral-crested mountain was that evening withheld from Sandy Bar. The little canyon was stifling with heated resinous odors, and the decaying driftwood on the bar sent forth faint, sickening exhalations. The feverishness of day and its fierce passions still filled the camp. Lights moved restlessly along the bank of the river, striking no answering reflection from its tawny current. Against the blackness of the pines, the windows of the old loft above the express office stood out staringly bright, and through their curtainless panes the loungers below could see the forms of those who were even then deciding the fate of Tennessee. And above all this, etched on the dark firmament, rose the Sierra, remote and passionless, crowned with remoter, passionless stars. The trial of Tennessee was conducted as fairly as was consistent with a judge and jury who felt themselves to some extent obliged to justify, in their verdict, the previous irregularities of arrest and indictment. The law of Sandy Bar was implacable, but not vengeful. The excitement and personal feeling of the chase were over. With Tennessee safe in their hands, they were ready to listen patiently to any defense, which they were already satisfied was insufficient. There being no doubt in their own minds, they were willing to give the prisoner the benefit of any that might exist. Secure in the hypothesis that he ought to be hanged, on general principles, they indulged him with more latitude of defense than his reckless hardihood seemed to ask. The judge appeared to be more anxious than the prisoner, who, otherwise unconcerned, evidently took a grim pleasure in the responsibility he had created. "I don't take any hand in this your game," had been his invariable but good-humored reply to all questions. The judge, who was also his captor, for a moment vaguely regretted that he had not shot him "on sight" that morning, but presently dismissed this human weakness as unworthy of the judicial mind. Nevertheless, when there was a tap at the door, and it was said that Tennessee's partner was there on behalf of the prisoner, he was admitted at once without question. Perhaps the younger members of the jury, to whom the proceedings were becoming irksomely thoughtful, hailed him as a relief. For he was not, certainly, an imposing figure. Short and stout, with a square face, sunburned into a preternatural redness, clad in a loose duck jumper and trousers streaked and splashed with red soil, his aspect under any circumstances would have been quaint, and was now even ridiculous. As he stooped to deposit at his feet a heavy carpet bag he was carrying, it became obvious, from partially developed legends and inscriptions, that the material with which his trousers had been patched had been originally intended for a less ambitious covering. Yet he advanced with great gravity, and after shaking the hand of each person in the room with laboured cordiality, he wiped his serious, perplexed face on a red bandana handkerchief, a shade lighter than his complexion, laid his powerful hand upon the table to steady himself, and thus addressed the judge. "I was passin' by," he began, by way of apology, "and I thought I'd just step in and see how things was gittin' on with Tennessee thar, my pardner. It's a hot night. I disremember any sich weather before on the bar." He paused a moment, but nobody volunteering any other meteorological recollection, he again had recourse to his pocket handkerchief, and for some moments mopped his face diligently. "Have you anything to say on behalf of the prisoner?" said the judge, finally. "That's it," said Tennessee's partner, in a tone of relief. "I come yar as Tennessee's partner, knowin' him nigh on 4 year, off and on, wet and dry, in luck and out o' luck. His ways ain't allers my ways, but there aren't any p'ints in that young man, there ain't any liveliness as he's been up to as I don't know. And you says to me, says you, confidential like, and between man and man, says you, do you know anything in his behalf? And I says to you, says I, confidential like, as between man and man, what should a man know of his partner?" "Is this all you have to say?" asked the judge impatiently, feeling, perhaps, that a dangerous sympathy of humor was beginning to humanize the court. "That's so," continued Tennessee's partner. "It ain't for me to say anything agin him. And now, what's the case? Here's Tennessee wants money, wants it bad, and doesn't like to ask it of his old partner. Well, what does Tennessee do? He lays for a stranger, and he fetches that stranger, and you lays for him, and you fetches him, and the honors is easy. And I put it to you, being a far-minded man, and to you, gentlemen all, as far-minded men, if this isn't so." "Prisoner," said the judge, interrupting, "have you any questions to ask this man?" "No, no," continued Tennessee's partner hastily. "I play this here hand alone. To come down to the bedrock, it's just this. Tennessee, thar, has played it pretty rough and expensive like on a stranger, and on this your camp. And now, what's the fair thing? Some would say more, some would say less. Here's $1,700 in coarse gold and a watch. It's about all my pile, and call it square." And before a hand could be raised to prevent him, he had emptied the contents of the carpet bag upon the table. For a moment his life was in jeopardy. One or two men sprang to their feet, several hands groped for hidden weapons, and a suggestion to "throw him from the window" was only overridden by a gesture from the judge. Tennessee laughed, and apparently oblivious of the excitement, Tennessee's partner improved the opportunity to mop his face again with his handkerchief. When order was restored and the man was made to understand, by the use of forcible figures and rhetoric, that Tennessee's offence could not be condoned by money, his face took a more serious and sanguinary hue, and those who were nearest to him noticed that his rough hand trembled slightly on the table. He hesitated a moment as he slowly returned the gold to the carpet bag, as if he had not yet entirely caught the elevated sense of justice which swayed the tribunal, and was perplexed with the belief that he had not offered enough. Then he turned to the judge, and saying, "This here is a lone hand, played alone and without my partner." He bowed to the jury and was about to withdraw when the judge called him back. "If you have anything to say to Tennessee, you had better say it now." For the first time that evening the eyes of the prisoner and his strange advocate met. Tennessee smiled, showed his white teeth, and saying, "Euchred, old man," held out his hand. Tennessee's partner took it in his own, and saying, I just dropped in as I was passin' to see how things was gettin' on. Let the hand passively fall, and adding that it was a warm night. Again mopped his face with his handkerchief, and without another word withdrew. The two men never again met each other alive. For the unparalleled insult of a bribe offered to Judge Lynch, who, whether bigoted, weak, or narrow, was at least incorruptible, firmly fixed in the mind of that mythical personage any wavering determination of Tennessee's fate, and at the break of day he was marched, closely guarded, to meet it at the top of Marley's Hill. How he met it, how cool he was, how he refused to say anything, how perfect were the arrangements of the committee, were all duly reported, with the addition of a warning moral and example to all future evildoers, in the Red Dog Clarion by its editor, who was present, and to whose vigorous English I cheerfully refer the reader. But the beauty of that midsummer morning, the blessed amity of earth and air and sky, the awakened life of the free woods and hills, the joyous renewal and promise of nature, and, above all, the infinite serenity that thrilled through each, was not reported, as not being a part of the social lesson. And yet, when the weak and foolish deed was done, and a life, with its possibilities and responsibilities, had passed out of the misshapen thing that dangled between earth and sky, the birds sang, the flowers bloomed, the sun shone as cheerily as before, and possibly the Red Dog Clarion was right. Tennessee's partner was not in the group that surrounded the ominous tree, but as they turned to disperse, attention was drawn to the singular appearance of a motionless donkey cart halted at the side of the road. As they approached, they at once recognized the venerable Jenny and the two-wheeled cart as the property of Tennessee's partner, used by him in carrying dirt from his claim, and a few paces distant, the owner of the equipage himself, sitting under a buckeye tree, wiping the perspiration from his glowing face. In answer to an inquiry, he said he had come for the body of the diseased, if it was all the same to the committee. He didn't wish to hurry anything. He could wait. He was not working that day, and when the gentlemen were done with the diseased, he would take him. If thar is any present, he added in his simple, serious way, as would care to join in the funnel, they can come. Perhaps it was from a sense of humor, which I have already intimated was a feature of Sandy Bar. Perhaps it was from something even better than that, but 2/3 of the loungers accepted the invitation at once. It was noon when the body of Tennessee was delivered into the hands of his partner. As the cart drew up to the fatal tree, we noticed that it contained a rough oblong box, apparently made from a section of sluicing, and half filled with bark and the tassels of pine. The cart was further decorated with slips of willow and made fragrant with buckeye blossoms. When the body was deposited in the box, Tennessee's partner drew over it a piece of tarred canvas, and gravely mounting the narrow seat in front, with his feet upon the shafts, urged the little donkey forward. The equipage moved slowly on, at that decorous pace which was habitual with Jenny even under less solemn circumstances. The men, half curiously, half jestingly, but all good-humoredly, strolled along beside the cart, some in advance, some a little in the rear, of the homely catafalque. But, whether from the narrowing of the road or some present sense of decorum as the cart passed on, the company fell to the rear in couples, keeping step and otherwise assuming the external show of a formal procession. Jack Follansby, who had at the outset played a funeral march in dumb show upon an imaginary trombone, desisted, from a lack of sympathy and appreciation, not having perhaps your true humorist's capacity to be content with the enjoyment of his own fun. The way led through Grizzly Canyon, by this time clothed in funereal drapery and shadows. The redwoods, burying their moccasined feet in the red soil, stood in Indian file along the track, trailing an uncouth benediction from their bending boughs upon the passing bier. A hare, surprised into helpless inactivity, sat upright and pulsating in the ferns by the roadside as the cortege went by. Squirrels hastened to gain a secure outlook from higher boughs, and the blue jays, spreading their wings, fluttered before them like outriders until the outskirts of Sandy Bar were reached and the solitary cabin of Tennessee's partner. Viewed under more favorable circumstances, it would not have been a cheerful place. The unpicturesque site, the rude and unlovely outlines, the unsavory details which distinguish the nest building of the California miner were all here, with the dreariness of decay superadded. A few paces from the cabin there was a rough enclosure, which, in the brief days of Tennessee's partner's matrimonial felicity, had been used as a garden, but was now overgrown with fern. As we approached it, we were surprised to find that what we had taken for a recent attempt at cultivation was the broken soil about an open grave. The cart was halted before the enclosure, and rejecting the offers of assistance with the same air of simple self-reliance he had displayed throughout, Tennessee's partner lifted the rough coffin on his back and deposited it unaided within the shallow grave. He then nailed down the board which served as a lid, and, mounting the little mound of earth beside it, took off his hat and slowly mopped his face with his handkerchief. This, the crowd felt, was a preliminary to speech, and they disposed themselves variously on stumps and boulders, and sat expectant. "When a man," began Tennessee's partner slowly, "has been running free all day, what's the natural thing for him to do? Why, to come home. And if he ain't in a condition to go home, what can his best friend do? Why, bring him home. And here's Tennessee has been running free, and we brings him home from his wandering." He paused and picked up a fragment of quartz, rubbed it thoughtfully on his sleeve, and went on. "It ain't the first time that I've packed him on my back, as you seed me now. It ain't the first time that I brought him to this here cabin when he couldn't help himself. It ain't the first time that I and Jinny have waited for him on yon hill, and picked him up and so fetched him home when he couldn't speak and didn't know me. And now that it's the last time, why—" He paused and rubbed the quartz gently on his sleeve. "You see, it's sort of rough on his partner. And now, gentlemen," he added abruptly, picking up his long-handled shovel, "the funnel's over, and my thanks and Tennessee's thanks to you for your trouble." Resisting any proffers of assistance, he began to fill in the grave, turning his back upon the crowd, that, after a few moments' hesitation, gradually withdrew. As they crossed the little ridge that hid Sandy Bar from view, some, looking back, thought they could see Tennessee's partner, his work done, sitting upon the grave, his shovel between his knees, and his face buried in his red bandana handkerchief. But it was argued by others that you couldn't tell his face from his handkerchief at that distance, and this point remained undecided. In the reaction that followed the feverish excitement of that day, Tennessee's partner was not forgotten. A secret investigation had cleared him of any complicity in Tennessee's guilt, and left only a suspicion of his general sanity. Sandy Bar made a point of calling on him and proffering various uncouth but well-meant kindnesses. But from that day his rude health and great strength seemed visibly to decline, and when the rainy season fairly set in, and the tiny grass blades were beginning to peep from the rocky mound above Tennessee's grave, he took to his bed. One night, when the pines beside the cabin were swaying in the storm and trailing their slender fingers over the roof, and the roar and rush of the swollen river were heard below, Tennessee's partner lifted his head from the pillow, saying, "It is time to go for Tennessee. I must put Jinny in the cart," and would have risen from his bed but for the restraint of his attendant. Struggling, he still pursued his singular fancy. "There now, steady, Jinny. Steady, old girl. How dark it is. Look out for the ruts, and look out for him too, old gal. Sometimes, you know, when he's blind drunk, he drops down right in the trail. Keep on straight up to the pine on the top of the hill. Thar, I told you so. Thar he is, comin' this way, too, all by himself, sober, and his face a-shinin'. Tennessee! Partner!" And so they met. End of Tennessee's Partner by Bret Harte. Read by Nick Number.
That Hometown Feeling by Edna Ferber. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Bologna Times. That Hometown Feeling by Edna Ferber. We all have our ambitions. Mine is to sit in a rocking chair on the sidewalk at the corner of Clark and Randolph Streets and watch the crowds go by. South Clark Street is one of the most interesting and cosmopolitan thoroughfares in the world. New Yorkers, please sniff. If you are from Paris, France, or Paris, Illinois, and should chance to be in that neighborhood, you will stop at Tony's newsstand to buy your hometown paper. Don't mistake the nature of this story. There is nothing of the shivering newsboy waif about Tony. He has the voice of a foghorn, the purple striped shirt of a sport, the diamond scarf pin of a racetrack tout, and the savoir-faire of the gutter bred. You'd never pick him for a newsboy if it weren't for his chapped hands and the eternal cold sore on the upper left corner of his mouth. It is a fascinating thing, Tony's stand. A high wooden structure, rising tier on tier, containing papers from every corner of the world. I'll defy you to name a paper that Tony doesn't handle, from Timbuktu to Tarrytown, from South Bend to South Africa. A paper marked Christiania, Norway, nestles next to a sheet from Kalamazoo, Michigan. You can get the War Cry or Le Figaro. With one hand, Tony will give you the Berlin Tageblatt, and with the other the Times from Neenah, Wisconsin. Take your choice between the Bulletin from Sydney, Australia, or the Bee from Omaha. But perhaps you know South Clark Street. It is honeycombed with good copy, man-sized stuff. South Clark Street reminds one of a slatternly woman, brave in silks and velvets on the surface, but ragged and rumpled, and none too clean as to nether garments. It begins with a tenement so vile, so filthy, so repulsive, that the municipal authorities deny its very existence. It ends with a brand new hotel, all red brick and white tiling, and Louis Quinze furniture, and sour cream colored marble lobby, and oriental rugs lavishly scattered under the feet of the unappreciative guest from Kansas City. It is a street of signs, is South Clark. They vary all the way from Banca Italiana, done in fat, fly-specked letters of gold, to Sang Yuen, scrawled in Chinese red and black. Spaghetti and chop suey and dairy lunches nestle side by side. Here an electric sign blazons forth the tempting announcement of lunch. Just across the way, delicately suggesting a means of availing oneself of the invitation, is another which announces loans. South Clark Street can transform a winter overcoat into hamburger and onions so quickly that the eye can't follow the hand. Do you gather from this that you are being taken slumming? Not at all. For the passer-by on Clark Street varies as to color, nationality, raiment, fingernails, and haircut, according to the locality in which you find him. At the tenement end, the feminine passer-by is apt to be shawled, swarthy, down at heel, and dragging a dark-eyed, fretting baby in her wake. At the hotel end you will find her blonde of hair, velvet of boot, plumed of headgear, and prone to have at her heels a white, woolly, pink-eyed dog. The masculine Clark Streeter? I throw up my hands. Pray remember that South Clark Street embraces the dime lodging house, pawn shop, hotel, theater, chop suey, and railway office district, all within a few blocks. From the sidewalk in front of his groggery, Bath House John can see the City Hall. The trim, khaki-garbed enlistment officer rubs elbows with the lodging-house bum. The masculine Clark Streeter may be of the kind that begs a dime for a bed, or he may loll in manicured luxury at the marble-lined hotel. South Clark Street is so splendidly indifferent. Copy hunting, I approached Tony with hope in my heart, a smile on my lips, and a nickel in my hand. Philadelphia, Inquirer? I asked, those being the city and paper which fire my imagination least. Tony whipped it out dexterously. I looked at his keen blue eye, his lean brown face, and his punishing jaw, and I knew that no airy persiflage would deceive him. Boldly I waded in. I write for the magazines, said I. Do they know it? Grinned Tony. Just beginning to be faintly aware. Your stand looks like a story to me. Tell me, does one ever come your way? For instance, don't they come here asking for their hometown paper, sobs in their voice, grasp the sheet with trembling hands, type swims in a misty haze before their eyes, turn aside to brush away a tear, all that kind of stuff, you know? Tony's grin threatened his cold sore. You can't stand in the corner of Clark and Randolph all those years without getting wise to everything there is. "I'm on," said he, "but I'm afraid I can't accommodate, girlie. I guess my ear ain't attuned to that sob stuff. What's that? Yes, sir. No, sir. 15 cents. Well, I can't help that. 15's the regular price of foreign papers. Thanks. There, did you see that? I bet that gink give up 15 of his last 2 bits to get that paper. Oh, well, sometimes. They look happy. And then again sometimes they... Yes'm. Mississippi, 5 cents. Las Vegas Optic, right here. Hey, there, you're forgetting your change. And then again sometimes they look all to the doleful. Say, stick around. Maybe somebody'll start something. You never can tell. And then this happened. A man approached Tony's newsstand from the north, and a woman approached Tony's newsstand from the south. They brought my story with them. The woman reeked of the city. I hope you know what I mean. She bore the stamp and seal and imprint of it. It had ground its heel down on her face. At the front of her coat she wore a huge bunch of violets, with a fleshly tuberose rising from its center. Her furs were voluminous. Her hat was hidden beneath the cascades of a green willow plume. A green willow plume would make Edna May look sophisticated. She walked with that humping hip movement which city women acquire. She carried a jangling handful of useless gold trinkets. Her heels were too high, and her hair too yellow, and her lips too red, and her nose too white, and her cheeks too pink. Everything about her was "too," from the black stitching on her white gloves to the buckle of brilliants in her hat. The city had her, body and soul, and had fashioned her in its metallic cast. You would have sworn that she had never seen flowers growing in a field. Said she to Tony, "Got a Kewaskum Courier?" As she said it, the man stopped at the stand and put his question. To present this thing properly, I ought to be able to describe them both at the same time, like a juggler keeping 2 balls in the air at once. Kindly carry the lady in your mind's eye. The man was tall and raw-boned, with very white teeth, very blue eyes, and an open-faced collar that allowed full play to an objectionably apparent Adam's apple. His hair and mustache were sandy, his gait loping, his manner, clothes, and complexion breathed of Waco, Texas. Or is it Arizona? Said he to Tony, "Let me have the London Times." Well, there you are. I turned an accusing eye on Tony. "And you said no stories came your way," I murmured, reproachfully. "Help yourself," said Tony. The blonde lady grasped the Kewaskum Courier. Her green plume appeared to be unduly agitated as she searched its columns. The sheet rattled. There was no breeze. The hands in the 2 black stitched gloves were trembling. I turned from her to the man just in time to see the Adam's apple leaping about unpleasantly and convulsively. Whereupon I jumped to 2 conclusions. Conclusion 1. Any woman whose hands can tremble over the Kewaskum Courier is homesick. Conclusion 2. Any man, any part of whose anatomy can become convulsed over the London Times is homesick. She looked up from her Courier. He glanced away from his Times. As the novelists have it, their eyes met. And there, in each pair of eyes, there swam that misty haze about which I had so earnestly consulted Tony. The green plume took an involuntary step forward. The Adam's apple did the same. They spoke simultaneously. "They're going to pave Main Street," said the green plume, "and Mrs. Wilcox, that was Jerry Myers, has got another baby girl, and the ladies of the First M.E. made $7.69 on their needlework bazaar and missionary tea. I ain't been home in 11 years. Hallam is trying for Parliament in Westchester, and the King is back at Windsor. My mother wears a lace cap down to breakfast, and the place is famous for its tapestries and yew trees and family ghost. I haven't been home in 12 years." The great, soft light of fellow feeling and sympathy glowed in the eyes of each. The green plume took still another step forward and laid her hand on his arm, as is the way of green plumes the world over. "Why don't you go, kid?" she inquired softly. Adam's apple gnawed at his mustache end. "I'm the black sheep. Why don't you?" The blonde lady looked down at her glove tips. Her lower lip was caught between her teeth. "What's the feminine for black sheep? I'm that. Anyway, I'd be afraid to go home, for fear it would be too much of a shock for them when they saw my hair. They wasn't in on the intermediate stages when it was chestnut, auburn, Titian, gold, and orange colored. I want to spare their feelings. The last time they saw me it was just plain brown. Where I come from, a woman who dyes her hair when it is beginning to turn gray is considered as good as lost. Funny, ain't it? And yet I remember the minister's wife used to wear false teeth, the kind that clicks. But hair is different." "Dear lady," said the blue-eyed man, "it would make no difference to your own people. I know they would be happy to see you, hair and all. One's own people." "My folks? That's just it. If the prodigal son had been a daughter, they'd probably have handed her one of her sister's Mother Hubbards, and put her to work washing dishes in the kitchen. You see, after Ma died, my brother married, and I went to live with him and Lil. I was an ugly little mug, and it looked all to the Cinderella for me, with a coach and four and Prince left out. Lil was the village beauty when my brother married her, and she kind of got into the habit of leaving the heavy role to me, and confining herself to thinking parts. One day I took $20 and came to the city. Oh, I paid it back long ago, but I've never been home since. But say, do you know every time I get near a newsstand like this, I grab the hometown paper? I'll bet I've kept track every time my sister-in-law's sewing circle has met for the last 10 years, and the spring the paper said they built a new porch, I was just dying to write and ask 'em what they did with the Virginia creeper that used to cover the whole front and sides of the old porch. "Look here," said the man very abruptly, "if it's money you need, why—" "Me? Do I look like a touch? Now you—" "Finest stock farm and ranch in 7 counties. I come to Chicago once a year to sell. I've got just 13,000 nestling next to my left floating rib this minute." The eyes of the woman with the green plume narrowed down to 2 glittering slits. A new look came into her face, a look that matched her hat and heels and gloves and complexion and hair. 13,000! 13,000! Say, isn't it chilly on this corner, I know a kind of restaurant just around the corner where—" "It's no use," said the sandy-haired man gently. "And I wouldn't have said that if I were you. I was going back today on the 5:25, but I'm sick of it all. So are you, or you wouldn't have said what you just said. Listen, let's go back home, you and I. The sight of a Navajo blanket nauseates me. The thought of those prairies makes my eyes ache. I know that if I have to eat one more meal cooked by that Chink of mine, I'll hang him by his own pigtail. Those rangy western ponies aren't horseflesh, fit for a man to ride. Why, back home our stables were— Look here, I want to see a silver tea service with a coat of arms on it. I want to dress for dinner, and take in a girl with a white gown and smooth white shoulders. My sister clips roses in the morning, before breakfast, in a pink ruffled dress and garden gloves. Would you believe that here, on Clark Street, with a whiskey sign overhead and the stockyard smells under nose? Oh, hell, I'm going home." "Home?" repeated the blonde lady. "Home?" The sagging lines about her flaccid chin took on a new look of firmness and resolve. The light of determination glowed in her eyes. "I'll beat you to it," she said. "I'm going home, too. I'll be there tomorrow. I'm dead sick of this. Who cares whether I live or die? It's just one damned round of grease paint and sky blue tights and new boarding houses and humping over to the theater every night, going on and humping back to the room again. I want to wash up some supper dishes, with egg on 'em, and set some yeast for bread, and pop a dishpan full of corn, and put a shawl over my head and run over to Millie Krause's to get her kimono sleeve pattern. I'm sour on this dirt and noise. I want to spend the rest of my life in a place so that when I die they'll put a column in the paper with a verse at the top and all the neighbors'll come in and help bake up. Here, why, here I'd just be 2 lines on the want ad page with 50 cents extra for Kewaskum paper please copy. The man held out his hand. "Good-bye," he said, "and please excuse me if I say God bless you. I've never really wanted to say it before, so it's quite extraordinary. My name's Guy Peel." The white glove, with its too conspicuous black stitching, disappeared within his palm. "Mine's Mercedes Marone, late of the Morning Glory Burlesquers, but from now on Sadie Hayes of Kewaskum, Wisconsin. Good-bye, and, well, God bless you too. Say, I hope you don't think I'm in the habit of talking to strange gents like this." "I am quite sure you are not," said Guy Peel, very gravely, and bowed slightly before he went south on Clark Street and she went north. Dear reader, will you take my hand while I assist you to make a 1 year's leap? Whoopla! There you are. A man and woman approached Tony's newsstand. You are quite right, but her willow plume was purple this time. A purple willow plume would make Mario Doro look sophisticated. The man was sandy-haired, raw-boned, with a loping gait, very blue eyes, very white teeth, and an objectionably apparent Adam's apple. He came from the north, and she from the south. In storybooks and on the stage, when two people meet unexpectedly after a long separation, they always stop short, bring one hand up to their breast, and say, "You." Sometimes, especially in the case where the heroine chances on the villain, they say simultaneously, "You, here." I have seen people reunited under surprising circumstances, but they never said "you." They said something quite unmelodramatic and commonplace, such as, "Well, look who's here," or "My land, if it ain't Ed. How's Ed?" So it was that the purple willow plume and the Adam's apple stopped, shook hands, and viewed one another while the plume said, "I kind of thought I'd bump into you. Felt it in my bones." And the Adam's apple said, "Then you're not living in Kewaskum, Wisconsin?" "Not any," responded she, briskly. "How do you happen to be straying away from the tapestries, and the yew trees, and the ghost, and the pink roses, and the garden gloves, and the silver tea service with the coat of arms on it?" A slow, grim smile overspread the features of the man. "You tell yours first," he said. "Well," began she, "in the first place, my name's Mercedes Marone, of the Morning Glory Burlesquers, formerly Sadie Hayes of Kewaskum, Wisconsin. I went home next day, like I said I would. Say, Mr. Peel, you said Peel, didn't you? Guy Peel. Nice, neat name. To this day, when I eat lobster late at night and have dreams, it's always about that visit home. How long did you stay?" "I'm coming to that. Or maybe you can figure it out yourself when I tell you I've been back 11 months. I worried the folks I was coming, and then I came before they had a chance to answer. When the train reached Kewaskum, I stepped off into the arms of a Dowd in a homemade, made-over year before last suit, and a hat that would have been funny if it hadn't been so pathetic. I grabbed her by the shoulders, and I held her off, and looked at the wrinkles, and the sallow complexion, and the coat with the sleeves in wrong, and the mashed hat. I told you Lil used to be the village peach, didn't I? And I says, 'For God's sakes, Lil, does your husband beat you?' 'Steve!' she shrieks. 'Beat me? You must be crazy.' 'Well, if he don't, he ought to. Those clothes are grounds for divorce,' I says. Mr. Guy Peel, it took me just 4 weeks to get wise to the fact that the way to cure homesickness is to go home. I spent those 4 weeks trying to revolutionize my sister-in-law's house. Dress, kids, husband, wallpaper, and parlor carpet. I took all the doilies from under the ornaments and spoke my mind on the subject of the hand-painted lamp. And Lil hates me for it yet, and will to her dying day. I fitted 3 dresses for her, and made her get some corsets that she'll never wear. They have roast pork for dinner on Sundays, and they never go to the theater, and they like bread pudding, and they're happy. I wasn't. They treated me fine, and it was home all right, but not my home. It was the same, but I was different. 11 years away from anything makes it shrink, if you know what I mean. I guess maybe you do. I remember that I used to think that the Grand View Hotel was a regular little Oriental palace that was almost too luxurious to be respectable, and that the traveling men who stopped there were gods, and just to prance past the hotel after supper had the Atlantic City boardwalk looking like a back alley on a rainy night. Well, everything had sort of shriveled up just like that. The popcorn gave me indigestion, and I burned the skin off my nose popping it. Kneading bread gave me the backache, and the blamed stuff wouldn't raise right. I got so I was crazy to hear the roar of an L train, and the sound of a crossing policeman's whistle. I got to thinking how Michigan Avenue looks downtown with the lights shining down on the asphalt, and all those people eating in the swell hotels, and the autos, and the theater crowds, and the windows, and well, I'm back. Glad I went? You said it. Because it made me so damn glad to get back. I found out one thing, and it's a great little lesson when you get it learned. Most of us are where we are because we belong there, and if we didn't, we wouldn't be. Say, that does sound mixed, don't it? But it's straight. Now you tell yours. I think you've said it all, began Guy Peel. It's queer, isn't it, how 12 years of America will spoil one for afternoon tea, and yew trees and tapestries and lace caps and roses. The mater was glad to see me, but she said I smelled woolly. They think a Navajo blanket is a thing the Indians wear on the warpath, and they don't know whether Texas is a state or a mineral water. It was slow, slow. About the time they were taking afternoon tea I'd be reckoning how the boys would be rounding up the cattle for the night, and about the time we'd sit down to dinner, something seemed to whisk the dinner table and the flowers and the men and women in evening clothes right out of sight, like magic, and I could see the boys stretched out in front of the bunkhouse after their supper of bacon and beans and biscuit and coffee. They'd be smoking their pipes that smelled to heaven and further, and Wing would be squealing out one of his creepy old Chink songs out in the kitchen, and the sky would be— Say, Miss Meron, did you ever see this nice sky out west? Purple, you know, and soft as soapsuds, and so near that you want to reach up and touch it with your hand. Toward the end, my mother used to take me off in a corner and tell me that I hadn't spoken a word to the little girl that I had taken in to dinner, and that I couldn't forget my uncouth western ways for an hour or two, at least. Perhaps I'd better not try to mingle with civilized people. I discovered that home isn't always the place where you were born and bred. Home is the place where your everyday clothes are, and where somebody or something needs you. They didn't need me over there in England. Lord, no. I was sick for the sight of a Navajo blanket. My shack's glowing with them, and my books needed me, and the boys, and the critters, and Kate. Kate? Repeated Miss Moran quickly. Kate's my horse. I'm going back on the 5:25 tonight. This is my regular trip, you know. I came around here to buy a paper, because it has become a habit. And then, too, I sort of felt, well, something told me that you— You're a nice boy, said Miss Moran. By the way, did I tell you that I married the manager of the show the week after I got back? We go to Bloomington tonight, and then we jump to St. Paul. I came around here just as usual because— because Tony's gift for remembering faces and facts amounts to genius. With two deft movements he whisked two papers from among the many in the rack and held them out. "Kewaskum Courier?" he suggested. "Nix," said Mercedes Meron. "I'll take the Chicago Scream." "London Times?" said Tony. "No," replied Guy Peel. "Give me the San Antonio Express." End of That Hometown Feeling by Edna Ferber.
The 1002nd Tale of Scheherazade by Edgar Allan Poe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Greg Marguerite. The 1002nd Tale of Scheherazade by Edgar Allan Poe. Truth is stranger than fiction. Old saying. Having had occasion lately, in the course of some Oriental investigations, to consult the Tell Me Now Is It So or Not, a work which, like the Zohar of Simeon Wahides, is scarcely known at all, even in Europe, and which has never been quoted, to my knowledge, by any American, if we except perhaps the author of the Curiosities of American Literature. Having had occasion, I say, to turn over some pages of the first mentioned very remarkable work, I was not a little astonished to discover that the literary world has hitherto been strangely in error respecting the fate of the Vizier's daughter Scheherazade, as that fate is depicted in the Arabian Nights, and that the denouement there given, if not altogether inaccurate as far as it goes, is at least to blame in not having gone very much farther. For full information on this interesting topic, I must refer the inquisitive reader to the Is It So or Not itself, but in the meantime I shall be pardoned for giving a summary of what I there discovered. It will be remembered that in the usual version of the tales a certain monarch, having good cause to be jealous of his queen, not only puts her to death, but makes a vow by his beard and the prophet to espouse each night the most beautiful maiden in his dominions, and the next morning to deliver her up to the executioner. Having fulfilled this vow for many years to the letter, and with a religious punctuality and method that conferred great credit upon him as a man of devout feeling and excellent sense, he was interrupted one afternoon, no doubt at his prayers, by a visit from his Grand Vizier, to whose daughter it appeared there had occurred an idea. Her name was Scheherazade, and her idea was that she would either redeem the land from the depopulating tax upon its beauty, or perish after the approved fashion of all heroines in the attempt. Accordingly, and although we do not find it to be leap year, which makes the sacrifice more meritorious, she deputes her father, the Grand Vizier, to make an offer to the king of her hand. This hand the king eagerly accepts. He had intended to take it at all events, and had put off the matter from day to day only through fear of the Vizier. But in accepting it now, he gives all parties very distinctly to understand that the Grand Vizier or no Grand Vizier, he has not the slightest design of giving up one iota of his vow or of his privileges. When, therefore, the fair Scheherazade insisted upon marrying the king, and did actually marry him, despite her father's excellent advice not to do anything of the kind, when she would and did marry him, I say will I, nil I, it was with her beautiful black eyes as thoroughly open as the nature of the case would allow. It seems, however, that this politic damsel, who had been reading Machiavelli beyond doubt, had a very ingenious little plot in her mind. On the night of the wedding she contrived, upon I forget what specious pretence, to have her sister occupy a couch sufficiently near that of the royal pair to admit the easy conversation from bed to bed, and a little before cock-crowing she took care to awaken the good monarch, her husband, who bore her none the worse will, because he intended to wring her neck on the morrow. She managed to awaken him, I say, although on account of a capital conscience and an easy digestion he slept well, by the profound interest of a story, about a rat and a black cat, I think, which she was narrating, all in an undertone, of course, to her sister. When the day broke, it so happened that this history was not altogether finished, and that Scheherazade, in the nature of things, could not finish it just then, since it was high time for her to get up and be bowstrung, a thing very little more pleasant than hanging, only a trifle more genteel. The king's curiosity, however, prevailing, I am sorry to say, even over his sound religious principles, induced him for this once to postpone the fulfilment of his vow until the next morning, for the purpose and with the hope of hearing that night how it fared in the end with the black cat—a black cat, I think it was—and the rat. The night having arrived, however, the Lady Scheherazade not only put the finishing stroke to the black cat and the rat was blue, but before she well knew what she was about, found herself deep in the intricacies of a narration having reference, if I am not altogether mistaken, to a pink horse with green wings, that went in a violent manner by clockwork, and was wound up with an indigo key. With this history the king was even more profoundly interested than with the other, and as the day broke before its conclusion, notwithstanding all the queen's endeavors to get through with it in time for the bowstringing, there was again no resource but to postpone that ceremony as before for 24 hours. The next night there happened a similar accident, with a similar result, and then the next, and then again the next, so that in the end the good monarch, having been unavoidably deprived of all opportunity to keep his vow during a period of no less than 1001 nights, either forgets it altogether by the expiration of this time, or gets himself absolved of it in the regular way, or, what is more probable, breaks it outright, as well as the head of his father confessor. At all events, Scheherazade, who, being lineally descended from Eve, fell heir, perhaps, to the whole 7 baskets of talk, which the latter lady, we all know, picked up from under the trees in the Garden of Eden. Scheherazade, I say, finally triumphed, and the tariff upon beauty was repealed. Now, this conclusion, which is that of the story as we have it upon record, is, no doubt, excessively proper and pleasant. But, alas! like a great many pleasant things, is more pleasant than true, and I am indebted altogether to the Is It So or Not for the means of correcting the error. Le mieux, says a French proverb, est l'ennemi du bien, and in mentioning that Scheherazade had inherited the 7 baskets of talk, I should have added that she put them out at compound interest until they amounted to 77. "My dear sister," said she on the 1002nd night, I quote the language of the Is It So or Not at this point verbatim. "My dear sister," said she, "now that all this little difficulty about the bowstring has blown over, and that this odious tax is so happily repealed, I feel that I have been guilty of great indiscretion in withholding from you and the king, who I am sorry to say snores, a thing no gentleman would do, the full conclusion of Sinbad the Sailor. This person went through numerous other and more interesting adventures than those which I related, but the truth is I felt sleepy on the particular night of their narration, and so was seduced into cutting them short, a grievous piece of misconduct for which I only trust that Allah will forgive me. But even yet it is not too late to remedy my great neglect, and as soon as I have given the king a pinch or two in order to wake him up so far that he may stop making that horrible noise, I will forthwith entertain you, and him, if he pleases, with the sequel of this very remarkable story." Hereupon the sister of Scheherazade, as I have it from the Is It So or Not, expressed no very particular intensity of gratification, but the king, having been sufficiently pinched, at length ceased snoring, and finally said, and then, when the queen, understanding these words, which are no doubt Arabic, to signify that he was all attention, and would do his best not to snore any more, the queen, I say, having arranged these matters to her satisfaction, re-entered thus at once into the history of Sinbad the Sailor. "At length, in my old age," these are the words of Sinbad himself, as retailed by Scheherazade, "at length, in my old age, and after enjoying many years of tranquillity at home, I became once more possessed of a desire of visiting foreign countries, and one day, without acquainting any of my family with my design, I packed up some bundles of such merchandise as was most precious and least bulky, and engaged a porter to carry them, went with him down to the sea shore to await the arrival of any chance vessel that might convey me out of the kingdom into some region which I had not as yet explored. Having deposited the packages upon the sands, we sat down beneath some trees, and looked out into the ocean in hope of perceiving a ship, but during several hours we saw none whatever. At length I fancied that I could hear a singular buzzing or humming sound, and the porter, after listening a while, declared that he also could distinguish it. Presently it grew louder, and then still louder, so that we could have no doubt that the object which caused it was approaching us. At length, on the edge of the horizon, we discovered a black speck, which rapidly increased in size until we made it out to be a vast monster, swimming with a great part of its body above the surface of the sea. It came towards us with inconceivable swiftness, throwing up huge waves of foam around its breast, and illuminating all that part of the sea through which it passed with a long line of fire that extended far off into the distance. As the thing drew near we saw it very distinctly. Its length was equal to that of 3 of the loftiest trees that grow, and it was as wide as the great hall of audience in your palace. Oh, most sublime and munificent of the caliphs, its body, which was unlike that of ordinary fishes, was as solid as a rock, and of a jetty blackness throughout all that portion of it which floated above the water, with the exception of a narrow blood-red streak that completely begirdled it. The belly, which floated beneath the surface, and of which we could get only a glimpse now and then as the monster rose and fell with the billows, was entirely covered with metallic scales, of a color like that of the moon in misty weather. The back was flat and nearly white, and from it there extended upwards of 6 spines, about half the length of the whole body. The horrible creature had no mouth that we could perceive, but as if to make up for this deficiency it was provided with at least 80 of eyes, that protruded from their sockets like those of the green dragon-fly, and were arranged all around the body in 2 rows, one above the other, and parallel to the blood-red streak, which seemed to answer the purpose of an eyebrow. 2 or 3 of these dreadful eyes were much larger than the others, and had the appearance of solid gold. Although this beast approached us, as I have before said, with the greatest rapidity, it must have been moved altogether by necromancy, for it had neither fins like a fish, nor web feet like a duck, nor wings like the sea shell which is blown along in the manner of a vessel, nor yet did it writhe itself forward as do the eels. Its head and its tail were shaped precisely alike, only not far from the latter were 2 small holes that served for nostrils, and through which the monster puffed out its thick breath with prodigious violence, and with a shrieking, disagreeable noise. Our terror at beholding this hideous thing was very great, but it was even surpassed by our astonishment when, upon getting a nearer look, we perceived upon the creature's back a vast number of animals about the size and shape of men, and altogether much resembling them, except that they wore no garments as men do, being supplied by nature, no doubt, with an ugly, uncomfortable covering, a good deal like cloth, but fitting so tight to the skin as to render the poor wretches laughably awkward, and put them apparently to severe pain. On the very tips of their heads were certain square-looking boxes, which at first sight I thought might have been intended to answer as turbans, but I soon discovered that they were excessively heavy and solid, and I therefore concluded they were contrivances designed by their great weight to keep the heads of the animals steady and safe upon their shoulders. Around the necks of the creatures were fastened black collars, badges of servitude no doubt, such as we keep on our dogs, only much wider and infinitely stiffer, so that it was quite impossible for these poor victims to move their heads in any direction without moving the body at the same time, and thus they were doomed to perpetual contemplation of their noses, a view puggish and snubby in a wonderful, if not positively in an awful degree. When the monster had nearly reached the shore where we stood, it suddenly pushed out one of its eyes to a great extent, and emitted from it a terrible flash of fire, accompanied by a dense cloud of smoke, and a noise that I can compare to nothing but thunder. As the smoke cleared away, we saw one of the odd man animals standing near the head of the large beast with a trumpet in his hand, through which, putting it to his mouth, he presently addressed us in loud, harsh, and disagreeable accents, that perhaps we should have mistaken for language, had they not come altogether through the nose. Being thus evidently spoken to, I was at a loss how to reply, as I could in no manner understand what was said, and in this difficulty I turned to the porter, who was near swooning through affright, and demanded of him his opinion as to what species of monster it was, what it wanted, and what kind of creatures those were that so swarmed upon its back. To this the porter replied, as well as he could for trepidation, that he had once before heard of this sea beast, that it was a cruel demon with bowels of sulphur and blood of fire, created by evil genii as the means of inflicting misery upon mankind, that the things upon its back were vermin, such as sometimes infest cats and dogs, only a little larger and more savage, and that these vermin had their uses, however evil, for, through the torture they caused the beast by their nibblings and stingings, it was goaded into that degree of wrath which was requisite to make it roar and commit ill, and so fulfil the vengeful and malicious designs of the wicked genii. This account determined me to take to my heels, and without once even looking behind me I ran at full speed up into the hills, while the porter ran equally fast, although nearly in an opposite direction, so that by these means he finally made his escape with my bundles, of which I have no doubt he took excellent care, although this is a point I cannot determine, as I do not remember that I ever beheld him again. For myself, I was so hotly pursued by a swarm of the men vermin who had come to the shore in boats, that I was very soon overtaken, bound hand and foot, and conveyed to the beast, which immediately swam out again into the middle of the sea. I now bitterly repented my folly in quitting a comfortable home to peril my life in such adventures as this. But, regret being useless, I made the best of my condition, and exerted myself to secure the good will of the man animal that owned the trumpet, and who appeared to exercise authority over his fellows. I succeeded so well in this endeavor, that in a few days the creature bestowed upon me various tokens of his favor, and in the end even went to the trouble of teaching me the rudiments of what it was vain enough to denominate its language, so that at length I was enabled to converse with it readily, and came to make it comprehend the ardent desire I had of seeing the world. Washish swashish squeak, Sinbad. Hey, diddle diddle, grunt und grumble, hiss fiss wiss, said he to me one day after dinner. But I beg 1,000 pardons, I had forgotten that your Majesty is not conversant with the dialect of the Cockneys. So the man animals were called, I presume because their language formed the connecting link between that of the horse and that of the rooster. With your permission I will translate. Washish squashish, and so forth. That is to say, I am happy to find, my dear Sinbad, that you are really a very excellent fellow, and we are now about doing a thing which is called circumnavigating the globe. And since you are so desirous of seeing the world, I will strain a point and give you a free passage upon the back of the beast. When the Lady Scheherazade had proceeded thus far, relates the Is it so or not, the king turned over from his left side to his right, and said, "It is, in fact, very surprising, my dear queen, that you omitted hitherto these latter adventures of Sinbad. Do you know, I think them exceedingly entertaining and strange." The king having thus expressed himself, we are told, the fair Scheherazade resumed her history in the following words. Sinbad went on in this manner with his narrative to the Caliph. I thanked the man animal for its kindness, and soon found myself very much at home on the beast, which swam at prodigious rate through the ocean, although the surface of the latter is, in that part of the world, by no means flat, but round like a pomegranate, so that we went, so to say, either uphill or downhill all the time. That, I think, was very singular, interrupted the king. Nevertheless, it is quite true, replied Scheherazade. I have my doubts, rejoined the king, but pray be so good as to go on with the story. I will, said the queen. The beast continued, Sinbad to the Caliph swam, as I have related, uphill and downhill, until at length we arrived at an island, many hundreds of miles in circumference, but which nevertheless had been built in the middle of the sea by a colony of little things, like caterpillars. Said the king. Leaving this island, said Sinbad, for Scheherazade, it must be understood, took no notice of her husband's ill-mannered ejaculation. Leaving this island, we came to another, where the forests were of solid stone, and so hard that they shivered to pieces the finest tempered axes with which we endeavored to cut them down. Said the king again, but Scheherazade, paying him no attention, continued in the language of Sinbad. Passing beyond this last island, we reached a country where there was a cave that ran to the distance of 30 or 40 miles within the bowels of the earth, and that contained a greater number of far more spacious and more magnificent palaces than are to be found in all Damascus and Bagdad. From the roofs of these palaces there hung myriads of gems, like diamonds, but larger than men, and in among the streets of towers and pyramids and temples there flowed immense rivers as black as ebony, and swarming with fish that had no eyes. Said the king. We then swam into a region of the sea where we found a lofty mountain, down whose sides there streamed torrents of melted metal, some of which were 12 miles wide and 60 miles long, while from an abyss on the summit issued so vast a quantity of ashes that the sun was entirely blotted out from the heavens, and it became darker than the darkest midnight, so that when we were even at the distance of 150 miles from the mountain it was impossible to see the whitest object, however close we held it to our eyes. Said the king. After quitting this coast, the beast continued his voyage until we met with a land in which the nature of things seemed reversed. For we here saw a great lake, at the bottom of which, more than 100 feet beneath the surface of the water, there flourished in full leaf a forest of tall and luxuriant trees. "Phew!" said the king. Some 100 miles farther on brought us to a climate where the atmosphere was so dense as to sustain iron or steel, just as our own does a feather. "Fiddle-dee-dee," said the king. Proceeding still in the same direction, we presently arrived at the most magnificent region in the whole world. Through it there meandered a glorious river for several thousand miles. This river was of unspeakable depth, and of a transparency richer than that of amber. It was from 3 to 6 miles in width, and its banks, which arose on either side to 1,200 feet in perpendicular height, were crowned with ever-blossoming trees and perpetual sweet-scented flowers, that made the whole territory one gorgeous garden. But the name of this luxuriant land was the Kingdom of Horror, and to enter it was inevitable death. "Humph!" said the king. We left this kingdom in great haste, and after some days came to another, where we were astonished to perceive myriads of monstrous animals, with horns resembling scythes upon their heads. These hideous beasts dig for themselves vast caverns in the soil, of a funnel shape, and line the sides of them with rocks, so disposed one upon the other that they fall instantly when trodden upon by other animals, thus precipitating them into the monsters' dens, where their blood is immediately sucked, and their carcasses afterward hurled contemptuously out to an immense distance from the caverns of death. "Pooh!" said the king. Continuing our progress, we perceived a district with vegetables that grew not upon any soil, but in the air. There were others that sprang from the substance of other vegetables, others that derived their substance from the bodies of living animals. And then again there were others that glowed all over with intense fire, others that moved from place to place at pleasure, and what was still more wonderful, we discovered flowers that lived and breathed and moved their limbs at will, and had, moreover, the detestable passion of mankind for enslaving other creatures and confining them in horrid and solitary prisons until the fulfilment of appointed tasks. "Pshaw!" said the king. Quitting this land, we soon arrived at another, in which the bees and the birds are mathematicians of such genius and erudition that they give daily instructions in the science of geometry to the wise men of the empire. The king of the place having offered a reward for the solution of 2 very difficult problems, they were solved upon the spot, the one by the bees and the other by the birds, but the king keeping their solution a secret. It was only after the most profound researches and labor, and the writing of an infinity of big books during a long series of years, that the men mathematicians at length arrived at the identical solutions which had been given upon the spot by the bees and by the birds. "Oh my!" said the king. We had scarcely lost sight of this empire when we found ourselves close upon another, from whose shores there flew over our heads a flock of fowls a mile in breadth and 240 miles long, so that although they flew a mile during every minute, it required no less than 4 hours for the whole flock to pass over us, in which there were several millions of fowl. "Oh fie!" said the king. No sooner had we got rid of these birds, which occasioned us great annoyance, than we were terrified by the appearance of a fowl of another kind, and infinitely larger than even the rocks which I met in my former voyages, for it was bigger than the biggest of the domes on your seraglio, O most munificent of caliphs. This terrible fowl had no head that we could perceive, but was fashioned entirely of belly, which was of a prodigious fatness and roundness, of a soft looking substance, smooth, shining, and striped with various colors. In its talons the monster was bearing away to his eyrie in the heavens a house from which it had knocked off the roof, and in the interior of which we distinctly saw human beings, who, beyond doubt, were in a state of frightful despair at the horrible fate which awaited them. We shouted with all our might in the hope of frightening the bird into letting go of its prey, but it merely gave a snort or puff, as if of rage, and then let fall upon our heads a heavy sack which proved to be filled with sand. "Stuff," said the king. It was just after this adventure that we encountered a continent of immense extent and prodigious solidity, but which nevertheless was supported entirely upon the back of a sky-blue cow that had no fewer than 400 horns. "That, now, I believe," said the king, "because I have read something of the kind before in a book." We passed immediately beneath this continent, swimming in between the legs of the cow, and after some hours found ourselves in a wonderful country indeed, which I was informed by the man animal was his own native land, inhabited by things of his own species. This elevated the man animal very much in my esteem, and in fact I now began to feel ashamed of the contemptuous familiarity with which I had treated him, for I found that the man animals in general were a nation of the most powerful magicians, who live with worms in their brain, which no doubt serve to stimulate them by their painful writhings and wrigglings to the most miraculous efforts of imagination. "Nonsense," said the king. Among the magicians were domesticated several animals of very singular kinds. For example, there was a huge horse whose bones were iron and whose blood was boiling water. In place of corn he had black stones for his usual food, and yet, in spite of so hard a diet, he was so strong and swift that he would drag a load more weighty than the grandest temple in this city, at a rate surpassing that of the flight of most birds. "Twaddle," said the king. I saw also among these people a hen without feathers, but bigger than a camel. Instead of flesh and bone she had iron and brick. Her blood, like those of the horse, to whom in fact she was nearly related, was boiling water, and like him she ate nothing but wood or black stones. This hen brought forth very frequently 100 chickens in the day, and after birth they took up their residence for several weeks within the stomach of their mother. "Fa la," said the king. "One of this nation of mighty conjurers created a man out of brass and wood and leather, and endowed him with such ingenuity that he would have beaten at chess all the race of mankind, with the exception of the great Caliph Haroun al-Rashid. Another of these magi constructed of like material a creature that put to shame even the genius of him who made it; for so great were its reasoning powers that in a second it performed calculations of so vast an extent that they would have required the united labor of 50,000 fleshy men for a year. But a still more wonderful conjurer fashioned for himself a mighty thing that was neither man nor beast, but which had brains of lead, intermixed with a black matter like pitch, and fingers that it employed with such incredible speed and dexterity that it would have had no trouble in writing out 20,000 copies of the Koran in an hour, and this with so exquisite a precision that in all the copies there should not be found one to vary from another by the breadth of the finest hair. This thing was of prodigious strength, so that it erected or overthrew the mightiest empires at a breath, but its powers were exercised equally for evil and for good." "Ridiculous," said the king. Among this nation of necromancers there was also one who had in his veins the blood of the salamanders, for he made no scruple of sitting down to smoke his chibouque in a red-hot oven until his dinner was thoroughly roasted upon its floor. Another had the faculty of converting the common metals into gold, without even looking at them during the process. Another had such a delicacy of touch that he made a wire so fine as to be invisible. Another had such quickness of perception that he counted all the separate motions of an elastic body while it was springing backward and forward at a rate of 900 millions of times in a second. "Absurd," said the king. Another of these magicians, by means of fluid that nobody ever yet saw, could make the corpses of his friends brandish their arms, kick out their legs, fight, or even get up and dance at his will. Another had cultivated his voice to so great an extent that he could have made himself heard from one end of the world to the other. Another had so long an arm that he could sit down in Damascus and indite a letter at Bagdad, or indeed at any distance whatsoever. Another commanded the lightning to come down to him out of the heavens, and it came at his call, and served him for a plaything when it came. Another took two loud sounds, and out of them made a silence. Another constructed a deep darkness out of two brilliant lights. Another made ice in a red-hot furnace. Another directed the sun to paint his portrait, and the sun did. Another took this luminary with the moon and the planets, and having first weighed them with scrupulous accuracy, probed into their depths, and found out the solidity of the substance of which they were made. But the whole nation is indeed of so surprising a necromantic ability that not even their infants, nor their commonest cats and dogs, have any difficulty in seeing objects that do not exist at all, or that for 20 millions of years before the birth of the nation itself had been blotted out from the face of creation. Analogous experiments in respect to sound produce analogous results. Preposterous, said the king. The wives and daughters of these incomparably great and wise magi, continued Scheherazade, without being in any manner disturbed by these frequent and most ungentlemanly interruptions on the part of her husband, the wives and daughters of these eminent conjurers are everything that is accomplished and refined, and would be everything that is interesting and beautiful, but for an unhappy fatality that besets them, and from which not even the miraculous powers of their husbands and fathers has hitherto been adequate to save. Some fatalities come in certain shapes, and some in others, but this of which I speak has come in the shape of a crotchet. A what? said the king. A crotchet, said Scheherazade. One of the evil genii, who are perpetually upon the watch to inflict ill, has put it into the heads of these accomplished ladies that the thing which we describe as personal beauty consists altogether in the protuberance of the region which lies not very far below the small of the back. Perfection of loveliness, they say, is in the direct ratio of the extent of this lump. Having been long possessed of this idea, and bolsters being cheap in that country, the days have long gone by since it was possible to distinguish a woman from a dromedary. Stop, said the king. I can't stand that, and I won't. You have already given me a dreadful headache with your lies. The day, too, I perceive, is beginning to break. How long have we been married? My conscience is getting to be troublesome again. And then that dromedary touch. Do you take me for a fool? Upon the whole, you might as well get up and be throttled. These words, as I learn from the Is It So or Not, both grieved and astonished Scheherazade. But as she knew the king to be a man of scrupulous integrity, and quite unlikely to forfeit his word, she submitted to her fate with a good grace. She derived, however, great consolation, during the tightening of the bowstring, from the reflection that much of the history remained still untold, and that the petulance of her brute of a husband had reaped for him a most righteous reward in depriving him of many inconceivable adventures. Footnotes to the 1002nd Tale of Scheherazade. Quote, we arrived at an island many hundreds of miles in circumference, but which nevertheless had been built in the middle of the sea by a colony of little things, like caterpillars. Footnote 1. The Coralites. Quote, leaving this island, we came to another where the forests were of solid stone, and so hard that they shivered to pieces the finest tempered axes with which we endeavored to cut them down. Footnote 2. One of the most remarkable natural curiosities in Texas is a petrified forest near the head of the Pacino River. It consists of several hundred trees in an erect position, all turned to stone. Some trees now growing are partly petrified. This is a startling fact for natural philosophers, and must cause them to modify the existing theory of petrification. Kennedy. This account, at first discredited, has since been corroborated by the discovery of a completely petrified forest near the headwaters of the Cheyenne or Chien River, which has its source in the Black Hills of the Rocky chain. There is scarcely, perhaps, a spectacle on the surface of the globe more remarkable, either in geological or picturesque point of view, than that presented by the petrified forest near Cairo. The traveller, having passed the tombs of the caliphs just beyond the gates of the city, proceeds to the southward, nearly at right angles to the road across the desert to Suez, and after having travelled some 10 miles up a low barren valley, covered with sand, gravel, and sea shells, fresh as if the tide had retired but yesterday, crosses a low range of sand hills which has for some distance run parallel to his path. The scene now presented to him is beyond conception singular and desolate. A mass of fragments of trees, all converted into stone, and when struck by his horse's hoof, ringing like cast iron, is seen to extend itself for miles and miles around him, in the form of a decayed and prostrate forest. The wood is of a dark brown hue, but retains its form in perfection, the pieces being from 1 to 15 feet in length, and from half a foot to 3 feet in thickness, strewed so closely together as far as the eye can reach, that an Egyptian donkey can scarcely thread its way through amongst them, and so natural that, were it in Scotland or Ireland, it might pass without remark for some enormous drained bog, on which the exhumed trees lay rotting in the sun. The roots and rudiments of the branches are in many cases nearly perfect, and in some the worm holes eaten under the bark are readily recognizable. The most delicate of the sap vessels, and all the finer portions of the centre of the wood, are perfectly entire, and bear to be examined with the strongest magnifiers. The whole are so thoroughly silicified as to scratch glass, and are capable of receiving the highest polish. Asiatic Magazine. Quote, "Passing beyond this last island, we reached a country where there was a cave that ran to the distance of 30 or 40 miles within the bowels of the earth, and that contained a greater number of far more spacious and more magnificent palaces than are to be found in all Damascus and Bagdad. From the roofs of these palaces there hung myriads of gems, like diamonds, but larger than men, and in among the streets of towers and pyramids and temples there flowed immense rivers as black as ebony, and swarming with fish that had no eyes." Footnote 3: The Mammoth Cave of Kentucky. Quote, "We then swam into a region of the sea where we found a lofty mountain, down whose sides there streamed torrents of melted metal, some of which were 12 miles wide and 60 miles long." Footnote 4: In Iceland, 1783. Quote, "While from an abyss on the summit issued so vast a quantity of ashes that the sun was entirely blotted out from the heavens, and it became darker than the darkest midnight, so that when we were even at the distance of 150 miles from the mountain it was impossible to see the whitest object, however close we held it to our eyes." Footnote 5: During the eruption of Hecla in 1766, clouds of this kind produced such a degree of darkness that at Columbia, which is more than 50 leagues from the mountain, people could only find their way by groping. During the eruption of Vesuvius in 1794, at Caserta, 4 leagues distant, people could only walk by the light of torches. On the 1st of May, 1812, a cloud of volcanic ashes and sand, coming from a volcano in the island of St. Vincent, covered the whole of Barbados, spreading over it so intense a darkness that at midday in the open air one could not perceive the trees or other objects near him, or even a white handkerchief placed at the distance of 6 inches from the eye. Murray, page 215. Quote, "After quitting this coast, the beast continued his voyage until we met with a land in which the nature of things seemed reversed. For we here saw a great lake, at the bottom of which, more than 100 feet beneath the surface of the water, there flourished in full leaf a forest of tall and luxuriant trees." Footnote 6: In the year 1790, in the Caracas, during an earthquake, a portion of the granite soil sank and left a lake 800 yards in diameter and from 80 to 100 feet deep. It was a part of the forest of Arapeo which sank, and the trees remained green for several months under the water. Murray, page 221. Quote, "Some 100 miles farther on brought us to a climate where the atmosphere was so dense as to sustain iron or steel, just as our own does a feather." Footnote 7: The hardest steel ever manufactured may, under the action of a blowpipe, be reduced to an impalpable powder, which will float readily in the atmospheric air. Quote, "Proceeding still in the same direction, we presently arrived at the most magnificent region in the whole world. Through it there meandered a glorious river for several thousand miles. This river was of unspeakable depth, and of a transparency richer than that of amber. It was from 3 to 6 miles in width, and its banks, which arose on either side to 1,200 feet in perpendicular height, were crowned with ever-blossoming trees and perpetual sweet-scented flowers, that made the whole territory one gorgeous garden. But the name of this luxuriant land was the Kingdom of Horror, and to enter it was inevitable death." Footnote 8: The region of the Niger. See Simona's Colonial Magazine. Quote, "We left this kingdom in great haste, and after some days came to another, where we were astonished to perceive myriads of monstrous animals, with horns resembling scythes upon their heads. These hideous beasts dig for themselves vast caverns in the soil, of a funnel shape, and line the sides of them with rocks, so disposed one upon the other that they fall instantly when trodden upon by other animals, thus precipitating them into the monsters' dens, where their blood is immediately sucked, and their carcasses afterward hurled contemptuously out to an immense distance from the caverns of death." Footnote 9. The Myrmeleon lion ant. The term monster is equally applicable to small abnormal things and to great, while such epithets as vast are merely comparative. The cavern of the Myrmeleon is vast in comparison with the whole of the common red ant. A grain of silex is also a rock. Quote, "Continuing our progress, we perceived a district with vegetables that grew not upon any soil, but in the air." Footnote 10. The Epidendron flossaris, of the family of the Orchidae, grows with merely the surface of its roots attached to a tree or other object, from which it derives no nutriment, subsisting altogether upon air. Quote, "There were others that sprang from the substance of other vegetables." Footnote 11. The parasites, such as the wonderful Rafflesia arnoldi. Quote, "Others that derived their substance from the bodies of living animals." Footnote 12. Schahau advocates a class of plants that grow upon living animals, the Plantae-Epizoa. Of this class are the Fuci and Algae. Mr. J.B. Williams of Salem, Massachusetts, presented the National Institute with an insect from New Zealand with the following description: "The Hote. A decided caterpillar or worm is found gnawing at the root of the rota tree, with a plant growing out of its head. This most peculiar and extraordinary insect travels up both the rota and Ferrari trees, and entering into the top, eats its way perforating the trunk of the trees until it reaches the root and dies, or remains dormant, and the plant propagates out of its head. The body remains perfect and entire, of a harder substance than when alive. From this insect the natives make a coloring for tattooing." Quote, "And then again there were others that glowed all over with intense fire." Footnote 13. "In mines and natural caves we find a species of cryptogamous fungus that emits an intense phosphorescence." Quote, "Others that moved from place to place at pleasure." Footnote 14. The orchis, scabious, and vallisneria. Quote, "We discovered flowers that lived and breathed and moved their limbs at will, and had, moreover, the detestable passion of mankind for enslaving other creatures and confining them in horrid and solitary prisons until the fulfillment of appointed tasks." Footnote 15. The corolla of this flower, Aristolochia clematitis, which is tubular but terminating upwards in a ligulate limb, is inflated into a globular figure at the base. The tubular part is internally beset with stiff hairs, pointing downwards. The globular part contains the pistil, which consists merely of a germen and stigma, together with the surrounding stamens. But the stamens, being shorter than the germen, cannot discharge the pollen so as to throw it upon the stigma, and the flower stands always upright till after impregnation. And hence, without some additional and peculiar aid, the pollen must necessarily fan down to the bottom of the flower. Now the aid that nature has furnished in this case is that of the Tiputa pinnicornis, a small insect which, entering the tube of the corolla in quest of honey, descends to the bottom and rummages about till it becomes quite covered with pollen, but not being able to force its way out again, owing to the downward position of the hairs, which converge to a point like the wires of a mousetrap, and being somewhat impatient of its confinement, it brushes backwards and forwards, trying every corner, till, after repeatedly traversing the stigma, it covers it with pollen sufficient for its impregnation. In consequence of which the flower soon begins to droop, and the hairs to shrink to the sides of the tube, effecting an easy passage for the escape of the insect. Rev. P. Keith, System of Physiological Botany. Quote, quitting this land, we soon arrived at another, in which the bees and the birds are mathematicians of such genius and erudition that they give daily instructions in the science of geometry to the wise men of the empire. The king of the place having offered a reward for the solution of two very difficult problems, they were solved upon the spot, the one by the bees and the other by the birds, but the king keeping their solution a secret. It was only after the most profound researches and labor, and the writing of an infinity of big books during a long series of years, that the men mathematicians at length arrived at the identical solutions which had been given upon the spot by the bees and by the birds. Footnote 16. The bees, ever since bees were, have been constructing their cells with just such sides, in just such number, and at just such inclinations as it has been demonstrated in a problem involving the profoundest mathematical principles, are the very sides, in the very number, and at the very angles, which will afford the creatures the most room that is compatible with the greatest stability of structure. During the latter part of the last century, the question arose among mathematicians to determine the best form that can be given to the sails of a windmill, according to their varying distances from the revolving vanes, and likewise from the centres of the revolution. This is an excessively complex problem, for it is, in other words, to find the best possible position at an infinity of varied distances, and at an infinity of points on the arm. There were 1,000 futile attempts to answer the query on the part of the most illustrious mathematicians, and when at length an undeniable solution was discovered, men found that the wings of a bird had given it with absolute precision ever since the first bird had traversed the air. Quote, "We had scarcely lost sight of this empire when we found ourselves close upon another, from whose shores there flew over our heads a flock of fowls 1 mile in breadth and 240 miles long, so that although they flew 1 mile during every minute, it required no less than 4 hours for the whole flock to pass over us, in which there were several millions of fowl." Footnote 17. He observed a flock of pigeons passing betwixt Frankfort and the Indian Territory, 1 mile at least in breadth. It took up to 4 hours in passing, which, at the rate of 1 mile per minute, gives a length of 240 miles. And supposing 3 pigeons to each square yard, gives 2,230,272,000 pigeons. Travels in Canada and the United States by Lieutenant F. Hall. Quote, "It was just after this adventure that we encountered a continent of immense extent and prodigious solidity, but which nevertheless was supported entirely upon the back of a sky-blue cow that had no fewer than 400 horns." Footnote 18. The earth is upheld by a cow of blue color, having horns 400 in number. Salih's Koran. Quote, "For I found that the man-animals in general were a nation of the most powerful magicians, who live with worms in their brain." Footnote 19. The entozoa, or intestinal worms, have repeatedly been observed in the muscles and in the cerebral substance of men. See Wyatt's Physiology, page 143. Quote, "Among the magicians were domesticated several animals of very singular kinds. For example, there was a huge horse whose bones were iron, and whose blood was boiling water. In place of corn he had black stones for his usual food, and yet, in spite of so hard a diet, he was so strong and swift that he would drag a load more weighty than the grandest temple in this city, at a rate surpassing that of the flight of most birds." Footnote 20. On the Great Western Railway between London and Exeter a speed of 71 miles per hour has been attained. A train weighing 90 tons was whirled from Paddington to Didcot, 53 miles, in 51 minutes. Quote, "I saw also among these people a hen without feathers, but bigger than a camel. Instead of flesh and bone she had iron and brick. Her blood, like those of the horse, to whom in fact she was nearly related, was boiling water, and like him she ate nothing but wood or black stones. This hen brought forth very frequently 100 chickens in the day, and after birth they took up their residence for several weeks within the stomach of their mother." Footnote 21. The Ecolobian. Quote, "One of this nation of mighty conjurers created a man out of brass and wood and leather, and endowed him with such ingenuity that he would have beaten at chess all the race of mankind, with the exception of the great Caliph Haroun al Rashid. Footnote 22. Mazel's automaton chess player. Quote, another of these magi constructed of like material a creature that put to shame even the genius of him who made it. For so great were its reasoning powers that in a second it performed calculations of so vast an extent that they would have required the united labor of 50,000 fleshy men for a year. Footnote 23. Babbage's calculating machine. Quote, among this nation of necromancers there was also one who had in his veins the blood of the salamanders, for he made no scruple of sitting down to smoke his chibouque in a red-hot oven until his dinner was thoroughly roasted upon its floor. Footnote 24. Chabert, and since him 100 others. Quote, another had the faculty of converting the common metals into gold, without even looking at them during the process. Footnote 25. The electrotype. Quote, another had such a delicacy of touch that he made a wire so fine as to be invisible. Footnote 26. Wollaston, made of platinum for the field of views in a telescope, a wire 1/18,000th part of an inch in thickness. It could be seen only by means of the microscope. Quote, another had such quickness of perception that he counted all the separate motions of an elastic body while it was springing backward and forward at a rate of 900 millions of times in a second. Footnote 27. Newton demonstrated that the retina beneath the influence of the violet ray of the spectrum vibrated 900 million of times in a second. Quote, another of these magicians, by means of fluid that nobody ever yet saw, could make the corpses of his friends brandish their arms, kick out their legs, fight, or even get up and dance at his will. Footnote 28. The Voltaic Pile. Quote, another had cultivated his voice to so great an extent that he could have made himself heard from one end of the world to the other. Footnote 29. The electro-telegraph printing apparatus. Quote, another had so long an arm that he could sit down in Damascus and indite a letter at Baghdad, or indeed at any distance whatsoever. Footnote 30. The electro-telegraph transmits intelligence instantaneously, at least at so far as regards any distance upon the earth. Quote, another constructed a deep darkness out of two brilliant lights. Footnote 31. Common experiments in natural philosophy. If two red rays from two luminous points be admitted into a dark chamber so as to fall on a white surface, and differ in their length by .0000258 of an inch, their intensity is doubled. So also if the difference in length be any whole number multiple of that fraction. A multiple by 2 1/4, 3 1/4, and so on, gives an intensity equal to one ray only, but a multiple by 2 1/2, 3 1/2, and so on, gives the result of total darkness. In violet rays similar effects arise when the difference in length is .000157 of an inch, and with all other rays the results are the same, the difference varying with a uniform increase from the violet to the red. Quote, another made ice in a red-hot furnace. Footnote 32. Place a platina crucible over a spirit lamp and keep it a red heat. Pour in some sulphuric acid, which, though the most volatile of bodies at a common temperature, will be found to become completely fixed in a hot crucible, and not a drop evaporates. Being surrounded by an atmosphere of its own, it does not, in fact, touch the sides. A few drops of water are now introduced, when the acid, immediately coming in contact with the heated sides of the crucible, flies off in sulphurous acid vapor, and so rapid is its progress that the caloric of the water passes off with it, which falls a lump of ice to the bottom. By taking advantage of the moment before it is allowed to remelt, it may be turned out a lump of ice from a red-hot vessel. Quote, another directed the sun to paint his portrait, and the sun did. Footnote 33. The daguerreotype. Quote, but the whole nation is indeed of so surprising a necromantic ability that not even their infants, nor their commonest cats and dogs, have any difficulty in seeing objects that do not exist at all, or that for 20 millions of years before the birth of the nation itself had been blotted out from the face of creation. Footnote 34. Although light travels 167,000 miles in a second, the distance of 61 Cygni, the only star whose distance is ascertained, is so inconceivably great that its rays would require more than 10 years to reach the earth. For stars beyond this, 20 or even 1,000 years would be a moderate estimate. Thus, if they had been annihilated 20 or 1,000 years ago, we might still see them today by the light which started from their surfaces 20 or 1,000 years in the past time. That many which we see daily are really extinct is not impossible, not even improbable. End of The 1002nd Tale of Scheherazade by Edgar Allan Poe.
Typhoon Off the Coast of Japan by Jack London. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Typhoon Off the Coast of Japan by Jack London. Note: Jack London's first story, published at the age of 17. It was 4 bells in the morning watch. We had just finished breakfast when the order came forward for the watch on deck to stand by to heave her to, and all hands stand by the boats. "Port! Hard a port!" cried our sailing master. "Clew up the topsails! Let the flying jib run down! Back the jib over to windward and run down the foresail!" And so was our schooner, Sophie Sutherland, hove to off the Japan coast near Cape Jerimo on April 10, 1893. Then came moments of bustle and confusion. There were 18 men to man the 6 boats. Some were hooking on the falls, others casting off the lashings. Boat steerers appeared with the boat compasses and water breakers, the boat pullers with the lunch boxes. Hunters were staggering under 2 or 3 shotguns, a rifle and heavy ammunition box, all of which were soon stowed away with their oilskins and mittens in the boats. The sailing master gave his last orders, and away we went, pulling 3 pairs of oars to gain our positions. We were in the weather boat, and so had a longer pull than the others. The first, second, and third lee boats soon had all sail set, and were running off to the southward and westward with the wind beam, while the schooner was running off to leeward of them, so that in case of accidents the boats would have fair wind home. It was a glorious morning, but our boat steerer shook his head ominously as he glanced at the rising sun and prophetically muttered, "Red sky in the morning, sailor take warning." The sun had an angry look, and a few light, fleecy niggerheads in that quarter seemed abashed and frightened, and soon disappeared. Away off to the northward, Cape Jerimo reared its black, forbidding head like some huge monster rising from the deep. The winter's snow, not yet entirely dissipated by the sun, covered it in patches of glistening white, over which the light wind swept on its way out to sea. Huge gulls rose slowly, fluttering their wings in the light breeze, and striking their webbed feet on the surface of the water for over half a mile before they could leave it. Hardly had the patter-patter died away when a flock of sea quail rose, and with whistling wings flew away to windward, where members of a large band of whale were disporting themselves, their blowing sounding like the exhaust of steam engines. The harsh, discordant cries of a sea parrot grated unpleasantly on the ear, and set half a dozen alert in a small band of seals that were ahead of us. Away they went, breaching and jumping entirely out of water. A seagull with slow, deliberate flight and long, majestic curves circled round us, and as a reminder of home a little English sparrow perched impudently on the forecastle head and cocking his head on one side chirped merrily. The boats were soon among the seals, and the bang, bang of the guns could be heard from down to leeward. The wind was slowly rising, and by 3 o'clock, as with a dozen seals in our boat, we were deliberating whether to go on or turn back, the recall flag was run up at the schooner's mizzen. a sure sign that with the rising wind the barometer was falling and that our sailing master was getting anxious for the welfare of the boats. Away we went before the wind with a single reef in our sail. With clenched teeth sat the boat steerer, grasping the steering oar firmly with both hands, his restless eyes on the alert. A glance at the schooner ahead as we rose on a sea, another at the main sheet, and then one astern where the dark ripple of the wind on the water told him of a coming puff or a large whitecap that threatened to overwhelm us. The waves were holding high carnival, performing the strangest antics, as with wild glee they danced along in fierce pursuit, now up, now down, here, there, and everywhere, until some great sea of liquid green with its milk-white crest of foam rose from the ocean's throbbing bosom and drove the others from view. But only for a moment, for again under new forms they reappeared. In the sun's path they wandered, where every ripple, great or small, every little spit or spray looked like molten silver, where the water lost its dark green color and became a dazzling silvery flood, only to vanish and become a wild waste of sullen turbulence, each dark foreboding sea rising and breaking, then rolling on again. The dash, the sparkle, the silvery light soon vanished with the sun, which became obscured by dark clouds that were rolling swiftly in from the west, northwest, apt heralds of the coming storm. We soon reached the schooner and found ourselves the last aboard. In a few minutes the seals were skinned, boats and deck wash, and we were down below by the roaring forecastle fire with a wash, change of clothes, and a hot, substantial dinner before us. Sail had been put on the schooner, as we had a run of 75 miles to make to the southwest before morning, so as to get into the midst of the seals, out of which we had strayed during the last 2 days' hunting. We had the first watch from 8 to midnight. The wind was soon blowing half a gale, and our sailing master expected little sleep that night as he paced up and down the poop. The topsails were soon clewed up and made fast, then the flying jib run down and furled. Quite a sea was rolling by this time, occasionally breaking over the decks, flooding them and threatening to smash the boats. At 6 bells we were ordered to turn them over and put on storm lashings. This occupied us till 8 bells, when we were relieved by the mid-watch. I was the last to go below, doing so just as the watch on deck was furling the spanker. Below all were asleep except our green hand, the bricklayer, who was dying of consumption. The wildly dancing movements of the sea lamp cast a pale, flickering light through the forecastle and turned to golden honey the drops of water on the yellow oilskins. In all the corners dark shadows seemed to come and go, while up in the eyes of her, beyond the pall-bits, descending from deck to deck, where they seemed to lurk like some dragon at the cavern's mouth, it was dark as Erebus. Now and again the light seemed to penetrate for a moment as the schooner rolled heavier than usual, only to recede, leaving it darker and blacker than before. The roar of the wind through the rigging came to the ear muffled like the distant rumble of a train crossing a trestle or the surf on the beach, while the loud crash of the seas on her weather bow seemed almost to rend the beams and planking asunder as it resounded through the forecastle. The creaking and groaning of the timbers, stanchions, and bulkheads as the strain the vessel was undergoing was felt, served to drown the groans of the dying man as he tossed uneasily in his bunk. The working of the foremast against the deck beams caused a shower of flaky powder to fall, and sent another sound mingling with the tumultuous storm. Small cascades of water streamed from the pall-bits from the forecastle head above, and joining issue with the streams from the wet oilskins, ran along the floor and disappeared aft into the main hold. At 2 bells in the middle watch, that is, in land parlance, 1 o'clock in the morning, the order was roared out in the forecastle, "All hands on deck and shorten sail." Then the sleepy sailors tumbled out of their bunk and into their clothes, oilskins, and sea boots, and up on deck. 'Tis when that order comes on a cold blustering night that Jack grimly mutters, Who would not sell a farm and go to sea? It was on deck that the force of the wind could be fully appreciated, especially after leaving the stifling forecastle. It seemed to stand up against you like a wall, making it almost impossible to move on the heaving deck or to breathe as the fierce gusts came dashing by. The schooner was hove to under jib, foresail, and mainsail. We proceeded to lower the foresail and make it fast. The night was dark, greatly impeding our labor. Still, though not a star or the moon could pierce the black masses of storm clouds that obscured the sky as they swept along before the gale, nature aided us in a measure. A soft light emanated from the movement of the ocean. Each mighty sea, all phosphorescent and glowing with the tiny lights of myriads of animalcule, threatened to overwhelm us with a deluge of fire. Higher and higher, thinner and thinner, the crest grew as it began to curve and overtop preparatory to breaking, until with a roar it fell over the bulwarks, a mass of soft glowing light and tons of water which sent the sailors sprawling in all directions and left in each nook and cranny little specks of light that glowed and trembled till the next sea washed them away, depositing new ones in their places. Sometimes several seas followed each other with great rapidity, and thundering down on our decks filled them full to the bulwarks, but soon they were discharged through the lee scuppers. To reef the mainsail, we were forced to run off before the gale under the single reef jib. By the time we had finished, the wind had forced up such a tremendous sea that it was impossible to heave her to. Away we flew on the wings of the storm through the muck and flying spray. A wind sheer to starboard, then another to port as the enormous seas struck the schooner astern and nearly broached her to. As day broke we took in the jib, leaving not a sail unfurled. Since we had begun scudding, she ceased to take the seas over her bow, but amidships they broke fast and furious. It was a dry storm in the matter of rain, but the force of the wind filled the air with fine spray, which flew as high as the cross trees and cut the face like a knife, making it impossible to see over 100 yards ahead. The sea was a dark lead color, as with long, slow, majestic roll it was heaped up by the wind into liquid mountains of foam. The wild antics of the schooner were sickening as she forged along. She would almost stop, as though climbing a mountain, then rapidly rolling to right and left as she gained the summit of a huge sea, she steadied herself and paused for a moment as though affrighted at the yawning precipice before her. Like an avalanche, she shot forward and down as the sea astern struck her with the force of 1,000 battering rams, burying her bow to the catheads in the milky foam at the bottom that came on deck in all directions. Forward, astern, to right and left, through the hawse-pipes and over the rail. The wind began to drop, and by 10 o'clock we were talking of heaving her to. We passed a ship, 2 schooners, and a 4-masted barkentine under the smallest of canvas, and at 11 o'clock, running up the spanker and jib, we hove her to, and in another hour we were beating back again against the after sea under full sail to regain the sealing ground away to the westward. Below, a couple of men were sewing the bricklayer's body in canvas preparatory to the sea burial. And so with the storm passed away the bricklayer's soul. End of A Typhoon Off the Coast of Japan. Recorded in August 2009 by Tom Crawford.
The Valor of Captain Vera by Powell Anderson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Greg Marguerite. The Valor of Captain Vera by Powell Anderson. "Let little Cap'n go," they shouted. "Maybe he can sing the trolls to sleep." The wind came from the north with sleet on its back. Raw, shuddering gusts whipped the sea till the ship lurched and men felt driven, spindrift stinging their faces. Beyond the rail there was winter night. A moving blackness where the waves rushed and clamored, straining into the great dark. Men sensed only the bitter salt of sea scud, the nettle of sleet, and the lash of the wind. Cap'n lost his footing as the ship heaved beneath him. His hands were yanked from the icy rail, and he went stumbling to the deck. The bilge water was new coldness on his drenched clothes. He struggled back to his feet, leaning on a rower's bench and wishing miserably that his quaking stomach had more to lose. But he had already chucked his share of stockfish and hardtack, to the laughter of Severick's men, when the gale started. Numb fingers groped anxiously for the harp on his back. It still seemed intact in its leather case. He didn't care about the sodden wadmal breeks and tunic that hung around his skin. The sooner they rotted off him, the better. The thought of the silks and linens of Croy was a sigh in him. Why had he come to Norrin? A gigantic form, vague in the whistling dark, loomed beside him and gave him a steadying hand. He could barely hear the blond giant's bull tones. "Ha! Easy there, lad. Methinks the Seahorse Road is too rough for your feet." "Lol," said Cap'n, his slim body huddled on the bench, too miserable to care. The sleet pattered against his shoulders, and the spray congealed in his red hair. Torvik of Norrin squinted into the night. It made his leathery face a mesh of wrinkles. "A bitter feast, Yolner, we hold," he said. "'Twas a madness of the king's that we would guest with his brother across the water. Now the other ships are blown from us, and the fire is drenched out, and we lie alone in the wolf's throat." Wind piped shrill in the rigging. Cap'n could just see the longboat's single mast reeling against the sky. The ice on the shrouds made it a pale pyramid. Ice everywhere, thick on the rails and benches, sheathing the dragon head and the carven sternpost, the ship rolling and staggering under the great march of waves, men bailing and bailing in the half-frozen bilge to keep her afloat, and too much wind for sail or oars. Yes, a cold feast. "But then, Severick has been strange since the troll took his daughter 3 years ago," went on Torbeck. He shivered in a way the winter had not caused. "Never does he smile, and his once opened hand grasps tight about the silver, and his men have poor reward and no thanks. Yes, strange." His small frost-blue eyes shifted to Cap'n Varra, and the unspoken thought ran on beneath them. "Strange. Even that he likes you, the wandering bard from the south. Strange that he will have you in his hall when you cannot sing as his men would like." Cap'n did not care to defend himself. He had drifted up toward the northern barbarians with the idea that they would well reward a minstrel who could offer them something more than their own crude chants. It had been a mistake. They didn't care for rondels or sestinas. They yawned at the thought of roses white and red under the moon of Caron, a moon less fair than my lady's eyes. Nor did a man of Croy have the size and strength to compel their respect. Cap'n's light blade flickered swiftly enough so that no one cared to fight him, but he lacked the power of sheer bulk. Severick alone had enjoyed hearing him sing, but he was niggardly, and his brawling thorp was an endless boredom to a man used to the courts of southern princes. If he had but the manhood to leave! But he had delayed, because of a lusty peasant wench, and a hope that Severick's coffers would open wider. And now he was dragged along over the wolf's throat to a midwinter feast which would have to be celebrated on the sea. "Had we but fire!" Torbeck thrust his hands inside his cloak, trying to warm them a little. The ship rolled till she was almost on her beam ends. Torbeck braced himself with practiced feet, but Cap'n went into the bilge again. He sprawled there for a while, his bruised body refusing movement. A weary sailor with a bucket glared at him through dripping hair. His shout was dim under the hoot and skirl of wind. "If ye like it so well down here, then help us bail." "'Tis not my turn yet," groaned Cap'n, and got slowly up. The wave, which had nearly swamped them, had put out the ship's fire and drenched the wood beyond hope of lighting a new one. It was cold fish and sea-sodden hardtack till they saw land again, if they ever did. As Cap'n raised himself on the leeward side, he thought he saw something gleam far out across the wraithful night. A wavering red spark. He brushed a stiffened hand across his eyes, wondering if the madness of wind and water had struck through into his own skull. A gust of sleet hit it again, but... He fumbled his way aft between the benches. Huddled figures cursed him wearily as he stepped on them. The ship shook herself. rolled along the edge of a boiling black trough, and slid down into it. For an instant the white teeth of combers grinned above her rail, and Cap'n waited for the end to all things. Then she mounted them again somehow, and wallowed toward another valley. King Severek had the steering oar and was trying to hold the longboat into the wind. He had stood there since sundown, huge and untiring, legs braced and the buckling wood cradled in his arms. More than human he seemed there under the icicle loom of the stern post, his gray hair and beard rigid with ice. Beneath the horned helmet the strong, moody face turned right and left, peering into the darkness. Cap'n felt smaller than usual when he approached the steersman. He leaned close to the king, shouting against the blast of winter. "My lord, did I not see a firelight?" I spied it an hour ago," grunted the king. "Been trying to steer us a little closer to it." Cap'n nodded, too sick and weary to feel reproved. "What is it?" "Some island. There are many in this stretch of water. Now shut up." Cap'n crouched down under the rail and waited. The lonely red gleam seemed nearer when he looked again. Severek's tones were lifting in a roar that hammered through the gale from end to end of the ship. "Hither! Come hither to me, all men not working." Slowly they groped to him, great shadowy forms in wool and leather bulking over Cap'n like storm gods. Severek nodded toward the flickering glow. "One of the islands. Somebody must be living there. I cannot bring the ship closer for fear of surf, but one of ye should be able to take the boat thither and fetch us fire and dry wood. Who will go?" They peered overside, and the uneasy movement that ran among them came from more than the roll and pitch of the deck underfoot. Beorna the Bold spoke at last. It was hardly to be heard in the noisy dark. "I never knew of men living hereabouts. It must be a lair of trolls." "Aye, so. Aye, they'd but eat the man we sent. Out oars! Let's away from here, though it cost our lives." The frightened mumble was low under the jeering wind. Severek's face drew into a snarl. "Are ye men or pulling babes? Hack your way through them if they be trolls, but bring me fire." "Even a she-troll is stronger than 50 men, my king," cried Torbek. "Well ye know that, when the monster woman broke through our guards 3 years ago and bore off Hildegund." "Enough!" It was a scream in Severek's throat. "I'll have your craven heads for this, all of ye, if ye gang not to the isle." They looked at each other, the big men of Norren, and their shoulders hunched bear-like. It was Beorna who spoke it for them. "No, that ye will not. We are free housecarls who will fight for a leader, but not for a madman." Cap'n drew back against the rail, trying to make himself small. "All gods turn their faces from ye." It was more than weariness and despair which glared in Severek's eyes. There was something of death in them. "I'll go myself, then." "No, my king, that we will not find ourselves in." "I am the king." "And we are your housecarls, sworn to defend ye, even from yourself. Ye shall not go." The ship rolled again, so violently that they were all thrown to starboard. Cap'n landed on Torbek, who reached up to shove him aside, and then closed one huge fist on his tunic. "Here's our man." "Hi!" yelled Cap'n. Torbek hauled him roughly back to his feet. "Ye cannot row or bail your fair share," he growled, "nor do ye know the rigging or any skill of the sailor. 'Tis time ye made yourself useful." "Aye, aye, let little Cap'n go. Mayhap he can sing the trolls to sleep." The laughter was hard and barking, edged with fear, and they all hemmed him in. "My lord," bleated the minstrel, I am your guest." Severek laughed unpleasantly, half crazily. "Sing them a song," he howled. "Make a fine whatever ye call it, to the troll wife's beauty, and bring us some fire, little man. Bring us a flame less hot than the love in your breast for your lady." Teeth grinned through matted beards. Someone hauled on the rope from which the ship's small boat trailed, dragging it close. "Go, ye scut!" A horny hand sent Cap'n stumbling to the rail. He cried out once again, an axe lifted above his head. Someone handed him his own slim sword, and for a wild moment he thought of fighting. Useless, too many of them. He buckled on the sword and spat at the men. The wind tossed it back in his face, and they raved with laughter. Over the side. The boat rose to meet him. He landed in a heap on the drenched planks and looked up into the shadowy faces of the Northmen. There was a sob in his throat as he found the seat and took out the oars. An awkward pull sent him spinning from the ship, and then the night had swallowed it and he was alone. Numbly he bent to the task. Unless he wanted to drown, there was no place to go but the island. He was too weary and ill to be much afraid, and such fear as he had was all of the sea. It could rise over him, gulp him down. The gray horses would gallop over him, and the long weeds would wrap him when he rolled dead against some skerry. The soft vales of Carone and the roses in Croy's gardens seemed like a distant dream. There was only the roar and boom of the northern sea, hiss of sleet and spindrift, crazed scream of wind. He was alone as man had ever been, and he would go down to the sharks alone. The boat wallowed, but rode the waves better than the longship. He grew dully aware that the storm was pushing him toward the island. It was becoming visible, a deeper blackness harsh against the night. He could not row much in the restless water. He shipped the oars and waited for the gale to capsize him and fill his mouth with sea. And when it gurgled in his throat, what would his last thought be? Should he dwell on the lovely image of Yidris and Ciels, she of the long bright hair and the singing voice? But then there had been the tomboy laughter of dark Falkny. He could not neglect her. And there were memories of Elvana in her castle by the lake, and Suran of the 100 Rings, and beauteous Vardry, and hawk-proud Lona, and... No, he could not do justice to any of them in the little time that remained. What a pity it was. No. Wait, that unforgettable night in Nain, the beauty which had whispered in his ear and drawn him close. The hair which had fallen like a silken tent about his cheeks. Ah, that had been the summit of his life. He would go down into darkness with her name on his lips. But, hell, what had her name been now? Cap'n Vera, minstrel of Croy, clung to the bench and sighed. The great hollow voice of surf lifted about him. Waves sheeted across the gunwale, and the boat danced in madness. Cap'n groaned, huddling into the circle of his own arms and shaking with cold. Swiftly now, the end of all sunlight and laughter, the dark and lonely road which all men must tread. O Ilwarra of Syr, Adria in Tholis, could I but kiss you once more. Stones grated under the keel. It was a shock like a sword going through him. Cap'n looked unbelievingly up. The boat had drifted to land. He was alive. It was like the sun in his breast. Weariness fell from him, and he leaped overside, not feeling the chill of the shadows. With a grunt he heaved the boat up on the narrow strand and knotted the painter to a fang-like jut of reef. Then he looked about him. The island was small, utterly bare, a savage loom of rock rising out of the sea that growled at its feet and streamed off its shoulders. He had come into a little cliff-walled bay, somewhat sheltered from the wind. He was here. For a moment he stood, running through all he had learned about the trolls which infested these Northlands. Hideous and soulless dwellers underground, they knew not old age. A sword could hew them asunder, but before it reached their deep-seated life, their unhuman strength had plucked a man apart. Then they ate him. Small wonder the Northmen feared them. Cap'n threw back his head and laughed. He had once done a service for a mighty wizard in the south, and his reward hung about his neck. A small silver amulet. The wizard had told him that no supernatural being could harm anyone who carried a piece of silver. The Northmen said that a troll was powerless against a man who was not afraid. But, of course, only to see one was to feel the heart turn to ice. They did not know the value of silver. It seemed odd that they shouldn't, but they did not. Because Cap'n Vera did, he had no reason to be afraid. Therefore he was doubly safe. And it was but a matter of talking the troll into giving him some fire, if indeed there was a troll here, and not some harmless fisherman. He whistled gaily, wrung some of the water from his cloak and ruddy hair, and started along the beach. In the sleety gloom he could just see a hewn-out path winding up one of the cliffs, and he set his feet on it. At the top of the path the wind ripped his whistling from his lips. He hunched his back against it and walked faster, swearing as he stumbled on hidden rocks. The ice-sheathed ground was slippery underfoot, and the cold bit like a knife. Rounding a crag, he saw redness glow in the face of a steep bluff. A cave mouth, a fire within. He hastened his steps, hungering for warmth, until he stood in the entrance. Who comes? It was a hoarse bass cry that rang and boomed between walls of rock. There was ice and horror in it. For a moment Cappen's heart stumbled, then he remembered the amulet and strode boldly inside. "Good evening, Mother," he said cheerily. The cave widened out into a stony hugeness that gaped with tunnels leading further underground. The rough, soot-blackened walls were hung with plundered silks and cloth of gold, gone ragged with age and damp. The floor was strewn with stinking rushes, and gnawed bones were heaped in disorder. Cappen saw the skulls of men among them. In the center of the room a great fire leaped and blazed, throwing billows of heat against him. Some of its smoke went up a hole in the roof. The rest stung his eyes to watering, and he sneezed. The troll wife crouched on the floor, snarling at him. She was quite the most hideous thing Cappen had ever seen. Nearly as tall as he, she was twice as broad and thick, and the knotted arms hung down past bowed knees till their clawed fingers brushed the ground. Her head was beast-like, almost split in half by the tusked mouth. The eyes wells of darkness, the nose an eel long. Her hairless skin was green and cold, moving on her bones. A tattered shift covered some of her monstrousness, but she was still a nightmare. Her laughter roared out, hungry and hollow as the surf around the island. Slowly she shuffled closer. "So my dinner comes walking in to greet me. Ho, ho, ho! Welcome, sweet flesh! Welcome, good marrow-filled bones! Come in and be warmed." "Why, thank you, good mother." Cappen shucked his cloak and grinning at her through the smoke. He felt his clothes steaming already. "I love you too." Over her shoulder he suddenly saw the girl. She was huddled in a corner, wrapped in fear, but the eyes that watched him were as blue as the skies over Caronne. The ragged dress did not hide the gentle curves of her body, nor did the tear-streaked grime spoil the lilt of her face. "Why, 'tis springtime in here," cried Cappen, "and Primavera herself is strewing flowers of love." "What are you talking about, crazy man?" rumbled the troll wife. She turned to the girl. "Heap the fire, Hildegund, and set up the roasting spit. Tonight I feast." "Truly, I see heaven in female form before me," said Cappen. The troll scratched her misshapen head. "You must surely be from far away, moonstruck man," she said. "Aye, from Golden Croy am I wandered, drawn over dolorous seas and empty wild lands by the fame of loveliness waiting here. And now that I have seen you, my life is full." Cappen was looking at the girl as he spoke, but he hoped the troll might take it as aimed her way. "It will be fuller," grinned the monster, "stuffed with hot coals while yet you live." She glanced back at the girl. "What, are you not working yet, you lazy tub of lard? Set up the spit, I said." The girl shuddered back against a heap of wood. "No," she whispered. I cannot. Not for a man." "Can and will, my girl," said the troll, picking up a bone to throw at her. The girl shrieked a little. "No, no, sweet mother, I would not be so ungallant as to have beauty toil for me." Cappen plucked at the troll's filthy dress. "It is not meet, in two senses. I only came to beg a little fire, yet I will bear away a greater fire within my heart." "Fire in your guts, you mean. No man ever left me save as pickled bones." Cappen thought he heard a worried note in the animal growl. "Shall we have music for the feast?" he asked mildly. He unslung the case of his harp and took it out. The troll wife waved her fists in the air and danced with rage. "Are you mad? I tell you, you are going to be eaten." The minstrel plucked a string on his harp. "This wet air has played the devil with her tone," he murmured sadly. The troll wife roared wordlessly and lunged at him. Hildegund covered her eyes. Cappen tuned his harp. A foot from his throat the claws stopped. "Pray, do not excite yourself, mother," said the bard. "I carry silver, you know." "What is that to me? If you think you have a charm which will turn me, know that there is none. I've no fear of your metal." Cappen threw back his head and sang: "A lovely lady full oft lies, the light that lies within her eyes, and lies in no surprise. All her unkindness can devise to trouble hearts that seek the prize, which is herself, our angel lies." Ugh! It was like thunder drowning him out. The troll wife turned and went on all fours and poked up the fire with her nose. Cap'n stepped softly around her and touched the girl. She looked up with a little whimper. "You are Severek's only daughter, are you not?" he whispered. "Aye." She bowed her head, a strengthless despair weighing it down. "The trolls stole me away 3 winters agone. It has tickled her to have a princess for a slave, but soon I will roast on her spit, even as ye, brave man." "Ridiculous! So fair a lady is meant for another kind of never mind. Has she treated you very ill?" "She beats me now and again, and I have been so lonely. Naught here at all save the troll wife and I." The small work roughened hands clutched desperately at his waist, and she buried her face against his breast. "Can ye save us?" she gasped. "I fear 'tis for naught ye ventured your life, bravest of men. I fear we'll soon both sputter on the coals." Cap'n said nothing. If she wanted to think he had come especially to rescue her, he would not be so ungallant to tell her otherwise. The troll wife's mouth gashed in a grin as she walked through the fire to him. "There is a price," she said, "if you cannot tell me 3 things about myself which are true beyond disproving. Not courage, nor amulet, nor the gods themselves may avail to keep that red head on your shoulders." Cap'n clapped a hand to his sword. "Why, gladly," he said. This was a rule of magic he had learned long ago, that 3 truths were the needful armor to make any guardian charm work. "Imprimis, yours is the ugliest nose I ever saw poking up a fire. Secundus, I was never in a house I cared less to guest at. Tertius, ever among trolls you are little liked, being one of the worst." Hildegun moaned with terror as the monster swelled in rage. But there was no movement. Only the leaping flames and the eddying smoke stirred. Cap'n's voice rang out coldly. "Now the king lies on the sea, frozen and wet, and I am come to fetch a brand for his fire. And I had best also see his daughter home." The troll shook her head, suddenly chuckling. "No, the brand you may have, just to get you out of this cave, foulness. But the woman is my thrall until a man sleeps with her, here, for a night. And if he does, I may have him to break my fast in the morning." Cap'n yawned mightily. "Thank you, mother. Your offer of a bed is most welcome to these tired bones, and I accept gratefully." "You will die tomorrow," she raved. The ground shook under the huge weight of her as she stamped. "Because of these 3 truths I must let you go tonight, but tomorrow I may do what I will." "Forget not my little friend, mother," said Cap'n, and touched the cord of the amulet. "I tell you, silver has no use against me." Cap'n sprawled on the floor and rippled fingers across his harp. "A lovely lady full oft lies." The troll wife turned from him in a rage. Hildegun ladled up some broth, saying nothing, and Cap'n ate it with pleasure, though it could have used more seasoning. After that he indited a sonnet to the princess, who regarded him wide-eyed. The troll came back from a tunnel after he finished and said curtly, "This way." Cap'n took the girl's hand and followed her into a pitchy, reeking dark. She plucked an arras aside to show a room which surprised him by being hung with tapestries, lit with candles, and furnished with a fine broad feather bed. "Sleep here tonight if you dare," she growled, "and tomorrow I shall eat you. And you, worthless, lazy she-trash, will have the hide flayed off your back." She barked a laugh and left them. Hildegun fell weeping on the mattress. Cap'n let her cry herself out while he undressed and got between the blankets. Drawing his sword, he laid it carefully in the middle of the bed. The girl looked at him through jumbled fair locks. "How can ye dare?" she whispered. "One breath of fear, the moment's doubt, and the troll is free to rend ye." "Exactly," Cap'n yawned. "Doubtless she hopes that fear will come to me lying wakeful in the night. Wherefore 'tis but a question of going gently to sleep. Oh, Svearek, Torbek, Beorna, could you but see how I am resting now!" "But the 3 truths ye gave her, how knew ye?" "Oh, those. Well, you see, sweet lady, Primus and Secundus were my own thoughts, and who is to disprove them? Tertius was also clear, since you said there had been no company here in 3 years. Yet there are many trolls in these lands, Ergo, even they cannot stomach our gentle hostess. Cap'n watched her through heavily lidded eyes. She flushed deeply, blew out the candles, and he heard her slip off her garment and get in with him. There was a long silence. Then, "Are ye not?" "Yes, fair one," he muttered through his drowsiness. "Are ye not? Well, I am here, and ye are here, and—" "Fear not," he said. "I laid my sword between us. Sleep in peace." "I would be glad. Ye have come to deliver—" "No, fair lady. No man of gentle breeding could so abuse his power. Good night." He leaned over, brushing his lips gently across hers, and lay down again. "Ye are— I never thought a man could be so noble," she whispered. As his soul spun into sleep, he chuckled. Those unresting days and nights on the sea had not left him fit for that kind of exercise. But, of course, if she wanted to think he was being magnanimous, it could be useful later. He woke with a start and looked into the sputtering glare of a torch. Its light wove across the crags and gullies of the troll wife's face and shimmered wetly off the great tusks in her mouth. "Good morning, mother," said Cap'n politely. Hildigund thrust back a scream. "Come and be eaten," said the troll wife. "No, thank you," said Cap'n, regretfully but firmly. "'Twould be ill for my health. No, I will trouble you for a firebrand, and then the princess and I will be off." "If you think that stupid bit of silver will protect you, think again," she snapped. "Your 3 sentences were all that saved you last night. Now I hunger." "Silver," said Cap'n didactically, "is a certain shield against all black magics. So the wizard told me, and he was such a nice white-bearded old man I am sure even his attendant devils never lied. Now, please depart, mother, for modesty forbids me to dress before your eyes." The hideous face thrust close to his. He smiled dreamily and tweaked her nose. Hard. She howled and flung the torch at him. Cap'n caught it and stuffed it into her mouth. She choked and ran from the room. "A new sport! Troll baiting!" said the bard gaily into the sudden darkness. "Come, shall we not venture out?" The girl trembled too much to move. He comforted her absent-mindedly and dressed in the dark, swearing at the clumsy leggings. When he left, Hildigund put on her clothes and hurried after him. The troll wife squatted by the fire and glared at them as they went by. Cap'n hefted his sword and looked at her. "I do not love you," he said mildly, and hewed out. She backed away, shrieking as he slashed at her. In the end, she crouched at the mouth of a tunnel, raging futilely. Cap'n pricked her with his blade. "It's not worth my time to follow you underground," he said, "but if you ever trouble men again, I will hear of it and come and feed you to my dogs, a piece at a time. A very small piece. Do you understand?" She snarled at him. "An extremely small piece," said Cap'n amiably. "Have you heard me?" Something broke in her. "Yes," she whimpered. He let her go, and she scuttled from him like a rat. He remembered the firewood and took an armful. On the way, he thoughtfully picked up a few jeweled rings, which he didn't think she would be needing, and stuck them in his pouch. Then he led the girl outside. The wind had laid itself, a clear, frosty morning glittering on the sea, and the longship was a distant silver against white-capped blueness. The minstrel groaned. What a distance to row! Oh well. They were at sea before Hildigund spoke. Awe was in the eyes that watched him. "No man could be so brave," she murmured. "Are ye a god?" "Not quite," said Cap'n. "No, most beautiful one, modesty grips my tongue. 'Twas but that I had the silver, and was therefore proof against her sorcery." "But the silver was no help!" she cried. Cap'n's oar caught a crab. "What?" he yelled. "No, no! Why, she told ye so her own self." "I thought she lied. I know the silver guards against—" "But she used no magic. Trolls have but their own strength." Cap'n sagged in his seat. For a moment he thought he was going to faint. Then only his lack of fear had armored him, and if he had known the truth, that would not have lasted a minute. He laughed shakily. Another score for his doubts about the overall value of truth. The longship's oars bit water and approached him. Indignant voices asking why he had been so long on his errand faded when his passenger was seen. and Severek the king wept as he took his daughter back into his arms. The hard brown face was still blurred with tears when he looked at the minstrel, but the return of his old self was there too. "What ye have done, Captain Vera of Croy, is what no other man in the world could have done." "Aye, aye!" The rough northern voices held adoration as the warriors crowded around the slim, red-haired figure. "Ye shall have her whom ye saved to wife," said Severek, "and when I die ye shall rule all Norren." Cappen swayed and clutched the rail. 3 nights later he slipped away from their shore camp and turned his face southward. End of The Valor of Cap'n Vera by Powell Anderson.
A Village Singer by Mary E. Wilkins. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Nick Number. The trees were in full leaf, a heavy south wind was blowing, and there was a loud murmur among the new leaves. The people noticed it, for it was the first time that year that the trees had so murmured in the wind. The spring had come with a rush during the last few days. The murmur of the trees sounded loud in the village church where the people sat waiting for the service to begin. The windows were open. It was a very warm Sunday for May. The church was already filled with this soft sylvan music, the tender harmony of the leaves and the south wind, and the sweet desultory whistles of birds, when the choir arose and began to sing. In the center of the row of women singers stood Alma Way. All the people stared at her, and turned their ears critically. She was the new leading soprano. Candace Whitcomb, the old one, who had sung in the choir for 40 years, had lately been given her dismissal. The audience considered that her voice had grown too cracked and uncertain on the upper notes. There had been much complaint, and after long deliberation the church officers had made known their decision as mildly as possible to the old singer. She had sung for the last time the Sunday before, and Alma Way had been engaged to take her place. With the exception of the organist, the leading soprano was the only paid musician in the large choir. The salary was very modest, still the village people considered it large for a young woman. Alma was from the adjoining village of East Derby. She had quite a local reputation as a singer. Now she fixed her large solemn blue eyes. Her long delicate face, which had been pretty, turned paler. The blue flowers on her bonnet trembled. Her little thin gloved hands, clutching the singing book, shook perceptibly, but she sang out bravely. That most formidable mountain height of the world, self-distrust and timidity, arose before her, but her nerves were braced for its ascent. In the midst of the hymn she had a solo. Her voice rang out piercingly sweet. The people nodded admiringly at each other. But suddenly there was a stir. All the faces turned toward the windows on the south side of the church. Above the din of the wind and the birds, above Alma Way's sweetly straining tones, arose another female voice, singing another hymn to another tune. "It's her," the women whispered to each other. They were half aghast, half smiling. Candace Whitcomb's cottage stood close to the south side of the church. She was playing on her parlor organ and singing to drown out the voice of her rival. Alma caught her breath. She almost stopped. The hymn book waved like a fan, then she went on. But the long husky drone of the parlor organ and the shrill clamor of the other voice seemed louder than anything else. When the hymn was finished, Alma sat down. She felt faint. The woman next her slipped a peppermint into her hand. "It ain't worth minding," she whispered vigorously. Alma tried to smile. Down in the audience a young man was watching her with a kind of fierce pity. In the last hymn Alma had another solo. Again the parlor organ droned above the carefully delicate accompaniment of the church organ, and again Candace Whitcomb's voice clamored forth in another tune. After the benediction, the other singers pressed around Alma. She did not say much in return for their expressions of indignation and sympathy. She wiped her eyes furtively once or twice, and tried to smile. William Emmons, the choir leader, elderly, stout, and smooth-faced, stood over her and raised his voice. He was the old musical dignitary of the village, the leader of the choral club and the singing schools. "A most outrageous proceeding," he said. People had coupled his name with Candace Whitcomb's. The old bachelor tenor and old maiden soprano had been wont to walk together to her home next door after the Saturday night rehearsals, and they had sung duets to the parlor organ. People had watched sharply her old face, on which the blushes of youth sat pitifully, when William Emmons entered the singing seats. They wondered if he would ever ask her to marry him. And now he said further to Alma Way that Candace Whitcomb's voice had failed utterly of late, that she sang shockingly, and ought to have had sense enough to know it. When Alma went down into the audience room, in the midst of the chattering singers, who seemed to have descended like birds from song flights to chirps, the minister approached her. He had been waiting to speak to her. He was a steady-faced, fleshy old man who had preached from that one pulpit over 40 years. He told Alma, in his slow way, how much he regretted the annoyance to which she had been subjected, and intimated that he would endeavor to prevent a recurrence of it. "Miss Whitcomb must be reasoned with," said he. He had a slight hesitation of speech, not an impediment. It was as if his thoughts did not slide readily into his words, although both were present. He walked down the aisle with Alma and bade her good morning when he saw Wilson Ford waiting for her in the doorway. Everybody knew that Wilson Ford and Alma were lovers. They had been for the last 10 years. Alma colored softly, and made a little imperceptible motion with her head. Her silk dress and the lace on her mantle fluttered, but she did not speak. Neither did Wilson, although they had not met before that day. They did not look at each other's faces. They seemed to see each other without that, and they walked along side by side. They reached the gate before Candace Whitcomb's little house. Wilson looked past the front yard, full of pink and white spikes on flowering bushes, at the lace-curtained windows. A thin white profile, stiffly inclined, apparently over a book, was visible at one of them. Wilson gave his head a shake. He was a stout man, with features so strong that they overcame his flesh. "I'm going up home with you, Alma," said he. "And then, I'm just coming back to give Aunt Candace one blowing up." "Oh, don't, Wilson." "Yes, I shall. If you want to stand this kind of a thing, you may. I shan't." "There's no need of your talking to her. Mr. Pollard's going to." "Did he say he was?" "Yes, I think he's going in before the afternoon meeting, from what he said." "Well, there's one thing about it. If she does that thing again this afternoon, I'll go in there and break that old organ up into kindling wood." Wilson set his mouth hard and shook his head again. Alma gave little side glances up at him. Her tone was deprecatory, but her face was full of soft smiles. "I suppose she does feel dreadfully about it," said she. "I can't help feeling kind of guilty, taking her place." "I don't see how you're to blame. It's outrageous, her acting so." "The choir gave her a photograph album last week, didn't they?" "Yes, they went there last Thursday night and gave her an album and a surprise party." "She ought to behave herself." "Well, she's sung there so long, I suppose it must be dreadful hard for her to give it up." Other people, going home from church, were very near Wilson and Alma. She spoke softly that they might not hear. He did not lower his voice in the least. Presently Alma stopped before a gate. "What are you stopping here for?" asked Wilson. "Minnie Lansing wanted me to come and stay with her this noon." "You're going home with me?" "I'm afraid I'll put your mother out." "Put mother out? I told her you were coming, this morning. She's got all ready for you. Come along, don't stand here." He did not tell Alma of the pugnacious spirit with which his mother had received the announcement of her coming, and how she had stayed at home to prepare the dinner and make a parade of her hard work and her injury. Wilson's mother was the reason why he did not marry Alma. He would not take his wife home to live with her, and was unable to support separate establishments. Alma was willing enough to be married and put up with Wilson's mother, but she did not complain of his decision. Her delicate blonde features grew sharper and her blue eyes more hollow. She had had a certain fine prettiness, but now she was losing it and beginning to look old, and there was a prim, angular, old maiden carriage about her narrow shoulders. Wilson never noticed it, and never thought of Alma as not possessed of eternal youth, or capable of losing or regretting it. "Come along, Alma," said he, and she followed meekly after him down the street. Soon after they passed Candace Whitcomb's house, the minister went up the front walk and rang the bell. The pale profile at the window had never stirred as he opened the gate and came up the walk. However, the door was promptly opened in response to his ring. "Good morning, Miss Whitcomb," said the minister. "Good morning." Candace gave a sweeping toss of her head as she spoke. There was a fierce upward curl to her thin nostrils and her lips, as if she scented an adversary. Her black eyes had two tiny cold sparks of fury in them, like an enraged bird's. She did not ask the minister to enter, but he stepped lumberingly into the entry, and she retreated rather than led the way into her little parlor. He settled into the great rocking chair and wiped his face. Candace sat down again in her old place by the window. She was a tall woman, but very slender and full of pliable motions, like a blade of grass. "It's a very pleasant day," said the minister. Candace made no reply. She sat still, with her head drooping. The wind stirred the looped lace curtains. A tall rose tree outside the window waved. Soft shadows floated through the room. Candace's parlor organ stood in front of an open window that faced the church. On the corner was a pitcher with a bunch of white lilacs. The whole room was scented with them. Presently the minister looked over at them and sniffed pleasantly. "You have some beautiful lilacs there." Candace did not speak. Every line of her slender figure looked flexible, but it was a flexibility more resistant than rigor. The minister looked at her. He filled up the great rocking chair. His arms in his shiny black coat sleeves rested squarely and comfortably upon the haircloth arms of the chair. "Well, Miss Whitcomb, I suppose I may as well come to the point. There was a little matter I wished to speak to you about. I don't suppose you were, at least I can't suppose you were, aware of it, but this morning, during the singing by the choir, you played and sung a little too loud. That is, with the windows open. It disturbed us a little. I hope you won't feel hurt, my dear Miss Candace, but I knew you would rather I speak of it, for I knew you would be more disturbed than anybody else at the idea of such a thing." Candace did not raise her eyes. She looked as if his words might sway her through the window. "I ain't disturbed at it," said she. "I did it on purpose. I meant to." The minister looked at her. "You needn't look at me. I know just what I'm about. I sung the way I did on purpose, and I'm going to do it again, and I'd like to see you stop me. I guess I've got a right to set down to my own organ and sing a psalm tune on a Sabbath day if I want to, and there ain't no amount of talking and palaverin' a-going to stop me. See there!" Candace swung aside her skirts a little. "Look at that!" The minister looked. Candace's feet were resting on a large red plush photograph album. "Makes a nice footstool, don't it?" said she. The minister looked at the album, then at her. There was a slowly gathering alarm in his face. He began to think she was losing her reason. Candace had her eyes full upon him now, and her head up. She laughed, and her laugh was almost a snarl. "Yes, I thought it would make a beautiful footstool," said she. "I've been wanting one for some time." Her tone was full of vicious irony. "Why, miss," began the minister, but she interrupted him. "I know what you're a-going to say, Mr. Pollard, and now I'm going to have my say. I'm a-going to speak. I want to know what you think of folks that pretend to be Christians treating anybody the way they've treated me. Here I've sung in those singing seats 40 year. I ain't never missed a Sunday, except when I've been sick, and I've gone and sung a good many times when I'd better been in bed, and now I'm turned out without a word of warning. My voice is just as good as ever 'twas. There can't anybody say it ain't. It wasn't ever quite so high-pitched as that Way girl's, maybe, but she flats the whole dern time. My voice is as good and high today as it was 20 year ago, and if it wasn't, I'd like to know where the Christianity comes in. I'd like to know if it wouldn't be more to the credit of folks in a church to keep an old singer and an old minister, if they didn't sing and hold forth quite so smart as they used to, rather than turn 'em off and hurt their feelin's. I guess it would be full as much to the glory of God. Suppose the singin' and the preachin' wasn't quite so good, what difference would it make? Salvation don't hang on anybody's hittin' a high note that I ever heard of. Folks are gettin' as high-steppin' and fussy in a meetin' house as they are in a tavern nowadays. Suppose they should turn you off, Mr. Pollard, come and give you a photograph album and tell you to clear out. How'd you like it? I ain't findin' any fault with your preachin', it was always good enough to suit me, but it don't stand to reason folks'll be as took up with your sermons as when you was a young man. You can't expect it. Suppose they should turn you out in your old age and call in some young Bob Squirt, how'd you feel? There's William Emmons, too. He's 3 years older'n I am, if he does lead the choir and run all the singing in town. If my voice is getting out, it stands to reason his has. It ain't, though. William Emmons sings just as well as he ever did. Why don't they turn him out the way they have me, and give him a photograph album? I don't know, but it would be a good idea to send everybody, as soon as they get a little old and gone by, and young folks begin to push, onto some desert island and give 'em each a photograph album. Then they can sit down and look at pictures the rest of their days. Maybe government'll take it up. There they come here last week Thursday, all the choir, just about 8 o'clock in the evening, and pretended they'd come to give me a nice little surprise. Surprise! Hm! Brought cake and oranges and was just as nice as they could be, and I was real tickled. I never had a surprise party before in my life. Jenny Carr she played, and they wanted me to sing alone, and I never suspected a thing. I've been mad ever since to think what a fool I was, and how they must have laughed in their sleeves. When they'd gone I found this photograph album on the table, all done up as nice as you please, and directed to Miss Candace Whitcomb, from her many friends, and I opened it, and there was a letter inside giving me notice to quit. If they'd gone about it any decent way, told me right out honest that they'd got tired of me and wanted Alma Way to sing instead of me, I wouldn't mind it so much. I should have been hurt enough, for I'd felt as if some that had pretended to be my friends wasn't, but it wouldn't have been as bad as this. They said in the letter that they'd always set great value on my services, and it wasn't from any lack of appreciation that they turned me off, but they thought the duty was getting a little too arduous for me. Hm! I hadn't complained. If they'd turned me right out fair and square, showed me the door and said, "Here, you get out," but to go and spill molasses, as it were, all over the threshold, trying to make me think it's all nice and sweet, I'd send that photograph album back quick's I could pack it, but I didn't know who started it, so I've used it for a footstool. It's all it's good for, according to my way of thinking, and I ain't been particular to get the dust off my shoes before I used it neither. Mr. Pollard, the minister, sat staring. He did not look at Candace. His eyes were fastened upon a point straight ahead. He had a look of helpless solidity, like a block of granite. This country minister, with his steady, even temperament, treading with heavy precision his one track for over 40 years, having nothing new in his life except the new sameness of the seasons, and desiring nothing new, was incapable of understanding a woman like this, who had lived as quietly as he, and all the time held within herself the elements of revolution. He could not account for such violence, such extremes, except in a loss of reason. He had a conviction that Candace was getting beyond herself. He himself was not a typical New Englander. The national elements of character were not pronounced in him. He was aghast and bewildered at this outbreak, which was tropical, and more than tropical, for a New England nature has a floodgate, and the power which it releases is an accumulation. Candace Whitcomb had been a quiet woman, so delicately resolute that the quality had been scarcely noticed in her, and her ambition had been unsuspected. Now the resolution and the ambition appeared raging over her whole self. She began to talk again. "I've made up my mind that I'm going to sing Sundays the way I did this morning, and I don't care what folks say," said she. "I've made up my mind that I'm going to take matters into my own hands. I'm going to let folks see that I ain't trod down quite flat, that there's a little rise left in me. I ain't going to give up beat yet a while, and I'd like to see anybody stop me. If I ain't got a right to play a psalm tune on my organ and sing, I'd like to know. If you don't like it, you can move the meetin' house." Candace had had an inborn reverence for clergymen. She had always treated Mr. Pollard with the utmost deference. Indeed, her manner toward all men had been marked by a certain delicate stiffness and dignity. Now she was talking to the old minister with the homely freedom with which she might have addressed a female gossip over the back fence. He could not say much in return. He did not feel competent to make headway against any such tide of passion. All he could do was to let it beat against him. He made a few expostulations, which increased Candace's vehemence. He expressed his regret over the whole affair, and suggested that they should kneel and ask the guidance of the Lord in the matter, that she might be led to see it all in a different light. Candace refused flatly. "I don't see any use praying about it," said she. "I don't think the Lord's got much to do with it anyhow." It was almost time for the afternoon service when the minister left. He had missed his comfortable noontide rest through this encounter with his revolutionary parishioner. After the minister had gone, Candace sat by the window and waited. The bell rang, and she watched the people file past. When her nephew Wilson Ford with Alma appeared, she grunted to herself. "She's thin as a rail," said she. "Guess there won't be much left of her by the time Wilson gets her. Little soft-spoken nippin' thing. She wouldn't make him no kind of a wife anyway. Guess it's just as well." When the bell had stopped tolling and all the people entered the church, Candace went over to her organ and seated herself. She arranged a singing book before her and sat still, waiting. Her thin, colorless neck and temples were full of beating pulses. Her black eyes were bright and eager. She leaned stiffly over toward the music rack to hear better. When the church organ sounded out, she straightened herself. Her long, skinny fingers pressed her own organ keys with nervous energy. She worked the pedals with all her strength. All her slender body was in motion. When the first notes of Alma's solo began, Candace sang. She had really possessed a fine voice, and it was wonderful how little she had lost it. Straining her throat with jealous fury, her notes were still for the main part true. Her voice filled the whole room. She sang with wonderful fire and expression. That, at least, mild little Alma Way could never emulate. She was full of steadfastness and unquestioning constancy, but there were in her no smoldering fires of ambition and resolution. Music was not to her what it had been to her older rival. To this obscure woman, kept relentlessly by circumstances in a narrow track, singing in the village choir had been as much as Italy was to Napoleon. And now on her island of exile she was still showing fight. After the church service was done, Candace left the organ and went over to her old chair by the window. Her knees felt weak and shook under her. She sat down and leaned back her head. There were red spots on her cheeks. Pretty soon she heard a quick slam of her gate and an impetuous tread on the gravel walk. She looked up, and there was her nephew, Wilson Ford, hurrying up to the door. She cringed a little, then she settled herself more firmly in her chair. Wilson came into the room with a rush. He left the door open, and the wind slammed it to after him. "Aunt Candace, where are you?" he called out in a loud voice. She made no reply. He looked around fiercely, and his eyes seemed to pounce upon her. "Look here, Aunt Candace," said he. "Are you crazy?" Candace said nothing. "Aunt Candace!" She did not seem to see him. "If you don't answer me," said Wilson, "I'll just go over there and pitch that old organ out of the window." "Wilson Ford!" said Candace in a voice that was almost a scream. "Well, what say? What have you got to say for yourself, acting the way you have? I'll tell you what 'tis, Aunt Candace, I won't stand it." "I'd like to see you help yourself." "I will help myself. I'll pitch that old organ out of the window, and then I'll board up the window on that side of your house. Then we'll see." "It ain't your house, and it won't never be." "Who said it was my house? You're my aunt, and I've got a little lookout for the credit of the family. Aunt Candace, what are you doing this way for?" "It don't make no odds what I'm doing so for. I ain't bound to give my reasons to a young feller like you, if you do act so mighty toppin', but I'll tell you one thing, Wilson Ford. After the way you've spoke today, you shan't never have 1 cent of my money, and you can't never marry that Way girl if you don't have it. You can't never take her home to live with your mother, and this house would have been mighty nice and convenient for you some day. Now you won't get it. I'm going to make another will. I'd made one, if you did but know it. Now you won't get a cent of my money, you nor your mother neither, and I ain't going to live a dreadful while longer neither. Now I wish you'd go home. I want to lay down. I'm 'bout sick." Wilson could not get another word from his aunt. His indignation had not in the least cooled. Her threat of disinheriting him did not cow him at all. He had too much rough independence, and indeed his Aunt Candace's house had always been too much of an air castle for him to contemplate seriously. Wilson, with his burly frame and his headlong common sense, could have little to do with air castles, had he been hard enough to build them over graves. Still, he had not admitted that he could never marry Alma. All his hopes were based upon a rise in his own fortunes, not by some sudden convulsion, but by his own long and steady labor. Some time, he thought, he should have saved enough for the 2 homes. He went out of his aunt's house still storming. She arose after the door had shut behind him, and got out into the kitchen. She thought that she would start a fire and make a cup of tea. She had not eaten anything all day. She put some kindling wood into the stove and touched a match to it. Then she went back to the sitting room and settled down again into the chair by the window. The fire in the kitchen stove roared and the light wood was soon burned out. She thought no more about it. She had not put on the tea kettle. Her head ached and once in a while she shivered. She sat at the window while the afternoon waned and the dusk came on. At 7 o'clock the meeting bell rang again, and the people flocked by. This time she did not stir. She had shut her parlor organ. She did not need to outsing her rival this evening. There was only congregational singing at the Sunday night prayer meeting. She sat still until it was nearly time for meeting to be done. Her head ached harder and harder, and she shivered more. Finally she arose. "Guess I'll go to bed," she muttered. She went about the house, bent over and shaking, to lock the doors. She stood a minute in the back door, looking over the fields to the woods. There was a red light over there. "The woods are on fire," said Candace. She watched with a dull interest the flames roll up, withering and destroying the tender green spring foliage. The air was full of smoke, although the fire was half a mile away. Candace locked the door and went in. The trees with their delicate garlands of new leaves, with the new nests of songbirds, might fall. She was in the roar of an intenser fire. The growths of all her springs and the delicate wantedness of her whole life were going down in it. Candace went to bed in her little room off the parlor, but she could not sleep. She lay awake all night. In the morning she crawled to the door and hailed a little boy who was passing. She bade him go for the doctor as quickly as he could, then to Mrs. Ford's, and ask her to come over. She held on to the door while she was talking. The boy stood staring wonderingly at her. The spring wind fanned her face. She had drawn on a dress skirt and put her shawl over her shoulders, and her gray hair was blowing over her red cheeks. She shut the door and went back to her bed. She never arose from it again. The doctor and Mrs. Ford came and looked after her, and she lived a week. Nobody but herself thought until the very last that she would die. The doctor called her illness merely a light run of fever. She had her senses fully. But Candace gave up at the first. "It's my last sickness," she said to Mrs. Ford that morning when she first entered, and Mrs. Ford had laughed at the notion, but the sick woman held to it. She did not seem to suffer much physical pain. She only grew weaker and weaker, but she was distressed mentally. She did not talk much, but her eyes followed everybody with an agonized expression. On Wednesday, William Emmons came to inquire for her. Candace heard him out in the parlor. She tried to raise herself on one elbow that she might listen better to his voice. "William Emmons come in to ask how you was," Mrs. Ford said after he was gone. "I heard him," replied Candace. Presently she spoke again. "Nancy," said she, "where's that photograph album?" "On the table," replied her sister, hesitatingly. "Maybe you'd better brush it up a little." "Well." Sunday morning Candace wished that the minister should be asked to come in at the noon intermission. She had refused to see him before. He came and prayed with her, and she asked his forgiveness for the way she had spoken the Sunday before. "I hadn't ought to spoke so," said she. "I was dreadful wrought up." "Perhaps it was your sickness coming on," said the minister soothingly. Candace shook her head. "No, it wasn't. I hope the Lord will forgive me." After the minister had gone, Candace still appeared unhappy. Her pitiful eyes followed her sister everywhere with the mechanical persistency of a portrait. "What is it you want, Candace?" Mrs. Ford said at last. She had nursed her sister faithfully, but once in a while her impatience showed itself. "Nancy!" "What say?" "I wish you'd go out when meetin's done and head off Alma and Wilson and ask 'em to come in. I feel as if I'd like to hear her sing." Mrs. Ford stared. "Well," said she. The meeting was now in session. The windows were all open, for it was another warm Sunday. Candace lay listening to the music when it began, and a look of peace came over her face. Her sister had smoothed her hair back and put on a clean cap. The white curtain in the bedroom window waved in the wind like a white sail. Candace almost felt as if she were better, but the thought of death seemed easy. Mrs. Ford at the parlor window watched for the meeting to be out. When the people appeared she ran down the walk and waited for Alma and Wilson. When they came she told them what Candace wanted, and they all went in together. "Here's Alma and Wilson, Candace," said Mrs. Ford, leading them to the bedroom door. Candace smiled. "Come in," she said, feebly, and Alma and Wilson entered and stood beside the bed. Candace continued to look at them, the smile straining her lips. "Wilson!" "What is it, Aunt Candace?" "I ain't altered that will. You and Alma can come here and live when I'm gone. Your mother won't mind living alone. Alma can have all my things." "Don't, Aunt Candace." Tears were running over Wilson's cheeks, and Alma's delicate face was all of a quiver. "I thought maybe Alma'd be willing to sing for me," said Candace. "What do you want me to sing?" Alma asked in a trembling voice. "Jesus, lover of my soul." Alma, standing there beside Wilson, began to sing. At first she could hardly control her voice. Then she sang sweetly and clearly. Candace lay and listened. Her face had a holy and radiant expression. When Alma stopped singing it did not disappear, but she looked up and spoke, and it was like a secondary glimpse of the old shape of a forest tree through the smoke and flame of the transfiguring fire the instant before it falls. "You've flatted a little on soul," said Candace. End of A Village Singer by Mary E. Wilkins. Read by Nick Number.
White Goods by Fannie Hurst. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Bologna Times. White Goods by Fannie Hurst. On a slope, a white sprinkling of wood anemones lay spread like a patch of linen bleaching in the sun. From a valley, a lark cut a swift diagonal upward with a coloratura burst of song. A stream slipped its ice and took up its murmur where it had left off. A truant squelched his toes in the warm mud and let it ooze luxuriantly over and between them. A mole stirred in his hole, and because spring will find a way, even down in the bargain basement of the Titanic store, which is far below the level of the mole, Sadie Barnett, who had never seen a wood anemone and never sniffed of thaw or the wet, wild smell of violets, felt the blood rise in her veins like sap, and across the aisle behind the white goods counter, Max Meltzer writhed in his woolens, and Sadie Barnett presided over a bin of specially priced mill-ends out mid-aisle between the white goods and the muslin underwear, leaned toward him, and her smile was as vivid as her lips. "Say, Max, guess why I think you like a rubber band." Classic Delphi was never more ready with ambiguous retort. Behind a stack of Joy of the Loom bed-sheets, Max Meltzer groped for oracular divination, and his heartbeats fluttered in his voice. "Like a rubber band?" "Yeah." "Give up." Give a guess." "Well, I don't know, Miss Sadie, unless it's because I'm stuck on you." Do not, ascetic reader, gag at the unsocratic plain. True, Max Meltzer had neither the grain nor the leisure of a sophist, a capacity for tenses, or an appreciation of cant. He had never built a bridge, led a Bible class, or attempted the first inch of the 5-foot bookshelf. But on a 2-figure salary he subscribed an annual donation to a skin and cancer hospital, wore non-reversible collars, and maintained a smile that turned upward like the corners of a cycle moon. Remember, then, ascetic reader, that a rich man once kicked a leper. Kant's own heart, that it might turn the world's heart outward, burst of pain. And in the granite canyon of Wall Street, one smile in every 70 turns upward. Sadie Barnett met Max Meltzer's cycle moon smile with the blazing eyes of scorn, and her lips, quivering to a smile, met in a straight line that almost ironed out the curves. "'Cause you're stuck on me. That's a swell guess. Gee, you're as funny as a sob, you are." The words scuttered from her lips like sharp hailstones, and she glanced at him sidewise, over a hump of uplifted shoulder and down the length of one akimbo arm. "'Cause you're stuck on me, huh?" Max Meltzer leaned across a counter display of fringed breakfast napkins. "Ain't that a good reason, Miss Sadie? It's a true one." "You're one swell little guesser, you are. Not. You couldn't get inside a riddle with a can opener, 'cause you're stuck on me. Gee!" "Well, I am." "I didn't ask you why you was like a bottle of glue. I asked you why you was like a rubber band." Give up, Miss Sadie." "'Cause you're so stretchy, see? 'Cause you're so stretchy you'll yawn your arm off if you don't watch it." Max Meltzer collapsed in an attitude of mock prostration against a stock shelf. "Gee, that must have been cracked before the first nut." "Smarty." Across the specially priced mill ends she flashed the full line of her teeth, and with an intensity his features ill concealed, he noted how sweet her throat as it arched. "It's the spring fever gets inside of me and makes me so stretchy, Miss Sadie. It's a good thing trade is slow down here in the basement today, because it's the same with me every year. The Saturday before spring opening week I just get to feeling like all outdoors." "Wait till you see me with the new red satin bow stuck on my last summer's shape. Dee Dee's got to lend me the price for 2 yards of 3-inch red satin ribbon for my spring opening." His breath rose in his throat. "I bet you look swell in red, Miss Sadie, but a girl like you looks swell in anything."
"Red's my color. Dee Dee says my mamma was a gay one, too, when it came to color. Had to have a red bow pinned somewheres around all the months she was in bed and up to the very night she died. Gimme red every time. Dee Dee's the one that's always kicking against red. She says I got too flashy taste." "Say, if she keeps bossin' and bossin' at you, what do you keep on living with her for?" "Wouldn't you live with your own mother's sister if she raised you from a kid? What am I going to do? Put her in cold storage now that her eyes are going back on her? Up in the ribbons she can't hardly keep her colors graduated no more. That's how blind she's getting. Only yesterday a dame brought back some lavender ribbon and wiped up the whole department with Dee Dee for putting it over on her as blue. What am I going to do?"
"Honest, Miss Sadie, I didn't know that she was your aunt, and that her eyes were bad. I've seen you two together a lot and noticed her thick lenses, but I just didn't think."
"Well, now I'm telling you."
"I just thought she was some old girl up in the ribbons you was living with for company. Honest, I didn't know she had bad eyes. Gee."
"No, they ain't bad. Only she's so blind she reads her paper upside down and gets sore if you tell her about it."
"And me thinking she was nothing but a near-sighted old grouch with a name like a sparrow." Miss Barnett laughed with an upward trill.
Dee Dee ain't her real name. When I was a kid and she took me to raise, that's the way I used to pronounce Aunt Edith. Gee, you don't think Dee Dee was the name they sprinkled on her when they christened her, did you?"
Max Meltzer leaned to the breath of her laughter as he would fill his lungs with it. "Gee, but you're a cute little lady when you laugh like that."
"Say, and ain't you the freshie? Just because you're going to be promoted to buyer for your department won't get your picture in the Sunday supplement. No white goods buyer I know of ever had to build white marble libraries or present a bread line to the city to get rid of his pen money."
"I bet you was a cute little black-eyed, red-cheeked little youngster, all righty."
"I wasn't so wise. Like I tell Dee Dee, the way she's held me down in indoors evenings, it's a wonder a kid like me grew up with any pep at all."
"Poor little lady."
"It's like Dee Dee says, though. I never was cut out for life behind the counter. Gee, I'd soak my pillow in gasoline every night in the week if it would make me dream I'm automobiling."
"Poor little lady."
"Say, ain't it hot? With the opening on Monday, they better get the fans working. Last year 3 girls killed. Honest, sometimes I think I'd rather spend the summer under the daisies out on the hill than down here in this basement."
"Don't I wish I had an auto to take you spinning in tonight."
"You ought to see the flyer a friend of mine has got, a Mercury 6 with a limousine top like a Grand Opera box."
Your friend?"
"Yes. He's that slick-looking little fat fellow that's a cousin to Mamie Grant up in the ready-to-wears. He was down here talking to me the other day."
"I seen him."
"Gee, you ought to feel yourself in his Mercury 6. 'Lemme die,' I says to him the last time I was in it. 'Just let me close my eyes right in here and die happy,' I says, cuddled up in the red leather seat with a cornucopia of daffodils tickling my nose and a streetcar full of strap hangers riding alongside of us."
I guess if you got swell friends like that, a boat excursion down the river ain't got much of a sound for you." "He says he's got a launch in summer." "Honest, Miss Sadie, I just been trying for the better part of 2 weeks to ask permission if I could come and call on you some evening, Miss Sadie, but—" "Whoops! Ain't he the daredevil?" "The first boat of the season, Miss Sadie, a swell new one they call the White Gull, goes down to Coney to night, and it being real springtime, and you feeling kind of full of it, I thought maybe, it being the first boat of the season, maybe you would take a river ride this grand April night, Miss Sadie." Her glance slanted toward him, full of quirks. "My Aunt Dee Dee, Mr. Meltzer. She's right strict with me. She don't think I ought to keep company with any boys that don't come to see me first at my house." "I know it, Miss Sadie. That's the right way to do it. But I think I can get around her all right. Wasn't she down here in the basement the day I first heard about my promotion? And didn't she give me the glad hand and seem right friendly to me? I can get around her all right, Miss Sadie. I can always tell if a person likes me or not." "Anyway, if her eyes ain't too bad, Mr. Meltzer, I got a date with my friend if his car is out of the shop from having the limousine top taken off. We're going for a little spin." A quick red belied her insouciance, and she made a little foray into the bin of mill ends. "Gee, if I've made 3 cells this livelong day, I don't know nothing about 2 of them." Max Meltzer met her dancing gaze, pinioning it with his own quiet eyes. "You're right to pick out the lucky fellows who can buy a good time. A little girl like you ought to have every enjoyment there is. If I could give it to you, do you think I would let the other fellows beat me to it? The best ain't none too good for a little lady like you." "Aw, Mr. Meltzer." Her bosom filled and waned. "Aw, Mr. Meltzer." "I mean it." An electric bell grilled through his words. Miss Barnett sprang reflexly from the harness of an 8-hour day. "Aw, looka, and I wanted to sneak up before closing and get Dee Dee to snip me 2 yards of red satin, and she won't cut an inch after the bell. Ain't that luck for you? Ain't that luck?" Her lips drew to a pout. "Let me get it for you, Miss Sadie. I know a girl up in the Ribbons." "No, no, Mr. Meltzer. I got to charge it to Dee Dee. And anyways, she gets mad like anything if I keep her waiting. I gotta go. Night, Mr. Meltzer. Night." She was off through the maze of the emptying store in the very act of pinning on her little hat with its jaunty imitation fur pompon, and he breathed in as she passed, as if of the perfume of her personality. At the ribbon counter on the main floor the last of a streamlet of outgoing women detached herself from the file as Miss Barnett ascended the staircase. "Hurry up, Sadie." "Dee Dee, how'd you girls up here get on your duds so soon? I thought maybe if I'd hurry upstairs you'd find time to cut me a 2-yard piece of 3-inch red satin for my hat. Dee Dee, tomorrow being Sunday, 2 yards, Dee Dee, and that'll make $2.69 I owe you. Aw, Dee Dee, it won't take a minute. Tomorrow, Sunday and all. Aw, Dee Dee." Miss Barnett slid ingratiating fingers into the curve of the older woman's arm. Her voice was smooth as salve. "Aw, Dee Dee, who ever heard of wearing fur on a hat in April? I gotta stick a red bow on my last summer's sailor, Dee Dee." Miss Edith Wart stiffened so that the muscles sprang out in the crook of her arm and the cords in her long, yellowing neck. Years had dried on her face, leaving ravages, and through her high-power spectacles her pale eyes might have been staring through film and straining to see. "Please, Dee Dee." Miss Barnett held backward, a little sing-song note of appeal running through her voice. Miss Wart jerked forward toward the open door. April dusk, the color of cold dish-water, showed through it. Dusk in the city comes sadly, crowding into narrow streets and riddled with an immediate quick shot of electric bulbs. Ain't you got no sense in that curly head of yourn but ruination notions? Aw, Dee Dee. They were in the flood tide, which burst through the dam at 6 o'clock like a human torrent, flooding the streets, then spreading, thinning, and finally seeping into homes, hall bedrooms, and Harlem flats. Miss Edith Wart turned her sparse face toward the downtown tide, and against a light wind that tasted of rain and napped her skirts around her thin legs. "Watch out, Dee Dee. Step down. There's a curb." "I don't need you. It's lots you care if I go blind on the spot." "Dee Dee." God, if I didn't have nothing to worry me but red ribbons. I told the doctor today while he was putting the drops in my eyes that if he'd let me go blind I Now, Dee Dee, ain't you seeing better these last few days? If you had heard what the doctor told me today when he put the drops in my eyes you'd have something to think about besides red ribbon, all righty. I forgot, Dee Dee, today was your eye doctor day. He's always scaring you up. Just don't pay no attention. I forgot it was your day." "Sure you forgot, but you won't forget if I wake up alone in the dark some day." "Dee Dee." "You won't forget then. You won't forget to nag me even then for duds to go automobiling with fly men that can't bring you no good. Dee Dee, I ain't been but one night this week. I've been saving up all my nights for tonight. Tonight. Say, I can't keep you from going to the devil on skates if—" "It's only the second time this week, Dee Dee, and I promised. He'll have the limousine top off tonight, and feel. It is just like summer. A girl's gotta have a little something once in a while. What do I gotta have but slave and work?" "It's different with you, Dee Dee. You're older, even than my mamma was. And didn't you say when you and her were girls together there wasn't a livelier two sisters? Now didn't you, Dee Dee?" "In a respectable way, yes. But there wasn't the oily-mouthed, bald-headed divorced man alive, with little rat eyes and ugly lips, who could have took me or your mamma out auto-riding before or after dark. We was working girls, too. But there wasn't a man didn't take off his hat to us, even if he was bald-headed and it was 20 below zero." "Aw." "Yes, aw. You keep running around with the kind of men that don't look at a girl unless she's served up with rum sauce and see where it lands you. Just keep running if you want to, but my money don't buy you no red ribbon to help to drive you to the devil." "The way you keep fussing at me, when I don't even go to dances like the other girls. Sometimes I just wish I was dead. The way I got to watch the clock like it was a taximeter the whole time I'm out anywheres. It's the limit. Even Max Meltzer give me the laugh today." "You never hear me say watch the clock if you'd keep company with a boy like Max Meltzer. A straight, clean boy with honest intentions by a girl looking right out of his face. You let a boy like Max Meltzer begin to keep steady with you and see what I say. You don't see no yellow streak in his face. He's as white as the goods he sells." I know. You think now, because he's going to be made buyer for the white goods in September, he's the whole show. Gee, nowadays that ain't so much for a fellow to be. No, I think the kind of fellows that fresh Mamie Grant gets you acquainted with are much. I'm strong for the old rat-eyed sports like Jerry Beck that ain't got an honest thought in his head. I bet he gives you the creeps, too, only you're the kind of girl, God help you, that's so crazy for luxury you could forget the devil had horns if he hid them under an automobile cap." "Sure I am. I ain't seen nothing but slavin' and drudgin' and pension all my life, while other girls are strutting the avenue in their furs and sleeping mornings as long as they want under eider-down quilts. Sure, when a man like Jerry Beck comes along with a carriage check instead of a subway ticket, I can thaw up to him like water ice, and I ain't ashamed of it, neither." They turned into a narrow aisle of street lined with unbroken rows of steep, narrow-faced houses. Miss Wart withdrew her arms sharply and plunged ahead, her lips wry and on the verge of tremoling. When a girl gets 20 like you. It ain't none of my put in no more. Only I hope to God your mother up there is witness that if ever a woman slaved to keep a girl straight and done her duty by her, it was me. That man ain't got no good intentions by... Oh, ain't you? Ain't you a mean thinking thing, ain't you? What kind of girl do you think I am? If he didn't have the right intentions by me, do you think? Oh, I guess he'll marry you if he can't get you no other way. Them kind always do, if they can't help themselves. A divorced old guy like him, with a couple of kids and his mean little eyes, knows he's got to pay up if he wants a young girl like you. Oh, ouch! Oh, ow! Dee Dee, take my arm. That was only an ash can you bumped into. It's the drops he puts in your eyes makes him so bad tonight, I guess. Go on, take my arm, Dee Dee. Here we are home. Let me lead you upstairs. It's nothing but the drops, Dee Dee. They turned in and up and through a foggy length of long hallway. Spring had not entered here. At the top of a second flight of stairs a slavey sat back on her heels and twisted a dribble of gray water from her cloth into her bucket. At the last and third landing an empty coal scuttle stood just outside a door as if nosing for entrance. Watch out, Dee Dee, the scuttle. Let me go on in first. Gee, it's cold indoors and warm out, ain't it? Wait till I light up. There. Let me alone. I can see. An immemorial federation of landladies had combined against Hestia to preserve the musty traditions of the furnished room. Love in a cottage is fostered by subdivision promoters and practiced by commuters on a $500 down monthly payment basis. Marble halls have been celebrated in song, but the furnished room we have with us always at 3 cents per agate line. You with your feet on your library fender, stupefied with contentment, and your soul's scorching, your heart is not black, it is only fat. How can it know the lean formality of the furnished room? Your little stenographer, who must wear a smile and fluted collars on $8 a week, knows it. The book agent at your door, who earns 18 cents on each Life of Lincoln, knows it. Chambermaids know it when they knock thrice and only the faint and nauseous fumes of escaping gas answer them through the plugged keyhole. Coroners know it. Sadie Barnett and Edith Wart knew it too, and put out a hand here and there to allay it. A comforting spread of gay chintz covered the sag in their white iron bed. A photograph or two stuck upright between the dresser mirror and its frame, and tacked full flare against the wall was a Japanese fan, autographed many times over with the gay personnel of the Titanic store's annual picnic. Gee, Dee Dee, 6:20 already. I got to hurry. Unhook me while I sew in this ruching. Going for supper? Yeah, he invited me. This is a cottage pudding night. Tell old lady Finch when I ain't home for supper you got 2 desserts coming to you. I don't want no supper. Aw, now, Dee Dee. Miss Wart dropped her dark cape from her shoulders, hung it with her hat on a door peg, and sat heavily on the edge of the bed. God, my feet. Soak 'em. Miss Barnett peeled off her shirtwaist. Her bosom, strong and flat as a boy's, rose white from her cheaply dainty underbodice. At her shoulders the flesh began to deepen, and her arms were round and full of curves. Here, Dee Dee, I'm so nervous when I hurry. You sew in this ruche. You got time before the supper bell. See, right along the edge, like that. Miss Wart aimed for the eye of the needle, moistening the end of the thread with her tongue and her fluttering fingers close to her eyes. God, I just ain't got the eyes no more. I can't see, Sadie. I can't find the needle. Sadie Barnett paused in the act of brushing out the cloud of her dark hair, and with a strong young gesture ran the thread through the needle, knotting its end with a quirk of thumb and forefinger. It's a drops, Dee Dee, and this gaslight, all blurry from the curling iron in the flame, makes you see bad. Miss Wart nodded and closed her eyes as if she would press back the tears and let them drip inward. Yeah, I know. Sure. Here, let me do it, Dee Dee. I won't stay out late, dearie, if your eyes are bad. We're only going out for a little spin." Miss Wart lay back on the chintz bedspread and turned her face to the wall. "I should worry if you come home, or if you don't, all the comfort you are to me." "You say that to me many more times, and you watch and see what I do. You watch and see." "The sooner the better." In the act of fluting the soft ruche about her neck so that her fresh little face rose like a bud from its calyx, Miss Barnett turned to the full length of back which faced her from the bed. "That's just the way I feel about it. The sooner the better." "Then we think alike. You ain't been such a holy saint to me that I got to pay up to you for it all of my life." "That's the thanks I get." "You only raised me because you had to. I've been working for my own living ever since I was so little I had to lie to the inspectors about my age." "Except what you begged out of my wages." "I been as much to you as you been to me, and I don't have to stand this no longer. Sure, I can get out, and the sooner the better. I'm sick of getting down on my knees to you every time I want to squeeze a little good time out of life. I'm tired paying up for the few dollars you give me out of your envelope. If I had any sense, I wouldn't never take it from you, nohow, the way you throw it up to me all the time. The sooner the better is what I say, too. The sooner the better." "That's the thanks I get. That's the—" "Ah, I know all that line of talk by heart. You don't need to ram it down me. You gotta quit insinuating about my ways to me. I'm as straight as you are, and— You take off that ivory hand breastpin. That ain't yours." "Sure, I'll take it off, and this ruche you give me the money to buy, and this red bracelet you give me, and every old thing you ever give me. Sure, I'll take 'em all off. I wish I could take off these gray top shoes you paid $1 toward, and I would too if I didn't have to go barefoot. It's the last time I borrow from—" "Ah, you commenced that line of talk when you was 10." "I mean it." "Well, if you do, take off them gloves that I bought for myself, and you beg right off my hands. Just take 'em off and go barehanded with your little-headed friend. Maybe he can buy—" "Oh, I wish I was dead. I'll go barehanded to a snowball feast rather than wear your duds. There's your old gloves. There." Tears were streaming and leaving their ravages on the smooth surface of her cheeks. "I just wish I was dead." "Ah, no, you don't. There's him now with a horn on his auto that makes a noise like the devil yelling. There's your little rat-eyed, low-lived fellow now. You don't wish you was dead now, do you? Go to him, and his 2 divorces, and his little round head. That's where you belong. That's where girls on the road to the devil belong, with them kind. There he is now, waiting to ride you to the devil. He don't need to honk so loud. He knows you're ready and waiting for him." Miss Barnett fastened on her little hat with fingers that fumbled. "Gimme the key." "Ah, no, you don't. When you come home tonight you knock. No more tiptoe, night key business like last time. I knew you was lying to me about the clock." "You gimme that key. I don't want you to have to get up, with all your kicking, to open the door for me. You gimme the key." "If you want to get in this room when you come home tonight, you knock like any self-respecting girl ain't afraid to do." You!" With a shivering intake of breath, Miss Barnett flung wide the door, slamming it after her until the windows and the blue glass vase on the mantelpiece and Miss Wart, stretched full length on the bed, shivered. 2 flights down she flung open the front door. There came from the curb the bleat of a siren, wild for speed. Stars had come out, a fine powdering of them, and the moist evening atmosphere was sweet, even heavy. She stood for a moment in the embrasure of the door, scenting. "Do I need my heavy coat, Jerry?" The dim figure in the tonneau, with his arms flung out their length across the back of the seat, moved from the center to the side. "No, you don't. Hurry up. I'll keep you warm if you need a coat. Climb in here, right next to me, Peachy. Give me that robe from the front there, George. Now, didn't I say I was going to keep you warm? Quit your squirming. Touchy. I won't bite. Ready, George? Up to the Palisade Inn and let out some miles there." "Gee, Jerry, you got the limousine top off. Ain't this swell for summer?" Mr. Jerome Beck settled back in the roomy embrasure of the seat and exhaled loudly, his shoulder and shoe touching hers. She settled herself out of their range. Now, snuggle up a little, Peachy." She shifted back to her first position. "That's better." "Ain't it swell tonight?" "Now we're comfy, eh?" They were nosing through a snarl of traffic and over streets wet and slimy with thaw. Men with overcoats flung over their arms sidestepped the snout of the car. Delicatessen and candy shop doors stood wide open. Children shrilled in the grim shadows of thousand-tenant tenement houses. "Well, Peachy, how are you? Peachy is just the name for you, eh? 'Cause I'd like to take a bite right out of you, eh, Peachy? How are you?"
"Fine and dandy."
"Look at me." "Ah." "Look at me, I say, you pretty little peach with them devilish black eyes of yours and them lips that's got a cherry on 'em." She met his gaze with an uncertain smile trembling on her lips.
"Honest, you're the limit."
"What's your eyes red for?"
They ain't."
"Crying?"
"Like fun."
"You know what I'd do if I thought you'd been crying? I'd just kiss them tears right away."
"Yes, you would. Not."
"Little devil."
"Quit calling me that."
But she colored as if his tribute had been a sheath of lilies. They veered a corner sharply, skidding on the wet asphalt and all but grazing the rear wheels of a recreant taxicab.
"Gad, George, you black devil, you, why don't you watch out what you're doing?"
"But, sir, none of your black back talk."
"Jerry."
She was shivering, and a veil of tears formed over her hot, mortified eyes.
"Gee, what are you made of? You seen he couldn't help it when that taxi turned into us so sudden."
He relaxed against her. "Ah, did I scare the little Peachy? That's the way they gotta be handled. I ain't ready by a long shot to let a black devil spill my brains."
"Shh, he couldn't."
"Sure he could, if he watched. He's a bargain I picked up cheap. Anyways, 'cause he's lame and can't hold down heavy work. And bargains don't always pay. But I'll break his black back for him if now, did I scare the little peach? Gee, I couldn't do nothing but kill you with kindness if you was driving for me. I'd just let you run me right off this road into the Hudson Ocean if you was driving for me." They were out toward the frayed edge of the city, where great stretches of sign-plastered vacant lots began to yawn between isolated patches of buildings, and the river ran close enough alongside of them to reflect their leftward lights. She smiled, but as if her lips were bruised.
"It ain't none of my put in, but he couldn't help it, and I hate for you to yell at anybody like that, Jerry."
"Ah, did I scare the little Peachy? Watch me show the little Tootsie how nice I can be when I want to. Ah."
"Quit."
She blinked back the ever-recurring tears. "All tired out, too. All tired out. Wait till you see what I'm gonna buy you tonight. A great big beefsteak with mushrooms as big as dollars and piping hot German fried potatoes and onions. Mmm. And more bubbles than you can wink your eye at. Ah, such poor cold little hands, and no gloves for such cold little hands. Here, let me warm 'em. Wouldn't I just love to wrap a little Peachy like you up in a great big fur coat and put them little cold hands in a great big muff and hang some great big headlight earrings in them little bitsy ears. Wouldn't I, though? Poor cold little hands." Her wraith of a smile dissolved in a spurt of hot tears which flowed over her words.
"Gee, ain't I the nut to cry? I'll be all right in a minute."
I knew when I seen them red eyes the little Peachy wasn't up to snuff, and her cute little devilish like ways. What's hurting you, Tootsie? Been bounced? You should worry. I'm going to steal you out of that cellar anyways. Been bounced?
No."
The old hag ain't been making it hot for you, has she?
She.
Gad, that old hag gets my fur up.
I had a mother-in-law once tried them tricks on me till I learned her that they wouldn't work. But the old hag of yourn, it's her eyes. The doctor must have scared her up again today. When she gets scared like that about 'em, she acts up so honest sometimes I just wish I was dead. She don't think a girl ought to have no life. Forget it. You just wait. She's going to wake up some morning soon and find a little surprise party for herself. I know just how to handle an old bird like her. Sometimes she's just so good to me, and then again, when she gets sore like tonight and with her nagging and fussing at me, I don't care if she is my aunt. I just hate her. We're going to give her a little surprise party. Beneath the lap robe, his hand slid towards hers. She could feel the movement of the arm that directed it, and her own shrank away. But ain't I the limit, Jerry, airing my troubles to you, like you was a policeman? Now. Quit. Leggo my hand. They were spinning noiselessly along a road that curved for the moment away from the river into the velvet shadows of trees. He leaned forward suddenly, enveloping her. I got it. Why don't you let me kidnap you, kiddo? What? Let me kidnap you tonight and give the old hag the surprise of her life when she wakes up and finds you stolen. I'm some little kidnapper when it comes to kidnapping. I am, kiddo. Say, wouldn't I like to take you riding all wrapped up in a fur coat with nothing but your cute little face sticking out? Ah, you're just fooling me. Fooling? Let me prove it tonight. Let me kidnap you this very night. She withdrew, stiff-backed, against his embrace. Is that what you mean by kidnapping me? Sure. There ain't nothing I'd rather do. Are you on, Peaches? A sensible little queen like you knows which side her bread is buttered on. There ain't nothing I want more than to see you all bundled up in a fur coat with headlights and your little bitsy pink ears. She sprang the width of the seat from him. What kind of girl do you think I am? Oh, God, what kind of girl does he think I am? Take me home. Take me. What kind of girl do you think I am? He leaned toward her with a quick readjustment of tone. Just what I said, Peachy. What I meant was, I'd marry you tonight if we could get a license. I'd just kidnap you tonight if we could get one. You didn't mean that. Sure I did, Peachy. Say, with a little girl of my own, I ain't one of them guys that you think I am. Ain't you ashamed of yourself, Peachy? Now ain't you? The color flowed back into her face, and her lips parted. Jerry, only a girl like me's got to be careful. That's what all I meant. Jerry. He scooped her in his short arms and kissed her lips, with her small face crumpled up against his shoulder, and she lay quiescent enough in his embrace. Wind sang in her ears as they rushed swiftly and surely along the oiled road, but the two small fists she pressed against his coat lapels did not relax. Ah, now, Peachy, you mustn't treat a fellow cold no more. Ain't I going to marry you? Ain't I going to set you up right in my house out in Newton Heights? Ain't I going to give you a swell 10-room house? Ain't you going to live right in the house with my girl? And ain't she going to have you for a little stepmother? Jerry, the little girl, I wonder if she wants... Sure she does. Her mother gets her every other month. I'd let her go for good if you don't want her, except it would do her mother too much good. The courts give her to me every other month, and I'll have her down to the last minute of the last hour a bust. Jerry! That's what I gotta keep up the house out there for. The court says I gotta give her a home, and that's why I want a little queen like you in it. Gad, won't her mother throw a red-headed fit when she sees the little queen I picked? Gad! Oh, Jerry, her, your first wife and all. Won't it seem funny my going in her house and living with a kid? Funny nothing. Cloonan won't think it's funny when I tell her she's finished running my house for me. Funny nothing. Tomorrow's Sunday, and I'm going to take you out in the afternoon and show you the place. And Monday, instead of going to your bargain bin, we're going down for a license, and you kiss the old hag goodbye for me, too. Hey, How's that for one day's work? Gee, and Monday, the spring opening, and me not there. Jerry, I can't get over me being a lady in my own house. Me that hates ugliness and ugly clothes and ugly living so. Me that hates streetcars and always even hated boat excursions 'cause they was poor folks' pleasures. Me, a lady in my own house. Oh, Jerry. She quivered in his arms and he kissed her again with his moist lips pressed flat against hers. 10 rooms, Peachy. That's the way I do things. They were curving up a gravel way, and through the lacy foliage of spring lights gleamed, and there came the remoter strains of syncopated music. She sat up and brushed back her hair. Is this the place? Righto. Now for that steak smothered in mushrooms, and gad, I could manage a sweetbread salad on the side if you asked me right hard. They drew up in the floodlight of the entrance. Ain't I told you not to open the door for me, George? I don't need no black hand reaching back here to turn the handle for me. That don't make up for bad driving. Black hands off. Jerry! They alighted with an uncramping and unbending of limbs. How'd some Lynnhavens taste to you for a starter, Peachy? Fine, whatever they are. A liveried attendant bowed them up the steps. A woman in blue velvet, her white arms bare to the shoulder and stars in her hair, paused in the doorway to drop her cloak. Her heavy perfume drifted out to meet them. Sadie Barnett's clutch of her companion's arm quickened, and her thoughts ran forward. Jerry, gee, wouldn't I look swell in a dress like that? Gee, Jerry, stars and all. The cords in the muscles of his arms rose under her fingers. Them ain't 1, 2, 3, 6 to the duds I'm gonna hang on you. I know her. She's an old timer. Them duds ain't 1, 2, 3, 6. Gee, Jerry. In the heart of a silence as deep as a bottomless pool, with the black hours that tiptoe on the heels of midnight shrouding her like a nun's wimple, limbs trembling and her hands reluctant, Sadie Burnett knocked lightly at her door, once, twice, thrice, and between each rap her heart beat with twice its tempo against her breast. Then her stealthy hand turned the white china knob and released it so that it sprang backward with a click. Who's that? Me, Dee Dee. Her voice was swathed in a whisper. She could hear the plong of the bed spring, the patter of bare feet across the floor, feel the slight aperture of the opening door. She oozed through the slit. All right, Dee Dee. God, I must have been sound asleep. What time is it? It isn't late, Dee Dee. Light the gas. I can undress in the dark. Light the gas. Light it, I say. It's lit, Dee Dee. The figure in the center of the room, in her high-necked, long-sleeved nightdress, her sparse hair drawn with unpleasant tension from her brow, her pale eyes wide, moved forward a step, one bare foot, calloused even across the instep, extended. Lit? Dee Dee, what's the matter? Gimme my glasses. She took them from Miss Barnett's trembling fingers and curved them about her ears. Quit your nonsense now and light the gas. I ain't no humor for your foolin'. Quit waving that little spark in front of me. Light the gas. I ain't gonna look at the clock. I'm done worryin' about your carryings on. I'm done. Light the gas, Sadie. There's a good girl. Light the gas. Dee Dee. My God, Dee Dee. I tell you, it's lit. Big. There's a good girl, Sadie. Don't fool your old aunt. See, dearie, I ain't foolin'. See, the gas jet here beside the dresser. Look, I can't turn it no higher. Hear it sing and splutter. You ain't awake good yet, Dee Dee. Silence. The ear-splitting silence that all in its brief moment is crammed with years and years upon years. A cold gray wash seemed suddenly to flow over Miss Wort's face. Put my finger next to the gas flame. You're lying to me, to fool your old aunt. Let me feel my finger get burnt.
They moved, these two, across the floor, their blanched faces straining ahead, with the sudden sting of heat finally across her palm, reddening it. Miss Wart flung wide her arms and her head backward, and her voice tore out without restraint. "God! God! God!" And she fell to trembling so that her knees gave way under her, and she crouched on the floor with her face bared to the ceiling, rocking herself back and forth, beating her fists against her flat breasts. "God! God! God!" "Dee Dee! Dee Dee! My darling! My darling!" "Oh, God! Oh, God! Oh, God!" "Dee Dee, darling, it ain't nothing. A little too much strain, that's all. Shh! Let me bathe them. Shh, my darling. Oh, my God, darling. Shh!" "Let me go. Let me go. He told me today it would come like this, only he didn't say how soon. Not how soon. I'm done for, I tell you. I'm done. Kill me, Sadie. If you love me, kill me. He told me, and I wouldn't believe it. Kill me, girl, and put me out of it. I can't breathe in the dark. I can't. I can't live in the dark with my eyes open. Kill me, girl, and put me out of it. Kill me. Kill me." "Dee Dee, my darling, ain't I right here with you? Didn't you always say, darling, when it came you'd face it?" Like Saint Cecilia, who could not die, she crouched, and the curve of her back rose and fell. "Oh, God! Oh, Dee Dee, darling, try not to holler out so. Maybe it ain't for good. Ah, darling, keep your head down here next to me. Feel how close I am. Dee Dee, right here next to you. Shh. Oh, God. Dee Dee, darling, you'll kill yourself going on like that. Don't pull at your hair. Darling, don't. Oh, my God, don't. I'm done. Kill me. Kill me. Don't make me live in the dark with my eyes open. Don't. There's a good girl, Sadie. Don't. Don't. Don't." From the room adjoining her came a rattling at the barred door between. "Cut it in there. This ain't no bar room. Go tell your DTs to a policeman." They crouched closer and trembling. "Shh, Dee Dee, darling. Try to be easy and not raise the house. Try." Miss Wart lay back exhausted against Miss Barnett's engulfing arms. Her passion ebbed suddenly, and her words came scant, incoherent, and full of breath. "No use. No use. He told me today he wouldn't operate. He told me. No. No. All the colors so pale. Even the reds so pale. Lavender and blue. I just couldn't tell. I couldn't. So pale. 2 yards she brought back next day, kicking it. Oh, my God. Oh, my God." "Shh, darling. Don't take on so. Wait till morning, and we'll get no drops from him. Shh. Maybe it's only strain." "I know. I'm in the dark for good, Sadie. Oh, my God, I'm in the dark." Except that her face was withered, she was like Iphigenia praying for death. "Let me die. Let me die." "Shh, darling. That's it. Rest quiet." Suddenly Miss Wart flung up one arm about Sadie Barnett's neck, pressing her head downward until their faces touched. "Dee Dee, darling, you heard." "You won't never leave me, Sadie, like you said you would. You won't leave me alone in the dark, Sadie." "No, no, my darling. You know I won't. Never, never." "You'll keep me with you always. Promise me that, Sadie. Promise me that, on the curl of your mother's hair you wear in your locket. Promise me, little Sadie, you won't leave your Aunt Dee Dee alone in the dark. My poor little girl, don't leave me alone in the dark. I can't see, Sadie. I can't see no more. Promise me, Sadie. Promise me. Promise me." From Sadie Barnett's heart, weakening her like loss of blood, flowed her tears. She kissed the heart of Edith Wart where it beat like a clock beneath the high-necked nightdress. She made of her bosom a pillow of mercy, and drew the head up to its warmth. I promise, Dee Dee. On a curl of hair. Sure, I promise. Always will I keep you with me, darling, always, always. So help me, always." Along the road to Newton Heights, Spring and her firstlings crept out tenderly, even close up to the rim of the oiled highway itself, An occasional colony of wood violets dared to show their heads for the brief moment before they suffocated. The threat of rain still lay on the air, but the Sunday rank and file of motors threw back tops, lowered windshields, and turned shining noses toward the greening fields. In the red leather tonneau, with her little face wind-blown and bared to the kiss in the air, Sadie Barnet turned to her companion and peered under the visor of his checked cap and up into his small inset eyes. "Is that the house up on the hill there, Jerry?" "Not yet. It's right around the next bend." "Gee, my hands are like ice. I'm that nervous." "Let me feel." "No." "That's a swell way to treat a fellow who's promised to marry you." You must excuse me today, Jerry. Honest, without a wink of sleep last night, you must excuse me today. I'm so upset with poor Dee Dee, and on top of that I'm so nervous about your little girl and the house and everything. And Dee Dee, when I think of Dee Dee. Don't think, Peachy. That's the way to get around it. I can't help it. You ought to have seen her at the doctor's this morning. How the poor thing lost her nerve when he told her that there wasn't no hope." "Ah, now, cut the sob stuff, Peachy. You can't help it. Nobody can. That's the trouble. Say, what kind of little queen will they think you are if I bring you home all soppy with crying?" "I ought not to have come, Jerry. I'm no kind of company today. Only all of a sudden she's got so soft with me, and she made me come while she tried to take a nap. Poor old Dee Dee." "Yeah, and poor old devil. Maybe she's just getting what's due to her." "Jerry." "Sure, I believe every one of us gets what's coming to us." "Here we are, Tootsie. See, Peachy, that's the house I bought her and her mother, and they was kicking at it before the plaster was dry." "Oh, oh." "That's a concrete front. Neat, ain't it? That's a mosaic floor porch, too. I built on a year after her and her mother vamoosed." "It's a beautiful house, Jerry." "You're the land of a kid that knows how to appreciate a home when she gets it. But her, with her she-devil of a mother, they no sooner got in than they began to side with each other against me. Her and her old mother trying to learn me how to run my own shebang." "Where?" "Gad, they're living in a dirty Harlem flat now and trying to put it over on me that they're better off in it. Bah! If I had to double up on alimony, I wouldn't give her a smell at this house. Not a smell." "Say, but ain't it pretty, Jerry? Right up over the river, and country all around, and right over there and back the street cars for the city when you want them." "This is going to be your street car, Peachy. A 6-cylinder one." She colored like a wild rose. "Oh, Jerry, I keep forgetting." "By God, it's a good thing I'm going to give up my city rooms and come out here to watch my P's and Q's. Gosh darn her neck. I told her to quit cluttering up that side yard turf with her gosh darn little flower beds. Gosh darn her neck. There never was a servant worth her hide." "Jerry, why, they're beautiful. They just look beautiful, those pansies. And is that the little girl sitting up there on the porch steps? Is that Maisie?" They drew to a stop before the box-shaped ornate house, its rough concrete front pretentiously inlaid over the doors and windows with a design of pebbles stuck like dates on a cake, and perched primly on the topmost step of the square veranda the inert figure of a small girl. "Aw, ain't she cute?" Miss Barnet sprang lightly to the sidewalk, and beside her Mr. Jerome Beck flecked the dust of travel from the bay of his waistcoat, shaking his trousers knees into place. "This has got your 23rd Street dump beat a mile, and then some, ain't it, Peachy?" "Jerry, call her here. The little girl. You tell her who I am. Tell her gently, Jerry, and how good I'm going to be to her, and aw, ain't I the silly, though, to feel so trembly." The child on the step regarded their approach with unsmiling eyes, nor did she move except to draw aside her dark stuff skirts and close her knees until they touched. "Hello there. Moping again, eh? Get up. Didn't I tell you not to let me catch you not out playing or helping Cloonan around? Say howdy to this lady. She's coming out here to live. Come here and say howdy to her." The child shrank to the newel post, her narrow little face overtaken with an agony of shyness. "Cat got your tongue? Say howdy. Quit breathing through your mouth like a fish. Say howdy. That's a good girl." "Don't force her, Jerry. She's bashful. Ain't you, dearie? Ain't you, Maisie?" "Mopin', you mean. If it was her month in the dirty Harlem flat she'd be spry enough. She knows what I mean when I say that. And she knows she'd better cut out this pouting. Quit breathing through your mouth, or I'll stick a cork in it." "Aw, Jerry, she can't help that." "Cat got your tongue? Where's Cloonan?" The child's little face quivered and screwed, each feature drawing itself into position for tears. Her eyes disappeared, her nostrils distended, her mouth opened to a quivering rectangle, and she fell into a silent weeping. "Come here, darling. Come here to me, Maisie. Come, dearie." But the child slid past the extended arms, down the wooden steps, and around a corner of the house, her arm held up across her eyes. "Aw, Jerry, honest, you can be awful mean." "I'll get that out of her, or know the reason why. They poisoned her against me. That's about how it is in a nutshell. I'll get that pouting to be in that dirty Harlem hole with her mother and grandmother out of her, or know the reason why." "She—" "Look, this is the front hall. Guess this ain't got that sty in 23rd Street beat some. Look. How do you like it? This way to the parlor and the dining room." Sadie Barnett smiled through the shadows in her eyes. "Jerry, say, ain't this beautiful? An upright piano and gold chairs and— Why, Jerry! Why, Jerry!" "And look in here. The dining room. Her and her mother shopped 3 weeks to get this oak set. And see this fancy cabinet full of china. Slick, ain't it?" Her fingers curled in a soft clutch around her throat as if her breath came too fast. "Jerry, it's just grand." He marshaled her in all the pride of ownership. "Look. Butler's pantry. Exposed plumbing." "Oh! Oh!" "Kitchen." "Oh! Oh!" "Here, Cloonan, I told you I was going to bring somebody out to take hold and sit on you and your bills, didn't I? This lady's coming out here tomorrow, bag and baggage. Hand over your account book to her, and I bet she does better with it. See that you fix us up in honeymoon style, too. Bag and baggage were coming. Savvy?" The figure beside the ill-kept stove, bowl in lap and paring potatoes, with the long, fleshless hands of a bird, raised a still more fleshless face. "Howdy. Cloonan's been running this shebang for 2 years now, Peachy, and there ain't nothing much she can't learn you about my ways. They ain't hard. Look, porcelain lined sink. It's got 23rd Street beat some, ain't it?" "Yes, Jerry." "Fix us a beefsteak supper, Cloonan, and lemme weigh up them groceries I sent out, and lemme see your books afterward. Come, Peachy, here, up these stairs. This is the second floor. Pretty neat, ain't it? Her and her mother shopped 3 more weeks on this oak bed set. Some little move out here from 23rd Street for a little roomin' house queen like you, eh? Neat little bedroom, eh, Peachy, eh?" His face was close to her, and claret red with an expression she did not dare to face. "And what's this next room here, Jerry? Ain't it sweet and quiet looking? Spare room? Ain't it pretty with them little white curtains? Quit, quit, Jerry. You mustn't. You mustn't." She broke from his embrace, confusion muddling her movements. "Is this the spare room?" "It is now. It used to be the old woman's till I laid down on the mother-in-law game and squealed. Yeah, I used to have a little mother-in-law in our house that was some mother-in-law. Believe me, she makes that old devil of yourn look like a prize angel." "This'll be just the room for Dee Dee, Jerry.
where she can feel the morning sun and hear the streetcars over there when she gets lonesome. She ought to have the sunniest room, because it's something she can feel without seeing, poor thing. This will be a swell room for her, for poor old blind Dee Dee, won't it, Jerry? Won't it, Jerry, dear?" "Cut the comedy, Peachy. There's a neat free ward waiting for her just the other direction from the city than Newton Heights. Cut the comedy, Peachy." "Jerry, I got to have her with me. I now that she's in the dock. She couldn't stand an institution, Jerry. She just couldn't." "That's what they all say, but they get over it. I know her. She couldn't, Jerry. She ain't had much in her life, but she's always had a roof over her head that wasn't charity, and she always said, Jerry, that she couldn't never stand a institution. She can take any other room you say, Jerry. Maybe there's a little one upstairs in the third story we could fix up comfy for her, but she's in the dock now, Jerry, and my God, Jerry, she just couldn't stand an institution." He patted her shoulder and drew her arm through his. "You let me take care of that. She don't need to know nothing about it. We'll tell her we're sending her for a visit to the country for a while. After the second day she'll be as snug as a bug in a rug. They're good to 'em in those places, good as gold." "No, no, Jerry, no, no. I gotta have her with me. She raised me from a kid and she couldn't stand it, Jerry. I gotta have her. I want her." His mouth sagged downward suddenly and on an oblique. "Say, somebody must have given you a few lessons in nagging yourself. Them's the lines she used to recite to me about her she-devil of a mother, too. Gad, she used to hang on her mother's apron strings like she was tied."
"Jerry, I—"
"Come, Peachy, don't get me sore. Come, let's talk about tomorrow. We got to get the license first and—"
"Jerry, promise me I can have her with me first. Just a little, yes, is all I want. Jerry, dear, just a little, yes."
A frown gathered in a triple furrow on his brow. "Now, kiddo, you got to cut that with me, and cut it quick. If there's two things I can't stand, it's nagging and pouting. Cloonan can tell you what pouting can drive me to. I'll beat it out of that girl of mine before she's through with me, and I won't stand it from no one else. Now cut it, Peachy. That's a nice girl." He paced the carpeted space of floor between the dresser and bed, his mouth still on the oblique. "Now cut it, Peachy," I said, "and cut it quick." She stood palpitating beside the window, her eyes flashing to his face and fastening there.
"God, I want to go."
"Where?" Her glance flashed past him, out of the window and across the patch of rear lawn. A streetcar bobbed across the country. She followed it with eager eyes.
"I want to go."
He advanced, conciliatory. "Ah, now, Peachy, a row just the day before we are married. You don't want to start out making me train you just like you was a little kid. If you was a little girl, I could beat you little ways out of you, but I want to be on the level with you and show you how nice I can be. All the things I'm going to give you, all—"
"Quit you. I want to go. I want to go."
"You could go to hell for my part. I'm going to get a stake inside of me before we budge. Quit your fooling. See, you nearly got me sore there. Come, the car won't be back for us until 6. Come, Peachy, come." She was past him and panting down the stairs, out across the patch of rear lawn and toward the bobbing streetcar, the streamer of ribbon at her throat flying backward over her shoulder. In the bargain basement of the Titanic store the first day of this spring opening dragged to its close. In a meadow beside a round pond a tree dripped apple blossoms, each so frail a thing that it fluttered out and away, too light to anchor. In careless similitude, the bargain basement of the Titanic store resuscitated from its storerooms and from spring openings long gone by, dusty garlands of cotton May blossoms, festooning them between the great white supporting pillars of the basement and intertwining them. Over the white goods counter, and over Sunday, as it were, A papier-mâché pergola of green lattice-work and more cotton-back May blossoms had sprung up, as if the great god Wotan had built it with a word. Cascades of summer linens, the apple green and the butter yellow, flowed from counters and improvised tables. Sadie Barnett's own mid-aisle bin had blossomed into a sacrificial sale of lawn remnants, and toward the close of the day her stock lay low, depleted. Max Meltzer leaned out of his bower, and how muted his voice, as if it came from an inner throat that only spoke when the heart bade it. "Little one, them remnants went like hot cakes, didn't they?" "Hot cakes. Well, I guess. You'd have thought there was a mill-in sale on postage stamps. And if you don't look all tired out, and if you just don't." The ready tears swam in her voice. It's been awful, me away from her all day like this. But anyways, I got news for her when I go home tonight about her 5 weeks' benefit money. Old Criggs was grand. He's going to send the committee to see her. Anyways, that's some good news for her. I just can't get her out of my mind, neither. Seems like I just can see her poor blind face all the time. Me too. They say the girl's up in the ribbon's been crying all day. She was no lovebird, but they say she wasn't bad underneath." "God knows she wasn't." "That's the way with some folks. They're hard on top, but everybody knows hard-shell crabs have got sweeter meat than soft." "Nobody knows that she was a rough diamond better than me. I got sore at her sometimes, but I know she was always there when I needed her, all righty." Now, little girl, don't cry. You're all worn out." She was always there to stand by me in a pinch." "Honest, Miss Sadie, you look just like a pretty little ghost. What you need is some spring air, girlie, some spring air for a tonic. Wouldn't I just love to take you all by your little self down the river to-night on one of them new Coney boats where we could be right quiet. Say, wouldn't I?" "No, no." "I want to talk to you, Miss Sadie. Can't you guess? I want to get you all by yourself and talk to you right in your little ear." "Shh, you mustn't talk like that." "That's the only way I have of trying to tell you how I feel, Miss Sadie, dearie." "Shh. When I call you that, it means, well, you know, dearie, you know. That's why I want to take you tonight, dearie, all by your little self and no, Mr. Meltzer. I can't leave her alone like that. I promised I would never leave her alone in the dark if I could help it." "Ain't I the dub?" "Sure you can't leave her. We gotta stick by her now, dearie. Ain't we? A red seepage of blood surged across his face and under his hair. Beneath his little hedge of mustache his lips quivered as if at their own daring. "We gotta stick by her, dearie." All her senses swam, nor could she control the fluttering of her hands. "Oh, Mr. Meltzer! Max!" "What you and poor old Dee Dee need is some of this spring air. Gee, wouldn't I love to take you and her down to the river to-night on one of them new Coney boats. Gee, would I? Just you and her."
"Max! Oh, Max! Dearie!"
End of White Goods by Fannie Hurst.
Wintry Peacock by D.H. Lawrence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Wintry Peacock by D.H. Lawrence. There was thin, crisp snow on the ground. The sky was blue, the wind very cold, the air clear.
Farmers were just turning out the cows for an hour or so in the midday, and the smell of cowsheds was unendurable as I entered Tybal. I noticed the ash twigs up in the sky were pale and luminous, passing into the blue. And then I saw the peacocks. There they were in the road before me, 3 of them, and tailless, brown, speckled birds, with dark blue necks and ragged crests. They stepped archly over the filigree snow, and their bodies moved with slow motion, like small, light, flat-bottomed boats. I admired them. They were curious. Then a gust of wind caught them, heeled them over as if they were 3 frail boats, opening their feathers like ragged sails. They hopped and skipped with discomfort to get out of the draught of the wind. And then, in the lee of the walls, they resumed their arch, wintry motion, light and unballasted now their tails were gone, indifferent. They were indifferent to my presence. I might have touched them. They turned off to the shelter of an open shed. As I passed the end of the upper house, I saw a young woman just coming out of the back door. I had spoken to her in the summer. She recognized me at once and waved to me. She was carrying a pail, wearing a white apron that was longer than her preposterously short skirt, and she had on the cotton bonnet. I took off my hat to her and was going on. But she put down her pail and darted with a swift, furtive movement after me. "Do you mind waiting a minute?" she said. "I'll be out in a minute." She gave me a slight, odd smile and ran back. Her face was long and sallow, and her nose rather red. But her gloomy black eyes softened caressively to me for a moment, with that momentary humility which makes a man lord of the earth. I stood in the road, looking at the fluffy, dark-red young cattle that mooed and seemed to bark at me. They seemed happy, frisky cattle, a little impudent, and either determined to go back into the warm shed, or determined not to go back. I could not decide which. Presently the woman came forward again, her head rather ducked. But she looked up at me and smiled with that odd, immediate intimacy, something witch-like and impossible. "Sorry to keep you waiting," she said. "Shall we stand in this cart-shed? It will be more out of the wind." So we stood among the shafts of the open cart-shed that faced the road. Then she looked down at the ground a little sideways, and I noticed a small black frown on her brows. She seemed to brood for a moment. Then she looked straight into my eyes, so that I blinked and wanted to turn my face aside. She was searching me for something, and her look was too near. The frown was still on her keen, sallow brow. "Can you speak French?" she asked me abruptly. "More or less," I replied. "I was supposed to learn it at school," she said, "but I don't know a word." She ducked her head and laughed, with a slightly ugly grimace and a rolling of her black eyes. "No good keeping your mind full of scraps," I answered. But she had turned aside her sallow, long face, and did not hear what I said. Suddenly again she looked at me. She was searching, and at the same time she smiled at me, and her eyes looked softly, darkly, with infinite trustful humility into mine. I was being cajoled. "Would you mind reading a letter for me, in French?" she said, her face immediately black and bitter-looking. She glanced at me, frowning. "Not at all," I said. "It's a letter to my husband," she said, still scrutinizing. I looked at her and didn't quite realize. She looked too far into me. My wits were gone. She glanced round. Then she looked at me shrewdly. She drew a letter from her pocket and handed it to me. It was addressed from France to Monsieur Alfred Goyte, at Tybal. I took out the letter and began to read it as mere words. Mon cher Alfred. It might have been a bit of a torn newspaper. So I followed the script, the trite phrases of a letter from a French-speaking girl to an Englishman. I think of you always, always. Do you think sometimes of me? And then I vaguely realized that I was reading a man's private correspondence. And yet, how could one consider these trivial, facile French phrases private? Nothing more trite and vulgar in the world than such a love letter, no newspaper more obvious. Therefore I read with a callous heart the effusions of the Belgian damsel, but then I gathered my attention, for the letter went on, Notre cher petit bébé, our dear little baby was born a week ago. Almost I died, knowing you were far away, and perhaps forgetting the fruit of our perfect love. But the child comforted me. He has the smiling eyes and virile air of his English father. I pray to the Mother of Jesus to send me the dear father of my child, that I may see him with my child in his arms, and that we may be united in holy family love. Ah, my Alfred, can I tell you how I miss you, how I weep for you? My thoughts are with you always. I think of nothing but you. I live for nothing but you and our dear baby. If you do not come back to me soon, I shall die, and our child will die. But no, you cannot come back to me. But I can come to you. I can come to England with our child. If you do not wish to present me to your good mother and father, you can meet me in some town, some city, for I shall be so frightened to be alone in England with my child, and no one to take care of us. Yet I must come to you. I must bring my child, my little Alfred, to his father, the big, beautiful Alfred that I love so much. Oh, write and tell me where I shall come. I have some money. I am not a penniless creature. I have money for myself and my dear baby. I read to the end. It was signed, Your very happy and still more unhappy Elise. I suppose I must have been smiling. I can see it makes you laugh, said Mrs. Goyte sardonically. I looked up at her. It's a love letter, I know that, she said. There's too many Alfreds in it. One too many, I said. Oh, yes. And what does she say? Eliza? We know her name's Eliza, that's another thing. She grimaced a little, looking up at me with a mocking laugh. Where did you get this letter? I said. Postman gave it to me last week. And is your husband at home? I expect him home tonight. He had an accident and hurt his leg. He's been abroad most of his time for this last 4 years. He's chauffeur to a gentleman who travels about in one country and another, on some sort of business. Married? We married? Why, 6 years. And I tell you I've seen little enough of him for 4 of them. But he was always a rake. He went through the South African War and stopped out there for 5 years. I'm living with his father and mother. I've no home of my own now. My people had a big farm, over 1,000 acres, in Oxfordshire. Not like here, no. Oh, they're very good to me, his father and mother. Oh, yes, they couldn't be better. They think more of me than of their own daughters. But it's not like being in a place of your own, is it? You can't really do as you like. No, there's only me and his father and his mother at home. Always a chauffeur? No, he's been all sorts of things. Was to be a farm bailiff by rights. He's had a good education, but he liked the motors better. Then he was 5 years in the Cape Mounted Police. I met him when he came back from there, and married him. More fool me. At this point the peacocks came round the corner on a puff of wind. "Hello, Joey," she called, and one of the birds came forward on delicate legs. Its grey speckled back was very elegant. It rolled its full, dark blue neck as it moved to her. She crouched down. "Joey, dear," she said in an odd, saturnine, caressive voice, "you're bound to find me, aren't you?" She put her face downward, and the bird rolled his neck, almost touching her face with his beak, as if kissing her. "He loves you," I said. She twisted her face up at me with a laugh. "Yes," she said, "he loves me, Joey does." Then to the bird, "And I love Joey, don't I? I do love Joey." And she smoothed his feathers for a moment. Then she rose, saying, "He's an affectionate bird." I smiled at the roll of her bird. "Oh, yes, he is," she protested. "He came with me from my home 7 years ago. Those others are his descendants, but they're not like Joey. Are they, dear?" Her voice rose at the end with a witch-like cry. Then she forgot the birds in the cart shed and turned to business again. "Won't you read that letter?" she said. "Read it so that I know what it says." "It's rather behind his back," I said. "Oh, never mind him," she cried. "He's been behind my back long enough. If he never did no worse things behind my back than I do behind his, he wouldn't have cause to grumble. You read me what it says." Now I felt a distinct reluctance to do as she bid, and yet I began. My dear Alfred. "I guessed that much," she said. "Eliza's dear Alfred." She laughed. "How do you say it in French? Eliza?" I told her, and she repeated the name with great contempt. "Elise." "Go on," she said. "You're not reading." So I began. "I have been thinking of you sometimes. Have you been thinking of me?" "Of several others as well besides her, I'll wager," said Mrs. Goyte. "Probably not," said I, and continued. "A dear little baby was born here a week ago. Ah, can I tell you my feelings when I take this darling little brother into my arms?" "I'll bet it's his," cried Mrs. Goyte. "No," I said, "it's her mother's." "Don't you believe it?" she cried. "It's a blind. You mark, it's her own right enough. And his." "No," I said, "it's her mother's. He has sweet smiling eyes, but not like your beautiful English eyes." She suddenly struck her hand on her skirt with a wild motion and bent down, doubled with laughter. Then she rose and covered her face with her hand. "I'm forced to laugh at the beautiful English eyes," she said. "Aren't his eyes beautiful?" I asked. "Oh, yes, very. Go on. Joey, dear, dear Joey," this to the peacock. "We miss you very much. We all miss you. We wish you were here to see the darling baby. Ah, Alfred, how happy we were when you stayed with us. We all loved you so much. My mother will call the baby Alfred so that we shall never forget you." "Of course it's his, right enough," cried Mrs. Goyte. "No," I said, "it's the mother's. My mother is very well. My father came home yesterday from Lille. He is delighted with his son, my little brother, and wishes to have him named after you, because you were so good to us all in that terrible time, which I shall never forget. I must weep now when I think of it. Well, you are far away in England, and perhaps I shall never see you again. How did you find your dear mother and father? I am so happy that your leg is better, and that you can nearly walk." "How did he find his dear wife?" cried Mrs. Goyte. "He never told her that he had one. Think of taking the poor girl in like that." "We are so pleased when you write to us. Yet now you are in England you will forget the family you served so well. A bit too well. Eh, Joey?" cried the wife. "If it had not been for you, we should not be alive now, to grieve and to rejoice in this life that is so hard for us. But we have recovered some of our losses, and no longer feel the burden of poverty. The little Alfred is a great comforter to me. I hold him to my breast and think of the big, good Alfred, and I weep to think that those times of suffering were perhaps the times of a great happiness that is gone for ever." "Oh, but isn't it a shame to take a poor girl in like that?" cried Mrs. Goyte. "Never to let on he was married, and raise her hopes. I call it beastly, I do." "You don't know," I said. "You know how anxious women are to fall in love, wife or no wife. How could he help it, if she was determined to fall in love with him?" He could have helped it if he wanted to." "Well," I said, "we aren't all heroes." "Oh, but that's different. The big, good Alfred. Did you ever hear such tommy rot in your life? Go on, what does she say at the end?" "We shall be pleased to hear of your life in England. We all send many kind regards to your good parents. I wish you all happiness for your future days. Your very affectionate and ever grateful Elise." There was silence for a moment, during which Mrs. Goyte remained with her head drooped, sinister and abstracted. Suddenly she lifted her face, and her eyes flashed. "Oh, but I call it beastly, I call it mean, to take a girl in like that." "Nay," I said, "probably he hasn't taken her in at all. Do you think those French girls are such poor innocent things? I guess she's a great deal more downy than he." "Oh, he's one of the biggest fools that ever walked," she cried. "There you are," said I. "But it's his child, right enough," she said. "I don't think so," said I. "I'm sure of it." "Oh, well," I said, "if you prefer to think that way." "What other reason has she for writing like that?" I went out into the road and looked at the cattle. "Who is driving the cows?" I said. She too came out. "It's the boy from the next farm," she said. "Oh, well," said I, "those Belgian girls, you never know where their letters will end. And after all, it's his affair. You needn't bother." "Oh," she cried, with rough scorn, "it's not me that bothers, but it's the nasty meanness of it. Me writing him such loving letters." She put her hands before her face and laughed malevolently. "And sending him nice little cakes and bits I thought he'd fancy all the time. You bet he fed that girl on my things. I know he did. It's just like him. I'll bet they laughed together over my letters. I'll bet anything they did." "Nay," said I, "he'd burn your letters for fear they'd give him away." There was a black look on her yellow face. Suddenly a voice was heard calling. She poked her head out of the shed and answered coolly, "All right." Then turning to me, "That's his mother looking after me." She laughed into my face, witch-like, and we turned down the road. When I awoke, the morning after this episode, I found the house darkened with deep, soft snow, which had blown against the large west windows, covering them with a screen. I went outside, and saw the valley all white and ghastly below me, the trees beneath black and thin-looking like wire, the rock faces dark between the glistening shroud, and the sky above sombre, heavy, yellowish dark, much too heavy for the world below of hollow bluey whiteness figured with black. I felt I was in a valley of the dead, and I sensed I was a prisoner, for the snow was everywhere deep and drifted in places. So all the morning I remained indoors, looking up the drive at the shrubs so heavily plumed with snow, at the gate-posts raised high with a foot or more of extra whiteness. Or I looked down into the white and black valley, that was utterly motionless and beyond life, a hollow sarcophagus. Nothing stirred the whole day. No plume fell off the shrubs. The valley was as abstracted as a grove of death. I looked over at the tiny half-buried farms away on the bare uplands beyond the valley hollow, and I thought of Tybal in the snow, of the black, witch-like little Mrs. Goyte, and the snow seemed to lay me bare to influences I wanted to escape. In the faint glow of half-clear light that came about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, I was roused to see a motion in the snow away below, near where the thorn trees stood very black and dwarfed, like a little savage group in the dismal white. I watched closely. Yes, there was a flapping and a struggle. A big bird, it must be, labouring in the snow. I wondered. Our biggest birds in the valley were the large hawks that often hung flickering opposite my windows, level with me, but high above some prey on the steep valley side. This was much too big for a hawk, too big for any known bird. I searched in my mind for the largest English wild birds, geese, buzzards. Still it laboured and strove, then was still, a dark spot, then struggled again. I went out of the house and down the steep slope, at risk of breaking my leg between the rocks. I knew the ground so well, and yet I got well shaken before I drew near the thorn trees. Yes, it was a bird. It was Joey. It was the grey-brown peacock with a blue neck. He was snow-wet and spent. "Joey, Joey dear," I said, staggering unevenly towards him. He looked so pathetic, rowing and struggling in the snow, too spent to rise, his blue neck stretching out and lying sometimes on the snow, his eyes closing and opening quickly, his crest all battered. "Joey, dear," I said caressingly to him. And at last he lay still, blinking, in the surged and furrowed snow, whilst I came near and touched him, stroked him, gathered him under my arm. He stretched his long wetted neck away from me as I held him. None the less he was quiet in my arm, too tired perhaps to struggle. Still he held his poor crested head away from me, and seemed sometimes to droop, to wilt, as if he might suddenly die. He was not so heavy as I expected, yet it was a struggle to get up to the house with him again. We set him down, not too near the fire, and gently wiped him with cloths. He submitted, only now and then stretched his soft neck away from us, avoiding us helplessly. Then we set warm food by him. I put it to his beak, tried to make him eat, but he ignored it. He seemed to be ignorant of what we were doing, recoiled inside himself inexplicably. So we put him in a basket with cloths, and left him crouching oblivious. His food we put near him. The blinds were drawn, the house was warm, it was night. Sometimes he stirred, but mostly he huddled still, leaning his queer crested head on one side. He touched no food, and took no heed of sounds or movements. We talked of brandy or stimulants, but I realized we had best leave him alone. In the night, however, we heard him thumping about. I got up anxiously with a candle. He had eaten some food, and scattered more, making a mess. And he was perched on the back of a heavy armchair, so I concluded he was recovered, or recovering. The next day was clear, and the snow had frozen, so I decided to carry him back to Tybal. He consented, after various flappings, to sit in a big fish bag with its battered head peeping out with wild uneasiness. And so I set off with him, slithering down into the valley, making good progress down in the pale shadows beside the rushing waters, then climbing painfully up the arrested white valley side, plumed with clusters of young pine trees, into the paler white radiance of the snowy upper regions where the wind cut fine. Joey seemed to watch all the time with wide, anxious, unseeing eyes, brilliant and inscrutable. As I drew near to Tybal township, he stirred violently in the bag, though I do not know if he had recognized the place. Then, as I came to the sheds, he looked sharply from side to side, and stretched his neck out long. I was a little afraid of him. He gave a loud, vehement yell, opening his sinister beak, and I stood still, looking at him as he struggled in the bag, shaken myself by his struggles, yet not thinking to release him. Mrs. Goyte came darting past the end of the house, her head sticking forward in sharp scrutiny. She saw me, and came forward. "Have you got Joey?" she cried sharply, as if I were a thief. I opened the bag, and he flopped out, flapping as if he hated the touch of the snow now. She gathered him up, and put her lips to his beak. She was flushed and handsome, her eyes bright, her hair slack, thick, but more witch-like than ever. She did not speak. She had been followed by a grey-haired woman with a round, rather sallow face, and a slightly hostile bearing. "Did you bring him with you, then?" she asked sharply. I answered that I had rescued him the previous evening. From the background slowly approached a slender man with a grey moustache and large patches on his trousers. "You've got him back again, I see," he said to his daughter-in-law. His wife explained how I had found Joey. "Ah," went on the grey man, "it wor our Alfred scared him off, back your life. He must have flied o'er to valley. Thou might thank thy stars as earth were fun, Maggie. He'd have been froze. They're a bit nesh, you know," he concluded to me. "They are," I answered. "This isn't their country." "No, it isna," replied Mr. Goyte. He spoke very slowly and deliberately, quietly, as if the soft pedal were always down in his voice. He looked at his daughter-in-law as she crouched, flushed and dark, before the peacock, which would lay its long blue neck for a moment along her lap. In spite of his grey moustache and thin grey hair, the elderly man had a face young and almost delicate, like a young man's. His blue eyes twinkled with some inscrutable source of pleasure. His skin was fine and tender, his nose delicately arched. His grey hair being slightly ruffled, he had a debonair look, as of a youth who is in love. "We mun tell him it's come," he said slowly, and turning he called, "Alfred! Alfred! Where's tu gotten to?" Then he turned again to the group. "Get up then, Maggie lass, get up with thee. Thou mayst too much of the bird." A young man approached, limping, wearing a thick short coat and knee breeches. He was Danish-looking, broad at the loins. "He's come back then," said the father to the son. "Leastwise, he's been brote back, flyed o'er the griff low." The son looked at me. He had a devil-may-care bearing, his cap on one side, his hands stuck in the front pockets of his breeches, but he said nothing. "Shall you come in a minute, master?" said the elderly woman to me. "Ay, come in and have a cup o' tea or summat. You'll do with summat, carrying that bud. Come on, Maggie wench, let's go in." So we went indoors, into the rather stuffy, overcrowded living room, that was too cosy and too warm. The son followed last, standing in the doorway. The father talked to me. Maggie put out the teacups. The mother went into the dairy again. "Thou'lt rouse thyself up a bit again now, Maggie," the father-in-law said. And then to me, "It's not been very bright sin' Alfred came home, and the bird flied away. He come home o' Wednesday night, Alfred did. But aye, you know, didn't yer? Aye, he comed o' Wednesday, and I reckon there wor a bit of a to-do between 'em. Weren't there, Maggie?" He twinkled maliciously to his daughter-in-law, who was flushed brilliant and handsome. "Oh, be quiet, father. You're wound up by the sound of you," she said to him, as if crossly, but she could never be cross with him. "Got his colour back this mornin'," continued the father-in-law slowly. "It's been heavy weather with her this last 2 days. Ay, it's been north-east since her seed you a Wednesday." "Father, do stop talking. You'd wear the leg off an iron pot. I can't think where you've found your tongue all of a sudden," said Maggie, with caressive sharpness. "I've found it where I lost it. Aren't going to come in and sit thee down, Alfred?" But Alfred turned and disappeared. "He's got the monkey on his back, or this letter job," said the father secretly to me. "Mother knows nowt about it. Lot o' tomfoolery, isn't it? Ay, what's good o' making a peck of trouble o'er what's far enough off, and need never come no nigher. No, not a smite o' use. That's what I tell her. Her shouldn't take no notice on it. Ay, what can ye expect?" The mother came in again, and the talk became general. Maggie flashed her eyes at me from time to time, complacent and satisfied, moving among the men. I paid her little compliments, which she did not seem to hear. She attended to me with a kind of sinister, witch-like graciousness, her dark head ducked between her shoulders, at once humble and powerful. She was happy as a child attending to her father-in-law and to me. But there was something ominous between her eyebrows, as if a dark moth were settled there, and something ominous in her bent, hulking bearing. She sat on a low stool by the fire, near her father-in-law. Her head was dropped, she seemed in a state of abstraction. From time to time she would suddenly recover, and look up at us, laughing and chatting. Then she would forget again. Yet in her hulked black forgetting she seemed very near to us. The door having been opened, the peacock came slowly in, prancing calmly. He went near to her, and crouched down, coiling his blue neck. She glanced at him, but almost as if she did not observe him. The bird sat silent, seeming to sleep, and the woman also sat huddled and silent, seeming oblivious. Then once more there was a heavy step, and Alfred entered. He looked at his wife, and he looked at the peacock crouching by her. He stood large in the doorway, his hands stuck in front of him in his breeches pockets. Nobody spoke. He turned on his heel and went out again. I rose also to go. Maggie started, as if coming to herself. "Must you go?" she asked, rising and coming near to me, standing in front of me, twisting her head sideways and looking up at me. "Can't you stop a bit longer? We can all be cosy today, there's nothing to do outdoors." And she laughed, showing her teeth oddly. She had a long chin. I said I must go. The peacock uncoiled and coiled again his long blue neck as he lay on the hearth. Maggie still stood close in front of me, so that I was acutely aware of my waistcoat buttons. "Oh, well," she said, "you'll come again, won't you? Do come again." I promised. "Come to tea one day. Yes, do." I promised, one day. The moment I was out of her presence, I ceased utterly to exist for her, as utterly as I ceased to exist for Joey. With her curious abstractedness, she forgot me again immediately. I knew it as I left her, yet she seemed almost in physical contact with me while I was with her. The sky was all pallid again, yellowish. When I went out there was no sun. The snow was blue and cold. I hurried away down the hill, musing on Maggie. The road made a loop down the sharp face of the slope. As I went crunching over the laborious snow, I became aware of a figure striding awkwardly down the steep scarp to intercept me. It was a man with his hands in front of him, half stuck in his breeches pockets, and his shoulders square, a real knockabout fellow. Alfred, of course. He waited for me by the stone fence. "Excuse me," he said as I came up. I came to a halt in front of him and looked into his sullen blue eyes. He had a certain odd haughtiness on his brows, but his blue eyes stared insolently at me. "Do you know anything about a letter, in French, that my wife opened? A letter of mine?" "Yes," said I. "She asked me to read it to her." He looked square at me. He did not know exactly how to feel. "What was there in it?" he asked. "Why?" I said. "Don't you know?" "She makes out she's burnt it," he said. "Without showing it you?" I asked. He nodded slightly. He seemed to be meditating as to what line of action he should take. He wanted to know the contents of the letter. He must know, and therefore he must ask me, for evidently his wife had taunted him. At the same time, no doubt, he would like to wreak untold vengeance on my unfortunate person. So he eyed me, and I eyed him, and neither of us spoke. He did not want to repeat his request to me, and yet I only looked at him and considered. Suddenly he threw back his head and glanced down the valley. Then he changed his position and he looked at me more confidentially. "She burnt the blasted thing before I saw it," he said. "Well," I answered slowly, "she doesn't know herself what was in it." He continued to watch me narrowly. I grinned to myself. "I didn't like to read her out what there was in it," I continued. He suddenly flushed out so that the veins in his neck stood out, and he stirred again uncomfortably. The Belgian girl said her baby had been born a week ago and that they were going to call it Alfred, I told him. He met my eyes. I was grinning. He began to grin too. "Good luck to her," he said. "Best of luck," said I. "And what did you tell her?" he asked. "That the baby belonged to the old mother, that it was brother to your girl, who was writing to you as a friend of the family." He stood smiling, with the long, subtle malice of a farmer. "And did she take it in?" he asked. "As much as she took anything else." He stood grinning fixedly. Then he broke into a short laugh. "Good for her!" he exclaimed cryptically. And then he laughed aloud once more, evidently feeling he had won a big move in his contest with his wife. "What about the other woman?" I asked. "Who?" "Elise." "Oh." He shifted uneasily. "She was all right." "You'll be getting back to her," I said. He looked at me. Then he made a grimace with his mouth. "Not me," he said. "Back your life, it's a plant." "You don't think the cher petit bébé is a little Alfred?" "It might be," he said. "Only might?" "Yes, and there's lots of mites and a pound of cheese." He laughed boisterously but uneasily. "What did she say, exactly?" he asked. I began to repeat, as well as I could, the phrases of the letter. "Mon cher Alfred, figure-toi comme je suis désolé." He listened with some confusion. When I had finished all I could remember, he said, "They know how to pitch you out a letter, those Belgian lasses." "Practice," said I. "They get plenty," he said. There was a pause. "Oh well," he said, "I've never got that letter, anyhow." The wind blew fine and keen in the sunshine across the snow. I blew my nose and prepared to depart. "And she doesn't know anything?" he continued, jerking his head up the hill in the direction of Tybal. "She knows nothing but what I've said, that is, if she really burnt the letter." "I believe she burnt it," he said, "for spite. She's a little devil, she is. But I shall have it out with her." His jaw was stubborn and sullen. Then suddenly he turned to me with a new note. "Why?" he said. "Why didn't you wring that blasted peacock's neck, that blasted Joey?" "Why?" I said. "What for?" "I hate the brute," he said. "I let fly at him the night I got back." I laughed. He stood and mused. "Poor little Elise," he murmured. "Was she small? Petite?" I asked. He jerked up his head. "No," he said. "Rather tall." "Taller than your wife, I suppose." Again he looked into my eyes, and then once more he went into a loud burst of laughter that made the still, snow-deserted valley clap again. "God, it's a knockout," he said, thoroughly amused. Then he stood at ease, one foot out, his hands in his breeches pocket, in front of him, his head thrown back, a handsome figure of a man. "But I'll do that blasted Joey in," he mused. I ran down the hill, shouting also with laughter. End of Wintry Peacock, by D.H. Lawrence.
Jingu by Edith Wharton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rosie. Jingu by Edith Wharton. Mrs. Ballinger is one of the ladies who pursue culture in bands, as though it were dangerous to meet alone. To this end she had founded the Lunch Club, an association composed of herself and several other indomitable huntresses of erudition. The Lunch Club, after 3 or 4 winters of lunching and debate, had acquired such local distinction that the entertainment of distinguished strangers became one of its accepted functions, in recognition of which it duly extended to the celebrated Osric Dane, on the day of her arrival in Hillbridge, an invitation to be present at the next meeting. The club was to meet at Mrs. Bellinger's. The other members, behind her back, were of one voice in deploring her unwillingness to cede her rights in favour of Mrs. Plinth, whose house made a more impressive setting for the entertainment of celebrities, while, as Mrs. Leveret observed, there was always the picture gallery to fall back on. Mrs. Plinth made no secret of sharing this view. She had always regarded it as one of her obligations to entertain the Lunch Club's distinguished guests. Mrs. Plinth was almost as proud of her obligations as she was of her picture gallery. She was in fact fond of implying that the one possession implied the other, and that only a woman of her wealth could afford to live up to a standard as high as that which she had set herself. An all-round sense of duty, roughly adaptable to various ends, was, in her opinion, all that Providence exacted of the more humbly stationed, but the power which had predestined Mrs. Plinth to keep a footman clearly intended her to maintain an equally specialized staff of responsibilities. It was the more to be regretted that Mrs. Ballinger, whose obligations to society were bounded by the narrow scope of 2 parlour maids, should have been so tenacious of the right to entertain Osric Dane. The question of that lady's reception had for a month past profoundly moved the members of the Lunch Club. It was not that they felt themselves unequal to the task, but that their sense of the opportunity plunged them into the agreeable uncertainty of the lady who weighs the alternatives of a well-stocked wardrobe. If such subsidiary members as Mrs. Leveret were fluttered by the thought of exchanging ideas with the author of The Wings of Death, no forebodings disturbed the conscious adequacy of Mrs. Plinth, Mrs. Ballinger, and Miss Van Vlyck. The Wings of Death had, in fact, at Miss Van Vlyck's suggestion, been chosen as the subject of discussion at the last club meeting, and each member had thus been enabled to express her own opinion or to appropriate whatever sounded well in the comments of others. Mrs. Roby alone had abstained from profiting by the opportunity, but it was now openly recognized that, as a member of the Lunch Club, Mrs. Roby was a failure. It all comes, as Miss Van Vlyck put it, of accepting a woman on a man's estimation. Mrs. Roby, returning to Hillbridge from a prolonged sojourn in exotic lands, the other ladies no longer took the trouble to remember where, had been heralded by the distinguished biologist, Professor Forland, as the most agreeable woman he had ever met. And the members of the Lunch Club, impressed by an encomium that carried the weight of a diploma, and rashly assuming that the professor's social sympathies would follow the line of his professional bent, had seized the chance of annexing a biological member. Their disillusionment was complete. At Miss Van Vlyck's first offhand mention of the pterodactyl, Mrs. Roby had confusedly murmured, "I know so little about meters," and after that painful betrayal of incompetence, she had prudently withdrawn from farther participation in the mental gymnastics of the club. "I suppose she flattered him," Miss Van Vlyck summed up, "or else it's the way she does her hair." The dimensions of Miss Van Vlyck's dining room having restricted the membership of the club to 6, the non-conductiveness of one member was a serious obstacle to the exchange of ideas, and some wonder had already been expressed that Mrs. Roby should care to live, as it were, on the intellectual bounty of the others. This feeling was increased by the discovery that she had not yet read The Wings of Death. She owned to having heard the name of Osric Dane, but that, incredible as it appeared, was the extent of her acquaintance with the celebrated novelist. The ladies could not conceal their surprise, but Mrs. Ballinger, whose pride in the club made her wish to put even Mrs. Roby in the best possible light, gently insinuated that, though she had not had time to acquaint herself with The Wings of Death, she must at least be familiar with its equally remarkable predecessor, The Supreme Instant. Mrs. Roby wrinkled her sunny brows in a conscientious effort of memory, as a result of which she recalled that, oh yes, she had seen the book at her brother's when she was staying with him in Brazil, and had even carried it off to read one day on a boating party, but they had all got to shying things at each other in the boat, and the book had gone overboard, so she had never had the chance. The picture evoked by this anecdote did not increase Mrs. Roby's credit with the club, and there was a painful pause, which was broken by Mrs. Plinth's remarking, "I can understand that, with all your other pursuits, you should not find much time for reading, but I should have thought you might at least have got up The Wings of Death before Osric Dane's arrival." Mrs. Roby took this rebuke good-humouredly. She had meant, she owned, to glance through the book, but she had been so absorbed in a novel of Trollope's that, "No one reads Trollope now," Mrs. Ballinger interrupted. Mrs. Roby looked pained. "I'm only just beginning," she confessed. "And does he interest you?" Mrs. Plinth inquired. "He amuses me." "Amusement," said Mrs. Plinth, "is hardly what I look for in my choice of books." "Oh, certainly, The Wings of Death is not amusing," ventured Mrs. Leveret, whose manner of putting forth an opinion was like that of an obliging salesman with a variety of other styles to submit if his first selection does not suit. "Was it meant to be?" inquired Mrs. Plinth, who was fond of asking questions that she permitted no one but herself to answer. "Assuredly not." "Assuredly not, that is what I was going to say," assented Mrs. Leveret, hastily rolling up her opinion and reaching for another. "It was meant to elevate." Miss Van Vlyck adjusted her spectacles as though they were the black cap of condemnation. "I hardly see," she interposed, "how a book steeped in the bitterest pessimism can be said to elevate, however much it may instruct." "I meant, of course, to instruct," said Mrs. Leveret, flurried by the unexpected distinction between two terms which she had supposed to be synonymous. Mrs. Leveret's enjoyment of the Lunch Club was frequently marred by such surprises, and, not knowing her own value to the other ladies as a mirror for their mental complacency, she was sometimes troubled by a doubt of her worthiness to join in their debates. It was only the fact of having a dull sister who thought her clever that saved her from a sense of hopeless inferiority. "Do they get married in the end?" Mrs. Roby interposed. "They who?" the Lunch Club collectively exclaimed. "Why, the girl and man. It's a novel, isn't it? I always think that's the one thing that matters. If they're parted, it spoils my dinner." Mrs. Plinth and Mrs. Ballinger exchanged scandalized glances, and the latter said, "I should hardly advise you to read The Wings of Death in that spirit. For my part, when there are so many books one has to read, I wonder how anyone can find time for those that are merely amusing." "The beautiful part of it," Laura Glyde murmured, "is surely just this, that no one can tell how The Wings of Death ends. Osric Dane, overcome by the awful significance of her own meaning, has mercifully veiled it, perhaps even from herself, as Apelles, in representing the sacrifice of Iphigenia, veiled the face of Agamemnon." "What's that? Is it poetry?" whispered Mrs. Leveret to Mrs. Plinth, who, disdaining a definite reply, said coldly, "You should look it up. I always make it a point to look things up." Her tone added, "Though I might easily have it done for me by the footman." "I was about to say," Miss Van Vlyck resumed, "that it must always be a question whether a book can instruct unless it elevates." "Oh," murmured Mrs. Leveret, now feeling herself hopelessly astray. "I don't know," said Mrs. Ballinger, scenting in Miss Van Vlyck's tone a tendency to depreciate the coveted distinction of entertaining Osric Dane. "I don't know that such a question can seriously be raised as to a book which has attracted more attention among thoughtful people than any novel since Robert Elsmere." "Oh, but don't you see," exclaimed Laura Glyde, "that it's just the dark hopelessness of it all, the wonderful tone scheme of black on black, that makes it such an artistic achievement? It reminded me, when I read it, of Prince Rupert's Meunier Noir. The book is etched, not painted, yet one feels the color values so intensely." "Who is he?" Mrs. Leveret whispered to her neighbor. "Someone she's met abroad?" "The wonderful part of the book," Mrs. Bellinger conceded, "is that it may be looked at from so many points of view. I hear that as a study of determinism, Professor Lupton ranks it with The Data of Ethics." "I'm told that Osric Dane spent 10 years in preparatory studies before beginning to write it," said Mrs. Plinth. "She looks up everything, verifies everything. It has always been my principle, as you know. Nothing would induce me now to put aside a book before I'd finished it, just because I can buy as many more as I want." "And what do you think of The Wings of Death?" Mrs. Roby abruptly asked her. It was the kind of question that might be termed out of order, and the ladies glanced at each other as though disclaiming any share in such a breach of discipline. They all knew there was nothing Mrs. Plinth so much disliked as being asked her opinion of a book. Books were written to be read. If one read them, what more could be expected? To be questioned in detail regarding the contents of a volume seemed to her as great an outrage as being searched for smuggled laces at the custom house. The club had always respected this idiosyncrasy of Mrs. Plinth's. Such opinions as she had were imposing and substantial. Her mind, like her house, was furnished with monumental pieces that were not meant to be disarranged, and it was one of the unwritten rules of the Lunch Club that, within her own province, each member's habits of thought should be respected. The meeting therefore closed with an increased sense, on the parts of the other ladies, of Mrs. Roby's hopeless unfitness to be one of them. Part 2. Mrs. Leveret, on the eventful day, arrived early at Mrs. Ballinger's, her volume of appropriate allusions in her pocket. It always flustered Mrs. Leveret to be late at the lunch club. She liked to collect her thoughts and gather a hint, as the others assembled, of the turn the conversation was likely to take. Today, however, she felt herself completely at a loss. And even the familiar contact of appropriate allusions, which stuck into her as she sat down, failed to give her any reassurance. It was an admirable little volume, compiled to meet all the social emergencies, so that, whether on the occasion of anniversaries, joyful or melancholy, as the classification ran, of banquets, social or municipal, or of baptisms, Church of England or sectarian, its student need never be at a loss for a pertinent reference. Mrs. Leveret, though she had for years devoutly conned its pages, valued it, however, rather for its moral support than for its practical services. For though in the privacy of her own room she commanded an army of quotations, these invariably deserted her at the critical moment, and the only phrase she retained, "Canst thou draw out Leviathan with a hook?" was one she had never yet found occasion to apply. Today she felt that even the complete mastery of the volume would hardly have ensured her self-possession, for she thought it probable that, even if she did, in some miraculous way, remember an allusion, it would only be to find that Osric Dane used a different volume. Mrs. Leveret was convinced that literary people always carried them, and would consequently not recognize her quotations. Mrs. Leveret's sense of being adrift was intensified by the appearance of Mrs. Ballinger's drawing-room. To a careless eye its aspect was unchanged, but those acquainted with Mrs. Ballinger's way of arranging her books would instantly have detected the marks of recent perturbation. Mrs. Ballinger's province, as a member of the Lunch Club, was the book of the day. On that, whatever it was, from a novel to a treatise on experimental psychology, she was confidently, authoritatively up. What became of last year's books, or last week's even, what she did with the subjects she had previously professed with equal authority, no one had ever yet discovered. Her mind was an hotel, where facts came and went like transient lodgers, without leaving their address behind, and frequently without paying for their board. It was Mrs. Ballinger's boast that she was abreast with the thought of the day, and her pride that this advanced position should be expressed by the books on her table. These volumes, frequently renewed, and almost always damp from the press, bore names generally unfamiliar to Mrs. Leveret, and giving her, as she furtively scanned them, a disheartening glimpse of new fields of knowledge, to be breathlessly traversed in Mrs. Ballinger's wake. But today a number of mature-looking volumes were adroitly mingled with the Primaire of the Press. Karl Marx jostled Professor Bergson, and the Confessions of St. Augustine lay beside the last work on Mendelism, so that even to Mrs. Leveret's fluttered perceptions it was clear that Mrs. Ballinger didn't in the least know what Osric Dane was likely to talk about, and had taken measures to be prepared for anything. Mrs. Leveret felt like a passenger on an ocean steamer who is told that there is no immediate danger, but that she had better put on her life-belt. It was a relief to be roused from these forebodings by Miss Van Vlyck's arrival. "Well, my dear," the newcomer briskly asked her hostess, "what subjects are we to discuss today?" Mrs. Ballinger was furtively replacing a volume of Wordsworth by a copy of Verlaine. "I hardly know," she said, somewhat nervously. "Perhaps we had better leave that to circumstances." "Circumstances?" said Miss Van Vlyck dryly. "That means, I suppose, that Laura Glyde will take the floor as usual, and we shall be deluged with literature." Philanthropy and statistics were Miss Van Vlyck's province, and she resented any tendency to divert their guests' attention from these topics. Mrs. Plinth at this moment appeared. "Literature?" she protested in a tone of remonstrance. "But this is perfectly unexpected. I understood we were to talk of Osric Dane's novel." Mrs. Ballinger winced at the discrimination, but let it pass. "We can hardly make that our chief subject, at least not too intentionally," she suggested. "Of course we can let our talk drift in that direction, but we ought to have some other topic as an introduction, and that is what I wanted to consult you about. The fact is, we know so little of Osric Dane's tastes and interests that it is difficult to make any special preparation." "It may be difficult," said Mrs. Plinth with decision, "but it is necessary. I know what that happy-go-lucky principle leads to. As I told one of my nieces the other day, there are certain emergencies for which a lady should always be prepared. It's in shocking taste to wear colors when one pays a visit of condolence, or a last year's dress when there are reports that one's husband is on the wrong side of the market, and so it is with conversation. All I ask is that I should know beforehand what is to be talked about, then I feel sure of being able to say the proper thing. I quite agree with you, Mrs. Ballinger assented, but... And at that instant, heralded by the fluttered parlour maid, Osric Dane appeared upon the threshold. Mrs. Leveret told her sister afterward that she had known at a glance what was coming. She saw that Osric Dane was not going to meet them halfway. That distinguished personage had indeed entered with an air of compulsion not calculated to promote the easy exercise of hospitality. She looked as though she were about to be photographed for a new edition of her books. The desire to propitiate a divinity is generally in inverse ratio to its responsiveness, and the sense of discouragement produced by Osric Dane's entrance visibly increased the Lunch Club's eagerness to please her. Any lingering idea that she might consider herself under an obligation to her entertainers was at once dispelled by her manner. As Mrs. Leveret said afterward to her sister, she had a way of looking at you that made you feel as if there was something wrong with your hat. This evidence of greatness produced such an immediate impression on the ladies that a shudder of awe ran through them when Mrs. Roby, as their hostess led the great personage into the dining room, turned back to whisper to the others, "What a brute she is!" The hour about the table did not tend to revise this verdict. It was passed by Osric Dane in the silent deglutition of Mrs. Ballinger's menu, and by the members of the club in the emission of tentative platitudes, which their guests seemed to swallow as perfunctorily as the successive courses of the luncheon. Mrs. Ballinger's reluctance to fix a topic had thrown the club into a mental disarray, which increased with the return to the drawing-room, where the actual business of discussion was to open. Each lady waited for the other to speak, and there was a general shock of disappointment when their hostess opened the conversation by the painfully commonplace enquiry, "Is this your first visit to Hillbridge?" Even Mrs. Leveret was conscious that this was a bad beginning, and a vague impulse of deprecation made Miss Glyde interject, "It is a very small place indeed." Mrs. Plinth bristled. "We have a great many representative people," she said, in the tone of one who speaks for her order. Osric Dane turned to her. "What do they represent?" she asked. Mrs. Plinth's constitutional dislike to being questioned was intensified by her sense of unpreparedness, and her general reproachful glance passed the question on to Mrs. Ballinger. "Why," said that lady, glancing in turn at the other members, "as a community I hope it is not too much to say that we stand for culture." "For art," Miss Glyde interjected. "For art and literature," Mrs. Ballinger amended. "And for sociology, I trust," snapped Miss Van Vlyck. "We have a standard," said Mrs. Plinth, feeling herself suddenly secure on the vast expanse of a generalization. And Mrs. Leveret, thinking there must be room for more than one on so broad a statement, took courage to murmur, "Oh, certainly, we have a standard." "The object of our little club," Mrs. Ballinger continued, "is to concentrate the highest tendencies of Hillbridge, to centralize and focus its intellectual effort." This was felt to be so happy that the ladies drew an almost audible breath of relief. "We aspire," the president went on, "to be in touch with whatever is highest in art, literature, and ethics." Osric Dane again turned to her. "What ethics?" she asked. A tremor of apprehension encircled the room. None of the ladies required any preparation to pronounce on a question of morals, but when they were called ethics it was different. The club, when fresh from the Encyclopaedia Britannica, the Reader's Handbook, or Smith's Classical Dictionary, could deal confidently with any subject, but when taken unawares it had been known to define agnosticism as a heresy of the early church and Professor Froude as a distinguished histologist, and such minor members as Mrs. Leveret still secretly regarded ethics as something vaguely pagan. Even to Mrs. Ballinger, Osric Dane's question was unsettling, and there was a general sense of gratitude when Laura Glyde leaned forward to say, with her most sympathetic accent, "You must excuse us, Mrs. Dane, for not being able, just at present, to talk of anything but the wings of death." "Yes," said Miss Van Vlyck, with a sudden resolve to carry the war into the enemy's camp, "we are so anxious to know the exact purpose you had in mind in writing your wonderful book." "You will find," Mrs. Plinth interposed, "that we are not superficial readers." "We are eager to hear from you," Miss Van Vlyck continued, "if the pessimistic tendency of the book is an expression of your own convictions, or merely," Miss Glyde thrust in, "a somber background brushed in to throw your figures into more vivid relief. Are you not primarily plastic?" "I have always maintained," Mrs. Ballinger interposed, "that you represent the purely objective method." Osric Dane helped herself critically to coffee. "How do you define objective?" she then inquired. There was a flurried pause before Laura Glyde intensely murmured, "In reading you, we don't define, we feel." Osric Dane smiled. "The cerebellum," she remarked, "is not infrequently the seat of the literary emotions." And she took a second lump of sugar. The sting that this remark was vaguely felt to conceal was almost neutralized by the satisfaction of being addressed in such technical language. "Ah, the cerebellum," said Miss Van Vlyck complacently. "The club took a course in psychology last winter." "Which psychology?" asked Osric Dane. There was an agonizing pause, during which each member of the club secretly deplored the distressing inefficiency of the others. Only Mrs. Roby went on placidly sipping her chartreuse. At last Mrs. Ballinger said, with an attempt at a high tone, "Well, really, you know, it was last year that we took psychology, and this winter we have been so absorbed in—" She broke off, nervously trying to recall some of the club's discussions, but her faculties seemed to be paralyzed by the petrifying stare of Osric Dane. What had the club been absorbed in? Mrs. Ballinger, with a vague purpose of gaining time, repeated slowly, "We've been so intensely absorbed in—" Mrs. Roby put down her liqueur glass and drew near the group with a smile. "In Xingu?" she gently prompted. A thrill ran through the other members. They exchanged confused glances, and then, with one accord, turned a gaze of mingled relief and interrogation on their rescuer. The expression of each denoted a different phase of the same emotion. Mrs. Plinth was the first to compose her features to an air of reassurance. After a moment's hasty adjustment, her look almost implied that it was she who had given the word to Mrs. Ballinger. "Xingu, of course!" exclaimed the latter with her accustomed promptness, while Miss Van Vlyck and Laura Glyde seemed to be plumbing the depths of memory, and Mrs. Leveret, feeling apprehensively for appropriate allusions, was somehow reassured by the uncomfortable pressure of its bulk against her person. Osric Dane's change of countenance was no less striking than that of her entertainers. She too put down her coffee cup, but with a look of distinct annoyance. She too wore, for a brief moment, what Mrs. Roby afterward described as the look of feeling for someone in the back of her head, and before she could dissemble these momentary signs of weakness, Mrs. Roby, turning to her with a deferential smile, had said, "And we've been so hoping that today you would tell us just what you think of it." Osric Dane received the homage of the smile as a matter of course, but the accompanying question obviously embarrassed her, and it became clear to her observers that she was not quick at shifting her facial scenery. It was as though her countenance had so long been set in an expression of unchallenged superiority, that the muscles had stiffened and refused to obey her orders. "Xingu," she said, as if seeking in her turn to gain time. Mrs. Roby continued to press her. "Knowing how engrossing the subject is, you will understand how it happens that the club has let everything else go to the wall for the moment. Since we took up Xingu, I might almost say, were it not for your books, that nothing else seems to us worth remembering." Osric Dane's stern features were darkened rather than lit up by an uneasy smile. "I am glad to hear that you make one exception," she gave out between narrowed lips. "Oh, of course," Mrs. Roby said prettily, "but as you have shown us that, so very naturally, you don't care to talk of your own things, we really can't let you off from telling us exactly what you think about Xingu, especially," she added with a still more persuasive smile, "as some people say that one of your last books was saturated with it." It was an "it," then! The assurance sped like fire through the parched minds of the other members. In their eagerness to gain the least little clue to Xingu, they almost forgot the joy of assisting at the discomfiture of Mrs. Dane. The latter reddened nervously under her antagonist's challenge. "May I ask," she faltered out, "to which of my books you refer?" Mrs. Roby did not falter. "That's just what I want you to tell us, because, though I was present, I didn't actually take part." "Present at what?" Mrs. Dane took her up, and for an instant the trembling members of the Lunch Club thought that the champion Providence had raised up for them had lost a point. But Mrs. Roby explained herself gaily. "At the discussion, of course, and so we're dreadfully anxious to know just how it was that you went into the Xingu." There was a portentous pause, a silence so big with incalculable dangers that the members with one accord checked the words on their lips, like soldiers dropping their arms to watch a single combat between their leaders. Then Mrs. Dane gave expression to their inmost dread by saying sharply, "Ah, you say the Xingu, do you?" Mrs. Roby smiled undauntedly. "It is a shade pedantic, isn't it? Personally, I always drop the article, but I don't know how the other members feel about it." The other members looked as though they would willingly have dispensed with this appeal to their opinion, and Mrs. Roby, after a bright glance about the group, went on, "They probably think, as I do, that nothing really matters except the thing itself. Except Xingu." No immediate reply seemed to occur to Mrs. Dane, and Mrs. Ballinger gathered courage to say, "Surely everyone must feel that about Xingu." Mrs. Plinth came to her support with a heavy murmur of assent, and Laura Glyde sighed out emotionally, "I have known cases where it has changed a whole life." "It has done me worlds of good," Mrs. Leveret interjected, seeming to herself to remember that she had either taken it or read it the winter before. "Of course," Mrs. Roby admitted, "the difficulty is that one must give up so much time to it. It's very long." "I can't imagine," said Miss Van Vlyck, "grudging the time given to such a subject." "And deep in places," Mrs. Roby pursued. "So then it was a book. And it isn't easy to skip." "I never skip," said Mrs. Plinth dogmatically. "Ah, it's dangerous to, in Xingu. Even at the start there are places where one can't. One must just wade through." "I should hardly call it wading," said Mrs. Ballinger sarcastically. Mrs. Roby sent her a look of interest. "Ah, you always found it went swimmingly?" Mrs. Ballinger hesitated. "Of course there are difficult passages," she conceded. "Yes, some are not at all clear, even," Mrs. Roby added, "if one is familiar with the original." "As I suppose you are," Osric Dane interposed, suddenly fixing her with a look of challenge. Mrs. Roby met it by a deprecating gesture. "Oh, it's really not difficult up to a certain point, though some of the branches are very little known, and it's almost impossible to get at the source." "Have you ever tried?" Mrs. Plinth inquired, still distrustful of Mrs. Roby's thoroughness. Mrs. Roby was silent for a moment. Then she replied with lowered lids. "No, but a friend of mine did. A very brilliant man, and he told me it was best for women not to." A shudder ran around the room. Mrs. Leveret coughed so that the parlour maid, who was handing the cigarettes, should not hear. Miss Van Vlyck's face took on a nauseated expression, and Mrs. Plinth looked as if she were passing someone she did not care to bow to. But the most remarkable result of Mrs. Roby's words was the effect they produced on the Lunch Club's distinguished guest. Osric Dane's impassive features suddenly softened to an expression of the warmest human sympathy, and edging her chair toward Mrs. Roby's, she asked, "Did he really? And did you find he was right?" Mrs. Ballinger, in whom annoyance at Mrs. Roby's unwonted assumption of prominence was beginning to displace gratitude for the aid she had rendered, could not consent to her being allowed, by such dubious means, to monopolize the attention of their guest. If Osric Dane had not enough self-respect to resent Mrs. Roby's flippancy, at least the Lunch Club would do so in the person of its president. Mrs. Ballinger laid her hand on Mrs. Roby's arm. "We must not forget," she said with a frigid amiability, "that absorbing as Xingu is to us, it may be less interesting to—" "Oh no, on the contrary, I assure you," Osric Dane intervened. "To others," Mrs. Ballinger finished firmly, "and we must not allow our little meeting to end without persuading Mrs. Dane to say a few words to us on a subject which, today, is much more present in all our thoughts. I refer, of course, to The Wings of Death." The other members, animated by various degrees of the same sentiment, and encouraged by the humanized mien of their redoubtable guest, repeated after Mrs. Ballinger, "Oh yes, you really must talk to us a little about your book." Osric Dane's expression became as bored, though not as haughty, as when her work had been previously mentioned. But before she could respond to Mrs. Ballinger's request, Mrs. Roby had risen from her seat and was pulling down her veil over her frivolous nose. "I'm so sorry," she said, advancing towards her hostess with outstretched hand, "but before Mrs. Dane begins I think I'd better run away. Unluckily, as you know, I haven't read her books, so I should be at a terrible disadvantage among you all, and besides, I've an engagement to play bridge." If Mrs. Roby had simply pleaded her ignorance of Osric Dane's work as a reason for withdrawing, the Lunch Club, in view of her recent prowess, might have approved such evidence of discretion. But to couple this excuse with the brazen announcement that she was foregoing the privilege for the purpose of joining a bridge party was only one more instance of her deplorable lack of discrimination. The ladies were disposed, however, to feel that her departure, now that she had performed the sole service she was ever likely to render them, would probably make for greater order and dignity in the impending discussion, besides relieving them of the sense of self-distrust which her presence always mysteriously produced. Mrs. Ballinger therefore restricted herself to a formal murmur of regret, and the other members were just grouping themselves comfortably about Osric Dane, when the latter, to their dismay, started up from the sofa on which she had been seated. "Oh, wait! Do wait, and I'll go with you!" she called out to Mrs. Roby, and, seizing the hands of the disconcerted members, she administered a series of farewell pressures with the mechanical haste of a railway conductor punching tickets. "I'm so sorry, I'd quite forgotten," she flung back at them from the threshold, and as she joined Mrs. Roby, who had turned in surprise at her appeal, the other ladies had the mortification of hearing her say, in a voice which she did not take the pains to lower, "If you'll let me walk a little way with you, I should so like to ask you a few more questions about Xingu." The incident had been so rapid that the door closed on the departing pair before the other members had time to understand what was happening. Then a sense of the indignity put upon them by Osric Dane's unceremonious desertion began to contend with the confused feeling that they had been cheated out of their due without exactly knowing how or why. There was a silence, during which Mrs. Ballinger, with a perfunctory hand, rearranged the skilfully grouped literature at which her distinguished guest had not so much as glanced. Then Miss Van Vlyck tartly pronounced, "Well, I can't say that I consider Osric Dane's departure a great loss." This confession crystallized the resentment of the other members, and Mrs. Leveret exclaimed, "I do believe she came on purpose to be nasty." It was Mrs. Plinth's private opinion that Osric Dane's attitude toward the lunch club might have been very different had it welcomed her in the majestic setting of the Plinth drawing rooms. But not liking to reflect on the inadequacy of Mrs. Ballinger's establishment, she sought a roundabout satisfaction in depreciating her lack of foresight. "I said from the first that we ought to have had a subject ready. It's what always happens when you're unprepared. Now, if we'd only got up Xingu—" The slowness of Mrs. Plinth's mental processes was always allowed for by the club, but this instance of it was too much for Mrs. Ballinger's equanimity. "Xingu," she scoffed. "Why, it was the fact of our knowing so much more about it than she did, unprepared though we were, that made Osric Dane so furious. I should have thought that was plain enough to everybody." This retort impressed even Mrs. Plinth, and Laura Glyde, moved by an impulse of generosity, said, "Yes, we really ought to be grateful to Mrs. Roby for introducing the topic. It may have made Osric Dane furious, but at least it made her civil." "I am glad we were able to show her," added Miss Van Vlyck, "that a broad and up-to-date culture is not confined to the great intellectual centers." This increased the satisfaction of the other members, and they began to forget their wrath against Osric Dane in the pleasure of having contributed to her discomfiture. Miss Van Vlyck thoughtfully rubbed her spectacles. "What surprised me most," she continued, "was that Fanny Roby should be so up on Xingu." This remark threw a slight chill on the company, but Mrs. Ballinger said with an air of indulgent irony, "Mrs. Roby always has the knack of making a little go a long way. Still, we certainly owe her a debt for happening to remember that she'd heard of Xingu." And this was felt by the other members to be a graceful way of cancelling once for all the club's obligation to Mrs. Roby. Even Mrs. Leveret took courage to speed a timid shaft of irony. "I fancy Osric Dane hardly expected to take a lesson in Xingu at Hillbridge." Mrs. Ballinger smiled. "When she asked me what we represented, do you remember? I wish I'd simply said, 'We represented Xingu.'" All the ladies laughed appreciatively at this sally, except Mrs. Plinth, who said, after a moment's deliberation, "I'm not sure it would have been wise to do so." Mrs. Ballinger, who was already beginning to feel as if she had launched at Osric Dane the retort which had just occurred to her, turned ironically on Mrs. Plinth. "May I ask why?" she inquired. Mrs. Plinth looked grave. "Surely," she said, "I understood from Mrs. Roby herself that the subject was one it was as well not to go into too deeply." Miss Van Vlyck rejoined with precision. "I think that applied only to an investigation of the origin of the and suddenly she found that her usually accurate memory had failed her. "It's a part of the subject I never studied myself," she concluded. "Nor I," said Mrs. Ballinger. Laura Glyde bent toward them with widened eyes. "And yet it seems, doesn't it, the part that is fullest of an esoteric fascination?" "I don't know on what you base that," said Miss Van Vlyck argumentatively. "Well, didn't you notice how intensely interested Osric Dane became as soon as she heard what the brilliant foreigner—he was a foreigner, wasn't he?—had told Mrs. Roby about the origin of the right—or whatever you call it?" Mrs. Plinth looked disapproving, and Mrs. Ballinger visibly wavered. Then she said, "It may not be desirable to touch on
on that part of the subject in general conversation, but from the importance it evidently has to a woman of Osric Dane's distinction, I feel as if we ought not to be afraid to discuss it among ourselves, without gloves, though with closed doors if necessary." "I'm quite of your opinion," Miss Van Vlyck came briskly to her support, "on condition, that is, that all grossness of language is avoided." "Oh, I'm sure we shall understand without that," Mrs. Leveret tittered; and Laura Glyde added significantly, "I fancy we can read between the lines," while Mrs. Ballinger rose to assure herself that the doors were really closed. Mrs. Plinth had not yet given her adhesion. "I hardly see," she began, "what benefit is to be derived from investigating such peculiar customs—" But Mrs. Ballinger's patience had reached the extreme limit of tension. "This, at least," she returned, "that we shall not be placed again in the humiliating position of finding ourselves less up on our own subjects than Fanny Roby."
Even to Mrs. Plinth this argument was conclusive. She peered furtively about the room and lowered her commanding tones to ask, "Have you got a copy?" A copy?" stammered Mrs. Ballinger. She was aware that the other members were looking at her expectantly, and that this answer was inadequate, so she supported it by asking another question, "A copy of what?" Her companions bent their expectant gaze on Mrs. Plinth, who, in turn, appeared less sure of herself than usual. "Why, of the book," she explained. "What book?" snapped Mrs. Van Vlyck, almost as sharply as Osric Dane. Mrs. Ballinger looked at Laura Glyde, whose eyes were interrogatively fixed on Mrs. Leveret. The fact of being deferred was so new to the latter that it filled her with an insane temerity. "Why, Xingu, of course!" she exclaimed. A profound silence followed this challenge to the resources of Mrs. Ballinger's library, and the latter, after glancing nervously toward the books of the day, returned with dignity, "It's not a thing one cares to leave about." "I should think not!" exclaimed Mrs. Plinth. "It is a book, then," said Miss Van Vlyck. This again threw the company into disarray, and Mrs. Ballinger, with an impatient sigh, rejoined, "Why, there is a book, naturally." "Then why did Miss Glyde call it a religion?" Laura Glyde started up. "A religion? I never—" "Yes, you did," Miss Van Vlyck insisted. "You spoke of rites, and Mrs. Plinth said it was a custom." Miss Glyde was evidently making a desperate effort to recall her statement, but accuracy of detail was not her strongest point. At length she began in a deep murmur, "Surely they used to do something of the kind at the Eleusinian Mysteries." "Oh," said Miss Van Vlyck, on the verge of disapproval, and Mrs. Plinth protested, "I understood there was to be no indelicacy." Mrs. Ballinger could not control her irritation. "Really, it is too bad that we should not be able to talk the matter over quietly among ourselves. Personally, I think that if one goes into Xingu at all—" "Oh, so do I!" cried Miss Glyde. "And I don't see how one can avoid doing so if one wishes to keep up with the thought of the day." Mrs. Leveret uttered an exclamation of relief. "There, that's it," she interposed. "What's it?" the President took her up. "Why, it's a thought. I mean, a philosophy." This seemed to bring a certain relief to Mrs. Ballinger and Laura Glyde, but Miss Van Vlyck said, "Excuse me if I tell you that you're all mistaken. Xingu happens to be a language." "A language!" the Lunch Club cried. "Certainly. Don't you remember Fanny Roby saying that there were several branches and that some were hard to trace? What could that apply to but dialects?" Mrs. Ballinger could no longer restrain a contemptuous laugh. "Really, if the Lunch Club has reached such a pass that it has to go to Fanny Roby for instruction on a subject like Xingu, it had almost better cease to exist." "It's really her fault for not being clearer," Laura Glyde put in. "Oh, clearness and Fanny Roby," Mrs. Ballinger shrugged. "I dare say we shall find she was mistaken on almost every point." "Why not look it up?" said Mrs. Plinth. As a rule, this recurrent suggestion of Mrs. Plinth's was ignored in the heat of discussion, and only resorted to afterward in the privacy of each member's home. But on the present occasion the desire to ascribe their own confusion of thought to the vague and contradictory nature of Mrs. Roby's statements caused the members of the Lunch Club to utter a collective demand for a book of reference. At this point the production of her treasured volume gave Mrs. Leveret, for a moment, the unusual experience of occupying the centre front. But she was not able to hold it long, for appropriate allusions contained no mention of Xingu. "Oh, that's not the kind of thing we want!" exclaimed Miss Van Vlyck. She cast a disparaging glance over Mrs. Ballinger's assortment of literature, and added impatiently, "Haven't you any useful books?" "Of course I have," replied Mrs. Ballinger indignantly. "I keep them in my husband's dressing room." From this region, after some difficulty and delay, the parlour maid produced the W through Z volume of an encyclopaedia, and, in deference to the fact that the demand for it had come from Miss Van Vluyck, laid the ponderous tome before her. There was a moment of painful suspense while Miss Van Vluyck rubbed her spectacles, adjusted them, and turned to Z, and a murmur of surprise when she said, "It isn't here." "I suppose," said Mrs. Plinth, "it's not fit to be put in a book of reference." "Oh, nonsense!" exclaimed Mrs. Ballinger. "Try X." Miss Van Vluyck turned back through the volume, peering short-sightedly up and down the pages, till she came to a stop and remained motionless, like a dog on a point. "Well, have you found it?" Mrs. Ballinger inquired, after a considerable delay. "Yes, I've found it," said Miss Van Vluyck in a queer voice. Mrs. Plinth hastily interposed, "I beg you won't read it aloud if there's anything offensive." Miss Van Vluyck, without answering, continued her silent scrutiny. "Well, what is it?" exclaimed Laura Glyde excitedly. "Do tell us," urged Mrs. Leveret, feeling that she would have something awful to tell her sister. Miss Van Vluyck pushed the volume aside and turned slowly toward the expectant group. "It's a river." "A river?" "Yes, in Brazil. Isn't that where she's been living?" "Who? Fanny Roby? Oh, but you must be mistaken. You've been reading the wrong thing," Mrs. Ballinger exclaimed, leaning over her to seize the volume. "It's the only Xingu in the encyclopedia, and she has been living in Brazil," Miss Van Vluyck persisted. "Yes, her brother has a consulship there," Mrs. Leveret interposed. "But it's too ridiculous. Why, we all remember studying Xingu last year, or the year before last," Mrs. Ballinger stammered. "I thought I did when you said so," Laura Glyde avowed. "I said so?" cried Mrs. Ballinger. "Yes, you said it had crowded everything else out of your mind." "Well, you said it had changed your whole life." "For that matter, Miss Van Vluyck said she had never grudged the time she'd given it." Mrs. Plinth interposed. "I made it clear that I knew nothing whatever of the original." Mrs. Ballinger broke off the dispute with a groan. "Oh, what does it all matter if she's been making fools of us? I believe Miss Van Vluyck's right. She was talking of the river all the while." "How could she? It's too preposterous!" Miss Glyde exclaimed. "Listen." Miss Van Vluyck had repossessed herself of the encyclopedia and restored her spectacles to a nose reddened by excitement. "The Xingu, one of the principal rivers of Brazil, rises on the plateau of Mato Grosso, and flows in a northerly direction for a length of no less than 1,118 miles, entering the Amazon near the mouth of the latter river. The upper course of the Xingu is auriferous and fed by numerous branches. Its source was first discovered in 1884 by the German explorer von den Steinen, after a difficult and dangerous expedition through a region inhabited by tribes still in the Stone Age of culture." The ladies received this communication in a state of stupefied silence, from which Mrs. Leveret was the first to rally. "She certainly did speak of its having branches." The word seemed to snap the last thread of their incredulity. "And of its great length," gasped Mrs. Ballinger. "She said it was awfully deep, and you couldn't skip, you just had to wade through," Miss Glyde added. The idea worked its way more slowly through Mrs. Plinth's compact resistances. "How could there be anything improper about a river?" she inquired. "Improper?" "Why, what she said about the source, that it was corrupt." "Not corrupt, but hard to get at," Laura Glyde corrected. "Someone who'd been there had told her so. I dare say it was the explorer himself. Didn't it say the expedition was dangerous?" "Difficult and dangerous," read Miss Van Vluyck. Mrs. Ballinger pressed her hands to her throbbing temples. "There's nothing she said that wouldn't apply to a river, to this river." She swung about excitedly to the other members. "Why, do you remember her telling us that she hadn't read The Supreme Instant because she'd taken it on a boating party while she was staying with her brother, and someone had shied it overboard? Shied, of course, was her own expression." The ladies breathlessly signified that the expression had not escaped them. "Well, and then didn't she tell Osric Dane that one of her books was simply saturated with Xingu? Of course it was, if one of Mrs. Roby's rowdy friends had thrown it into the river." This surprising reconstruction of the scene in which they had just participated left the members of the Lunch Club inarticulate. At length Mrs. Plinth, after visibly labouring with the problem, said in a heavy tone, "Osric Dane was taken in too." Mrs. Leveret took courage at this. "Perhaps that's what Mrs. Roby did it for. She said Osric Dane was a brute, and she may have wanted to give her a lesson." Miss Van Vlyck frowned. It was hardly worth while to do it at our expense. At least, said Miss Glyde with a touch of bitterness, she succeeded in interesting her, which was more than we did. What chance had we? Rejoined Mrs. Ballinger. Mrs. Roby monopolized her from the first, and that, I've no doubt, was her purpose. To give Osric Dane a false impression of her own standing in the club. She would hesitate at nothing to attract attention. We all know how she took in poor Professor Foreland. She actually makes him give bridge teas every Thursday, Mrs. Leveret piped up. Laura Glyde struck her hands together. Why, this is Thursday, and it's there she's gone, of course, and taken Osric with her. And they're shrieking over us at this moment, said Mrs. Ballinger between her teeth. This possibility seemed too preposterous to be admitted. She would hardly dare, said Miss Van Vlyck, confess the imposture to Osric Dane. I'm not so sure. I thought I saw her make a sign as she left. If she hadn't made a sign, why should Osric Dane have rushed out after her? Well, you know, we'd all been telling her how wonderful Xingu was, and she said she wanted to find out more about it, Mrs. Leveret said, with a tardy impulse of justice to the absent. This reminder, far from mitigating the wrath of the other members, gave it a stronger impetus. Yes, and that's exactly what they're both laughing over now, said Laura Glyde ironically. Mrs. Plinth stood up and gathered her expensive furs about her monumental form. I have no wish to criticize, she said, but unless the Lunch Club can protect its members against the recurrence of such unbecoming scenes, I, for one— Oh, so do I, agreed Miss Glyde, rising also. Miss Van Vlyck closed the encyclopedia and proceeded to button herself into her jacket. My time is really too valuable, she began. I fancy we are all of one mind, said Mrs. Ballinger, looking searchingly at Mrs. Leveret, who looked at the others. I always deprecate anything like a scandal, Mrs. Plinth continued. She has been the cause of one today, exclaimed Mrs. Glyde. Mrs. Leveret moaned, I don't see how she could. And Miss Van Vlyck said, picking up her notebook, some women stop at nothing. But if, Mrs. Plinth took up her argument impressively, anything of the kind had happened in my house— it never would have, her tone implied— I should have felt that I owed it to myself either to ask for Mrs. Roby's resignation or to offer mine. Oh, Mrs. Plinth, gasped the Lunch Club. Fortunately for me, Mrs. Plinth continued with awful magnanimity, the matter was taken out of my hands by our president's decision that the right to entertain distinguished guests was a privilege vested in her office, and I think the other members will agree that, as she was alone in this opinion, she ought to be alone in deciding on the best way of effacing its really deplorable consequences. A deep silence followed this outbreak of Mrs. Plinth's long-stored resentment. I don't see why I should be expected to ask her to resign, Mrs. Ballinger at length began, but Laura Glyde turned back to remind her, you know she made you say that you'd got on swimmingly in Xingu. An ill-timed giggle escaped from Mrs. Leveret, and Mrs. Ballinger energetically continued, but you needn't think for a moment that I'm afraid to. The door of the drawing-room closed on the retreating backs of the Lunch Club, and the president of that distinguished association, seating herself at her writing-table, and pushing away a copy of The Wings of Death to make room for her elbow, drew forth a sheet of the club's notepaper, on which she began to write, My dear Mrs. Roby. End of Xingu by Edith Wharton. Read by Rosie.
The Young King by Oscar Wilde. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Greg Marguerite. The Young King by Oscar Wilde. It was the night before the day fixed for his coronation, and the young king was sitting alone in his beautiful chamber. His courtiers had all taken their leave of him, bowing their heads to the ground according to the ceremonious usage of the day, and had retired to the great hall of the palace to receive a few last lessons from the professor of etiquette, there being some of them who had still quite natural manners, which in a courtier is, I need hardly say, a very grave offence. The lad, for he was only a lad, being but 16 years of age, was not sorry at their departure, and had flung himself back with a deep sigh of relief on the soft cushions of his embroidered couch. lying there wild-eyed and open-mouthed like a brown woodland fawn, or some young animal of the forest newly snared by the hunters. And indeed it was the hunters who had found him, coming upon him almost by chance, as, bare-limbed and pipe in hand, he was following the flock of the poor goat-herd who had brought him up, and whose son he had always fancied himself to be. The child of the old king's only daughter by a secret marriage with one much beneath her in station, a stranger, some said, who by the wonderful magic of his lute-playing had made the young princess love him, while others spoke of an artist from Rimini, to whom the princess had shown much, perhaps too much honor, and who had suddenly disappeared from the city, leaving his work in the cathedral unfinished. He had been, when but a week old, stolen away from his mother's side as she slept, and given into the charge of a common peasant and his wife, who were without children of their own, and lived in a remote part of the forest more than a day's ride from the town. Grief, or the plague, as the court physician stated, or as some suggested, a swift Italian poison administered in a cup of spiced wine, slew within an hour of her wakening the white girl who had given him birth. And as the trusty messenger who bare the child across his saddle bow stopped from his weary horse and knocked at the rude door of the goatherd's hut, the body of the princess was being lowered into an open grave that had been dug in a deserted churchyard beyond the city gates. A grave where it was said that another body was also lying, that of a young man of marvelous and foreign beauty, whose hands were tied behind him with a knotted cord, and whose breast was stabbed with many red wounds. Such, at least, was the story that men whispered to each other. Certain it was that the old king, when on his deathbed, whether moved by remorse for his great sin, or merely desiring that the kingdom should not pass away from his line, had had the lad sent for, and in the presence of the council had acknowledged him as his heir. And it seems that from the very first moment of his recognition he had shown signs of that strange passion for beauty that was destined to have so great an influence over his life. Those who accompanied him to the suite of rooms set apart for his service often spoke of the cry of pleasure that broke from his lips when he saw the delicate raiment and rich jewels that had been prepared for him, and of the almost fierce joy with which he flung aside his rough leathern tunic and coarse sheepskin cloak. He missed, indeed, at times, the fine freedom of his forest life, and was always apt to chafe at the tedious court ceremonies that occupied so much of each day. But the wonderful palace, Joyeuse, as they called it, of which he now found himself lord, seemed to him to be a new world, fresh fashioned for his delight, and as soon as he could escape from the council board or audience chamber he would run down the great staircase with its lions of gilt bronze and its steps of bright porphyry, and wander from room to room and from corridor to corridor, like one who was seeking to find in beauty an anodyne from pain, a sort of restoration from sickness. Upon these journeys of discovery, as he would call them, and indeed they were to him real voyages through a marvelous land, he would sometimes be accompanied by the slim fair-haired court pages, with their floating mantles and gay fluttering riband, but more often he would be alone, feeling through a certain quick instinct, which was almost a divination, that the secrets of art are best learned in secret, and that beauty, like wisdom, loves the lonely worshipper. Many curious stories were related about him at this period. It was said that a stout burgomaster, who had come to deliver a florid oratorical address on behalf of the citizens of the town, had caught sight of him kneeling in real adoration before a great picture that had just been brought from Venice, and that seemed to herald the worship of some new gods. On another occasion he had been missed for several hours, and after a lengthened search had been discovered in a little chamber in one of the northern turrets of the palace, gazing as one in a trance at a Greek gem carved with the figure of Adonis. He had been seen, so the tale ran, pressing his warm lips to the marble brow of an antique statue that had been discovered in the bed of the river on the occasion of the building of the stone bridge, and was inscribed with the name of the Bithynian slave of Hadrian. He had passed a whole night in noting the effect of the moonlight on a silver image of Endymion. All rare and costly materials had certainly a great fascination for him, and in his eagerness to procure them he had sent away many merchants, some to traffic in amber with the rough fisher folk of the North Seas, some to Egypt to look for that curious green turquoise which is found only in the tombs of kings, and is said to possess magical properties; some to Persia for silken carpets and painted pottery; and others to India to buy gauze and stained ivory, moonstones, and bracelets of jade, sandalwood, and blue enamel, and shawls of fine wool. But what had occupied him most was the robe he was to wear at his coronation, the robe of tissued gold, and the ruby studded crown, and the sceptre with its rows and rings of pearls. Indeed, it was of this that he was thinking to night as he lay back on his luxurious couch, watching the great pinewood log that was burning itself out on the open hearth. The designs, which were from the hands of the most famous artists of the time, had been submitted to him many months before, and he had given orders that the artificers were to toil night and day to carry them out, and that the whole world was to be searched for jewels that would be worthy of their work. He saw himself in fancy standing at the high altar of the cathedral in the fair raiment of a king, and a smile played and lingered about his boyish lips, and lit up with a bright lustre his dark woodland eyes. After some time he rose from his seat, and, leaning against the carved penthouse of the chimney, looked round at the dimly lit room. The walls were hung with rich tapestries, representing the triumph of beauty. A large press, inlaid with agate and lapis lazuli, filled one corner, and facing the window stood a curiously wrought cabinet, with lacquer panels of powdered and mosaicked gold, on which were placed some delicate goblets of Venetian glass, and a cup of dark veined onyx. Pale poppies were broidered on the silk coverlet of the bed, as though they had fallen from the tired hands of sleep, and tall reeds of fluted ivory bare up the velvet canopy, from which great tufts of ostrich plumes sprang like white foam to the pallid silver of the fretted ceiling. A laughing narcissus in green bronze held a polished mirror above its head. On the table stood a flat bowl of amethyst. Outside he could see the huge dome of the cathedral looming like a bubble over the shadowy houses, and the weary sentinels pacing up and down on the misty terrace by the river. Far away, in an orchard, a nightingale was singing. A faint perfume of jasmine came through the open window. He brushed his brown curls back from his forehead, and taking up a lute, let his fingers stray across the chords. His heavy eyelids drooped, and a strange languor came over him. Never before had he felt so keenly, or with such exquisite joy, the magic and the mystery of beautiful things. When midnight sounded from the clock tower, he touched a bell, and his pages entered and disrobed him with much ceremony, pouring rose water over his hands and strewing flowers on his pillow. A few moments after that they had left the room he fell asleep, and as he slept he dreamed a dream, and this was his dream. He thought that he was standing in a long, low attic, amidst the whir and clatter of many looms. The meager daylight peered in through the grated windows, and showed him the gaunt figures of the weavers bending over their cases. Pale, sickly-looking children were crouched on the huge crossbeams. As the shuttles dashed through the warp, they lifted up the heavy battens, and when the shuttles stopped, they let the battens fall and pressed the threads together. Their faces were pinched with famine, and their thin hands shook and trembled. Some haggard women were seated at a table sewing. A horrible odor filled the place. The air was foul and heavy, and the walls dripped and streamed with damp. The young king went over to one of the weavers and stood by him and watched. And the weaver looked at him angrily and said, "Why art thou watching me? Art thou a spy set upon us by our master?" "Who is thy master?" asked the young king. "Our master!" cried the weaver bitterly. "He is a man like myself. Indeed, there is but this difference between us, that he wears fine clothes while I go in rags, and that while I am weak from hunger he suffers not a little from overfeeding." "The land is free," said the young king, "and thou art no man's slave." "In war," answered the weaver, "the strong make slaves of the weak, and in peace the rich make slaves of the poor. We must work to live, and they give us such mean wages that we die. We toil for them all day long, and they heap up gold in their coffers, and our children fade away before their time, and the faces of those we love become hard and evil. We tread out the grapes, and another drinks the wine. We sow the corn, and our own board is empty. We have chains, though no eye beholds them, and are slaves, though men call us free." "Is it so with all?" he asked. "It is so with all," answered the weaver. "With the young as well as the old, with the women as well as the men, with the little children as well as those who are stricken in years. The merchants grind us down, and we must needs do their bidding. The priest rides by and tells his beads, and no man has care of us. Through our sunless lanes creeps poverty with her hungry eyes, and sin with his sodden face follows close behind her. Misery wakes us in the morning, and shame sits with us at night. But what are these things to thee? Thou art not one of us. Thy face is too happy." And he turned away scowling, and threw the shuttle across the loom, and the young king saw that it was threaded with a thread of gold. And a great terror seized upon him, and he said to the weaver, "What robe is this that thou art weaving?" "It is the robe for the coronation of the young king," he answered. "What is that to thee?" And the young king gave a loud cry and woke, and lo, he was in his own chamber, and through the window he saw the great honey-colored moon hanging in the dusky air. And he fell asleep again, and dreamed, and this was his dream. He thought that he was lying on the deck of a huge galley that was being rowed by 100 slaves. On a carpet by his side the master of the galley was seated. He was black as ebony, and his turban was of crimson silk. Great earrings of silver dragged down the thick lobes of his ears, and in his hands he had a pair of ivory scales. The slaves were naked but for a ragged loincloth, and each man was chained to his neighbor. The hot sun beat brightly upon them, and the negroes ran up and down the gangway and lashed them with whips of hide. They stretched out their lean arms and pulled the heavy oars through the water. The salt spray flew from the blades. At last they reached a little bay, and began to take soundings. A light wind blew from the shore, and covered the deck and the great lateen sail with a fine red dust. 3 Arabs mounted on wild asses rode out and threw spears at them. The master of the galley took a painted bow in his hand and shot one of them in the throat. He fell heavily into the surf, and his companions galloped away. A woman wrapped in a yellow veil followed slowly on a camel, looking back now and then at the dead body. As soon as they had cast anchor and hauled down the sail, the negroes went into the hold and brought up a long rope ladder, heavily weighted with lead. The master of the galley threw it over the side, making the ends fast to 2 iron stanchions. Then the negroes seized the youngest of the slaves, and knocked his gyves off, and filled his nostrils and his ears with wax, and tied a big stone around his waist. He crept wearily down the ladder, and disappeared into the sea. A few bubbles rose where he sank. Some of the other slaves peered curiously over the side. At the prow of the galley sat a shark charmer, beating monotonously upon a drum. After some time the diver rose up out of the water, and clung panting to the ladder with a pearl in his right hand. The negroes seized it from him and thrust him back. The slaves fell asleep over their oars. Again and again he came up, and each time that he did so he brought with him a beautiful pearl. The master of the galley weighed them and put them into a little bag of green leather. The young king tried to speak, but his tongue seemed to cleave to the roof of his mouth, and his lips refused to move. The negroes chattered to each other, and began to quarrel over a string of bright beads. 2 cranes flew round and round the vessel. Then the diver came up for the last time, and the pearl that he brought with him was fairer than all the pearls of Ormuz, for it was shaped like the full moon, and whiter than the morning star. But his face was strangely pale, and as he fell upon the deck the blood gushed from his ears and nostrils. He quivered for a little, and then he was still. The negroes shrugged their shoulders and threw the body overboard. And the master of the galley laughed, and reaching out he took the pearl, and when he saw it he pressed it to his forehead and bowed. "It shall be," he said, "for the scepter of the young king." And he made a sign to the negroes to draw up the anchor. And when the young king heard this he gave a cry and woke, and through the window he saw the long gray fingers of the dawn clutching at the fading stars. And he fell asleep again and dreamed, and this was his dream. He thought that he was wandering through a dim wood, hung with strange fruits and with beautiful poisonous flowers. The adders hissed at him as he went by, and the bright parrots flew screaming from branch to branch. Huge tortoises lay asleep upon the hot mud. The trees were full of apes and peacocks. On and on he went till he reached the outskirts of the wood, and there he saw an immense multitude of men toiling in the bed of a dried up river. They swarmed up the crag like ants. They dug deep pits in the ground and went down into them. Some of them cleft the rocks with great axes, others grabbled in the sand. They tore up the cactus by its roots and trampled on the scarlet blossoms. They hurried about, calling to each other, and no man was idle. From the darkness of a cavern Death and Avarice watched them, and Death said, "I am weary. Give me a third of them and let me go." But Avarice shook her head. "They are my servants," she answered. And Death said to her, "What hast thou in thy hand?" "I have 3 grains of corn," she answered. "What is that to thee?" "Give me one of them," cried Death, "to plant in my garden. Only one of them, and I will go away." "I will not give thee anything," said Avarice, and she hid her hand in the fold of her raiment. And Death laughed, and took a cup and dipped it into a pool of water, and out of the cup rose ague. She passed through the great multitude, and a third of them lay dead. A cold mist followed her, and the water snakes ran by her side. And when Avarice saw that a third of the multitude was dead, she beat her breast and wept. She beat her barren bosom and cried aloud, "Thou hast slain a third of my servants," she cried. "Get thee gone. There is war in the mountains of Tartary, and the kings of each side are calling to thee. The Afghans have slain the black ox, and are marching to battle. They have beaten upon their shields with their spears, and have put on their helmets of iron. What is my valley to thee, that thou shouldst tarry in it? Get thee gone, and come here no more." "Nay," answered Death, "but till thou hast given me a grain of corn I will not go." But Avarice shut her hand and clenched her teeth. "I will not give thee anything," she muttered. And Death laughed, and took up a black stone, and threw it into the forest, and out of a thicket of wild hemlock came Fever in a robe of flame. She passed through the multitude and touched them, and each man that she touched died. The grass withered beneath her feet as she walked. And Avarice shuddered, and put ashes on her head. "Thou art cruel," she cried, "thou art cruel. There is famine in the walled cities of India, and the cisterns of Samarcand have run dry. There is famine in the walled cities of Egypt, and the locusts have come up from the desert. The Nile has not overflowed its banks, and the priests have cursed Isis and Osiris. Get thee gone to those who need thee, and leave me my servants." "Nay," answered Death, "but till thou hast given me a grain of corn I will not go." "I will not give thee anything," said Avarice. And Death laughed again, and he whistled through his fingers, and a woman came flying through the air. Plague was written upon her forehead, and a crowd of lean vultures wheeled round her. She covered the valley with her wings, and no man was left alive. And Avarice fled shrieking through the forest, and Death leaped upon his red horse and galloped away, and his galloping was faster than the wind. And out of the slime at the bottom of the valley crept dragons and horrible things with scales, and the jackals came trotting along the sand, sniffing up the air with their nostrils. And the young king wept and said, "Who were these men, and for what were they seeking?" "For rubies for a king's crown," answered one who stood behind him. And the young king started, and turned round. He saw a man habited as a pilgrim, and holding in his hand a mirror of silver. And he grew pale, and said, "For what king?" And the pilgrim answered, "Look in this mirror, and thou shalt see him." And he looked in the mirror, and seeing his own face he gave a great cry, and woke. And the bright sunlight was streaming into the room, and from the trees of the garden and pleasaunce the birds were singing. And the chamberlain and the high officers of state came in and made obeisance to him, and the pages brought him the robe of tissued gold, and set the crown and the sceptre before him. And the young king looked at them, and they were beautiful. More beautiful were they than aught that he had ever seen. But he remembered his dreams, and he said to his lords, "Take these things away, for I will not wear them." And the courtiers were amazed, and some of them laughed, for they thought that he was jesting. But he spake sternly to them again, and said, "Take these things away, and hide them from me. Though it be the day of my coronation, I will not wear them. For on the loom of sorrow, and by the white hands of pain, has this my robe been woven. There is blood in the heart of the ruby, and death in the heart of the pearl." And he told them of his 3 dreams. And when the courtiers heard them, they looked at each other, and whispered, saying, Surely he is mad, for what is a dream but a dream, and a vision but a vision? They are not real things that one should heed them. And what have we to do with the lives of those who toil for us? Shall a man not eat bread till he has seen the sower, nor drink wine till he has talked with the vine dresser? And the chamberlain spake to the young king, and said, My lord, I pray thee set aside these black thoughts of thine, and put on this fair robe, and set this crown upon thy head. For how shall the people know thou art a king, if thou hast not a king's raiment? And the young king looked at him. Is it so, indeed? He questioned. Will they not know me for a king, if I have not a king's raiment? They will not know thee, my lord, cried the chamberlain. I had thought that there had been men who were king-like, he answered. But it may be as thou sayest. And yet I will not wear this robe, nor will I be crowned with this crown, but even as I came to the palace, so will I go forth from it. And he bade them all leave him, save one page, whom he kept as his companion, a lad a year younger than himself. Him he kept for his service, and when he had bathed himself in clear water, he opened a great painted chest, and from it he took the leathern tunic and rough sheepskin cloak that he had worn when he had watched on the hillside the shaggy goats of the goatherd. These he put on, and in his hand he took his rude shepherd's staff. And the little page opened his big blue eyes in wonder, and said, smiling to him, My lord, I see thy robe and thy sceptre, but where is thy crown? And the young king plucked a spray of wild briar that was climbing over the balcony, and bent it, and made it a circlet of it, and set it on his own head. This shall be my crown, he answered. And thus attired, he passed out of his chamber into the great hall, where the nobles were waiting for him. And the nobles made merry, and some of them cried out, My lord, the people wait for their king, and thou showest them a beggar. And others were wroth, and said, He brings shame upon our state, and is unworthy to be our master. But he answered them not a word, but passed on, and went down the bright porphyry staircase, and out through the gates of bronze, and mounted upon his horse, and rode towards the cathedral, the little page running beside him. And the people laughed, and said, It is the king's fool who is riding by. And they mocked him. And he drew rein, and said, Nay, but I am the king. And he told them his 3 dreams. And a man came out of the crowd, and spake bitterly to him, and said, Sir, knowest thou not that out of the luxury of the rich cometh the life of the poor? By your pomp we are nurtured, and your vices give us bread. To toil for a hard master is bitter, but to have no master to toil for is more bitter still. Thinkest thou that the ravens will feed us? And what cure hast thou for these things? Wilt thou say to the buyer, Thou shalt buy for so much, and to the seller, Thou shalt sell at this price? I trow not. Therefore go back to thy palace, and put on thy purple and fine linen. What hast thou to do with us, and what we suffer? Are not the rich and the poor brothers? asked the king. Ay, answered the man, and the name of the rich brother is Cain. And the young king's eyes filled with tears, and he rode on through the murmurs of the people, and the little page grew afraid, and left him. And when he reached the great portal of the cathedral, the soldiers thrust their halberts out, and said, What dost thou seek here? None enters by this door but the king. And his face flushed with anger, and he said at them, I am the king, and waved their halberts aside, and passed in. And when the old bishop saw him coming in his goatherd's dress, he rose up in wonder from his throne, and went to meet him, and said to him, My son, is this a king's apparel? And with what crown shall I crown thee? And what sceptre shall I place in thy hand? Surely this should be to thee a day of joy, and not a day of abasement. Shall joy wear what grief has fashioned? said the young king. And he told him his 3 dreams. And when the bishop had heard them, he knit his brows, and said, My son, I am an old man, and in the winter of my days, and I know that many evil things are done in the wide world. The fierce robbers come down from the mountains, and carry off the little children, and sell them to the Moors. The lions lie in wait for the caravans, and leap upon the camels. The wild boar roots up the corn in the valley, and the foxes gnaw the vines upon the hill. The pirates lay waste the sea-coast, and burn the ships of the fishermen, and take their nets from them. In the salt marshes live the lepers. They have houses of wattled reeds, and none may come nigh them. The beggars wander through the cities and eat their food with the dogs. Canst thou make these things not to be? Wilt thou take the leper for thy bedfellow, and set the beggar at thy board? Shall the lion do thy bidding, and the wild boar obey thee? Is not he who made misery wiser than thou art? Wherefore I praise thee not for this that thou hast done, but I bid thee ride back to the palace and make thy face glad, and put on the raiment that beseemeth a king, and with the crown of gold I will crown thee, and the sceptre of pearl I will place in thy hand. And as for thy dreams, think no more of them. The burden of this world is too great for one man to bear, and the world's sorrow too heavy for one heart to suffer. Sayest thou in this house? Said the young king, and he strode past the bishop and climbed up the steps of the altar and stood before the image of Christ. He stood before the image of Christ, and on his right hand and on his left were the marvelous vessels of gold, the chalice with the yellow wine, and the vial with the holy oil. He knelt before the image of Christ, and the great candles burned brightly by the jeweled shrine, and the smoke of the incense curled in thin blue wreaths through the dome. He bowed his head in prayer, and the priests in their stiff copes crept away from the altar. And suddenly a wild tumult came from the street outside, and in entered the nobles with drawn swords and nodding plumes and shields of polished steel. "Where is this dreamer of dreams?" they cried. "Where is this king who is apparelled like a beggar, this boy who brings shame upon our state? Surely we will slay him, for he is unworthy to rule over us." And the young king bowed his head again and prayed, and when he had finished his prayer he rose up, and turning round he looked at them sadly. And lo, through the painted windows came the sunlight streaming upon him, and the sunbeams wove round him a tissued robe that was fairer than the robe that had been fashioned for his pleasure. The dead staff blossomed, and bare lilies that were whiter than pearls. The dry thorn blossomed, and bare roses that were redder than rubies. Whiter than fine pearls were the lilies, and their stems were of bright silver. Redder than the male rubies were the roses, and their leaves were of beaten gold. He stood there in the raiment of a king, and the gates of the jeweled shrine flew open, and from the crystal of the many-rayed monstrance shone a marvellous and mystical light. He stood there in a king's raiment, and the glory of God filled the place, and the saints in their carven niches seemed to move. In the fair raiment of a king he stood before them, and the organ pealed out its music, and the trumpeters blew upon their trumpets, and the singing boys sang. And the people fell upon their knees in awe, and the nobles sheathed their swords and did homage. And the bishop's face grew pale, and his hands trembled. "A greater than I hath crowned thee," he cried, and he knelt before him. And the young king came down from the high altar, and passed home through the midst of the people. But no man dared look upon his face, for it was like the face of an angel. End of The Young King by Oscar Wilde.